You are upset, so there is no need to continue this battle. Wang Yu thrust his spear straight, swinging away Yu Yufeng's rapier, and struck him in the heart. However, Wang Yu did not thrust in, but stopped his hand in time, and then kicked Yu Yufeng out. After all, there is no deep hatred between the two. Wang Yu has gone through so much, and he will not kill him so easily. This is impossible. You can't become so strong in these 2 years. Yu Yufeng covered the small wound on his heart, which was left by the spear that Wang Yu pointed at. It's easier said than done. And this move just proves that Wang Yu's control over his own power is much higher than that of Yu Yufeng. I admit, you have indeed become a lot stronger in the past 2 years. I also admit that your talent is indeed better than mine. If I had been in the previous academy competition, I might have really lost to you, but it's such a pity. When Wang Yu said this, he left the last half of the sentence unsaid. This half sentence is, it's a pity. I also tasted the taste of allure, but I also found a place that can make me stronger. If you lose, you lose. I just want to know why you acted like you had a deep hatred for me in the ring 2 years ago. Yu Yufeng asked dejectedly. It doesn't hurt to tell you, Lan Jili, you should know him. Wang Yu has nothing to hide. Who hasn't had their first love, and who hasn't had a crush? Wang Yu had a crush on Lan Jili back then. It's just that Lan Jili was 1 grade higher than Wang Yu at that time and was Wang Yu's senior. That's why Wang Yu is so eager to challenge the third-year students, just to be able to enter the 3rd grade a year earlier and get 1 step closer to Lan Jili. It was only later that when he saw Yu Yufeng and Lan Jili being intimate, Wang Yu seemed to be a different person. Of course I know her, but what does this matter have to do with my sister? Yu Yufeng is a little confused. The air became somewhat silent at this moment. Your sister? Wang Yu spoke with some difficulty, and it took him a long time to get 2 words out of his mouth. When he said these 2 words, Wang Yu felt that his throat was a little dry, and he just wanted to drink water. Of course she is my sister, otherwise, wouldn't she be your sister? After Yu Yufeng said this, he suddenly seemed to realize something and looked at Wang Yu with wide eyes. Could it be? Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Wang Yu coughed hard twice, interrupted Yu Yufeng's words, and then stretched out his hand in front of Yu Yufeng. Get up first and then talk. Yu Yufeng was pulled up from the ground by Wang Yu with a confused look on his face. After pulling Yu Yufeng up, Wang Yu eagerly wiped away the shoe prints on his body. Well, is Lan Jili really your sister? Wang Yu still couldn't believe it. Because he felt that he had misunderstood something back then. After all, Wang Yu has a crush on Lan Jili because, just like her name, Lan Jili is well educated and clean. To be honest, how could Lan Jili be together with a philanderer like Yu Yufeng? It turns out that they are just siblings, so this makes sense. Of course it's my sister. I asked her specifically during the previous college competition, and she told me that you haven't returned to the college yet, so I felt relieved to be in seclusion. Yu Yufeng rubbed his chest and said. Of course Lan Jili is my sister. I even asked her specifically during the previous college competition. It's because she told me that you haven't returned to the academy yet, so I feel relieved to be in seclusion. Who knew you actually participated in the previous academy competition? Yu Yufeng rubbed his chest. The place where Wang Yu kicked him was still aching. Not me. To be honest, Wang Yu was a little panicked. Because among the people who entered the ruins this time, Lan Jili stood out. Stop talking, I know what's going on. No wonder my sister looks so happy in the past 2 years. Yu Yufeng is still a smart person after all, a genius student who can get things done with just a few clicks. For a person like him who has been wandering around the flowers for many years, you can tell what Wang Yu is thinking right now by looking at his eyes. But to be honest, even after understanding what was going on, Yu Yufeng was still very depressed. For the sake of my sister, why do I have to accept a backstab? The real situation of this incident should be that 2 years ago, Pinnacle College and Dottie College had a friendly exchange. After Yu Yufeng came to Pinnacle College, Lan Jili happened to catch Yu. In order to avoid his elder sister, Yu Yufeng deliberately chose a different college from Lan Jili. Lan Jili knew Yu Yufeng's character, so he always wanted him to stop being so idle and flirting with women, and to make good use of his talents. But Yu Yufeng is a lazy person, so he has been working on how to avoid Lan Jili's preaching. However, there was no avoiding it in the end. Probably when Lan Jili was preaching about Yu Yufeng, Wang Yu happened to see him. Then Yu Yufeng accepted the righteous backstab from one of his own. Tisk. Yu Yufeng felt extremely helpless and melancholy. Then what is the reason for all the hardships I have suffered in the past 2 years? Aren't these two people really working together to deceive themselves? But why are your last names different? Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. It was because of this incident that Wang Yu never thought that Lan Jili and Yu Yufeng could be siblings. My last name is after my father, and my sister's last name is after my mother. Yu Yufeng said melancholy. Okay, I'm fine. Wang Yuzhen smiled and put the spear back behind his back, confirming that what happened back then was really a misunderstanding. But everyone has been beaten up, so what else can be done? And listening to Yu Yufeng's words, Lan Jili seemed quite happy. It's all a misunderstanding. What happened back then was indeed my fault. I'll find you again after I get out of the ruins. While Wang Yu was talking, he didn't even ask for anything in the elder shell, and just ran away. I can't help it, it's just too embarrassing. Moreover, most of the weapons and armors in the beast-taming sect Elder's Hall were not as good as the products in Qi Li's shop, so Wang Yu didn't care anymore. Just leave like that? Yu Yufeng looked at Wang Yu's back, then glanced at the weapons and armor spread out on the floor in the hall, and was stunned. And in another place in the beast-taming sect. Lan Jili was indeed in this ruins, but his situation was not that safe. Most of the treasures of the beast-taming sect have been evacuated, and most of the remaining things are the powerful magical beasts and exotic beasts that the beast-taming sect specially captured and cultivated in order to enhance the power of the sect. And those who can survive to this day are all extremely tyrannical races. What Lan Jili encountered was another ancient beast from the beast-taming sect. Flame Dragon Eagle. Almost all monsters and exotic beasts with the word dragon in their names have dragon blood. It is precisely because of the long-lasting vitality brought by the dragon bloodline that these ancient beasts in the beast-taming sect can survive to his day. The Flame Dragon Eagle is a very powerful race among alien beasts. It has extremely fast speed and extremely sharp claws, and can easily tear apart its prey. It can also release fire magic. In addition, the Flame Dragon Eagle also has the advantage of flying. This makes the Flame Dragon Eagle almost invincible below the hero level. Phew, this guy is really difficult to deal with. Jing Qingyun exhaled, holding a long sword and staring closely at the Flaming Dragon Eagle in the sky. Compared with those giant dragons, the body of the Raging Dragon Eagle is actually not that big, not even comparable to the Gale Flying Dragon. The wingspan is only 5 or 6 meters at all costs. The body is covered with fiery red feathers, like a blazing flame. The ferocious-looking eagle head looks a bit like a giant dragon's head, showing its identity. I never expected that there would be a student as strong as you in Brilliant Academy. Lan Jili waved his staff and blessed Jing Qingyun with several buffing spells. Lan Jili's class is a decent wind element magician. Most of the buff magic she can bless are used to enhance movement speed, shooting speed and agility attributes. Combined with Jing Qingyun's swordsman class, they complement each other quite well. I just have better luck. Jing Qingyun replied casually, not feeling complacent at all, because of Lan Jili's praise. I was secretly glad that I had exchanged the master-level trial crystal in the academy before entering the ruins. Otherwise, something would happen if they encountered the flaming dragon eagle this time. You are being too modest. Longili smiled and said. If you can successfully be promoted to the master level while still a student, your talent must be far superior to ordinary people. Generally speaking, the college will send out invitations to such talented students to become tutors in the college. The Grandmaster level is also the first threshold for college tutors. However, whether you accept it or not depends on your personal wishes. The college only invites you, not coerces you. It is rare for a person like Jing Qingyun to be successfully promoted to the Grandmaster level while still a student, and to be able to fight back and forth with an ancient beast like the Flame Dragon Eagle. Lan Jili had heard that there was a student in the Pinnacle Academy where he was located whose fighting skills were praised even by the academy instructors. That is Wan Yu. I don't know who is stronger or weaker compared to the person in front of me. Hearing this, Jing Qingyun took the time to glance at Lan Jili. Lan Jili has a very intellectual temperament, her brows are quiet and elegant, and the lines of her face have a softness unique to women. At first glance, people will think of a lady from a scholarly family. How could Pinnacle Academy choose such a person to enter the ruins? Jing Qingyun couldn't help but think of this question in his mind. However, Jing Qingyun's previous answer, although said casually, was not considered a joke. It is indeed luck to be among the first batch of students to be selected to go to Chila's shop for training. Chirp. An eagle chirped in the sky, interrupting Jing Qingyun's thoughts. Be careful to protect yourself and don't interrupt the buff magic. Jing Qingyun came back to his senses, gave a warning, and immediately rushed towards Lion Dragon Eagle. Be careful to protect yourself, and don't interrupt the buffing magic. Jing Qingyun came back to his senses, gave a warning, and immediately rushed towards the flaming dragon eagle. Although wind magic is very fast, Lan Jili's level is too different from that of the flame dragon eagle. Even if it can attack, the damage it can cause is very limited. It's better to give Jing Qingyun a boosting magic and let him stab with one more sword. Swordsman is a class known for its speed. Under the blessing of the wind element's gain magic, Jing Qingyun, who was wearing a set of high-quality equipment, was able to keep up with the speed of the flame dragon eagle. Although it is very annoying that the flame dragon eagle can fly. However, the Grandmaster level just cannot stay in the air. It's not like you can't stay in the air. After spending so long in Qi Li's shop, how could Jing Qingyun not cultivate a pet card of the Gale Flying Dragon as a backup? Don't be scared next time. Jing Qingyun threw out a pet card, which exploded instantly and turned into fluorescent light all over the sky. A huge flying wind dragon was quickly condensed in the fluorescent light in the sky and lay on the ground. The huge body seemed extremely oppressive. The faint dragon power was released, making the Gale Flying Dragon look domineering and ferocious. What is this? Lan Jili was startled when he saw the sudden appearance of the flying dragon, and asked with a look of astonishment on his face. Flying wind dragon. After Jing Qingyun said it lightly, he jumped on the back of the Gale Flying Dragon. However, the shocked expression on Lan Jili's face did not diminish even a little bit. Because rather than what the name of this behemoth was, Lan Jili was more shocked by how the wind-flying dragon appeared here. Chirp. The flaming dragon eagle let out a violent hawk cry. The dragon power exuded by the Gale-Flying Dragon made Lion Dragon Eagle feel a hint of threat. This is not a suppression of strength. In fact, Jing Qingyun's Gale-Flying Dragon has only been upgraded to level 40, which is just the threshold of the career class. Even though the growth attributes of R-level pet cards are relatively high, before they have enough awakening times, they are still a little behind if they want to be compared with the ancient beasts. The reason why the blazing dragon eagle feels threatened is simply because of the suppression of the dragon bloodline. The Dragon Clan is one of the races at the top of the pyramid. Any race with dragon bloodline has a chance to produce dragon power. It's just that the strength is definitely not as good as the dragon. Similarly, among races with dragon blood, the purer the dragon blood, the greater the threat to other races with less pure dragon blood. This is the suppression from the bloodline. Although it will not affect the strength of the strength, it will suppress the display of strength. In the case of the same level and realm, the role of bloodline is particularly important. After all, between Warcraft and alien beasts, the level of bloodline is a very important criterion for measuring their strength. The dragon blood of the Gale Flying Dragon is actually purer than the Flame Dragon Eagle. This was an unexpected surprise. Jing Qingyun naturally understood the role of blood, so while he was shocked, his heart was also full of surprises. The level of bloodline, to a large extent, symbolizes talent, potential, and the height that can be achieved. Although the dragon bloodline is not the unique and top bloodline, there are only a handful of bloodlines that can rival the dragon bloodline in power. Jing Qingyun naturally understands how important bloodline is. So while I was shocked, my heart was also filled with unspeakable joy. The level of bloodline, to a large extent, symbolizes talent and potential. Likewise, it also determines the height that can be achieved. Although the dragon bloodline is not the unique and top bloodline, there are only a handful of bloodlines that can rival the dragon bloodline in power. Moreover, other bloodlines with the same level of power as the dragon bloodline are basically legendary bloodlines. That's why the dragon bloodline seems less rare in comparison. But in fact, if ordinary people can possess dragon bloodline, the height they can eventually reach will definitely reach a higher level. This is the power of dragon bloodline. Blessing of the Wind. Although Lan Jili was extremely shocked, the movements of his hands were not slow. Moreover, Lan Jili also knew that there were some secrets, and no matter how curious he was, he should not take the initiative to ask. Previously, it was just because I was so shocked that I would blurt out the questions. Let me use you to test my current strength. Jing Qingyun tapped the tip of his toes on the back of Gale Filong, his figure erratic and as light as the wind. It was impossible to defeat the peak master-level Blazing Dragon Eagle with a level 40 Gale Flying Dragon. Jing Qingyun had no intention of doing so at the beginning. The Gale Flying Dragon was originally just a mount used to help Jing Qingyun reach the sky. But now, there is another function. That is to use the dragon bloodline that is stronger than the Flame Dragon Eagle to suppress the performance of the Flame Dragon Eagle in battle. The way of a swordsman is to be cunning. Jing Qingyun knew this, so he naturally knew how to use his own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses. No matter how fast the Blazing Dragon Eagle is, it is just fast. As long as Jing Qingyun can keep up with the speed of the Flame Dragon Eagle, the fighting instinct of the Flame Dragon Eagle as an ancient beast will have little use in the face of the swordsman's cunning. Because Jing Qingyun would not fight head-on with Lion Dragon Eagle. And in terms of speed, the Flame Dragon Eagle cannot keep up with the Gallifleeing Dragon, which is known for its speed. After all, one has a fire attribute and the other has a wind attribute. It's clear who is faster. Even though the level of the Flame Dragon Eagle is higher than that of the Gale Flying Dragon, in terms of speed alone, it is still slightly inferior. Therefore, the flying advantage of the Blazing Dragon Eagle was useless at this moment. Lan Jili was dazzled by the battle in the sky. With her class eyesight, it was really difficult to keep up with the Grandmaster, who was known for his speed. The battle between Lion Dragon Eagle and Jing Qingyun did not last long. Although the feathers of the Flaming Dragon Eagle are extremely tough, it is a pity that the Gungold stabbing sword in Jing Qingyun's hand has its own armor-piercing effect. Coupled with the sharp increase of wind-based buff magic, Jing Qingyun stabbed the Flaming Dragon Eagle directly into its heart from its back. Chirp! The Blazing Dragon Eagle let out a shrill cry, fell from the sky, and hit the ground heavily. Laugh! Jing Qingyun drew out the gungold stabbing sword and shook it slightly, and the blood beads on it were immediately knocked to the ground. Done. Whatever materials you need, pick them yourself. Jing Qingyun moved very quickly, decomposing the materials that could be used on the blazing dragon eagle, while putting the materials that he could use into the bronze storage ring. Whatever materials you need, just get them yourself. Jing Qingyun said casually after jumping off the back of the gale-flying dragon. Jing Qingyun moved very quickly. While speaking, he decomposed the materials that could be used on the blazing dragon eagle and put the materials that he could use into the bronze storage ring. As for the remaining materials, Lan Jili can just take whatever he wants. After all, Lan Jili also contributed to this battle. The saying that ancient beasts are full of treasures is by no means empty talk. And to be honest, the most valuable treasures in the beast-taming sect are probably these ancient beasts. For example, the 10,000 years black turtle. You seem to be curious about what happened to my gale-flying dragon. While Jing Qingyun was packing the flame dragon eagle, he also noticed Lan Jili's expression. No, Lan Jili was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although Lan Jili would not take the initiative to ask, if Jing Qingyun took the initiative to bring it up, Lan Jili would not deny it. That's right, but I can't explain it clearly here. Let's wait until the ruins are revealed. Jing Qingyun thought for a moment and said seriously. When it comes to things like pet cards, it's better to see what you see. Does that mean I go to Brilliant Academy to find you? Lan Jili nodded and then asked. She is really interested in the gale-flying dragon. No, you don't have to look for me. Just go to Wan Yu. Just say that I asked you to go to him and ask him to take you to Yunwu City. Jing Qingyun thought for a while and suddenly thought that Wan Yu seemed to be a student of Pinnacle Academy. Good. Lan Jili responded. If Wan Yu knew about it, he would probably be very grateful to Jing Qingyun. To be honest, how much you can gain from the ruins depends entirely on how many things are in the ruins. The beast-taming sect is obviously not a very wealthy relic. But there are not many things inside. After the magic cores that had exhausted their energy due to the passage of time were shattered, the secret rooms that appeared also caused many battles. After all, not everyone is like Lan Yi and Yojiao. Weapons, armor, alchemical potions, and master-level trial crystals. All kinds of rare materials, as well as precious medicinal materials grown within the gate of the beast mastering sect during the past 3,000 years, and those ancient beasts that died because their lifespan was exhausted. All in all, the ruins are indeed a place worthy of being coveted by all major forces. Although they were not very lucky this time, the ruins they opened were not particularly wealthy. But this time's harvest is enough to increase the overall strength of these forces by more than 30%. This is already a very exaggerated value. If the beast-taming sect was a sect that died naturally, the treasures remaining in the sect would be enough to nearly double the overall strength of these forces. It is even possible to find hero-level trial crystals in it. And amid this continuous search, the moment for the ruins to be closed is getting closer and closer. It's great that the ruins are closing. Qi Lu felt happy after receiving the news. Once the ruins are closed, the mission is over. This was not a waste of Qi Li's time, spending all night searching for treasures in the ruins. Those rare materials, dead monsters, exotic beasts, precious medicinal materials, etc. Qi Lu even collected one of the bronze furnaces in the medicine refining hall. The mission is not over until the ruins are closed. This was not a waste of Qi Li's time, spending all night searching for treasures in the ruins. Those rare materials, dead monsters, exotic beasts, precious medicinal materials, etc. Qi Lu even collected one of the bronze furnaces in the medicine refining hall. Anyway, as long as it is something that Qi Lu has not collected before, everything is submitted to the system, regardless of whether these things look like treasures or not. No matter how small the mosquito's legs are, they are still a piece of meat. In order to increase the reward, Qi Lu worked hard and died. There are still the last few hours. After Qi Lu got the news, he immediately prepared a sign. It says, acquire the items in the ruins, appraise them, and if you are satisfied, trade them on the spot. With only the last few hours left, Qi Lu was not ready to work hard on himself anymore, but began to implement the idea he had long ago. Anyway, what the task says is just to submit the treasure to the system. There is no rule that Qi Lu has to find it himself. System, host, don't you think this is a bit shameless? Qi Lu curled his lips and replied nonchalantly, there is strength in numbers, what do you, a solitary system, know? Then he carried the standing sign behind his back and activated his empty boots. Outside the ruins. The 8 heroes waiting outside seemed to feel something, and at the same time, they opened their eyes. The space around the ruins has fluctuated. It seems that the ruins are Abuto close. Gu Pingchuan said. Several other heroic levels also began to make preparations. After the ruins are closed, the people in the ruins are not sent to the ground safely. Wherever you enter the ruins, that's where you exit. Fire Emperor Ling Ao waved his staff, and the majestic magic power immediately condensed into a strong and large net. Gu Pingchuan also poured his own magic power into the magic power net condensed by Ling Ao, preparing to use it to catch the people of Huangyuan Empire and Brilliant Academy. Yu Feng just condensed the magic power and made no unnecessary movements. As a heroic wind elemental magician, Yu Feng does not need to prepare in advance. He only needs to use wind magic to respond after the people from the Gulyuo Empire are sent out. The High Priest in white just condensed the magic power. Prepare to build a protective barrier for the people of the Star Empire. The protective barrier blessed by the magic power of the Great Priest in white is enough to withstand the impact of falling from the sky. Old Ren, as a student of my academy, I would like to ask you to help me. However, Ban Jing, the dean of Dadi College, is a fighting-type professional, and he is not a professional who is good at speed. He is really unable to dot his. So I can only trouble Ren Gongxiu. It's easy to say, it's just a trivial matter. Like Yu Feng, Ren Gongxiu is also a wind element magician. Moreover, Ren Gongxiu's time in the hero level was much longer than that of Yu Feng. Using wind magic to support several students could only be said to be a piece of cake. The High Priest of the Orc tribe also has his own methods. The person sent by the Sword Control sect was none other than Morong Song, one of the 3 elders. Even if you are a fighting spirit class, as long as you are fast enough, it is easy to respond to people coming out of the ruins. Just after the 8 heroic levels were ready, there was a sudden distortion in the space, and then, a door to space suddenly opened. Qi Lu, carrying the sign on his back, emerged from the door of space. Store Manager Qi? Why are you here? This strange scene stunned the 8 heroes who were guarding outside the ruins. Qi Lu has a relic token in his hand, and they know it. But the problem is that this time the ruins limit the highest level for those who can enter, which is the Grandmaster level. In their opinion, Qi Lu is definitely a hero. Although it was a pity to waste a ruins token, it was completely worth the waste to not go into the ruins to search for treasures with the monster Qi Lu. But now comes the problem. Why did Qi Lu appear outside the ruins at this time? Could it be that he wanted to keep all the gains of those who came out of the ruins for himself? The 8 heroes immediately thought of this possibility. In fact, each force sent a hero to wait outside the ruins, just to prevent heroes from other forces from doing such things. The power of a hero cannot be resisted by a master. But they never expected that Qi Lu would come to this muddy water. This was the most unexpected thing for them. And it was done in such a high-profile way, which was almost like showing a phone's strength. Because based on the momentum and majestic pressure that Qi Lu unleashed in Cloud Mist City, they knew very well that with Qi Li's strength, as long as they could persuade 2 heroes to join forces with him, none of the other 6 people present could even think of getting favors from him. If Qi Li can persuade the 3 of them to join forces with him, then the remaining 5 heroes will have only one option: escape. These thoughts sound like a lot, but in fact they only happen in a blink of an eye. The 8 heroes waiting outside the ruins looked at each other, and then Gu Pingchuan, who was most familiar with Qi Lu, spoke. "Manager Qi, I wonder why you are here at this time." Gu Pingchuan's tone was not a question, but a simple inquiry. When facing a strong person of the same level as yourself, or even stronger than yourself, questioning is a very bad tone. "Come and collect some things from the ruins." Qi Li's tone was calm and he told the truth. As soon as these words came out, the heroes present looked at each other, and an idea emerged in their hearts. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Although the words Qi Li used were already very euphemistic. But when the ruins are about to be closed, going outside the ruins to collect things in the ruins is not an open robbery. "Ding Gu, what should we do now?" Ling Ao looked at Gu Pingchuan, the questioning meaning in his eyes was beyond words. If possible, Ling Ao would not want to be at odds with Qi Lu. Because with Qi Li's strength, as long as he stays in Yunwu City for 1 day, there will be a natural barrier on the eastern border of the Huangyuan Empire, preventing forces big and small from invading easily. Don't worry, store manager Qi is probably not this kind of person. Although Gu Pingchuan was a little shocked at first, he quickly calmed down. In any case, Gu Pingchuan has also stayed in Qi Li's shop for so long, and his understanding of Qi Lu is naturally far better than anyone else present. In Gu Pingchuan's memory, Qi Lu was not the kind of person who would bully others. Moreover, given the quality of the products in Qi Li's shop, Qi Lu wouldn't have to offend so many forces just for something from a ruin. Okay, then let's wait and see what happens. Ling Ao nodded and made a decision in his heart. Okay, then let's wait and see what happens. Ling Ao nodded and made a decision secretly in his heart. If Qi Lu really conflicts with others, then he must stand on the same side as Qi Lu. This thief is really harboring evil intentions. How about we join forces and kill him here? Yu Feng and Qi Lu had a disagreement at the last discussion meeting. Now that Qi Lu actually showed such an intention to offend the public, Yu Feng naturally didn't mind adding insult to injury and immediately started to encourage others. The first target is naturally the white-clothed high priest of the Starry Star Empire. After all, the Goryeo Empire and the Xingyao Empire were allies. If you want to do it, please do it yourself. The high priest in white glanced at Yu Feng and said coldly. If the one coming from the Star Empire this time is a paladin, then Yu Feng's instigation may really succeed. But the great priest in white is not the kind of person who gets hot-headed easily. On the contrary, the white-clothed high priest saw very clearly what was going on. The white-clothed high priest has his own concerns about Qi Li's strength. It is a very unwise choice to make enemies with a strong man of this level. What's more, the high priest in white is sure that as soon as a war starts, Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao will definitely side with Qi Lu. Among the heroes present, apart from Qi Lu, Gu Pingchuan is the strongest. Now that the 2 strongest heroes join forces, plus a Fire King, the white-clothed high priest has no confidence that he can take their attack. What's more, Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing, like Gu Pingchuan, are the deans of the 3 major colleges. He has a close relationship with Gu Pingchuan. If a war really breaks out at that time, the most likely possibility is that the 3 major academies, plus the Huangyuan Empire will be in the same camp as Qi Lu. The Goryeo Empire, Xingyao Empire, the Orc tribe, and the Sword Control sect were expelled. If the white-clothed high priest accepted Yu Feng's instigation at this time, it would be a sign of cerebral congestion on the spot. Now is not the time for war. The high priest of the Orc tribe wants to avoid war even more than the white high priest. After all, among the 8 major forces present, as long as the orc tribe is not a human force, when the war starts, who will suffer the most will be the heel. No need to worry too much, that store manager Qi is not an evil person. Morong Song glanced at Qi Lu and spoke slowly. Among the 8 heroes present, only Morong Song had never seen the pressure that Qi Lu unleashed that day. However, based on the way Qi Lu appeared and the reactions of others, it did not prevent Morong Song from inferring Qi Li's general strength. Simply tearing apart space and traveling through the void with fighting Spiritus 10 times more difficult than using space magic. Only someone with a strong level of power can tear apart space so easily. Otherwise, only heroic space magicians can do it so easily. But when Qi Lu came out of the space gate, there was no magic wave in his body. It can be seen that Qi Li's strength can definitely overwhelm everyone present. Although Morong Song was arrogant, judging from Qi Li's magical appearance, he was definitely not Qi Li's opponent. If that's the case, why bother taking the initiative to provoke? The 8 heroes present had different reactions. But except for Yu Feng, their attitude is to avoid fighting. A strong person certainly has the arrogance of a strong person. But when facing an opponent who knows that he will lose, if he dares to provoke him again, it would be a fool's errand. Why are you looking at me like that? Qi Lu noticed that the eyes of these 8 heroes were changing again, and suddenly asked with some doubts. Nothing. Gu Pingchuan answered with a forced smile. Others also spoke in agreement. Oh, I must be worrying too much. Qi Lu didn't pay too much attention, but took off the standing sign from behind and stood it on the ground. Then he spread out a carpet and sat cross-legged on it. Acquire the items in the ruins, appraise them, and if you are satisfied, trade them on the spot. The big characters on the sign caught the eyes of Gu Pingchuan and others. Acquisition? Acquisition. Gu Pingchuan thought to himself, this is indeed the style of store manager, Qi. The others were stunned at first, and then looked at each other in confusion after they realized what was happening. For such a top powerhouse, when it comes to collecting things from the ruins, it's not about Ming Chong, but about acquisition? You are too modest. Originally, these heroes were already prepared. As long as Qi Lu didn't ask for much and didn't go too far, they would accept it. Who makes his skills inferior to others? But who knew that Qi Lu even brought Li Pai with him and was planning to acquire it from the beginning? With such powerful strength and yet being so humble and courteous, he is truly a model among the strong, a model among the powerful, and an outstanding model among practitioners. Yu Feng, the enmity between you and Manager Qi is just because of your arrogance. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't mess with Manager Kai again. The high priest in white glanced at Yu Feng and said. Moreover, the white-clothed high priest also decided that after returning to Xingyao Empire, he would also give some advice to the paladin. Although the violent and ferocious power is powerful, he also has many enemies. However, this kind of humble and courteous power is not only powerful in his own right, he also has many allies, and no one is willing to turn against him easily. It is really irrational to enmity with such a powerful person. This store manager Qi does have the demeanor of a strong man. When Morong Song saw this, he couldn't help but nodded and praised in his heart. The so-called strong do not express their strength by bullying the weak. But to be able to distinguish one's own position and stick to one's own path. Don't be aggressive in front of the weak. Don't be weak in front of the strong. This is the style of a strong man. It's not easy for store manager Qi to treat foreigners equally. The high priest also nodded slightly. Qi Li's actions, invisibly, made the heroes present once again feel the charm of Qi Li's personality, and thus felt admiration from the bottom of their hearts. However, they would never have imagined that Qi Li's current strength is only at the Grandmaster level. Thus, the only chance to defeat Qi Lu was forever missed. Put up the sign. The 8 heroes waiting outside the ruins also knew that Qi Lu was just here to buy some treasures from the ruins. They will still give you this little bit of face. They won't have much loss anyway, so why not give them a favor? Ever since, when the ruins were closed. After Gu Pingchuan and others brought those who entered the ruins back to the ground, they all spontaneously publicized Qi Li's intention to acquire them. Those who can be selected to enter the ruins will naturally not be stupid. I immediately understood the meaning of these heroic levels. Isn't it just to show the things I brought out from the ruins to store manager Qi first? And among these people, there are also many people who know Qi Lu. So people from various factions quickly lined up in a long line to hand over their storage rings to Qi Lu for inspection. Of course, Qi Lu also paid a lot for this, including but not limited to elixirs, weapons, armor, and accessories. As soon as these things were taken away, those present who didn't know what kind of goods Qi Li's shop sold felt that this store manager Qi should have looted more than just their relics. The result of acquiring relic items is of course a win-win situation. What is a win-win situation? When both parties feel that they have made a profit, it is called a win-win situation. After Qi Lu confirmed that these people indeed had no relic items that he had not collected yet, he activated the empty boots and returned to the store. This understatement shocked the heroes present. They had only guessed that Qi Lu could easily tear apart space and travel through the void, but they never thought that it would be so easy. There is not even a process of condensing fighting spirit. This terrifying strength simply shocked Gu Pingchuan and others. However, Qi Lu had no idea what these people were thinking. After returning to the store, Qi Lu immediately shouted out the system in his mind. System, I want to submit a task. System, task, explore the ruins, confirm the submission, the task is confirmed to be completed, and the reward is being calculated. After replying this sentence, the system fell into silence. This time period is the time when Qi Lu is most nervous and looking forward to it. Unknown rewards are always the most exciting. If the reward does not satisfy Qi Lu, then Qi Lu promises that he must scold this two-stroke system for 3 days to eliminate the pain that he has endured for so many days and nights. System, the reward calculation is completed, and the existing purchase channels will be expanded uniformly. Host, you can now discover more good things from the purchase channels. System, there are 2 chances to draw snacks and 2 chances to draw drinks. Please check carefully, host. System, the number of locations in the training room for combat power improvement has been increased by 3,000, and now you, the host, will have auto-tal of 5,000 decks. System, new pet cards are being updated, and new puppet maze activities are being updated. Please wait and see. Qi Lu was overwhelmed by the series of rewards. Especially the sentence, 2 chances to draw snacks, and 2 chances to draw drinks. Qi Lu heard it very clearly. Finally new snacks. Qi Lu almost cried. Because according to the system's definition, this so-called snack is actually not just the snacks that Qi Lu understands, but also includes some fast food and fast food. After eating bucket instant noodles for so long, I can finally try something different. The 2 new opportunities to draw drinks made Qi Lu see the hope of Feijia Happy Water. As for the 3,000 booths in the combat power improvement training room, they only once again greatly increased Qi Li's income, so we won't mention it for now. As for the new pet cards and new puppet maze activities, Qi Lu actually didn't have much expectations. Among the previous R-rated pet cards, even the Gale Wyvern appeared. This is probably the pinnacle of R-rated pet cards. If the system updates pet cards again, Qi Lu will no longer be interested in him without SR-level pet cards. He glanced outside the store. It's getting late. Qi Lu nodded thoughtfully and shouted to Yu Shi'er, close the store door. Okay, store manager. Yu Shi'er responded obediently. The customers in the store are basically regular customers, and they all know Qi Li's rules. Even if he is not a regular customer, under the guidance of these regular customers, he is very clear about Qi Li's rules. The time to close the store and rest will not be delayed because of one person. Therefore, whenever it is time to close the store for a break, these customers will cooperate very well to finish what they are doing, or save it until tomorrow. It is Qi Li's habit to draw the lottery during the evening break. Returning to the bedroom, Qi Lu immediately opened the elixir egg pool. Because the class inheritance scroll channel and the black market for special items are really not suitable for testing what products the system has expanded. One is a draw opportunity once a month. One is refreshed once a day. It is still comfortable to purchase these egg pools. Small Battle Soul Pill, excellent grade, permanently increases the user's strength and attack power by a small amount. Each person is limited to 3 pills in a lifetime, with no usage restrictions. War Soul Pill, rare level, permanently increases the user's strength and attack power by a small amount, and has a small probability of strengthening the user's understanding of their own martial arts. Each person is limited to 1 pill in his or her lifetime. Usage restrictions, all warrior classes. Body Tempering Pill, rare level, permanently improves the user's physical condition by a small amount, and has a small probability of strengthening the user's physical condition twice. Each person is limited to 1 pill in his or her lifetime. Usage restrictions, all warrior classes. Concealment Pill, permanently enhances the user's small amount of perception, and has a small probability of strengthening the user's ability to control the breath. It can perfectly hide one's own breath. Each person is limited to 1 pill in a lifetime. Usage restrictions, assassin class. Qi Lu spent a lot of money this time and directly took 300 draws from the elixir egg pool. It can be considered as something gained. There are 4 new elixirs, all of which are elixirs that permanently improve attributes. And among these 4 kinds of elixirs, 3 of them are rare level elixirs. I have to say that after the expansion of purchase channels, there are indeed more good things. Although there are restrictions on the use of rare level elixirs, and each person can only use 1 in a lifetime. However, the attributes that 1 rare level elixir can permanently increase are definitely more than those of 3 excellent level elixirs. This can be seen in the price. Moreover, the real value of the rare level elixir that appears this time does not lie in permanently increasing attributes, but in the effect that appears with a small probability. There is a small probability of strengthening the user's understanding of your own martial arts. There is a small chance that the user's physique will be strengthened twice. It has a small probability to strengthen the user's ability to control the breath, and can perfectly hide one's own breath. These effects that appear with a small probability are simply tailor-made effects for those classes whose use is restricted. For example, for the warrior class, understanding one's own martial arts is something that must be mastered. It is the foundation for settling down and establishing a life. There is also a concealment pill that can only be used by the assassin class, which can perfectly conceal one's own aura. This is simply a magical skill for assassins. Assassins are a class that lurks in the darkness. Concealing one's own aura is the basic skill of every assassin. But this technique of concealing aura is useless in front of some strong people with keen perception. However, mastering the perfect level of hidden aura is different. Even those with extremely keen perception cannot sense the perfectly concealed aura. For example, when Qi Lu was in the store, he was in this state. As long as Qi Lu doesn't reveal his aura, in everyone's eyes, he is just an ordinary person. It is indeed a good thing to expand. Qi Lu has been able to confirm that, generally speaking, the quality of these expanded products will be better than the existing products. However, Qi Lu was not sure whether 300 draws could extract all the expanded types of elixirs. After all, according to the probability set by the system, the probability of some particularly rare pills appearing is extremely low. It all depends on the face. Just like when Ling Xiao drew the Death Knight pet card. 3,000 cigarettes were not shipped. If Ling Diawu hadn't taken action in the end and saved Ling Xiao with one shot, Ling Xiao would probably have been killed on the spot. Forget it, draw the elixir here first. Qi Lu was not ready to continue smoking. Because if I continue to smoke, there will be no room for these elixirs in the warehouse. After all, although the combat power improvement training room area is blessed with space folding magic, the warehouse is not blessed with space folding magic. Therefore, when Qi Lu purchases goods, he must watch them. Therefore, after drawing the elixir, Qi Lu did not plan to draw weapons and armor. The elixirs are still in small porcelain bottles after all, and you can put a few bottles in any corner of the warehouse. As for weapons and armor, that takes up too much space. Save it for the next time someone comes to buy weapons and armor in bulk. However, what comes next is the moment Qi Lu is most looking forward to. Snack extraction. And beverage extraction. System, I want to extract snacks. Qi Lu shouted in his mind. This kind of lottery opportunity is not an expansion of purchase channels. You have to call the system to use it. System, host, please be prepared. Bang! The system responded quickly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a sign was thrown in front of Qi Lu. It almost hit Qi Lu in the face. Wow, system, I want to complain about your service attitude, it's extremely bad. Qi Lu was so frightened that he took a few steps back. With lingering fear in his heart, he said viciously in his mind. System, I am just testing the host's reaction ability. Unfortunately, the host's reaction ability is really low. It seems that the next upgrade task and the trial room task must be doubled. Sorry, it is my fault. Qi Li's attitude towards admitting his mistakes is extremely good. There was nothing he could do about it, because being mentioned by the system, the pain he suffered in the trial room came back to Qi Li's mind. That was really a not-so-good memory. System, if you know your mistakes, you can correct them, and there is no greater good. Qi Lu was speechless for a moment. He could only look at the standing sign in front of him. On the standing sign that the system smashed in front of Qi Lu, there were 9 pieces of opaque tape arranged in a 9-square grid. According to the instructions written on the standing sign, you should choose 2 of the 9 pieces of tape and tear them apart. The lottery method has a new twist. Qi Lu doesn't care about the choice of lottery method. It all depends on luck anyway. It is also impossible for the system to let Qi Lu choose. System, it should be okay if I wait a while and then draw the lottery. Qi Lu asked cautiously. System, as long as you, the host, don't tear off the 2 pieces of tape, this stand will always exist. That's good. After Qi Lu got the answer, he immediately went to the bathroom and took a serious shower. It's a pity that I forgot to buy some incense again this time. Let me see what the first snack will be. After taking a shower, Qi Lu looked particularly confident and directly chose the middle piece of tape to tear open. Under the tape, 3 big characters appeared immediately. Fried chicken wings. System, congratulations to the host for getting the snack, fried chicken wings. Qi Lu? So can fried chicken wings be considered a snack? This is blatantly deceiving Qi Lu, a senior, handsome man. This is obviously fast food. A bucket of 10 wings can even serve as a meal. I really can't guess what's in the head of this Irby system. However, although Qi Lu was muttering in his mouth, he was still able to accept the fried chicken wings thing in his heart. It's better to have a regular meal than to satisfy your hunger with buckets of instant noodles every day. Although the food produced by the system is definitely not as unhealthy as junk food, you will still get tired of it if you eat it every day. Fried chicken wings. Happy fried chicken wings are irresistibly delicious. Long-term consumption can slightly improve the health of the eater. Price, a pair of 15 spiritual crystals, including 1 wing center and 1 wing root. The special effects are okay. After Qi Lu checked the description of the fried chicken wings, his satisfaction increased a bit. Although snacks are mainly about taste, the special effects of snacks are also a major means to increase sales. Even if there is only a slight effect, it is enough for those rich children to flock to it. Continue. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief into the palm of his hand, and then tore off the tape in the upper left corner. Double cheese beef burger? Puff. Qi Lu almost sprayed blood on the standing sign. Previously, the fried chicken wings were categorized as snacks, which was already very reluctant. Now that there is a double cheese beef burger, Qi Lu can no longer force himself to help the system round it off. If you get happy fat house water from the next drink. Qi Lu felt that his shop might be turned into a fast food restaurant. Forget it, if you exclude the word snack, burgers are actually pretty good. Qi Lu comforted himself in his heart, and then clicked on the details of the double cheese beef burger. Double cheese beef burger, cheese is power. Long-term consumption of double cheese beef burgers will slightly increase the strength attributes of the eater. Friendly reminder, the double cheese beef burger is generous in portion. Please pay attention to your food intake before purchasing. Price, 50 spiritual crystals each. God, cheese is power. So beef is just an added bonus? So are the special effects given by the system to these snacks so careless? When Qi Lu saw these advertisements, he felt his head hurt. Please help me remove this sign. I don't want to see it now, thank you. Also, I want to continue drawing drinks. By the way, don't bring me this Kindoff thing again. Qi Lu covered his forehead and said weakly. System, as you wish. Then, the system took back the standing sign, and then a small cylinder appeared on the table in the bedroom. In this small cylinder, there are also many small signs similar to chopsticks. Draw lots? Qi Lu looked very familiar to this small cylinder. Isn't this just a lottery ticket? System, please host, please start the lottery. This is the first time Qi Lu has asked for a signature in such a long time from his previous life to this life. This is the first time in such a long time that Qi Lu has asked for an autograph. It is said that beginners are very lucky. Qi Lu felt that if he drew the lottery by himself, his luck would not be too bad. Give me a sign. Qi Lu grabbed the small cylinder on the table and began to shake it vigorously. The signs inside were rattling, and after shaking for a long time, a sign fell out of the tube. Qi Lu quickly picked it up and took a look. Orange juice. Although the system's perception of snacks is slightly biased, at least in terms of drinks, the system's definition is still very correct. Juice is a very classic type of drink. Orange juice, squeezed from fresh sweet oranges, it has a pure natural taste and the ultimate enjoyment. Long-term drinking can slightly enhance the speed off the drinker's magic power. Price, 15 spiritual crystals per bottle. A drink suitable for the magician class. To be precise, it should be suitable for all classes that use magic power, such as priests and alchemists. Finally, a normal drink, it's a sign of approval. Although Qi Lu prefers soda drinks, he doesn't dislike juice either. It's nice to change up the flavors once in a while. Come again, just sign in this time. Qi Lu took a deep breath and started shaking the lottery tube again. The signatures collided with each other in the small cylinder, and they rang again. Amidst the clattering sound, a signature fell out and landed on the table. Qi Lu immediately reached out, grabbed it and took a look. 3 small characters came into view. Black coffee. Black coffee? Qi Li's expression changed, and without saying a word, he just wanted to put the signature in his hand back into the tube. If it's sweet coffee or milk-covered coffee, Qi Li can still accept it. After all, the taste of sweet coffee and milk-covered coffee is very good, and it is also a very good choice as an after-dinner drink. However, black coffee is different. Black coffee is pure coffee without any other ingredients and has the unique bitter taste of coffee. Although there are ways to drink with sugar and milk, Qi Lu is sure that this stingy system will never provide rock sugar or milk. As for drinking pure black coffee, Qi Lu said that he really couldn't get used to the bitter taste. System: congratulations to the host for drawing black coffee. The reward has been distributed. Putting back the signature is invalid. Seeing Qi Lu frustrated, the system immediately came out to add insult to injury. By the way, he also took back the lottery tube in Qi Li's hand. Okay, you're awesome. Qi Lu said something viciously in his mind. System: thank you host for the compliment. Qi Lu spat in dissatisfaction and said, I'm not praising you. System: please host to receive black coffee. Tisk. Qi Lu felt that this second stroke system seemed to have become clever, and it actually knew how to use detours to ridicule him. But no matter how reluctant he was, he took it out on his own. Just sign it. Qi Lu helplessly checked the details of black coffee. Black coffee, the purest taste, bringing a different experience. After drinking it, half of the drinker's mental power is instantly restored, and within the next half hour, the recovery speed of the drinker's mental power is greatly increased. Note that this effect can only be triggered once a day, with an interval of 24 hours. In addition, black coffee can be taken out of the store. Price: 15 spiritual crystals per bottle. Although the taste of black coffee is not very good in Qi Li's impression, the special effects of black coffee seem to be very good. Mental power is different from fighting spirit and magic power. The function of mental power is mainly to control fighting spirit and magic power, and secondly, to sense and release pressure. In battle, mental power is no less important than fighting spirit and magic power, or even more important. Once the mental power is exhausted, no matter how much fighting spirit and magic power is left, it can only operate spontaneously. However, this situation is still relatively rare. After all, casting magic requires much more magic power than mental power. The more important role of mental power is to control magic, not to release magic. Therefore, the greater the intensity of the battle, the more exquisitely the combat skills are used, and the longer the battle lasts, the greater the consumption of mental energy. The emergence of black coffee perfectly solves this problem. No matter how intense the battle is, no matter how much mental energy is consumed, a sip of black coffee will instantly replenish your state. Then use the Qi recovery pill to restore magic power. Coupled with the healing pill, the blood volume can be restored. You can fight for as long as you want. Hopefully they won't mind the weird taste of black coffee. Qi Lu shrugged and ran downstairs, ready to have a midnight snack. It is the responsibility of a store manager to do first-hand reviews of new products in the store. All right. In fact, it was because Qi Lu hadn't eaten dinner yet in order to collect items from the ruins, and now he was a little hungry. On the first floor, the snack vending machine and the beverage vending machine indeed have two more options. Qi Lu didn't need to think about it and directly took out all 4 new products. The fried chicken wings are packed in a delicate little paper box with 2 pictures of fried chicken wings printed on it. Opening the lid of the carton, a rich fragrance immediately wafted out, making people salivate in the mouth and move their index fingers. This familiar smell is indeed the fried chicken wings in my memory. As a senior handsome guy, Qi Lu is very familiar with food like fried chicken wings. With one bite, Qi Li's entire mouth was instantly filled with a crisp, fragrant and crispy texture amidst the completely non-cloying fried aroma. The chicken inside the crispy shell is tender and juicy, leaving you with endless aftertaste. One wing was not big, but it was eaten in just 4 or 5 bites. This is so delicious. It's at least 10 times better than the fried chicken wings I've had before. Qi Lu reluctantly put down the bones, without a trace of chicken on them. If Qi Lu hadn't needed to maintain the aloofness of the store manager, he might have chewed the bones and swallowed them. After all, Yu Xuanxue was still staying up all night on the first floor. It's okay to have a late-night snack, but it's really unsightly to eat chicken wings without spitting out the bones. If Yu Xuanxue discovers it, Qi Li's face will be lost. The remaining wing root tastes more tender than the middle wing, and there is more chicken that can be eaten. Sure enough, meat is more delicious. If you eat instant noodles every day, even if you change the taste, it's not as refreshing as eating meat. Qi Lu put down the chicken bones in his hand and picked up the orange juice. The drinks produced by the system have so far been packaged in 500 milliliters glass bottles. There is no pattern on the bottle, just the color of the drink itself. Although the color of this orange juice is orange with gold, when you look through the glass bottle, you can see a hint of crystal clearness, like a bottle-shaped orange crystal. Although the color of this orange juice is orange with gold, when you look through the glass bottle, you can see a hint of crystal clearness, like a bottle-shaped orange crystal. When you open the cap of the bottle, a refreshing fragrance immediately wafts out. The fragrance of orange juice is different from the richness of fried chicken wings, but has a touch of sweetness unique to oranges. Just smelling this fragrance, you can imagine the delicious taste of orange juice. Qi Lu took a big sip, directly. A burst of sweetness instantly spreads in the mouth, sweet but not greasy, it can be said to be the best. The sweetness and fragrance of this orange juice are mixed together, as if you are in an orange garden, a breeze blows, and the fragrance of the garden hits your face. Enjoyable. Although I can't drink happy fat house water, it's not bad to be able to drink orange juice. Qi Lu let out a long breath. The orange juice produced by the system is infinitely better than the orange juice that is sweetened with saccharin and is cloyingly sweet. Pure natural taste, the ultimate enjoyment. This advertisement is written without any lies. Look at how the double cheese beef burger tastes. The portion of a pair of chicken wings is really too small. Qi Lu picked up the double cheese beef burger from the counter. As the friendly reminder in the description says, the portion of the double cheese beef burger is indeed so large that Qi Lu could hardly hold it with both hands. Take one bite. Full of the mellow flavor of cheese and the delicious taste of beef. The rich cheese and tender and juicy beef are mixed together, making the already extremely thick and mellow taste become more layered. The satisfying feeling of eating a big mouthful of meat is even more addictive. Wow, this is the winning lottery draw. After finishing the double cheese beef burger, Qi Lu wiped his hands and touched his belly with satisfaction. The portion of a hamburger is much larger than that of bucket instant noodles. Especially since there are 2 beef patties inside, it makes you feel full even more. Cheese is power. Qi Lu picked up the last remaining bottle of black coffee, humming an unknown tune, and slowly came to the booth next to Yu Xuanxue and sat down. Huh? Qi Lu, what is that in your hand? Yu Xuanxue's sharp eyes immediately saw the glass bottle in Qi Li's hand. The black gem-like liquid inside made Yu Xuanxue's eyes shine slightly. This is called black coffee, do you want to try it? Qi Lu shook the glass bottle in his hand, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked. That's right, Qi Lu still didn't want to drink black coffee, so he decided to let Yu Xuanxue try the taste. You would be so kind as to buy me a drink? Yu Xuanxue suddenly became alert. As the saying goes, if you are courteous for nothing, then you must like me, bah, you must be either a traitor or a thief. It's just that you work hard all day and all night, so forget it if you don't drink. Qi Lu didn't force it. Liar also pays attention to the basic laws, and it is a good way to retreat while advancing. Wait, give me the black coffee. Yu Xuanxue finally couldn't help but took the bait. The spirit-eating cat is naturally greedy, adhering to the principle of not taking advantage of the bastard, and will step on every trap. Qile smiled and placed the black coffee next to Yu Xuanxue. Yu Xuanxue stared at Qile before opening the lid of the glass bottle. In an instant, a unique aroma of coffee emerged from the glass bottle and lingered in the noses of one person and one cat. Smell good. Yu Xuanxue's eyes shined. Wow, it smells so good. After Yu Xuanxue smelled this mellow smell, her eyes suddenly lit up. This strong aroma is indeed pure black coffee. Qile also narrowed his eyes slightly, smelling this unique mellow fragrance. I have to say that the strong aroma of black coffee is a very pleasant smell. Even people who don't like coffee should not reject this mellow aroma. Yu Xuanxue's nostrils twitched, she held the glass bottle in her little paws and poured a sip of black coffee into her mouth. Then, Yu Xuanxue's eyes widened instantly, her diamond-shaped beast pupils narrowed slightly, and the whole cat suddenly became more energetic. How is the taste? Qile asked, pretending to be casual. It tastes weird, but it's refreshing. Yu Xuanxue smacked her mouth twice, then stuck out her little tongue and licked the black coffee on the fluff beside her lips into her mouth. After tasting it for a while, Yu Xuanxue said again, "It's very suitable for staying up all night." That's all? Qile looked at Yu Xuanxue, wanting to wait for it to say something else. But obviously, it is very unreliable to expect a kitten to use gorgeous words to evaluate a drink like a gourmet. It is even foolish to expect a kitten to be able to fully describe the taste of a drink. That's all. Yu Xuanxue nodded, once again confirming Qile's stupid decision. Excuse me, take my leave. Qile turned around and left, returning to the drink vending machine. In the end, I decided to drink black coffee by myself. There is no way, who makes Qile curious. Opening the bottle cap, Qile took a sip of black coffee with a feeling of resignation. The first time you enter the mouth, a bitter taste comes out. But surprisingly, this bitter taste was not unpleasant, but had an extremely smooth and mellow taste that swept over Qile's taste buds. Immediately afterwards, a slight sour taste emerged from the bitter taste. This hint of sourness perfectly fills in the defect of bitterness and elevates the taste of black coffee to another level. Gudong. Qile couldn't help but swallow the black coffee in his mouth. After swallowing it, a sense of sweetness spread in Qile's mouth. Although it was not very strong, it was continuous and endless. The layers of flavors are even more memorable. Although I can't appreciate it, I have to admit that black coffee is really delicious. Qile exhaled a long breath, followed by a faint scent of coffee. However, a new trouble also appeared. The black coffee produced by the system is really refreshing. Qile now feels like he is not sleepy at all. How could I forget this? Qile stared at the black coffee in his hand, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Forget it, just spend the night with Yu Xuanxue. The next day, Yu Xier yawned and came down from the second floor. At a glance, he saw Qile drinking black coffee and chatting with Yu Xuanxue in the booth next to him. Store manager, didn't you sleep last night? Yu Xier couldn't help but ask. It's dawn. After Qile heard Yu Xier's voice, he suddenly realized that it was already lit up outside the store. The effect of black coffee is really powerful. I didn't sleep all night and I didn't feel anything at all. Then open the door and I'll sort out the shelves. I'll have some new products to tell you later. It's daybreak, then go open the door and I'll sort out the shelves. By the way, I have several new products I want to tell you about later. Qile walked out of the booth and spoke energetically. Okay, store manager. Yu Xier responded and went to open the store door. Qile was also busy putting the elixirs he had taken out last night on the shelves. For breakfast, Yu Xier still chose the combination of pure milk and bacon sandwich. Because Yu Xier feels that eating meat early in the morning is still not good. Moreover, the portion of fried chicken wings is indeed a bit small. Boss, Sheer, good morning. Hu Shou followed the first light from the sky and walked into the store. Good morning. Yu Sheer wiped the pure milk from the corner of her mouth and replied. Morning. Qila leaned on the sofa, raised his eyes, replied with one word, paused, and then said, You came very early today. That's not true. I came here without even eating breakfast, just to do some activities. Hu Shou said with a smile. The stand-in dolls produced in the limited time event of the Doll Maze are quasi-artifact level props that everyone must have. The limited time event ended last night. Qila looked at Hu Shou's smiling face, tilted his head, and spoke slowly. The previous Doll Maze limited time event ended automatically after the mission of exploring the ruins was completed and the system released the rewards for the New World Mode version update. No one probably knows about this yet. Because of the news about the end of the event, they will not see the world announcement until after it goes online today. What? The smile on Hu Shou's face turned stiff instantly. It feels like you have saved a lot of money through hard work, and you are about to buy a limited edition product, but the store clerk tells you that the product has been sold out. It just so happens that you haven't had breakfast yet. Try the new products, the double cheese beef burger and orange juice. It should make you feel better. Qila said calmly. The method of promoting new products is still so subtle. Boss, are you selling new products? Hu Shou said dumbfounded. The matter has reached this point, and the use of sadness is of little use. It is better to pack up and wait for the next activity. Of course not. I just saw that you were in a bad mood and wanted to give you some advice. Naturally, Qi Lu would not admit that he was just promoting. Just kidding, with the quality of the products in the store, does the store manager still need to sell them? Okay, it's just a suggestion. I'll go and see for myself. Hu Shou could only follow Qi Li's words and came to the snack vending machine. Double cheeseburger, right. Hu Shou took a look at the price, 50 spiritual crystals each. This price almost shocked Hu Shou. In just one meal, I ate half of a hero-level magic core. This was a bit too luxurious. Cheese is strength, you know, eating it regularly can increase your strength attributes. Qila said calmly on the sofa. Increase strength? Buy it. Upon hearing this, Hu Shou inserted his membership card into the card slot of the snack vending machine without hesitation. As the prices of goods in Qila stores are increasing day by day, the role of membership cards is gradually being updated, and now they can basically be used in the store. After all, no one would carry tens of thousands of spiritual crystals with them. No wonder it takes 50 spiritual crystals, the weight is just different. Hu Shou took out the double cheese beef burger from the outlet and couldn't help but let out a sigh. This amount is enough for at least 3 bacon sandwiches. The portion size of the double cheese beef burger and the double beef patty inside can be said to be especially for the tastes of mercenaries like Hu Shou. Eat big mouthfuls of meat and drink big bowls of wine. Although there is no wine for sale in Qila's store yet. But if you can already eat a lot of meat, will wine be far behind? Moreover, the strength attribute is also a very important attribute for the Berserker class. It can not only satisfy the appetite, but also improve one's strength. Why not do it? It's just a pity that the boss doesn't have any wine in the shop. Hu Shou stuffed the last bite of the double cheese beef burger into his mouth, and while taking a long breath of satisfaction, he couldn't help but sigh. Wine. Qila seemed a little dazed when he heard this word. If alcoholic drinks are really taken out, Qila's store may really have to transform. But Hu Shou just said it casually. After finishing the double cheese beef burger, Hu Shou bought another Botleaf Sprite. In the absence of alcohol, this slightly stimulating soda drink is a great alternative. What's more, alcohol can also slow down people's reaction speed and reduce their judgment ability. A truly disciplined mercenary team will not drink before going on a mission. Might as well have a bottle of Sprite. My heart feels cool and my heart is soaring. One sip instantly dispels the summer heat, leaving your mind clear and your spirit high. Cool. Hu Shou drank an entire bottle of Sprite in one go, and then burped heavily. The carbon dioxide in soda drinks comes up from the stomach, and then gets stuck in the throat and cannot come out. Can you not feel comfortable with that feeling of being close to death? I think it's not easy for you to come so early. There are some new pills over there that you might be interested in. Qila looked at Hu Shou's almost choked expression and spoke slowly. Huh? There's a new elixir in the store? What kind of elixir is it? Hu Shou instantly became interested. Qila's shop was founded on elixirs. Compared with weapons and armor, elixir scan play a very critical role in many cases. Except for the healing pill and the rejuvenation pill. Those elixirs that temporarily increase attributes can also play a great role in combat. If it can be used at some critical moments, it can even reverse the situation off the battle. There are just a few elixirs that can permanently increase attributes. Please ask Shi'er for the specific effects. Qila waved his hand and blinked in confusion. Last night, I drank black coffee and cleared the maze with Yushuang Xue. I was so excited that I almost forgot that I drank too much black coffee, which is much better than any stimulant. As soon as the effect of strengthening the recovery speed of mental power passed, Qila suddenly became sleepy. It seems like you really can't drink too much black coffee on a normal day. Qila looked at Hu Shou walking to the counter and rubbed his half-closed eyes. After testing, drinking black coffee can indeed restore mental energy, and can make the drinker more excited and easier to concentrate. As long as your mental strength is not exhausted, you can keep fighting. But the bad thing is, once the drinker relaxes, the fatigue suppressed by black coffee will come back with a vengeance. No wonder the black coffee with such outstanding special effects only sells for 15 spiritual crystals per bottle. But this is not a side effect. It's no wonder that a bottle of black coffee with such outstanding special effects only costs 15 spiritual crystals. It turns out that this kind of stamina still exists. However, this is not a side effect. Because as long as the drinker's spirit remains tense, the fatigue suppressed by the effect of black coffee will never appear. Until this state of mental tension comes into contact, or until the mental power is exhausted. However, as long as it lasts 24 hours, this black coffee can bear filled. At most, it's just that after the battle, you need a few more days of rest. But Hu Shou, who was sent away by Qi Lu, quickly ran to the counter. Shi'er, I heard from the boss that several new elixirs have been released in the store. What are their effects? Hu Shou asked very expectantly. New elixirs. Let me think about it. The new elixirs released today include the small battle soul pill, the battle soul pill, the body tempering pill, and the concealment pill. Shi'er briefly recalled what Qi Lu had said to her about 10 minutes ago. Then he introduced these 4 elixirs to Hu Shou. All are elixirs that permanently increase attributes. But the quantity doesn't seem to be much. After Shi'er finished the introduction, she thought for a while and added another sentence. When she was watching Qi Lu replenish the goods, Shi'er also took a few glances at them. These elixirs that permanently increase attributes were indeed very few. This is mainly due to the probability of trapping goods set by the system for those purchase channels. The better the product, the lower the shipment rate. It really takes the rare thing to the extreme. However, if products with a lower probability of shipment can be priced higher, there will be no problem. However, the biggest problem is that this 2 billion system is the first step in the marketing strategy of scarcity, which is to ensure the scarcity of quality goods. However, the second step, which is to raise the price, was not carried out. So it's no wonder Qi Lu doesn't care about these pills. Anyway, it's enough for me alone. Torosari shrugged and said cheerfully. According to past experience, for these elixirs that permanently increase attributes, a person can take 3 pills in a lifetime, and a person can only take 1 pill in a lifetime if they are better. No matter how small the quantity is, there is always one. I haven't been here for a while, but the store manager actually has elixirs exclusive to the assassin class. Yojiu, who had just returned to Cloud Mist City from the ruins, came to the store and happened to hear Yushir introducing the hidden pill, and she suddenly became happy. Rare level elixirs have usage restrictions. Especially those elixirs that permanently increase attributes. In the past, Qi Li's store had produced many elixirs that permanently increased attributes, but they were either restricted to the knight class or restricted to the magician class. Even the berserker has his own elixir. It really hurts those who are in the wrong class. There are also 2 types of elixirs that are restricted to the warrior class. Zier now also has elixirs available that can permanently increase attributes. Lan Yi followed closely and walked into the store. As a gun knight, Lan Yi had already taken the iron armor pill that the store had previously sold. Store manager, when will the elixirs used by the archer class come out in your store? Lan Qinger asked, pretending to be resentful. Yes, store manager, I strongly urge you to come up with a kind of elixir for priests. Xiao also agreed. As for Nailan Qinqi, he was already hiding aside and snickering. Store manager, when will the elixirs used by the archer class come out in your store? Lan Qinger asked, pretending to be resentful. Yes, the store manager, I strongly urge you to come up with a kind of elixir used by the priest class. Xiao also echoed from the side. As for Nailan Qinqi, who was following behind, he was already hiding aside and snickering. A magic elixir that is common to all magician classes. A kind of ice and snow elixir, tailor-made for the ice element magician class. Before the appearance of this expanded elixir, magician could be said to be the most popular class in Qi Li's shop. Store manager, long time no see. Fei Shue walked at the end and said hello to Qi Lu. Long time no see, didn't we just meet yesterday? After Yojiu asked Yushir about the effect of the elixir, she was no longer in a hurry, so she ran back again. The assassin class is not a common class. Compared with the warrior class, knight class, and magician class, it can even be said to be rare. Therefore, Yojiu is not worried that the hidden pill will be discovered first. Good morning, the elixir you want is not available yet. We will let you know when it is available. Qi Lu leaned on the sofa, already feeling a little sleepy. However, for the sake of the image of the store manager, Qi Lu insisted on not falling down. Okay, since the store manager said so, don't bother the store manager anymore. In the end, Lan Yu was considerate. Seeing Qi Li's low energy, he sent the rest of Lan Ye's team away. Although Lan Ye was also curious about why Qi Li appeared outside the ruins yesterday. But when facing a strong man of this level, it's best not to mention a word off what he doesn't want to say. With his own strength, he overpowered 8 heroes and forced them to compromise. Is this something that an average strong person can do? Big brother. After the others left, a cold wind blew on Qi Li's face, dispelling his sleepiness a little. Is it Xing Lian? Qi Li half opened his eyes and stretched out a hand, palm facing up. Soon, countless tiny ice crystals gathered from all over the shop onto the palm of Qi Li's hand, and then condensed into a small ice blue dragon. You practiced elementalization very well. Qi Li gently held Xing Lian, and he could feel a hint of coolness on his palms. This chill was not caused by Xing Lian's inability to contain the power of the frozen fruit, but the unique coldness of the dragon soul state. If Xing Lian had a physical body, this coolness would naturally disappear. However, after signing a 2-soul contract with Lan Zier, it was destined that Xing Lian would never have another physical body. And after gaining the power of frozen fruit, it is even more impossible for this coldness to disappear. But there are good and bad things about this. Although Xing Lian can no longer possess another physical body, in the Dragon Soul state, he can exert 120% of the power of the frozen fruit. Thanks to Big Brother for his teachings. Xing Lian tilted his little head and said with a smile. It's just some simple tricks. The power of frozen fruit is very powerful. You still need to discover many things by yourself. Qi Lu smiled, stretched out his finger, and tapped Xing Lian's forehead. Although Qi Lu himself does not know how to elementalize, he possesses magic proficiency skills, coupled with his research on frozen fruits. This makes Qi Li's theoretical knowledge very rich. Although Qi Lu himself does not know how to elementalize. But have you never eaten pork or seen a pig running? He possesses magic proficiency skills, coupled with his research on frozen fruits in his previous life. This makes Qi Li's theoretical knowledge very rich. Anyway, Xing Lian is in the Dragon Soul state. No matter how hard he practices, he can't get bad. But as Qi Lu said, frozen fruit is a treasure-level commodity, and the power it possesses, theoretically speaking, is at least heroic level according to the realm. And because of the characteristics of the ice elemental power, it is almost invincible in the same realm. In other words, if the power of the frozen fruit is fully exerted, at least, it will be a heroic and invincible existence. However, it is a pity that Xing Lian's current strength is only at the peak of professional level according to realm. Probably also because of Lan Zier's restriction. The contract between two souls means that one will be prosperous and both will be prosperous, and one will suffer both losses. Although Xing Lian does not need to try the crystal to advance to the next level, Lan Zier does need it to advance to the next level. However, it is foreseeable that with the existence of Xing Lian, as long as there are enough trial crystals, Lan Zier can at least become a peak hero-level powerhouse. Rather than those with insufficient qualifications. Once the level reaches a certain level, it can no longer be improved. This is not because of insufficient resources, but simply because of insufficient qualifications. To give a very simple example, resources water, qualification is the container holding water, and strength is the amount of water owned. Even if you are given a piece of sea, if the container is too small, how much water can it hold? On the contrary, those with excellent qualifications can soar as long as they are given some resources. Okay, let's go find Zier. In a few days, there should be Grandmaster Leveltrial crystals for sale in the store. Qi Lu knew that Xing Lian came here just to let him test her training results. If it weren't for Lan Zier's restriction, Xing Lian would have reached the Grandmaster level at this moment. However, when it comes to Grandmaster level trial crystals, the trial room only produces one crystal every week. Although the output speed of Brave level trial crystals and Professional Leveltrial crystals is not bad. But relatively speaking, these two levels of trial crystals are not particularly rare among the major forces. Therefore, Qi Lu plans to save a few more Grandmaster level trial crystals and display them together. Support the scene. Qi Lida is a store manager, and he has managed to create an image in front of customers. If he puts a bunch of Brave level trial crystals and Professional level trial crystals, wouldn't it be downgraded? Well, goodbye Big Brother. Xing Lian nodded, turned into ice crystals all over the sky again, and flew towards Lan Zier. Yu Shi'er is looking after the store, so there should be no problem. It better take a nap first. Qi Lu couldn't help but yawn, then leaned on the soft sofa and closed his eyes. The imperial city of Huangyuan Empire. In the study of the current Fire Emperor, Ling Ao and Ling Xiao sat opposite each other at the two ends of the desk. On the table, there was a turtle the size of a millstone with a strange appearance. After coming out of the ruins, it took a whole night. The harvests of everyone belonging to the Huangyuan Empire are all tallied and stored in the treasury. And during the morning court today, Ling Ao also formally rewarded the explorers of these ruins in the court hall. But in the end, there was still one treasure that had not been put into storage. That is the turtle now on the table in the Fire Emperor's study. During the morning court today, Ling Ao formally commended and rewarded the explorers of these ruins in the court hall. However, in the end, there was still one treasure that was not put into storage. That is the turtle now on the table in the Fire Emperor's study. Is this your biggest gain in the ruins? Ling Ao looked at the turtle in front of him and asked, suspiciously. After the 10,000 years black turtle absorbed the dragon's blood and became smaller, in order to preserve its physical strength, it took the initiative to enter a dormant state, and it has not woken up yet. Because of dormancy, the breath is restrained. It saves a lot of trouble. But it was also because of this incident that the current scene happened. Father, let me reiterate, this is really Senior Xin Gui. Ling Xiao said very seriously. According to ancient records, the 10,000-year black turtle is powerful, but it likes to be quiet and sleepy, and its body is like a mountain. Ignore the first item for now. The second item is indeed very consistent, but the body shape is similar to a mountain. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it. Ling Arrogant said arrogantly. I have never heard that a 10,000-year black turtle can change its size. And there is a record at the back of the ancient book. It is said that the 10,000-year black turtle was only a flash in the Panan history, and was later hunted and killed for various reasons. If the 10,000-year-old turtle really had the ability to change its size, it wouldn't be possible for them to be hunted down completely. Actually, there is a reason for this. After hearing this, Ling Xiao told the story about Qi Lu appearing and taking out the dragon's essence and blood. What did you say? You said that store manager Qi had entered the ruins. Ling Ao couldn't help being shocked after hearing Ling Xiao's words, with a look of shock on his face. When the ruins were closed yesterday, Qi Lu broke through the void and came outside the ruins through the space gate. This move already shocked the 8 heroes present. And Ling Ao had already tried his best to overestimate Qi Li's strength before. But I didn't expect that in the end. I still underestimated Qi Li's strength. It can ignore the space barrier of the ruins and the maximum strength limit, directly break through the space, and come and go freely. Such strength, such amazing means. It has completely crushed the hero level. Could it be that store manager Qi is impossible? There hasn't been a strong person in the eastern wasteland for many years. Ling Ao shook his head, trying to throw these unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. But in the end, the more I thought about it, the more possible it became. Ling Xiao didn't notice Ling Ao's look, but at the end of the sentence, he slammed his palm, as if he suddenly remembered something, and said loudly, I almost forgot, I still owe the store manager the dragon's blood. No spiritual crystal was given. What? Ling Ao stared at Ling Xiao. Well, Father, I wonder if you can ask the treasury to allocate a batch of spiritual crystals so that I can pay back the spiritual crystals I owe to the store manager first. Ling Xiao said with a flattering smile. You. Ling Ao's mouth twitched and he stared for a long time. Finally, he sighed silently and said, the spirit crystal will be allocated to you tomorrow. It's really difficult to ask you to do something. Last time I went to reinforce Yashuiguan, I came back and asked for a batch off military expenses. This time I went to a ruins and asked the treasury to allocate spiritual crystals. Father is wise. Ling Xiao had a sneer on his face. There is no way, people under the eaves have to lower their heads. Those who want money are definitely not strong enough, not to mention that the person in front of them is their own father. So they can only laugh and apologize. But what you just meant was that there is dragon essence and blood in store manager Qi. Ling Ao pondered for a moment and suddenly asked. Qi Li's true strength remains to be discussed, but what is certain is that he's definitely not someone they can afford to offend. So this matter can be put aside for the time being. But the dragon essence and blood are good things. Whether used to refine medicine or simply used to temper the body, they are all top-notch materials. The price is astronomical, and there is always a price, but no market. Not to mention whether giant dragons can still be found on the territory of the human race. Even if they are found, there is still a chance to trade some ordinary dragon blood with these proud giant dragons. But it is absolutely impossible for these proud dragons to contribute their own blood. Therefore, it is understandable that Ling Ao would be interested. "Father, do you want the dragon's essence and blood?" Ling Xiao felt a little strange about his own father's attention. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Ling Ao asked back, feeling that his third son's question was stupid. As long as the pure dragon blood essence is properly preserved, its effectiveness will not dissipate even if it is stored for thousands of years. If you have the chance, it's no problem to store some. But what's the use of the dragon's essence and blood? If you really want torfine medicine, it's better to go to the store and take 2 pills. Ling Zai can't help but say. To be honest, the elixirs in Qi Li's shop are much more effective than Thedragon's essence and blood. In fact, this is also the reason why the system says that dragon blood is not precious after it obtains it. Elixir? Ling Ao vaguely remembered hearing this word from Gu Pingchuan. Yes, there are many types of elixirs in Manager Qi's store, especially those that permanently increase attributes. As soon as Ling Xiao talked about this, he suddenly became eloquent and talked endlessly. You know, Ling Xiao actually got up early for a while in order to grab these elixirs that permanently increase attributes, and he didn't stop until he had bought everything he could eat. Elixir that permanently increases attributes? When Ling Ao heard this, he stood up with a ting sound. The degree of shock was even worse than when Gu Pingchuan and others first heard about it. No wonder Ling Ao was so shocked. The stronger you are, the harder it is to break the iron laws of this world. And the permanent increase in attributes is really too much for some strong people to improve. At the same level, the gap between those who have filled up their elixirs and those who have not taken any elixirs will only increase as more and more types of elixirs are available in Qila's store. Getting bigger. But in the end, the difference in strength was only 30 to 50%, which was completely easy. Don't underestimate this 30% to 50%. A duel between strong men can be said to be a matter of 1,000 miles. A slight mistake and the disadvantage will be infinitely magnified. Not to mention the huge gap in strength. Father, please calm down. If you go there now, you will definitely not be able to grab it. Ling Xiao quickly persuaded Ling Ao with an excited look on his face. He also talked about his own experience of buying pills. You must know that the output of these elixirs that permanently increase attributes has always been a big problem. Whether Qi Li will put these elixirs on the shelves when replenishing them every night depends entirely on fate. With Ling Ao's busy schedule and having to go to court every day, he would definitely not be able to get a seat before Qi Li's shop opened. It's really heartbreaking to not be able to get such a magical thing in your hands now. Ling Ao sighed and sat down again. If it were an ordinary store, no matter how powerful the power behind the store was, as long as it was within the eastern wasteland, it would have toga face to fire Emperor Ling Ao. But Qila. When he thought of Qi Li's strength, Ling Ao could only shake his head. You still have to abide by the rules of Manager Qi's store, so you can only go and queue up to buy by yourself. Father, there will be opportunities in the future. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say, so he could only say a few innocuous words to comfort him. To be honest, there are a lot of good things in Qila's store, and the most important thing is, you have no idea when better things will appear in Qila's store. For example, the stand-in dolls in this limited time event of Doll Maze. It took Ling Xiao a long time to exchange for a redemption qualification, and the stand-in doll he got was bound directly. And as far as Ling Xiao knew, Dean Gu Pingchuan should also be bound to a stand-in doll. Looking at it this way, Gu Pingchuan's current combat effectiveness should be a well-deserved number 1 at the hero level. After all, it is impossible to find someone who can crush Fu Pingchuan among the heroes. 2 tubes of blood versus 1 tube of blood is an advantage no matter how you look at it. Forget it, let's wait until I take care of these things. Ling Ao waved his hand, indicating that Ling Xiao didn't need to mention this matter anymore. Ling Ao must go to Cloud Mist City, but there are too many things going on in the Huangyuan Empire, so he has to find a good time. Hey, little guy, where is this? While Ling Ao and Ling Xiao were talking, the 10,000 years black turtle woke up from dormancy at some point. Senior, you're awake, this is the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. Ling Xiao said excitedly when he saw that the 10,000-year-old turtle suddenly woke up, which he couldn't wake up no matter how much he shouted. Have you arrived? Then, are you the current leader of the Huangyuan Empire? The 10,000 years black turtle looked at Ling Ao again. From Ling Ao, the 10,000 years black turtle could feel a majestic magic power. Yes, I am the Fire Emperor of the Huangyuan Empire, Ling Ao, do you know your identity? Ling Ao nodded and admitted his identity, then changed the subject and looked at the 10,000 years black turtle. To be honest, the appearance and size of the 10,000 years black turtle at this moment do not look like a powerful magical beast. But as long as it can speak human words, the level of this monster will definitely not be low. I was just a prisoner of the beast-taming sect. Fortunately, I was discovered by Manager Qi and this little guy and released. Now, I just want to find a place to stay. The 10,000 years black turtle had no intention of showing off his strength, and seemed very humble in his words. People who don't know the strength of the 10,000 years black turtle might really think that the 10,000 years black turtle's strength is nothing more than this. Even Ling Ao is like this. Because the realm of the 10,000 years black turtle is stronger than Ling Ao. Therefore, when the 10,000 years black turtle deliberately restrained its aura, even Ling Ao could not feel the strength of the 1,000 years black turtle. I can provide you with a place to stay. However, I must ensure that you will not cause harm to the Yuan Empire. Ling Ao looked at the 10,000 years black turtle, slightly released his momentum, and said seriously. That's natural. The 10,000 years black turtle's tone remained unchanged, and he still answered calmly. The heroic aura was pressing down on the 10,000 years black turtle, but there was no change in the 10,000 years black turtle's expression. This made Ling Ao frown slightly. In that case, why don't you show off your strength so that I can have confidence in my heart? Ling Ao said tentatively. Those who can remain calm under the pressure of the heroic aura are only heroic. Or a higher level of power. Ling Ao couldn't rest assured that a magical beast with such strength was living in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. It's hard to refuse His Excellency the Fire Emperor's kindness, so I'll just agree to this request. The 10,000 years black turtle naturally knew what Ling Ao was thinking. It's really difficult to make others believe someone who doesn't know the basics. What's more, this man is still the leader of a country. After the words fell, the 10,000 years black turtle also released its momentum. Its momentum is mighty and mighty, like a huge wave in the sky. The race of 10,000-year black turtles can be regarded as an extremely powerful race even among the ancient beasts. The level of its bloodline is only half a step lower than that of the dragon clan. Especially in the ruins, after the 10,000 years black tortoise absorbed the dragon essence and blood provided by Qi Lu, its bloodline level went even further, reaching a level that was no less than that of the dragon clan. The momentum released at this moment is no less powerful than Long Wei. Moreover, the dragon's power released by the giant dragon is more focused on suppressing the opponent and capturing people's hearts. However, the momentum of the 10,000 years black turtle does not have a clear target. Instead, it is like a mountain, making people look up to the mountains and shocking the hearts of the people. Its majestic momentum is shocking. At the peak of hero level, this momentum is not weaker than Dinggu. No, it's even half better. Ling Ao looked at the 10,000-year black turtle lying on the table in talk. Gu Pingchuan's strength, Ling Ao knows, is half-step strong. Among the heroes, unless he is a strong man of the same level, he is also half-step strong. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to meet an opponent. Even Ling Ao had no choice but to be defeated in a fight with Gu Pingchuan. After all, there is still a gap between the peak hero level and the half-stepper house level. What's more, Ling Ao is not at the peak of the hero level. The so-called half-step strong level refers to the state of mind and power level, which has surpassed the ordinary hero level. Only one strong level trial crystal is needed to break through the shackles of the hero level and successfully advance to the strong level. Don't underestimate the gap between the peak hero level and the half-stepper house level. You must know that the higher the level of the trial crystal, the more difficult the trial space it opens. Regardless of the low level, as long as you enter the trial space, you can almost be promoted successfully. But when it comes to the level of hero-level trial crystals, it is difficult to pass the hero-level trial space if the master-level master is not fully prepared. That's not to mention the strong-level trial space. The trial crystals are all taken from the bodies of alien beasts that are at a higher level than themselves. One can imagine the difficulty of the open trial space. At the peak of the hero level, it is extremely difficult to pass the strongman level trial space. If you are not careful, a rare strong level trial crystal will be wasted. This kind of extravagant squandering is unbearable even with all the efforts of a country. Not to mention that there are no strong level trial crystals at all. Others don't have the same treatment as Qi Lu. The system gives him a small chance, and he can die in any way in the trial space, as long as he can pass in the end. Moreover, since the system updated the additional functions of the trial room. Others don't have Qi Li's treatment, and there is a system to give him a small chance. It doesn't matter how Qi Li dies in the trial space, as long as he can finally pass the tasks prescribed by the trial space. Moreover, since the system updated the additional functions of the trial room. The trial room is a place where Qi Li can do tasks alone. Except for Qi Lu, the system does not allow anyone else to enter the trial room at all. Because every time a trial space is opened and a person obtains a trial mark, it is equivalent to letting the system use the power of heaven and earth to carve a trial mark. With this approach, the system simply loses more than it gains. Therefore, this kind of loss-making business has been strictly prohibited by system since Qi Li's store manager level was upgraded. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the trial room can now produce trial crystals. This way Qi Li feels more comfortable and doesn't need to explain so much. This is the gap between the peak of the hero level and the half-stepper house level, which is almost equivalent to the gap of a small realm. But now, the 10,000-year black turtle in front of Ling Ao can actually release this level of momentum. No, more accurately. The momentum released by the 10,000 years black turtle is even better than Gu Pingchuan. After all, as a half-step expert, the 10,000 years black turtle is an ancient beast and has almost the same bloodline level as the dragon clan. Its majestic momentum is naturally better than that of Gu Pingchuan, who is a human race. However, it was not as good as the momentum Qi Lu burst out that he had experienced in the store. At this moment, Ling Ao once again truly felt how terrifying Qi Li's strength was. The momentum that exploded out could not even be compared to the 10,000 years black turtle, which was an ancient beast and was as strong as a half-step master. This kind of heaven-reaching method could no longer be said to be sideways among the hero level. That means you can go wherever you want. It's okay to just lie there and be supported. Fire Emperor, don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I'm just looking for a place to stay. The 10,000 years black turtle quickly restrained his momentum. It is not the character of the 10,000 years black turtle to release his pressure wantonly, as if he were declaring his territory to the people around him. With the strength of senior 10,000 years black turtle, there is real no need to take action in secret. Ling Ao's back was broken into a thin cold sweat. The title of the 10,000 Years Black Turtle also changed from Your Excellency to Senior. However, whether it was based on the number of years the 10,000 Years Black Tortoise had lived or the strength of the 1,000 Years Black Tortoise, it was natural for Ling Ao to call him Senior. Moreover, according to the strength of the 10,000-year-old black turtle, it is half-step to the strong level. Maybe Ling Ao would escape, because he was not good at attacking. However, if the 10,000 Years Black Turtle wants to destroy the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city, it will be a piece of cake. Father, in fact, Senior wanted to stay in Manager Qi's shop before, but Manager Qi recommended the Huangyuan Empire imperial city to Senior, so Senior came here. When Ling Xiao saw this, he immediately explained from the side. It proves that the 10,000 Years Black Turtle has no other intentions. Did Manager Qi ask Senior to come here? Ling Ao was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard Ling Xiao mention this matter. Yes, it's just that store manager Qi said that this place is more suitable for Lao Qing, so he asked Lao Qing to come over. The 10,000 Years Black Turtle also spoke slowly, proving that Ling Xiao was not lying. In the ruins before, the 10,000 Years Black Turtle really wanted to settle down in Qi Li's shop. In the ruins before, the 10,000 Years Black Turtle really wanted to settle down in Qi Li's shop. After all, in the view of the 10,000 Years Black Turtle, even if he is already a half-step expert, he is still slightly inferior compared to Qi Lu. But after coming out of the ruins, the 10,000 Years Black Turtle discovered that compared to 3,000 years ago, the overall strength of Dong Huang seemed to be much weaker. And with the current strength of the 10,000 Years Black Turtle, it is enough to run rampant in the eastern wasteland. Therefore, the 10,000 Years Black Turtle let go of this thought. Store manager Qi is so open-minded? Ling Ao was stunned, and after being stunned for a long time, he sighed and said, such a strong man can still have such a selfless heart and set an example, which really makes us ashamed. A half-step strong ancient beast, give it away as soon as you say it. This can no longer be described as open-minded. This is simply focusing on others and never thinking about yourself. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a saint in this world. Moreover, the most important thing is that this gift is a half-step strong ancient beast. What is this concept? If he were a half-step strong human being, then Ling Ao would understand. But the ancient beasts that are half-step to the strong level may be promoted to the strong level at any time. Qi Lu can even resist his greed when facing an ancient beast of this level. It has to be said that such a strong person's high state of mind is really rare in the world. He is worthy of being a role model among the strong, a role model among the mighty, an outstanding example among practitioners, and a selfless spokesperson. Ling Ao could only sigh to himself. Since it was recommended by Manager Qi, Senior, you can stay in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city with peace of mind. If you need anything, just talk to me or shower. Ling Ao let out a long sigh, calmed down his emotions, and spoke to the 10,000 Years Black Turtle. Since Qi Lu recommended it, Ling Ao had no worries. To put it a bit exaggeratedly, if it were just a 10,000-year black turtle, then Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan could barely fight. But if Qi Lu is added, with the strength of the two, they can directly destroy the Huangyuan Empire as long as they join forces. Why do these little tricks? No need to make too many arrangements, just give me a small palace to live in. The 10,000 Years Black Turtle said calmly. After all, with the strength of the 10,000 Years Black Turtle, there are too many resources for the Huangyuan Empire to provide for promotion. And it doesn't do much. Senior, don't worry, I will arrange this immediately. Ling Ao responded and decided to go to the Ministry of Industry later and let the Minister of Industry personally choose a site to build a palace. From now on, the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire will be guarded by 18,000-year black turtle, which will be enough to make all the forces around the Huangyuan Empire extinguish the evil thoughts in their hearts. After the ruins are closed, people from the 8 major forces who explored the ruins also handed over all their harvests. The customer flow of Chila stores is also gradually recovering. After the number of booths in the combat power improvement training room area increased to 5,000, the store finally stopped looking crowded. The city guards of Cloud Mist City, the mercenaries, the students of Brilliant Academy, the students of Pinnacle Academy, and their friends, etc. 5,000 decks can still meet demand for the time being. It's just that the customers in the store now don't go to war after all, so there isn't much demand for products like elixirs and weapons. This is also the reason why the system makes the combat power improvement training room area larger and larger. Open a store. With a systematic personality, it is certain that the more spiritual crystals you earn, the more you can develop. Things like opening a store. With a systematic personality, it is certain that the more spiritual crystals you earn, the more you can develop. Chila has long seen through this. Store manager, long time no see. Ling Shao opened the door and walked into the store. This was the first time he came to Cloud Mist City after coming out of the ruins. Calculating the time, it has indeed been a while since I came. Brother, store manager, do you miss me? Ling Diawu also followed Ling Shao, and after entering the store, she ran to Qi Lu. After all, Ling Diawu was just a little Lolita, and she was also the pro-princess of the Huangyuan Empire. When she was alone, she really didn't let her stay in Yunwu City. In addition, when the ruins were opened before, Gu Pingchuan and Ling Shao both left Cloud Mist City. So Ling Diawu has been back to the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city for quite some time. Of course I have, so Xiaojiu misses her brother? A smile appeared on Qi Li's face, and he knelt down and rubbed Ling Diawu's head. The little loli always felt soft and cute when rubbed. As a store manager, affinity is also essential. Kiki, Xiaojiu is thinking about the store manager brother. Ling Diawu let out a crisp laugh and let Qi Li ruffle her inky hair. Store manager, I'm greeting you too. Ling Shao said helplessly from the side. Oh, I heard you. Get whatever you need and then go find Sheer. Qi Li glanced at Ling Shao. His tone instantly changed back to Furuwei Muha state. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Ling Shao has been in the store for so long, and he knows Qi Li's character very well. So I took out a money bag and asked, I'm here to repay the spiritual crystal off the dragon's essence and blood. How much do I need to pay back? This is about 200,000. Qi Li casually reported a number. Anyway, it was a no-cost transaction, and the system had to pay 40%. Qi Li was not very concerned about this matter. 200,000? Ling Shao was stunned for a moment. It's not because 200,000 spiritual crystals are too many, but because 200,000 spiritual crystals are too few. Ling Shao had previously applied directly to the Ministry of Household Affairs for 800,000 spiritual crystals. Because if you really want to count, Qi Li gave away a half-step strong ancient beast to the Huangyuan Empire for free. Due to emotion and reason, it is appropriate to raise the price. What? Too many? Qi Li couldn't help but ask when he saw Ling Shao was stunned. Dragon essence and blood were priced by Qi Li anyway, so there was still room for bargaining. It's just that Qi Li is too lazy to do such a thing. No, it's nothing. Just give the spiritual crystal to Sheer. Ling Shao said immediately. Right. Qi Li responded. After seeing Ling Shao leave, he also took Ling Diawu to find 2 booths. Just next to Yuxuangshu. Kitten. After Ling Diawu saw Yuxuangshu, she rushed over with a smile on her face. Qi Lu. Why did you bring her here? Yuxuangshu was pounced by Ling Diawu, and immediately showed a frightened look on her face, looking at Qi Lu and roaring angrily. Since having black coffee, Yu Xuanxua's work and rest schedule has become even more chaotic than before. I usually play for a day or two and then sleep for a day or two. Kitten, have you missed me? Ling Diawu carefully rubbed the furry Yu Xuanxu and asked, with a smile. Think about it, I guess. Under Qi Li's kind gaze, Yu Xuanxua swallowed back the remaining few words that were not elegant, and spoke very perfunctorily. Trapped in Ling Diawu's devil's claws, Yu Xuanxua looked at Qi Lu and said vaguely, well, Qi Lu, come and accompany me to the 6th floor of the puppet maze. Let's go through it again. The 6th floor of the doll maze. This is the highest level that the doll maze has appeared on so far. The guardian dolls in the treasure hall are so powerful that they can explode. If there are too many people, it is impossible to defeat them. Even Yu Xuanxua, the great leader of people, suffered defeats several times. In desperation, he could only ask Qi Lu to help. 6th floor? Do you have a pass? Qi Lu asked casually. At this time, not to mention the 6th floor of the doll maze, even the 5th floor of the doll maze, there are very few people who can pass it. The current progress of players in the New World mode is generally stuck on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the doll maze. Those who can pass the 5th floor can be said to be very rare. No one got through the 6th floor at all. Yes, I spent all night brushing it out last night. Yu Xuanxua leaned in Ling Diawu's arms and yawned. Since you can't escape, let's enjoy it. Besides, the cute little loli is quite comfortable in my arms, and sometimes being a little kitten is actually quite nice. Did you stay up all night again last night? Qi Lu was not surprised, it was just a routine inquiry, because this kind of thing was too normal. Well, I rushed to buy 2 bottles of black coffee at midnight. Yu Xuanxua stuck out her little tongue, licked the fluff on her lips, and rubbed her furry little face with her fleshy little paws. You are so well prepared. Qi Lu shrugged and entered the New World mode. According to Yu Xuanxua, he must have bought a lot of passes for the 4th and 5th floors of the doll maze on the trading system last night, and then stayed up all night to get the passes for the 6th floor. Xiao Dai Wu, brother has some serious business to do with the little cat now, you can play with the little cat later. Qi Lu said gently. Okay. Ling Diawu was still very obedient. Qi Lu just said something, and she put Yu Xuanxua down. However, Yu Xuanxua still looked at Qi Lu with a look of resentment. Don't look at me like that. It's time for you to rest after you clear the 6th floor. Qi Lu didn't even look at Yu Xuanxua and directly joined Yu Xuanxua's team in the New World mode. Aren't kittens just for petting? Otherwise, why would you raise a cat? Open a live teaching broadcast? Qi Lu asked in the entrance hall of the puppet maze. Okay. Yu Xuanxua skillfully checked the potions in her backpack and nodded. Ever since Yu Xuanxua discovered that she could earn spiritual crystals by guiding people to paint pictures, and she could earn quite a lot of them, she knew that fame was a good thing. Anyway, no one can recognize its identity in the New World mode. In Chila's shop, the rumored little kitten in the New World mode is simply a legend. The boss of the trading system, the master of leading people to brush the chart. Great strength and lots of time. His eye for buying and selling is truly outstanding. It's a pity that these people would never have guessed that Yu Xuanxua spiritual crystals were basically spent on buying equipment and eating this place. As for the ability to buy and sell, the civet cat's talent is indeed great. But the news extracted from Qi Li's mouth was even more important. Okay, get ready to enter the picture. Qi Li started the live broadcast with ease. An image immediately appeared on the large screen hanging on the wall of the store, which was the scene in the entrance hall of the doll maze. Since the store's area has expanded, the number of large screens used for live broadcasts has also increased. There are quite a few people hanging out in the store lobby. At this moment, the big screen lit up, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Hey, it's audition time now. Later, a little kitten and I will live broadcast the teaching of how to pass the 6th floor of the puppet maze. Qi Lu slightly adjusted his state. The live broadcast screen will automatically adjust to the most appropriate position. Hey, isn't this the store manager? It's been a long time since I've seen my boss start a live training session, and today he started using his ultimate move. The 6th floor of the doll maze is no joke. The 6th floor? Is there a 6th floor in the puppet maze? Why does my puppet maze only have 3 floors? What a coincidence, I only have 3 floors. There was an uproar in the store hall. Customers in the store took out their membership cards one after another and began typing and communicating on the public screen of the guild system. It was extremely lively for a while. After all, the 6th floor of the doll maze left a profound impression on them. The guardian dolls in the treasure hall are so powerful that they have no intention of letting these players defeat them. Shui Lang and Hu Shou were shipwrecked inside. Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu also died inside. Jing Qingyun finally managed to catch Zhong Lingyun, but also fell down in front of the guardian doll. Even Lu Jingya couldn't fight him. As for the others, there is no need to look at them. Basically, they can't even see the shadow of the treasure hall, and they are cleared out by the dolls in the doll maze. And now, Qi Lu actually said that he wanted to teach the 6th level of the puppet maze. How could these rookies not become lively? On the 6th floor of the doll maze, Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue had already entered through the pass. This time it was just the two of them. The strength of the guardian doll is determined by the number of people in the team entering the maze. So you can only team up with the strongest players. Once again? Qi Lu turned his back to the live broadcast camera and looked at Yu Xuanxue and said softly. Fight for it, fight for it. Yu Xuanxue said with a smile. Although Yu Xuanxue said this herself, to be honest, she didn't have much confidence. At that time, it was just to get rid of Yu Xuanxue quickly, so I spoke a little faster. Just fighting for it won't work. I've started teaching live broadcasts and just watched them over and over again. Qi Lu stared at Yu Xuanxue and said seriously. Okay then. Yu Xuanxue could only nod her head as if accepting her fate. When you get to the treasure hall, follow my instructions and pay attention to your movement. With the attack power of the guardian doll on the 6th floor, you can't survive even 1 damage. Qi Lu said while looking through the guild communication system. The puppet maze has been open for so long, Yu Xuanxue must not be the only team that can enter the 6th floor. Those players who finally got rid of the title of novices still cannot pass the 6th level, but they can at least provide some information about the guardian dolls. The biggest difficulty with the guardian doll on the 6th floor of the doll maze is its powerful attack power. For the current player level and equipment, as long as the 6th layer of guardian dolls are attacked once, the blood volume will basically bottom out. Moreover, if the number of people in the team exceeds 5, then no matter how good the player's equipment is or what class the player is, as long as he is hit by the guardian doll, he will be instantly killed without any mercy. This creates a problem of extremely low fault tolerance. There must be no mistakes. Moreover, due to the extremely strong attack power of the guardian dolls, it completely avoids the situation where players rely on the strength of their numbers to engage in wheel battles. Anyway, 1 hammer at a time. There was no time to recover at all. The second point is that the attack frequency of the 6th level guardian dolls can be said to be quite high. It has to be said that this is also an area that annoys many players. Even if the attack power is powerful, the frequency of attacks is still so frequent. This clearly shows that players are not allowed to pass the level. And the third one is the health of the guardian doll on the 6th floor. For such a long time, there have been many high-level players entering the 6th floor of the doll maze, but no one has ever been able to knock down 1/5 of the health of the guardian doll on the 6th floor. Its HP and defense power are astonishing. So that's the case, then I feel a little bit unsure. Qi Lu read through the information he found and then summarized and analyzed it. However, there is not much useful information. After all, so far, no one has been able to push the guardian doll into fellow health stage. Kitten, lead the way. What Qi Lu shouted was Yu Xuanshua's name in the New World mode. This is also a well-known name in the New World mode. In the puppet maze, the puppets encountered in the pathfinding stage have no skills at all, and there are only 2 ways to solve them. The first type is suitable for teams with heavy shield classes. Let the heavy shield withstand the attack of the puppet, and then the others will use their full power to kill the puppet as soon as possible. The second type is suitable for teams without human shields. Then it all depends on personal operation. Run, dodge, use every opportunity to output, and kill the puppet quickly. The teams of Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue belong to the second type. During the pathfinding stage, to the treasure hall, the various dazzling operations dazzled the salty fish in the hall. Wow, how did you make that prediction just now? The boss is too strong, he can escape even when he is blocked by 2 dolls in a corner. A little kitten is indeed a master. Next time I place an order for him to help lead the team to paint pictures. It's the boss. He's too strong. I'll die. The guild communication system is bustling with activity. There were even more exclamations in the hall. Okay, there are no skills to talk about in the pathfinding stage before the puppet maze, because they are all simple combat skills that most people should know. If you can't even beat these dolls, it's better to practice at lower levels first. After a long journey of finding their way, Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue finally arrived at the door of the treasure hall on the 6th floor. Qi Lu also summed up the situation in front of the camera at the right time. As soon as this sentence was said, a large number of question marks immediately appeared in the guild communication system. What did the boss just say? If I heard correctly, the store manager should have said a simple battle technique just now. Does the store manager understand simplicity differently from us? It hurts my heart, big brother, stop talking. After listening to the store manager's words, I finally understood. It turns out that I am not qualified to enter the 6th floor of the doll maze. But Qi Lu can no longer see these question marks. Because what Qi Lu said was his true thoughts. The previous combat skills were really just some simple combat skills for Qi Lu. As for how difficult it is for other people, Qi Lu said that he has no idea at all. Are you ready? There can be no mistakes in the next battle. Because the 6th level guardian doll is indeed more difficult to defeat, Qi Lu specifically asked Yu Xuanxue and gave it some time to adjust its state. Phew, ready, let's get started, no problem. Yu Xuanxue took a few deep breaths. The little kitten always looks particularly cute. The treasure hall on the 6th floor of the doll maze has the same layout as the treasure halls on the lower floors. In the empty hall, there is a big treasure box. Next to the treasure chest stood a stone sculpture. When I felt that a player had entered the treasure hall, dense cracks appeared in the stone sculptures, and then there was a sudden shock and stone powder filled the sky. The guardian doll walked out from the sky full of stone powder. The heavy footsteps proved how terrifying the power of this guardian doll was. But in the hands of this guardian doll, it was a large sword. Does this thing use Itachi? Qi Lu pointed at the guardian doll and asked intently. Not necessarily. Every time he comes in, the weapon in this guy's hand is different. Yu Xuanxue answered. As the kitten with the most broken swords at the hands of the 6th level guardian doll, Yu Xuanxue still has a say in this matter. Then the pertinence of this teaching live broadcast will be dropped to another level. Qi Lu had not thought of this problem before, and was quite distressed at the moment. After all, the guardian dolls in the 5-story doll maze below don't know how to change weapons. The weapon used by the guardian doll basically represents the attack method and direction of the guardian doll's expertise. Light weapons are sensitive attack types. Heavy weapons are of the strength type. But Qi Lu really didn't expect that the guardian doll, who could actively change weapons, would not come to the treasure hall on the 6th floor. Forget it, at best I can just teach a few more times. Qi Lu no longer thinks about it. Because the guardian doll holding the odachi had already rushed towards the two intruders in the doll maze. The weapon is an odachi, so this guardian doll should be an agility type. To be honest, it is a headache for the magician class to face the agility type guardian doll, and I do not recommend the magician class to brush this thing alone. Because logically speaking, magicians should not be able to defeat this guy. In order not to delay his actions, Qi Lu quickly explained. It is a well-known fact that the agility and attack classes are inherently restrained by the magician class. If in the outside world, magicians can use magic to directly target agility and attack classes, that would be okay. But in the New World mode, fight the guardian doll. Sorry, the error tolerance rate of the magician class. It's 0. As long as there is a slight mistake, all previous efforts will be wasted. It is no exaggeration to say that even Qi Lu does not want to use the magician class to defeat this guardian doll. Even if Qi Lu can make 0 mistakes. But only Qi Lu can do that. This kind of teaching to show off one's monster-like fighting skills is completely meaningless. Because no one can imitate it. Because it is more difficult for magicians to defeat the 6th level guardian doll, and I will try my best to let more people learn it in this teaching lib broadcast. So, I will use other methods to defeat this guardian doll. Qi Lu explained briefly and then continued. Here, let me emphasize again, don't even think about using the magician class alone. Try to find a warrior class with good combat skills, or a sword knight or other class as a teammate. As he spoke, Qi Lu took out a knight's sword from his backpack. The equipment in the New World mode has no class restrictions. In other words, magicians can also use weapons and equipment of the warrior class. It's just that the attributes don't match, no one will do it. After all, it is useless for magicians to use attributes such as attack power and defense power, which are far inferior to magic power attributes. Kitten, you should be able to do magic. Qi Lu glanced at Yu Xuanxue and asked aloud. Meeting. Yu Xuanxue nodded. Alien beasts like spirit-eating cats are extremely talented and can learn martial arts and magic, but whether they can be used is another matter. Okay, this is the basic configuration of the team. Next, I will teach you a simple and practical fighting technique. Qi Lu held the knight's sword with both hands and stared at the guardian doll rushing towards him. The guardian dolls on the 6th floor of the doll maze have higher attributes than the guardian dolls on the 5th floor, by a large margin. So this guardian doll is extremely fast. Bring out the afterimages in the treasure hall. Buzz. There was a slight chirp in the air. The odachi sword in the guardian doll's hand swung out, as if tearing apart the space. Prevent counterattack. The knight's sword in Qi Li's hand was raised slightly, and at the moment when the guardian doll attacked, it cut into the weakest point of the swung odachi. The guardian doll's attack was immediately parried by Qi Lu. Immediately afterwards, the knight's sword flipped over, and with the power of the guardian doll, he swung out with his backhand and struck the guardian doll's body. Bang! The guardian doll was knocked back by this huge force and seemed to be in a dazed state. Yu Xuanxue had such sharp eyesight that she naturally threw all the offensive magic she could release at the guardian doll without Qi Li's orders. Qi Lu raised the knight sword again. Although the guardian doll on the 6th floor is very strong, it cannot escape the doll's weaknesses. That is, the attack method is very rigid, and there are usually only a few very fixed attack methods. So as long as you master anti-counterattack, you can deal with most situations. Qi Lu explained while raising his sword. Anti-reaction is not a martial skill. To be precise, anti-reaction is a combat skill. Control one's own strength, control the battle situation, and find the weak points of the enemy's moves. At the moment of fighting, use your strength to release your strength and use your strength to fight. It is a combat skill that requires extremely high requirements on itself. Do you remember what the store manager just said? Although I took notes, I had no idea what the store manager was talking about. Does the boss think that we can all master counterattack prevention? Didn't the store manager say it before? This is a simple and practical fighting technique. Simplicity is the key point. I'm sorry, I'm a useless person, take my leave. The guild communication system suddenly went crazy. Combat skills such as counterattack are easy to say, but in practice, even those heroes will have a headache. Only a freak like Qi Lu dares to say that it is a simple fighting technique. The battle on the big screen continued, and Qi Lu also used anti-counterfeiting again and again, with explanations. The most important thing to prevent counterattack is to prevent, and then counterattack. Only by first parrying the enemy's attack and using your strength to resist can you ensure your own safety. This is also a way to increase the fall tolerance rate in combat. And the anti-counterattack is a high-level application of leveraging force. Things that need to be paid attention to are. This is a fighting technique that Qi Lu suddenly realized after discovering that the guardian doll on the 6th floor could change weapons. What really needs to be taught is how to control and unload force. This is a skill that must be learned when facing the 6th level guardian doll. Because when facing a guardian doll with such powerful attack power, any defensive class is useless and it is impossible to resist it. As for the advanced technique of using force to fight, it's not that urgent yet. The magician Yu Xuanxue serves as is the output position in the team. As Qi Lu used and explained anti-counterattack techniques again and again, the discussion trend in the guild communication system also began to change. Call Sister Lu Jingya. Call Elder Lu Jing. Calling Lu Jingya, who is always 18 years old. After being called by so many people, Lu Jingya was finally called out and asked in the guild communication system. What are you doing? What's the matter? As soon as these words came out, someone immediately transferred the live broadcast content to the communication system, and added a sentence at the end. This is a simple and practical combat skill. After about 2 minutes of silence. Lu Jingya? Lu Jingya, who said this is simple? See if I don't strangle him to death. Fei Xue, Master, this is the store manager's teaching live broadcast. These words are what the store manager said. Lu Jingya. Lu Jingya, excuse me, farewell. Fei Xue, Master. All the salty fish players, Sister Lu Jingya is scared. It turns out that eldest sister is scared too. Seeing that Lu Jingya had run away, the hearts of many players in the hall suddenly became balanced. You see, we are not the best. Even the boss with the strongest combat skills has fled. This shows that we have the same level of fighting skills as the boss. At this time, Lu Jingya, who was sitting in the hotel, was carefully watching the images in the communication system. Although the counterattack taught by Qi Lu is not a simple combat skill, it is definitely a practical combat skill. Manager Qi's fighting skills are so high that every time I watch them, I am amazed. Such a strong man is willing to live in seclusion and open a shop here. He is in such a state of mind that he is ashamed of himself. After reading it over and over again, Lu Jingya couldn't help but sigh. In terms of fighting skills alone, Lu Jingya is better than Gu Pingchuan. Even Bailey Fenghua, who is known as the #1 hero in the sword control sect, is only half as good as Lu Jingya. In Qi Li's shop, besides Qi Lu, Lu Jingya's fighting skills are undoubtedly the first. But Lu Jingya never thought that the gap between her and Qi Lu would be so big. A simple fighting skill in Qi Li's mouth, even with detailed explanations and teachings, Lu Jingya still found it extremely difficult to learn. let alone others. However, Qi naturally has no idea what Lu Jingya is thinking. Even if he knew, Qi would just laugh it off. You know, Qi Li's monster-like fighting skills were completely acquired biting over and over again in the trial room. Life and death is always the best way to learn combat skills. Although Qi just wants to eat and wait to die. But the system doesn't think so. The threat of the guardian doll on the 6th floor of the doll maze has been greatly reduced after mastering counterattack. With the cooperation of the output, defeating the guardian puppet is only a matter of time. I thought it would be so hard. After Qi defended himself for the last time, he looked at the guardian doll that was shattered into pieces, and said something silently. Yu Xuanxue was following Qi and happened to hear these words, feeling really helpless. Only Qi is qualified to say this. If one of the combat skills of anti-counterattack is not used well and a mistake is made, it means that oneself will join the enemy's attack. Who dares to say that he can be like Qi and never make a mistake? Especially when playing the 6th level guardian doll, one mistake will result in an instant kill. Even if you include the stand-in doll, there is only one more chance for a mistake. Let's see what the guardian doll on the 6th floor can explode. Qi picked up the exploded items. Teleportation array fragments, the sword that protects the doll fragment no. 16. As expected by Qi, there was no pass for the 7th floor of the puppet maze. It seems that the highest level of the doll maze is the 6th floor. However, except for the doll fragments, the other two items are things that have not appeared on the first 5 floors. The teleportation array fragments and the sword that protects the doll, what are these two things for? Qi clicked on the item description. Teleportation array fragments. After gathering enough teleportation array fragments, you can open a teleportation array that leads to nowhere. Boy, do you want to take a quick trip? The sword that protects the doll, a mission item. Go ahead, this two-stroke system. Just looking at the descriptions of the items, Qi could only say that he was completely confused and couldn't figure out the functions of these two items. However, the items exploded from the guardian doll on the 6th floor of the doll maze should not be bad. So Qi naturally put the legendary fragments and the sword that protected the doll into his backpack. Qi wait, what did you just pick up from the ground? Yu Xuanxue was very sharp-eyed and shouted immediately. It's just a little thing. Qi waved his hand. Then he looked at the camera and said, that's it for today's teaching live broadcast. Everyone must practice more on this simple and practical combat skill of anti-counterattack. When there is time in the future, some simpler playing methods will be developed, so please look forward to it. After saying these words, Qi decisively turned off the live broadcast. The big screen in the hall flashed, leaving a group of salted fish players looking at each other. Not even small things. Hand over the things you secretly hid just now. Yu Xuanxue said carefully. Don't be so fussy, you might as well open the treasure chest. Qi spread his hands, and then pointed to the big treasure box in the treasure hall. If you don't want the contents of the treasure chest, I won't care. Yu Xuanxue said plausibly. Then you have to let me take a look. Anything I don't need will belong to Yo. Qi doesn't really care about these things. For Qi the New World mode is more of a pastime and memory. What's more, Qi Li's current equipment is not bad either. Make a deal. Yu Xuanxue's expression immediately turned gloomy, and she ran to the big treasure chest with brisk cat steps, and opened the lid of the treasure chest with great effort. At night. The last customer also left the store, and Yu Shi'er followed behind and closed the store door. Qi took a pair of chicken wings from the snack vending machine to make snacks, and leaned on the sofa to eat them slowly. System, the new activity of Doll Maze has been updated and the host can start it at any time. A sudden voice came from his mind, which startled Qi Lu. What new activity? Qi Lu bit the chicken wing and asked in his mind. System, new event, the great treasure of the puppet maze. System, just give the mission items, the sword to protect the doll, the spear to protect the doll, the knight sword to protect the doll, the giant hammer to protect the doll, the tower shield to protect the doll, and the bow and arrow to protect the doll. Adventurers can exchange it for a guardian doll skill book. I see. No wonder the item description of the guardian doll's sword that was revealed from the 6th floor guardian doll only had the words mission item. It turned out that I was waiting here. Guardian doll skill book? What's the effect? Qi Lu asked, curiously. System, after the new activity is started, the host will naturally know about it. Can't you reveal it in advance? Qi Lu asked, tentatively. System, can't. Fine. Qi Lu shrugged. Although he was curious, he didn't really care. But what is certain is that the skill books occasionally produced by the system are first-rate and powerful. Presumably this guardian doll skill book will not disappoint. Qi Lu thought about it and asked again, should I decide the start time off this event? System, yes, the activity lasts for 15 days, starting from the opening time. Qi Lu finally understood. This is the reward that I haven't given out yet for my previous mission, to explore the ruins. Now I'm taking advantage of this good opportunity to give out some of it. Tisk, these two systems must have stolen part of my reward. I have to find a way to get it back. Qi Lu thought secretly in his heart. System, host, please don't think wildly and slander the great system at will. I almost forgot, this Irby can hear what I'm thinking. Qi Lu scratched his head and responded very perfunctorily, System, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who talks behind people's back and gossips about the system? However, the system came out to argue for itself at this time, so it means that there is no silver 300 taels here. It proves that there is indeed something wrong with these two systems. Qi Lu felt very clear in his heart. But you can't say this clearly, otherwise this stingy system will definitely not admit it. System, I feel very relieved that the host can think so. Then after a little silence. System, trigger temporary mission, summer carnival. System, mission goal. The summer is hot and the weather is getting hotter. It's time to start a summer carnival. Starting tomorrow, within a week, Vestor's sales will reach 3 million spiritual crystals. System, task reward, consume a suit template in exchange for a special item, equipment synthesizer. Oh, system. Qi Lu sneered in his mind. A temporary mission suddenly appeared at this time. Qi Lu didn't believe it if system wasn't trying to cover up that it was greedy for part of its rewards. However, there is no greater good than knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them. But, system, you are thinking about my suit template again, I'd better just use this thing. Although it is said that mistakes can be corrected, there is no greater good. This is a good thing. But, system, you are thinking about my suit template again, I'd better just use this thing. Qi Lu was a little aggrieved by the reward for this task. A long time ago, Qi Lu left 3 sets of suit templates in his hands. However, Qi Li's store manager was not very high level at that time. Even if used the suit template, the level of the suit equipment that appeared would probably not be much better. So Qi Lu chose to save the set template at that time. After the store manager reaches a higher level in the future, he can directly steal a set of artifacts from the system. For example, it is Qi Lu's exclusive store manager suit. It can be regarded as a set of artifacts. But I didn't expect that this Irby system probably discovered Qi Li's idea through its little IQ. So I always try my best to recycle the set template in Qi Li's hands. System, host, the equipment synthesizer will definitely be better than the suit template, please think twice before using it. Are these two systems trying to persuade me? Qilu was stunned for a moment, but felt something was wrong. I always feel that this guy is talking despite the pain. Is this equipment synthesizer really that powerful? I have to say that although the system is sometimes a bit erroneous, it also likes to trick people. But he behaves kindly. At least Qilu makes money every time. And the most important thing is that after using this suit template, the system can definitely adjust the probability of what level of suit appears. There's no telling what this thing is. Qilu knew that he wouldn't get much benefit if he persisted. At most, he would only get 2 more sets of neither high nor low quality. If you don't succeed at a high level or don't do a low level, the system may have to secretly swallow your own rewards in the future. And Qilu doesn't need these sets either. After all, Qilu is sure that no product will be able to surpass the quality of the store manager's suit for a long time. It's better to take advantage of the opportunity to sell the system to save face, and by the way, get some things that you can use. After having this idea, Qilu stopped writing. He calmly said in his mind, "System, I think this task is very unfair to me. Isn't it too much to have a turnover of 3 million spiritual crystals in a week?" Of course, this is also the problem Qilu discovered as soon as he saw the mission. Based on the store's current daily turnover. In the Combat Power Improvement Training Room area, there are 5,000 decks, which can earn about 250,000 spiritual crystals every day, which is 1.75 million spiritual crystals in 7 days. Of course, this is only an approximate figure and may differ slightly from the actual turnover. But the impact is not big. In addition, now is not a time for war, so elixirs, weapons, armor and other things are not sold in much. Then counting the income from the snack vending machine, the beverage vending machine, and the pet card changing machine, it is about 300,000 or 400,000 in 7 days. At the extreme end, Qilu can calculate that the store's weekly turnover is about 2 million spiritual crystals. Where can we replenish the remaining 1 million spiritual crystals? Even if they start a new activity in the doll maze tomorrow, it is really not an easy task for them to produce 1 million spiritual crystals in 7 days. System, host, the mission reward can be added with a 7 deadly sins synthetic blueprint. What? As soon as Qilu heard the system's words, he knew that there was something wrong with the rewards for this mission. This equipment synthesizer was definitely a trap. What? Qilu was furious when he heard the system's words. He had long felt that there was something wrong with the reward for this mission, but he didn't expect that this equipment synthesizer was really a trap. Synthesis blueprints? You mean, the equipment synthesizer cannot be used without blueprints, right? You are plotting against me again. Qilu seemed to have grabbed the system by the hair and shouted loudly. I secretly thought that in this 2-stroke system, the only IQ I had was you said to calculate the set template, and now it was exposed. There is no need to say anything to deal with this guy, it can sell itself. It is also rare. System, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. How does this voice sound? It sounds like he lacks confidence and is stern. Okay, we have been cooperating for so long, so don't be so harsh and show some sincerity. Qilu waved his hand, pretending to be magnanimous, and spoke slowly. Anyway, I will definitely take on this temporary task, so the more benefits I can squeeze out, the better. And this equipment synthesizer is definitely a trap. If it really can't function without the blueprints, wouldn't Qilu take a set of artifacts with a 1 in a 10,000 chance and replace it with a tattered one? System, the mission reward adds a summer carnival package, cold beer and crayfish, only available in summer. System, please confirm the host to receive the temporary mission guarantee reward, vanilla ice cream cone, only available in summer. It's really here. Qilu raised his eyebrows. Qilu has long known about the fact that the system can read his own thoughts, and he knows it very clearly. Although I had a good talk with the system several times, this two-stroke system refused to change. So this time, Qi Lu simply kept thinking about these things in his mind when negotiating conditions with the system. Unexpectedly, it actually turned into rewards and was distributed. Although it is only available in summer, it is enough. After all, who wants to eat ice cream in the middle of winter? And whether the mission was completed or not, the vanilla ice cream cone was already in hand. As for guaranteed rewards, there's nothing wrong with releasing them in advance. I accepted the mission. You are indeed the most generous system I have ever seen. Qi Lu praised him very perfunctorily. Anyway, you won't lose a piece of meat by saying a few nice words. System, as long as the host knows. Qi Lu did not refute, and allowed the system to be arrogant, while he prepared to try the newly received vanilla ice cream cone. Summer is here, how can we live without ice cream? This vanilla ice cream cone should be classified as a snack. Qi Lu came to the snack vending machine and saw a new option. However, it is specifically marked at the back that it is only available in summer. Vanilla ice cream cone, enjoy delicious food, coolness, and hard-won relaxation and happiness. Long-term consumption of vanilla ice cream can slightly increase the eater's affinity for ice elements, and slightly increase the eater's resistance to fire magic. Price, 30 spiritual crystals per piece. There are actually 2 special effects. No wonder it is only available in summer. Qi Lu was somewhat surprised when he read the description of the vanilla ice cream cone. Although the special effect of increasing ice element affinity is not available to everyone. But improving fire magic resistance is something everyone can use. Although the special effect of increasing ice element affinity is not available to everyone. But improving fire magic resistance is something everyone can use. Especially the fighting class. After possessing fire magic resistance, it can be said that he has every advantage when facing the fire element magician. Although Qi Lu didn't care about these special effects, he wanted to eat ice cream. What a delicious smell. Qi Lu took out the vanilla ice cream cone from the snack vending machine, and immediately a faint vanilla smell wafted out. The scent is very light, but it can make anyone who smells it feel relaxed and happy. Opening the wrapper around the cone, the vanilla flavor immediately became intense. Yu Shi'er, who was sorting out the shelves, was also attracted. Manager, what are you eating? It smells so good. Vanilla ice cream cone, new item, try it. Qi Lu handed the vanilla ice cream cone in his hand to Yu Shi'er, and then took another one out of the snack vending machine. Thank you, store manager. Yu Shi'er happily took the vanilla ice cream cone. You're welcome, but this can only be used as a dessert after the meal. Be careful to gain weight if you eat too much. Qi Lu joked with a smile. No, Shi'er won't get fat. Yu Shi'er looked at the still steaming vanilla ice cream cone, puffed her cheeks at Qi Lu, and bared her silver teeth to express her dissatisfaction. Well, you're not going to be fat. Qi Lu smiled and said, try the taste and see if you like it. Yu Shi'er nodded, stretched out her little tongue, and licked the top of the vanilla ice cream cone. The soft ice cream with a hint of coolness was taken into Yu Shi'er's mouth, and it immediately turned into a sweetness that was so rich that it was almost impossible to dissolve it. The fragrant fragrance spread in Yu Shi'er's mouth, making her mood instantly improve. The sweet taste immediately conquered Yu Shi'er's taste buds. This little dessert has an irresistible appeal to girls. Delicious. Yu Shi'er narrowed her eyes and showed a happy smile. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing the white teeth inside. It's fine if you like it, but don't eat too much. Qi Lu also took a bite of the vanilla ice cream cone. The richness of the cream and the freshness of the vanilla mix in your mouth, turning into an incredible deliciousness. Coupled with the crispiness of the cone as a just right embellishment, it makes this delicious taste even deeper. By the way, don't give it to Shao Shu Jiu. Qi Lu tasted the sweetness in his mouth and added one last sentence. There is milk in the vanilla ice cream cone, and it is best not for kittens to eat cold ones, as they can cause diarrhea. Oh. Yu Xie nodded seriously and silently licked the vanilla ice cream cone in her hand. Tisk, Qi Lu, you are too stingy. Yu Xuanxue, who had been fighting for a whole day and night, was about to go to the second floor. When she heard these words, she immediately howled with dissatisfaction, trying to protect her own welfare. I want to get a free vanilla ice cream cone from Chila. It's not a matter of being stingy. I'm doing this for your own good. Qi Lu turned a blind eye to Yu Xuanxue's protest. Don't you know that kittens can't eat milk? No, Yu Xuanxue may really not know about this matter. After all, it is a conclusion drawn by science and technology. Kittens can't eat milk, didn't you know? Wrong. Yu Xuanxue may really not know about this. After all, this is the conclusion of the science and technology industry. I don't know if it's still feasible in this plane. But what does it matter? It's okay to save a little. Besides, Yu Xuanxue's speed in earning spiritual crystals is not slow at all. A night of silence. Yu Xie had a good night's sleep after eating a vanilla ice cream cone last night. The right amount of desserts can help improve sleep quality. But be sure to brush your teeth before going to bed. Shut up, narrator, don't come out to make your presence felt. Qi Lu, who was woken up by Yu Xie's knock on the door, lay on the bed with his eyes wide open. He stayed awake for a long time before getting up in a daze. Store manager, good morning. Yu Xie smiled and said hello to Qi Lu. There seemed to be a hint of sweetness from a vanilla ice cream cone in the smile on his face. Does this thing still have this effect? Hidden properties? Qi Lu tilted his head. Where's Shao Shu? Is she still sleeping? Well, I slept very deeply. Yu Xie replied. Wake up and sleep every day, that's all it can do. Most people can't handle it. Qi Lu scratched the back of his head and put the bacon sandwich and pure milk on the counter. Then he took a double cheese beef burger and a bottle of orange juice, found a booth and sat in. Customers are entering the store one after another. Qi Lu is also thinking about how the task should be completed. There is a shortfall of nearly 1 million spiritual crystals. Even if the activity of the doll maze is opened in advance, it may not be close. System, issue me a world announcement to warm up this event. Qi Lu said in his mind when he saw that the booths were almost full. Preparing for an event is a very particular matter. These players must be given time to contact friends and prepare funds. World announcement, the Summer Carnival event is about to start. Actively participate in the Summer Carnival and you will be able to obtain various rewards in the New World mode, as well as powerful skills. For details, please click to enter the Summer Carnival event interface. World announcement, the Summer Carnival event is about to start. Actively participate in the Summer Carnival, and you will be able to obtain various rewards in the New World mode, as well as powerful skills. For details, please click to enter the Summer Carnival event interface. World announcement, the Summer Carnival event is about to start. Actively participate in the Summer Carnival and you will be able to obtain various rewards in the New World mode. 3 times in a row is the standard for world announcements. Make sure every player can see it. Summer Carnival? Are there any new events? That's great. Last time I worked hard to gather a team and contacted a kitty master. I didn't expect that the event was closed. Are there any qualifications for redemption of stand-in dolls in this event? I didn't make it last time. In the New World mode, the Adventurer Town suddenly became excited. Players immediately clicked into the Summer Carnival event page. Summer Carnival activity, countdown to start time, 24 hours, duration, 15 days. Contents of the Summer Carnival event. During the event, adventurers traveling around the world will come to the Adventurer Town. Players who defeat the Guardian Dolls in the Doll Maze will have a chance to drop quest items. Give the quest items: the sword that protects the doll, the spear that protects the doll, the knight sword that protects the doll, the giant hammer that protects the doll, the tower shield that protects the doll, and the bow and arrow that protects the doll. To adventurers traveling around the world, you can exchange it for a guardian doll skill book. During the duration of the event, the item explosion rate in the doll maze will double, and the experience points gained by players will double. Guardian doll skill book: after using it, you can learn the guardian doll magic. It is only used by magicians. Guardian doll can use magic power to condense a guardian doll to fight for the condenser. The guardian doll lasts for 24 hours or until it is shattered. The level of the guardian doll depends on the magic power injected by the condenser, and the highest level does not exceed the great realm of the condenser. Improving the skill level of the guardian doll will increase the duration and attribute values of the guardian doll, and reduce the magic power consumption of the condenser. Nice one. When they saw the guardian doll skill book, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Use magic power to condense a guardian doll and fight for the condenser. The highest level does not exceed the great realm of the condenser. In other words, as long as you learn this magic, you can at least double your combat power. Not exceeding the great realm of the condenser means that if the condenser is the master level, then the highest level of the guardian doll can only be the peak master level. But this has no effect. Because even if the condenser has just been promoted to the grandmaster level, he can still condense a guardian doll at the peak of the grandmaster level. Then this is far more than doubling one's own combat effectiveness. The gap between the peak grandmaster level and the primary grandmaster level is huge. If a hero learns this magic, it will simply directly increase the combat effectiveness of a hero. And most importantly, the guardian doll lasts for 24 hours or until it is crushed. Upgrading the skill level of the guardian doll can also increase the duration. What is this concept? This kind of magic that condenses all kinds of powerful magical summons is not impossible. However, this type of magic requires constant infusion of magic power to maintain the form of the magic summons and control the battle of the magic summons. But the guardian doll doesn't need it. As long as it is summoned, it can last for 24 hours, and it can also fight automatically. Such powerful magic. Such a powerful skill book must be obtained. Just a warm-up for the event completely made the customers in the store excited. There was even more quarrel in the guild communication system. Calling everyone in the guild: this summer carnival event, you must get the guardian doll skill book. Anyone who is not in Yunwu City, no matter what happens to you, put it down now and rush back to Yunwu City. Give me your time and prepare your funds. I don't want to see anyone miss this event. Call the boss, call the boss. Summer Carnival, are you here? Then there are screenshots of various summer carnival activity interfaces, which are spread all over the guild communication system. Even Chi Lu didn't expect that it was just a warm-up for an event and the response would be so great. What was even more unexpected was that the effect of the Guardian Doll skillbook was so powerful. My good boy has condensed a Guardian Doll that is no weaker than myself. Chi Lu looked at the description of the Guardian Doll magic in the activity interface and couldn't help but click his tongue. In the previous big map, the Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline, the Evil Spirit Body skill book appeared, restricting it to only the Fighting Spirit class that could be learned, which made a large number of Magician class players feel unhappy for a long time. In the last big map, the Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline, the Evil Spirit Body skill book appeared. Because it was restricted to only Fighting Spirit classes that could be learned, a large number of Magician classes were aggrieved for a while. As a result, when it came to the large map of Doll Maze, the system directly made a big one. This Guardian Doll skill book is only stronger than the Evil Spirit Body. Although it takes a lot of magic power to condense a Guardian Doll, and the higher the level of the condensed Guardian Doll, the more magic power is needed. But it doesn't matter. Improve the skill level of the Guardian Doll. As long as the level goes up, the magic power consumed will naturally decrease. Moreover, the calculation method of various attributes of the guardian doll is very similar to that of the pet card. Because there is no realm for guardian dolls, only levels. Therefore, the skill level of the guardian doll has been improved, which can also improve the basic attributes of the condensed guardian doll. No matter what the reason is, the skill level of the guardian doll needs to be brushed up. And if conditions permit, the higher the better. As for whether the first-level guardian doll skills have actual combat value, that remains to be seen. After all, the system never suffers. I have to say that the system's ability to create its own martial arts and magic is indeed strong. Chi-Lu couldn't help but sigh. Whether it is the evil spirit body or the guardian doll, they are both first-rate and powerful. However, it is much more difficult to obtain the guardian doll skill book than the evil spirit skill book. Because if the usage restrictions are ignored, the guardian doll skill book is still stronger than the evil spirit body skill book. Especially at high levels. After all, the body of the evil spirit only enhances its own attributes and combat effectiveness. As for the guardian doll, it directly increases a complete combat power. Moreover, this newly added combat power is, in many cases, stronger than the condenser who uses the guardian doll skill. Guardian doll, the more I think about it, the more awesome it becomes. No wonder the system is set up so that it can only be obtained during limited time activities. Chi-Lu still sees these things very clearly. No matter how strong the evil spirit's body is, it is only as powerful as burning fighting spirit, or even burning blood. Most people don't always activate the evil spirit body. Even in battle, the evil spirit body will not be activated very frequently. Otherwise, before the enemy is defeated, he will be burned to death first. That's why the system doesn't specifically restrict the ways to obtain the evil spirit skill book, and keeps the evil spirit warrior copy there. Brilliant college, Dean's office. Gu Pingchuan was immersed in mountains of documents, dealing with the backlog of things that had accumulated over the past period of time. Although most of the things were assigned to Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zuozhou. But there are still some things that require Gu Pingchuan to read and sign in person. The gains from the ruins have all been deposited into the college's exchange room, and the college points have been settled. There are so many people applying for the graduation examination this year, and store manager Chi really deserves a lot of credit. The academy rankings are out, and those two old guys are pretty fast. Gu Pingchuan dealt with the backlog of affairs one by one during this period. The membership card in his pocket suddenly rang. Who would call me at this time? I wonder if I am very busy now. Gu Pingchuan put down the quill pen in his hand, took out the membership card from his pocket, and opened the guild communication system. Gu Pingchuan put down the quill pen in his hand, took out the membership card from his pocket, and opened the guild communication system. The first piece of news that caught my eye was the Doll Maze Summer Carnival. Store manager Chi has launched a new event, let me take a look. Gu Pingchuan's eyes lit up and he clicked in with interest. Countdown to the opening time of the summer carnival, 24 hours. Duration, 15 days. Contents of the summer carnival event. During the event, adventurers traveling around the world will come to the adventurer town. Players who defeat the guardian dolls in the doll maze will have a chance to drop quest items. Give the quest items to adventurers who travel around the world, and you can exchange them for a guardian doll skill book. Guardian doll skill book. Guardian doll skill book. This is too powerful. Gu Pingchuan read the contents of the summer carnival carefully, until he saw the effect of the guardian doll skill book. He couldn't help but exclaimed. This kind of miraculous magic, to a certain extent, has surpassed those forbidden spells that are so powerful that they can destroy the world. The highest level can be condensed into a guardian doll whose realm is no greater than that of the condenser himself. Let Gu Pingchuan use this magic. It can be said that he will have a half-step strong level guardian doll. The half-step powerhouse level and the peak of the hero level are not the same realm. The magic of Guardian Doll, no matter where it is used, is a first-class powerful magic. And the most important thing is that the magic of Guardian Doll is a general magic. As long as you are a magician, you can learn it. The duration of the event is 15 days, it starts tomorrow. After Gu Pingchuan was shocked by the power of the Guardian Doll skill book, he suddenly thought of this problem. Another limited time event. In the previous limited time event of the doll maze, Gu Pingchuan was still upset because he only redeemed a stand-in doll, but he did not expect that there would be another limited time event this time. Gu Pingchuan glanced at the pile of documents on his desk. Finally, I gritted my teeth, raised my heart, and threw away the quill. No matter what, you can read these files anytime. Once the limited time event is over, they won't be available. Gu Pingchuan stood up suddenly and walked out without saying a word. Dong dong dong. A moderate knock on the door suddenly rang at this time. Perhaps because there was no sound inside, the person outside the door noticed something was wrong after waiting for a while. Dean Gu, here are the newly compiled documents today, which need your signature. Wu Zhuozhou pushed the door open and walked into the dean's office, with a pile of documents in his arms. Looking around, Gu Pingchuan was nowhere to be seen. All you can see is that the windows are open and swaying back and forth with the breeze. Dean Gu. Why did you run away again? Wu Zhuozhou shouted angrily. This situation clearly explained the situation. In order not to be caught by him, Gu Pingchuan ran away from the window. The hero level is great, you don't even have to go out the door when you gout. The imperial city of Huangyuan Empire. Ying Kuang walked out of Hubu's house cursing, his unhappiness written directly on his face. In the entire Huangyuan Empire, probably only this great general who controls the country has the courage to behave like this. Others saw the secretary of the Ministry of Finance. People of the same level or higher should consider a little face. People who are not as high as the minister of Hubu dare not show their face directly outside the Hubu mansion. I just applied for 10 million spiritual crystals for military expenses, but I was told that the Ministry of Revenue's finances were tight and they couldn't allocate so much. Ying Kuang spat unceremoniously outside the Ministry of Revenue's office. In order to enhance the military power of the Huangyuan Empire, Ying Kuang tried his best. The equipment in Qi Li's shop, even if it is only equipped with some of the lowest level weapons and armor, can at least increase the combat effectiveness of frontline soldiers by more than 30%. If you can spend some money and equip yourself with a small number of high-quality weapons and armor, you will definitely be able to crush the surrounding forces, large and small. However, the Minister of Revenue and Ying Kuang wiped away tears and said that the finances of the Huangyuan Empire were tight. It is really impossible to get so many spiritual crystals out. It's really distressing. Ying Kuang scratched the back of his head. Although in terms of status, the General of Xinhua is indeed higher than the Minister of Household Transfer. However, the authority of the two is not a superior-subordinate relationship, but has no intersection at all. If Hubu really doesn't pull out the spiritual crystal, there's nothing Ying Kuang can do. To be more precise, although the 6 ministers are related to each other and have innumerable similarities in terms of authority, in general they do not interfere with each other. The Ministry of Personnel is responsible for the awards given to civil servants and determines various rewards and punishments. The Ministry of Household Affairs is in charge of land, population, and finance. The Ministry of Rights is responsible for etiquette, education, and diplomacy. The Ministry of War is in charge of military attaché awards and various military affairs. The Ministry of Punishment is in charge of supervision and criminal trials. The Ministry of Industry is in charge of various projects and civil construction. As for the Left Prime Minister Ku Zhen and the Xinhua General Ying Kuang, their status is inferior to 1 person and superior to 10,000 people. It's just that Ku Zhen, the left prime minister, is the head of the civil service. And the general of Zhenhua Yingquang is the head of the military attaché. If the household department really wants to talk about it, it will be under the control of Ku Zhen. But in fact, other people cannot directly interfere with the functions and powers within the 6 ministries. The most they can do is supervise, impeach and review the powers and responsibilities of senior officials in each dynasty. However, there is one exception. That was Fire Emperor Lingao. If you go to Lingao now, you will definitely not get any good results. Yingquang thought about it for a while and finally gave up on this decision. The war with the Xingyao Empire is not far away, and it will definitely cost a lot to replenish the troops and revive Yashuiguan. If the spiritual crystal is rashly allocated at this time, the national treasury will inevitably be in deficit. Otherwise, the Minister of Revenue would not have directly put the rope on the beam in front of Yingquang. That was really risking his life to support the finances of the Huangyuan Empire, so Yingquang was embarrassed to continue asking. DDD-. This voice is a membership card. What happened? When Yingquang was in trouble, the membership card in his pocket rang. Although he was not in a hurry, Yingquang still took out his membership card and opened the guild communication system. Summer carnival activities. This Guardian Doll skill book is a great thing. Manager Chi's store always produces good things like this. By the way, now that guy, the Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, is in trouble. When Yingquang saw the Guardian Doll skill book, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he immediately ran towards the palace. Lingao was reviewing the memorial at the moment. Before he could finish writing the words in his hand, the door of the main hall was pushed open. Who? Lingao frowned and asked, coldly. This kind of intrusion without reporting is a very slight contempt for the Fire Emperor's majesty. It's me, Lingao. I have good news, very big news. Yingquang took 3 steps at a time and came to Lingao, and directly put the membership card in his hand on the imperial case. Lingao was no stranger to membership cards. I wanted to apply for one at Chila's store before, but it was delayed later. Uncle Ying, don't be so hasty next time. Looking at Yingquang, Lingao originally wanted to say a few words, but finally swallowed them back. Privately, Yingquang has this kind of personality. Lingao had said it several times, but it only lasted for several days at that time, and it was the same after a while, and it never changed. So Lingao didn't bother to say anything. Aren't you anxious to tell you this time? Yingquang laughed loudly and pushed his membership card, signaling Lingao to look at it first. Okay, then I'll see if it's a big deal that makes you so anxious. Lingao sighed and looked down at the membership card. It was the screenshot of the summer carnival that was forwarded in the guild communication system. SS. Scanning 10 lines at a time. When he saw the Guardian Doll skill book, Lingao couldn't help but take a breath. Is this magic? Universal magic? Although Lingao knew little about the New World mode in Qi Li's store, this did not hinder Lingao's understanding of the Guardian Doll skill book. If there were more heroes who could learn this magic to protect the puppets, it would definitely change the entire pattern of the Eastern Wasteland. This is simply equivalent to doubling the hero's combat power. Moreover, the restrictions on the use of this Guardian Doll skill book are extremely beneficial to the Huangyuan Empire. Because among the major forces in the Eastern Wasteland, only the Huangyuan Empire has 2 heroic magicians. As for other forces, there is at most 1 heroic magician. Even the Sword Control sect doesn't even have a heroic magician. Yes, I asked, and Dingu has already passed. Yingquang said confidently. Before coming here, Yingquang specifically contacted Gu Pingchuan. Although Yingquang also spent a few hours in the New World mode, he mostly experienced the magic of the New World mode. This kind of place with unlimited rebirth is the best place for military training. Dingu has already rushed over. That's right. This is definitely a magic that can be learned. Ling Ao immediately came to a conclusion. You know, Gu Pingchuan is a regular customer of Chila's store. In order to stay in the New World mode for 4 hours every day, even the affairs of Brilliant Academy can be put aside. And, most importantly, Gu Pingchuan's strength is much stronger than Ling Ao. Although Ling Ao didn't know much about this New World model. However, even Gu Pingchuan, who finally returned to Brilliant Academy and was busy dealing with the backlog of affairs, rushed to Yunwu City. How could Ling Ao still hesitate? Guardian Doll Skill Book, a good item produced during the summer carnival event. The time for this activity has passed, but it's gone. Just in time, I can still go buy some pills. Ling Ao thought of this and covered the memorial in his hand. After thinking about it for a while, he felt it was inappropriate. Then he said to the chamberlain beside him, "Go, Xian Ling Chong Kong enters the palace." Anyway, in the recent memorials, what was reported was not a big deal, so it might as well be given to the eldest prince to practice his skills. Lest the eldest prince, Ling Chong Kong, hold the position of chief minister of the 6 departments and do nothing. Yes. The chamberlain immediately responded and exited the hall. And Ying Kuang said happily, "By the way, Ling Ao, actually I have one more thing to say." "Oh? What's the matter?" Ling Ao was in a very good mood at this time, so his tone was lighter. "It's just about some spiritual crystal matters. That guy, the Minister of Revenue, refuses to let go. It's really hateful." Ying Kuang immediately explained the matter. Ying Kuang has been coveting the equipment in Qi Li's shop for a long time, and this time he is sure to get it. Manager Qi also sells such magical weapons and armors in his store. Ling Ao looked a little surprised. But it wasn't particularly shocking. After all, there is nothing shocking about a shop that can even produce elixirs that permanently increase attributes, skill books for guardian dolls, and some powerful weapons and armors. What surprised Ling Ao was just the wide range of items Qi Li's store operated. However, 10 million spiritual crystals is really too much. I still know from the Ministry of Finance that it may be impossible to get so many spiritual crystals. However, with 5 million spiritual crystals, I can make the decision. Ling Ao rubbed his chin and spoke slowly. 5 million pills is 5 million pills. It's better to equip a small group of soldiers first. Ying Kuang knew that what Ling Ao said should be the bottom line, so he didn't bargain any more. Cutting it in half is at least better than nothing. And in the residence of the 6 ministers, the eldest Prince Ling Chong Kong suddenly received a decree, saying that Fire Emperor Ling Ao had summoned him to the palace to review the memorial. This moment made Ling Chong Kong extremely happy. My father announced that I will enter the palace to review the memorial. Could it be that he is preparing to train me to be the next? No, I can't get too carried away. I still have a long way to go. The corners of Ling Chong Kong's mouth twitched, and he managed to hold back his smile. Such a great good thing suddenly happened to me. It was really the best news in this period of time. Master, wait a moment, I will enter the palace immediately. After receiving the order, Ling Chong Kong returned the courtesy and then said, Your Highness, the eldest prince, is very polite, but please hurry up. We are still rushing back to the palace to recover. The chief steward said in a high-pitched voice. Ling Chong Kong nodded, turned around and returned to the house. Third brother, fourth brother, what are you going to do to fight me? I am away all the time and don't hold real power. How can I be so lucky? Ling Chong Kong murmured a few words to himself coldly, made some quick preparations, and arrived outside the headquarters of the 6 ministers. Cloud and Mist City. Inside the Chila store. As soon as the news of the summer carnival warm-up came out, some people were happy and some were worried. The happiest ones are probably the magicians. The most depressing ones are probably those who are not magicians. By the way, priest is not a magician class, at most it is a magic class. It is similar to the fighting class. I haven't learned the anti-counterfeiting thing that store manager Chi taught me before, but now there's a new activity. Lu Jingyao looked through the summer carnival activities and said, "Tisk, the magician class is also limited. Does Manager Chi have any objections to our fighting class?" "Master, didn't you stay on the front line of the evil spirit warriors to brush up the evil spirit body skill book?" Fei Shue sat aside and asked doubtfully. "Evil body skill book? What is that?" Although Lu Jingyao was soaking in the New World mode every day, she obviously didn't know as much about these things as Fei Shue. For Lu Jingyao, a martial arts fanatic, her fun lies in clearing dungeons and challenging how to complete dungeons with high difficulty. For Lu Jingyao, a martial arts fanatic, the fun of gaming is different from that of ordinary people. Her fun lies in grinding dungeons and challenging how to complete dungeons with high difficulty. For example, when I was on the front line of the evil spirit warriors, I was clearing the battlefield dungeon alone. Challenge the highest single brush record in the battlefield dungeon. And it is still the holder of the highest single clear record for battlefield dungeons so far. Now, Lu Jingyao's main goal is to study and learn the counterattack taught by Qi Lu, and challenge the guardian doll on the 6th floor of the doll maze alone. In fact, it is not impossible to brush the guardian doll on the 6th floor alone. But it's too slow. After all, the damage caused by counterattacks, and the health of the guardian doll on the 6th floor, without a big output behind it, whether it can be killed is a big problem. "Master, you really don't know, do you?" Fei Shue looked at Lu Jingyao in shock. The Evil Spirit Body Skill Book is a magical skill for the Fighting Spirit class. Although the side effects are very serious, I don't know how many people practiced the instant-on-second-off technique that Qi Lu casually mentioned in the dungeon. What's the fuss about? If you have anything to say, just say it. Lu Jingyao frowned and said. With her straightforward nature, she doesn't like this convoluted way of speaking. "Master, you'd better see for yourself." Feeling dumbfounded, Fei Shue pulled out the information on the body of the evil spirit from the guild communication system and sent it to Lu Jingyao. Evil Spirit Body Skill Book. After using it, you will learn the Evil Spirit Body Skill, which is limited to fighting spirit classes. Evil Spirit Body, a continuously amplifying martial skill. Once activated, you will temporarily gain the Evil Spirit Body, burn fighting energy, greatly enhance your own attributes, and greatly enhance other martial arts. The degree of enhancement increases with the level of the evil body skill. While the evil body is open, when the user receives a fatal attack, the user will be immune to that death and the evil body will be turned off. After that, the evil spirit body skill will enter a cooldown time of 720 hours. After the evil spirit body skill level exceeds level 30, the enhanced evil spirit body will be turned on. After the evil spirit body skill is forcibly turned off and enters the cooldown, the enhanced evil spirit body can be turned on. Enhanced evil spirit body burns blood and greatly strengthens all attributes and moves of oneself. While the enhanced evil spirit body lasts, the user is completely immune to death. After reading this small amount of information, Lu Jingyao almost stared out of his eyes. Here, there really is a skill book exclusive to the fighting spirit class. Of course, I don't know how many magicians were worried about this matter at beginning. It's a pity that, Master, you haven't come to the store at that time. Fei Shue is very familiar with the major events in the New World mode. At that time, almost every Dochi class that had some time would go to the Evil Spirit Warrior dungeon. It can be said that the Evil Spirit Body Skill Book is a very low-cost quasi-magical skill. After all, as long as you have time. Unlike now, whether it is a stand-in doll or a guardian doll skill book, they can only be produced through activities, and it is extremely difficult to obtain them. Then can I still return to the evil warrior's frontline map? Lu Jingya asked. It probably can't be done anymore, but in the trading system, there may be evil spirit skill books for sale. Fei Shue shook his head and then suggested. There are not a few players who are still on the Evil Dead frontline map. In fact, there are not a few players who are still on the Evil Dead frontline map. Moreover, new players are constantly pouring into the New World mode. In addition to the novice village of Goblin Mountains, the other two large maps are gathering places for a large number of players. It's a pity, it's such a pity. Lu Jingya sighed and opened the trading system with a look of regret. The Evil Spirit Body skill book is indeed a magical skill for the fighting spirit class. In some aspects, it is even stronger than the Guardian Doll skill book. System, you see, this is the effect of preheating. Qile looked at the shop that was starting to become crowded again, and said to the system with some satisfaction in his mind. Of course, this is also due to the effect of the Guardian Doll skill book, which is indeed powerful. However, there seems to be some problems with the turnover of the 3 million spiritual crystals for this mission. Qile made an estimate and found that something was still wrong. Although there are more customers in the store. However, this event does not seem to consume much spiritual crystals. But this matter is not too urgent. Anyway, there are still 7 days before the mission deadline. Qile, this vanilla ice cream cone is so delicious, why did you just take it out now? Nailan Qingqi held a vanilla ice cream cone in his hand and said while eating it. Desserts are very attractive to children. Moreover, the special effect of the vanilla ice cream cone is also very suitable for Nailan Qingqi's ice element magician class. Because this is a snack that can only be eaten in summer. Don't eat too much, or you will get a stomachache. Qile glanced at Nailan Qingqi, reached out and rubbed the little Loli's head, messing up her silky hair. Damn it, you messed up my hair again. Nailan Qingqi pouted and reached out to open Qile's hand. Unlike Lan Zier, Nailan Qingqi would not let Qile rub her head. Young girl, you care so much about your image. Qile smiled and did not extend his hand again. The little Loli's requests still need to be respected, especially for such a little girl who is as big as a brat. Image is the most important thing for girls. Qile, you have to mess up my hair every time. Nailan Qingqi pouted as he spoke, while his other hand was still straightening his hair. It's okay, even if your hair is messed up, you're still cute. Qile said seriously. Ignore you. Nailan Qingqi looked at Qile, a blush suddenly appeared on her face, then she turned and ran away. He moved as fast as a frightened deer. Am I so terrible? Qile spread his hands, expressing his disbelief. Do you need a reason to praise a cute little Loli? No need. At this time a strange combination appeared outside Qile's shop. Wang Yu looked quite embarrassed, Lan Jili looked curious, and Yu Yufeng looked helpless. Before in the ruins, Wang Yu had agreed with Yu Yufeng to take him to a good place for training and improving his strength. But coincidentally, when Yu Yufeng came to Pinnacle College to look for Wang Yu, Lan Jili also happened to find Wang Yu. The destination of the trio is Cloud Mist City. So we came together. How come the great place you mentioned is so far away? After finally arriving at Yunwu City, Yu Yufeng couldn't help but complain. Compared to Peak College, the distance between Earth College and Cloud Mist City is much further. Compared to Peak College, the distance between Earth College and Cloud Mist City is much farther. Moreover, because normal teleportation magic arrays are different from one-time teleportation magic arrays, the cost of normal teleportation magic arrays is very high. Therefore, there are not many city-states that can be equipped with teleportation magic arrays. At least, not in Cloud Mist City. Moreover, activating the teleportation magic array also requires a large amount of energy, and not many people have the financial resources to use the teleportation magic array. As a result, many city-states have no plans to build teleportation magic circles at all. After all, this thing is expensive to build and has high maintenance costs. What's more important is that not many people use it at all, and it costs a lot of money to build it, and it's still a huge loss. Therefore, except for some city-states with very prosperous military and financial resources, as well as major imperial cities, there are almost no other city-states with teleportation magic circles. This has also been said before. That is to say, Brilliant College is close to Yunwu City, so that all the free students in the college can go to Qi Li's shop when they have nothing to do. As for Peak Academy, only those students who have both money and leisure will stay in Cloud Mist City. And it lasts a long time. As for Dottie College, it is further away from Cloud and Mist City than Summit College. If it weren't for someone like Yu Feng, who could have applied for the graduation examination long ago, had a good family background, and had some spare money, he really wouldn't have thought of running to Yunwu City. It's really not that close. Lan Jili spoke kindly and said softly. Probably in agreement with Yu Feng. Although it's a long way, it's definitely worth your trip. Wang Yu spoke with some embarrassment. During this period, he secretly glanced at Lan Jili to confirm that there was no unhappy look on her face. As for traveling well. If Lan Jili hadn't been by his side, Wang Yu would have just said, love comes and goes, but love doesn't come and go. I'm really interested in the place you said is definitely worth a visit. Yu Feng curled his lips and sneered at Wang Yu's statement. If there was really something particularly famous here, it would have become famous throughout the eastern wasteland. No matter how bad it is, it's not like places like the three major colleges, which are so well informed, haven't heard about it at all. However, the most famous place of Cloud Mist City is the Cloud Forest outside the city-state. Although some time ago, I heard that many master-level monsters appeared in the Cloud Forest. But generally speaking, the overall strength of Warcraft in the Cloud Forest is still not as good as those in the old Warcraft Forest. Lan Jili followed, just smiled, and said nothing. In fact, the place of Cloud Mist City is not unfamiliar to the students of Pinnacle Academy. After all, it was Wang Yu who started the trend. There are not many students from Pinnacle Academy who come to Qila Xiaodian. It's just a matter of publicity. If the students from Pinnacle Academy who come here have nothing major to do, they basically stay in Yunwu City except for hanging out at Qila shop. After all, Yunwu City can be regarded as an economically prosperous city-state. Moreover, merchants and mercenaries move around frequently, and there are many places for fireworks and entertainment, as well as various specialties. As a result, the overall income of Yunwu City has increased a lot. Therefore, few people will go back to Pinnacle Academy to promote. Lan Jili has also been busy with graduation assessments recently, so he has not been to Cloud Mist City. But I've heard of it. You'll find out soon enough. Wang Yu glanced at Yu Feng and then opened the store door. Manager Qi, good afternoon. It's you. Good afternoon. Qila sat on the sofa, glanced back at Wang Yu, and replied symbolically out of politeness. This was a very common thing for Wang Yu, and it almost frightened Yu Feng and Lan Jili to retreat outside the store. People who have been to the store before may not have felt this way. That's because they haven't seen Qilu before. Only later in the store, listening to the regular customers talking about Qila's strength, did I gradually realize how powerful Qilu was. However, this subtle understanding is always not that shocking. But Yu Feng and Lan Jili are different. The two of them had met Qilu outside the ruins. The power of chatting and laughing with 8 heroes and making 8 heroes compromise with one's own power left the two of them vividly in mind. A carpet and a standing sign. The 8 heroes were forced to dare not speak. Those represent the 8 most powerful forces in the Eastern Wasteland. When Wang Yu greeted Qi Lu just now, Qi Li's casual glance made Yu Yufeng and Lan Jili feel that it was like the gaze of an ancient ferocious beast. You guys, aren't you coming in yet? Wang Yu looked back at the two of them and found that Yu Yufeng and Lan Jili were about to exit the store and were about to turn around and run away. Seeing this scene, Wang Yu seemed to understand something and spoke again. Don't worry, the store manager is very nice. Yes, really? Yu Yufeng stuttered a bit. Lan Jili also had a stiff smile on his face, and cold sweat was almost dripping from his forehead. No wonder they don't believe it. Mainly because Qi Li's impression in their eyes was too profound. It's like the animal trainer told you that this tiger is very docile and won't bite people. Do you dare to touch the tiger? Not many people have such courage. This is the situation for Yu Yufeng and Lan Jili now. This is respect and fear for the strong. Hey, you guys are here. Just as Jing Qingyun took out a vanilla ice cream cone from the snack vending machine, and when he walked through the hall, he saw the three people standing at the door. Senior Jing Qingyun, you are here too. When Lan Jili saw Jing Qingyun walking over, he forced a smile. Although the two of them are not in the same college, in fact, with the relationship between the three major colleges, Lan Jili has no problem calling Jing Qingyun senior. Of course I'm here. I didn't expect Wang Yu to move quite quickly. Jing Qingyun came over and reached out to pat Wang Yu's shoulder. You asked senior sister Lan to find me, right? Wang Yu stared at Jing Qingyun and asked. What? Are you unhappy? Do you find it troublesome? Jing Qingyun raised his eyebrows and returned in a low voice. It's fine to talk about these things in private, but it's not nice to talk about them. No, Wang Yu said, glanced at Lan Jili covertly, and whispered, thank you very much. Oh? Jing Qingyun glanced at Wang Yu thoughtfully, and the look in his eyes was quite intriguing. But as long as everyone knows this kind of thing, there is no need to say it out loud. Xuemei Lan, what are you doing standing in front of the store? The store manager doesn't like people blocking the store door all the time. Jing Qingyun crossed Wang Yu, handed the vanilla ice cream cone in his hand to Lan Jili, and said, this is a unique delicacy in Manager Qi's store. You'll find it elsewhere. Try it and I will treat you as a senior. Take the wind and wash away the dust. This is a delicacy unique to Manager Qi's store. You can't find it anywhere else. Give it a try and I'll take care of it for you as a senior. Jing Qingyun crossed Wang Yu, handed the vanilla ice cream cone in his hand to Lan Jili, and said with a smile. Thank you, thank you. Lan Jili took the vanilla ice cream cone from Jing Qingyun's hand, and then opened the wrapping paper under Jing Qingyun's guidance. A small lick. A unique fragrance of vanilla spread in Lan Jili's mouth. The tension and fear in her heart immediately disappeared. The sweet and long taste instantly conquered Lan Jili's taste buds. Very, very delicious. Lan Jili looked at Jing Qingyun and said seriously. Come in if it tastes delicious. There are a lot of delicious food in the manager's store. Jing Qingyun made way for Lan Jili, then pointed to the counter and introduced, that's the store clerk Yu Shi'er. If you don't understand anything, you can ask her. Lan Jili nodded. Someone who can make such a delicious dessert must not be a very evil person. And from the current point of view, Qi Li's character is indeed considered gentle. When he was in the store, he didn't have the majesty or inaccessibility of a strong man at all. He was more like an ordinary store manager. Okay, there's only so much I can help you with, you idiot, you need to find someone to learn from. When Jing Qingyun saw Lan Jili walking into the store, he patted Wang Yu on the shoulder and said with regret. Jing Qingyun had no idea about Lan Jili. Not taking away people's love is the first point. The most important thing is that Jing Qingyun's feelings for Lan Jili are nothing more than a chance encounter, a simple relationship between a senior and a junior schoolmate. Otherwise, regarding the introduction of Qila's shop, he wouldn't have told Longjili to go find Yu Shi'er. Jing Qingyun has been staying at Qila's shop for so long after all. Could it be that he doesn't know these simple introductions? Find someone to learn from. Wang Yu looked at Jing Qingyun's back as he walked into the store. After a long time, he turned around and looked at Yu Yufeng. Why are you looking at me like that? Yu Yufeng shuddered, immediately hugged his arms, and looked at Wang Yu very warily. Yu Yufeng does like to flirt with flowers, but not to the extent of looking for flowers and asking for help. Naturally, he had to take more precautions against Wang Yu's eager eyes. Yu Yufeng, I think we can have a good talk. As Wang Yu spoke, he reached out his hand and put his arm around Yu Yufeng's shoulders. The countdown to summer carnival activities will soon reach 0. This means that the summer carnival event that countless players are looking forward to is about to officially begin. As adventurers traveling around the world appear in Adventurer Town. In the New World mode, a world announcement also sounded. Adventurers who have traveled around the world have arrived in Adventurer Town. The summer carnival event has officially begun and will last for 15 days. After the event, mission items will not be recycled. I wish all players have a good time during the event. Adventurers who have traveled around the world have arrived in Adventurer Town. The summer carnival event has officially begun and will last for 15 days. After the event, mission items will not be recycled. I wish all players have a good time during the event. Adventurers who have traveled around the world have arrived in Adventurer Town, and the summer carnival has officially begun. The usual 3 times in a row instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the players. The entrance hall of the doll maze was already crowded with people, and it was completely blocked. Countless people requesting to form a team are waiting outside the puppet maze. In the first 3 floors of the doll maze, if the team has more people, it will gain certain advantages. This numerical advantage will begin to weaken at the 4th level, and will completely turn into a disadvantage at the 6th level. However, for ordinary players, the main thing is to clear the first 3 floors of the doll maze. There are 6 kinds of mission items: the sword to protect the doll, the spear to protect the doll, the knight sword to protect the doll, the giant hammer to protect the doll, the tower shield to protect the doll, and the bow and arrow to protect the doll. These 6 quest items are dropped completely randomly. It doesn't matter what weapon the guardian doll uses. Otherwise, even Qila wouldn't be able to help but scold the system. Because these 2 weapons, bows and arrows and tower shields, are not listed in the guardian doll's weapon list at all. However, the drop rates of quest items are still different. The specific performance is that the higher the level of the doll maze, the higher the drop rate of mission items. This also caused the prices of passes for the upper levels of the doll maze to be raised again during the summer carnival. As a result, many players of the Dochi class, although unable to use the Guardian Doll skill book, still enjoy playing the doll maze. It seems that the Guardian Doll skill book is indeed very popular. Qila took one look outside the puppet maze and decided not to go in. The scene was so crowded that there was no space for people to squeeze in. This also made Yu Xuanxue make a lot of money. The master who leads the team to paint pictures and the little cat who hoards tickets does not cry for nothing. Hey, Dingu, you are here too. Qi Lu, who was wandering around the adventurer town, met an acquaintance inadvertently. Manager Qi was joking, I have to come to such a grand event. Gu Pingchuan smiled bitterly. Originally, Gu Pingchuan wanted to stay at Brilliant College for a few days and finish the backlog of affairs. It's good now, because the summer carnival activities have all come to nothing. Then why is Dean Gu still hanging out in Adventurer Town? Qila asked, curiously. Qila didn't squeeze, because Qila didn't care about the Guardian Doll skillbook at all. After all, the proficiency in martial arts and magic possessed by Qilu was given by the system, and the proficiency in martial arts and magic naturally included the martial arts and magic made by the system. This is a unique benefit of being a host. But it would be strange for Gu Pingchuan to wander around the adventurer town instead of going to the entrance hall of the doll maze. There are too many people, and I am also waiting for someone. Gu Pingchuan said helplessly. This is not outside. In the New World mode, Gu Pingchuan did not have hero-level power. It was indeed a bit embarrassing for him to squeeze into the crowd at the entrance hall of the puppet maze. Waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for? Qila looked around. Then he saw Lu Jingyao walking over quickly. Dean Gu, I'm sorry for the long wait. When Lu Jingyao came, he apologized first and then looked at Qi Lu. Is there still store manager Qi in the team this time? Elder Lu Jing is so polite. I have just arrived. Gu Pingchuan waved his hand. No, I'm not on the team. Qi Lu immediately denied it. He doesn't have that much time to clean up the puppet maze. And the most important thing is that Qi Lu doesn't want to squeeze into the crowd, he is really tired. In that case, let's take our leave first. Lu Jingyao said to Qi Lu, cupping her hands. Please, you two, don't pay attention to me. Qi Lu also returned the gift, saying that you two could just do whatever you want. In fact, Qi Lu also wanted to see how these two people could squeeze into the entrance hall of the doll maze where there was no place to stay. Heroic gaffes cannot be seen by the outside world. Gu Pingchuan also said goodbye, and then went outside the puppet maze with Lu Jingyao. Qi Lu looked at the backs of the two people with interest. Just waiting for the two of them to use all their strength to start taking action. However, what Qi Lu never wanted to do was that Lu Jingyao didn't play according to common sense at all. A light swordsman, a great magician, and a few more people can come. You can hide in the back. You can send them away as soon as they enter the map. If the people are full, enter the map. Lu Jingyao's highly recognizable voice entered the entrance hall of the puppet maze. Then after a brief silence, a louder voice broke out. This voice belongs to Lu Jingyao, who is always 18 years old. It's the eldest sister. She's here to refresh her books. Please make room for her. If there are no people in the team, hurry up and get Sister Lu Jingyao in. Remember, the team should be near the entrance. In just 2 minutes, Lu Jingyao and Gu Pingchuan accepted the invitation to form a team and followed the team into the puppet maze. There is no need to squeeze in by yourself. Qi Lu was dumbfounded in the adventurer town. Is this okay? To be honest, Qi Lu did not expect that Lu Jingyao would be so famous in the New World mode. Moreover, what exactly is the title of that eldest sister? When did Lu Jingyao still have this kind of hobby? I am really 18 years old forever, and my mentality is really young. Maybe it's because I'm getting old. Qi Lu covered his forehead and sighed silently. Before, I only knew that Lu Jingyao had an out-of-the-box personality, but I didn't expect that she would go out of her way to such an extent. Store manager, someone is looking for you. Just when Qi Lu was feeling inexplicably, Yu Shier's voice came to Qi Lu's ears. Someone is looking for me, who? Qi Lu left the New World mode and walked out of the deck. Then he saw Fire Emperor Ling Ao and Ing Kuang at the counter. Store manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a few days. I hope you are well. Ling Ao raised his hands towards Qi Lu and said. Although Ling Ao is the Fire Emperor of the Huanyuan Empire and has a respected status. But it also has to be divided in front of someone. For a monster like Qi Lu, before his strength reaches a certain level, it is better to just give in. It turns out to be the Fire Emperor. We haven't seen him for a few days, but seems to be in a lot of energy. Qi Lu has never been interested in such things as small talk, so there is not much ups and downs when talking. It's not that he's disrespectful, it's just that he's always been that way. I can't compare to store manager Qi. Ling Ao naturally heard from Gu Pingchuan that Qi Lu had this kind of personality and didn't like small talk, so after saying hello, he went straight to the point and went straight to the topic. I heard that there is a summer carnival in Manager Chi's store, where you can get the practice method of the guardian doll magic. That's exactly what I'm here for. Ling Ao said it very concisely. So that's what happened. The guardian doll skill book does exist, but I guess you might not be able to catch up. Chi Lu thought for a while, before speaking out. This is the first time for Ling Ao to enter the New World mode, so he must start from scratch. Only when you reach level 25 can you enter the doll maze map and participate in the summer carnival activities. Even while the event lasts, the experience value is doubled. But according to the experience value of the Evil Spirit Warrior frontline copy, by the time Ling Ao reaches level 25, the day lily will be almost cold. If anything, there are probably only 1 or 2 days left for the summer carnival. After all, unlike Chi Lu and Yu Xuanxue, Ling Ao can spend 24 hours a day in the New World mode. They can only play for 4 hours a day. Can't catch up? Manager Chi, what do you say? Hearing this, Ling Ao frowned slightly and asked aloud. It can be said that Ling Ao came here this time mainly to protect the puppet skill book. If he couldn't catch up, then why did he come here? This is a bit troublesome to explain. Why don't you apply for a membership card first? When we get to the New World mode, I'll introduce you to a professional player. That's right, Chi Lu is planning to introduce Ling Ao to Yu Xuanxue. Don't think that Yu Xuanxue is just a little kitten who only mindlessly clears dungeons, saves equipment, and buys and sells. The civet cat's sense of business opportunities is more sensitive than imagined. In the New World model, there has long been a fixed process and industry chain for leading people to paint pictures. The leader among them is Yu Xuanxue. When the name of a kitten is mentioned in the New World mode, it will be heard like thunder. At first, it was only widely circulated in the trading system. Later, I came to the buying and selling circle. Yu Xuanxue became famous because she had information provided by Chi Lu from time to time. Finally, he entered the world of leading people to paint pictures and followed Chi Lu for several live broadcasts. Yu Xuanxue's reputation spread in the New World mode. Only Lu Jingya, the eldest sister, was as famous as Yu Xuanxue. As for Chi Lu, because the number of appearances is too few. So many times, everyone only knows that Chi Lu is very strong, but they don't have a specific idea. Membership card is also good. Ling Ao nodded. Ling Ao has also coveted the membership card for a long time. With such a simple and fast contact method, Ling Ao had wanted one for a long time. Sheer, take the Fire Emperor to find a seat in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Well, there should be a seat next to Dean Gu. Sheila said to Yu Sheer. Okay, store manager. Please follow me. Yu Sheer nodded, and then led the way for Ling Ao. Hey, are you okay? After Sheila solved Ling Ao's problem, he originally planned to go back to the booth. But when I turned around, I found that Ying Kuang hadn't left. Store manager Chi, I have something else I need to discuss with you. Ying Kuang said somewhat dumbfounded. Chi, the store manager, regards himself as the person who protects the doll skill book. But Ying Kuang is a fighting spirit class, so getting the guardian doll skill book is of no use. So that's it. If Mr. Ying has anything to discuss, please just tell me. Chi Lu scratched his head. When these two people came together, he thought they had the same purpose. A large number of elixirs, weapons, and armor. Ying Kuang simply explained his purpose of coming this time, which was to strengthen the basic strength of the Huangyuan Empire. In the battle between the two armies, the most numerous basic troops are the most important combat power. It is also the easiest combat power to enhance. After all, being able to transcend ordinary combat power standards and truly ignore the numerical gap is at least a hero level. When the Great Realm breaks through and is promoted to the hero level, There will be a complete baptism for one's own power level. When a cultivator breaks through to a great realm and is promoted to the hero level, there will be a complete baptism for the practitioner's power level. No matter how strong the grandmaster level is, when faced with enough professional levels, they can only run away. Otherwise, the agreements between the major races and major forces would notably be aimed at combat power above the heroic level. However, in fact, it is not that simple to cultivate a hero. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just a few heroic ones. I don't know how many elixirs, weapons, and armor you need. Qile raised his eyebrows. Ying Kuang's purpose of coming here, this time, can be said to be to Qile's liking. After Jingzhou expanded the weapon egg pool and armor egg pool, he wanted to see what the new equipment was, but he put it on hold because there was no space in the warehouse. Unexpectedly, someone needs a lot of weapons and armor. There are not many spiritual crystals that can be used this time, so we can only equip a small number of soldiers. I need 90% lower-priced weapons and armor, and 10% higher quality weapons and armor. We also need a lot of healing pills and rejuvenation pills. Ying Kuang said as he took out a purchase order. As for those elixirs that permanently increase attributes, Ying Kuang did not consider them. Not to mention whether it can be snapped up. Mainly because these elixirs have no effect at all when used on ordinary soldiers. Qile took the purchase order from Ying Kuang. The budget is 5 million spiritual crystals. A large number of ordinary level equipment, and a small amount of excellent level equipment. There is also a piece of rare equipment prepared for hundreds of households and thousands of captains, as well as a complete set of rare equipment prepared for commanders, lieutenants, and others. Qile calculated in his mind while looking at the budget of the purchase order. In fact, according to the purchase order given by Ying Kuang, the equipment purchased this time would be good enough to equip 100,000 soldiers. For the millions of soldiers in the Huangyuan Empire, this is really not much. However, if you want to equip all the soldiers of the Huangyuan Empire with the equipment in Qi Li's shop, even if it is just ordinary level equipment, it will start with tens of millions of spiritual crystals. And also calculate the durability. Replace frequently. Then the price is higher. But these are not within the scope of Qi Li's consideration. There is a lot of equipment needed. You should know that I am not responsible for transporting it. Qile put away the purchase order and emphasized. Of course I know this rule. The carriages and horses transporting the equipment are in Yunwu City and will not disturb store manager Qi's opening of the store. Ying Kuang nodded and said. In fact, even if Qile didn't mention it, Ying Kuang would still mention it. The equipment purchased from Qi Li's shop will be sent to the border guards at borders of the Huangyuan Empire after being counted in the imperial city off the Huangyuan Empire. And in the hands of various defense zones guarding important city-states. It would be inconvenient for Qi Lu to transport it. In that case, please wait a moment, Mr. Ying. Qile responded. If you please, Manager Qi, I will immediately notify the carriages and horses transporting equipment to deliver the spiritual crystals and magic cores. Ying Kuang said with cupped hands. Qile nodded and walked into the warehouse alone. 5 million spiritual crystals. Drawing weapons and armor, this time, should be able to draw out all the new equipment after the expansion. Moreover, temporary tasks issued by the system can also be completed conveniently. When I feel sleepy, someone will give me a pillow. System, I didn't expect it. Even if luck comes, it can't be stopped. Qile summoned the weapon egg pool in his mind and teased the system aloud. System, the villain succeeds. Qile made a cut sound and said, this is called the chosen son. The weapon egg pool is open, give me 1,000 draws first. Without saying a word, Qile directly threw 1,000 draws into the weapon egg pool, drawing ordinary weapons first. Then draw excellent weapons. With such a large investment, after the expansion, the new weapons were quickly released. Dark Iron Halberd, excellent level. A small amount of the user's attack power and physical defense are increased. When attacking, there is a small probability of a critical hit, causing double damage, and a very small probability of causing a heavy critical hit, causing quadruple damage. Shantai Mo Dao, excellent grade. A small amount of the user's attack power is increased. When attacking, there is a small probability of a cutting effect. Cut off, ignore the target's defense and split the target into two. Note that when the cutting effect is triggered, if the target's strength is too high, the durability of the Shantai Mo Dao will be greatly consumed. Earth Knight Sword, rare level, increases the user's attack power by a small amount, increases the user's physical defense by a medium amount, and comes with the skill, Earth Guardian. Earth Guardian, after entering combat, a protective barrier is generated around the user, reducing most physical attacks and a small amount of magic damage received. The protective barrier will not dissipate until the user's fighting spirit is exhausted. Usage restrictions, all knight classes. Water Elemental Staff, rare level, increases the user's magic concentration speed and magic power by a moderate amount. If the user's class is a Water Elemental Magician, the magic power increase will become a large amount. It comes with the skill, Water Element Burst. Water Element Burst, passive skill, strengthens the released water magic. All offensive water magic released will trigger an additional magic damage. Usage restrictions, all magician classes. Fire Element Staff, rare level, increases the user's magic concentration speed and magic power by a moderate amount. If the user's class is a Fire Element Magician, the magic power increase will become a large amount. It also has the attached skill, Fire Element Concentration. Gathering of Fire Elements, passive skill to strengthen the released fire magic. Moreover, every time the user releases fire magic, a small amount of pure fire element will be gathered into the Fire Element Staff. When the pure fire element is condensed, it will strengthen the user's next fire magic. Strengthening method, offensive fire magic will cause 10 times the damage, auxiliary fire magic will gain an additional double increase and heal the target's injuries. Usage restrictions, all magician classes. Hurricane Longbow, rare level, moderately increases the user's attack power and effective attack distance. Each attack will have a fragmentation effect, and comes with the skill, Hurricane Eye. Rupture effect, destroy a small amount of the target's armor. This effect can be stacked until the target's armor returns to 0. Hurricane Eye, passive skill, effect 1, the Hurricane Longbow can condense arrows on its own, effect 2. Opening the bow without releasing the arrow will superimpose a layer of hurricane effect. For each additional level of hurricane effect, the difficulty of shooting the bow increases by 50%, and the damage of the next attack is doubled. This effect can be stacked infinitely, but after the hurricane effect exceeds 10 layers, the durability of the Hurricane Longbow will be greatly consumed. Usage restrictions, all archer classes. This time, a total of 6 new weapons were drawn out. And these 6 newly added weapons once again proved Qi Li's conjecture. The attributes of these expanded products are indeed much stronger than those of the products that were available at the beginning. Moreover, this time the weapon attributes mentioned durability for the first time. Water Element Staff, Fire Element Staff. These are simply tailor-made staffs for Water Element Magicians and Fire Element Magicians. Qi Li couldn't help but salivate when he looked at the properties of the newly appeared weapons. Just the 2 skills of Water Element Burst and Fire Element Concentration can increase the combat effectiveness of the magician using this staff by more than 50%. Not to mention, the Water Element Staff and the Fire Element Staff are in the hands of the corresponding classes. It directly increased the magic power to a large amount. According to Qi Li's speculation and a small number of experiments he has done. The small amount in the system description is about 10%, which is 10%. This effect generally appears on high-quality weapons and armor. The medium amount is about 30%. This description usually appears on rare-level weapons and armor, and depending on the quality of the weapons and armor, this medium-level category can reach up to 50%. So, for this so-called massive improvement, the extent of the improvement, at least, starts from 50%. This is a very scary range. The power of magic is increased by 50%, which is not as simple as the damage being increased by 1.5 times. Instead, the destructive power and coverage of magic are all increased by 50%. This improvement is simply astonishing. The effect of the hurricane longbow is even more powerful. Especially the attached skill, the second effect of the hurricane eye, which superimposes the hurricane effect. As long as the durability of the hurricane longbow can be maintained, a master-level archer using a hurricane longbow has a chance to threaten a strong man who has recently been promoted to the hero level. This kind of weapon that can cross the chasm of the realm is absolutely shocking. Before the hurricane longbow, there is another weapon that can also increase the multiplier of attack power. That is the Staff of Jealousy in the 7 Deadly Sins series. Jealousy Staff, rare level, increases the user's magical power by a moderate amount, and comes with the passive skill, Jealousy. Jealousy, passive skill, the less magic power in the user's body, the stronger the magic power released, the maximum multiplier, 100 times. Usage restrictions, all magician classes. This is also a weapon with powerful skills, but compared with the hurricane longbow, there is still a gap. Why? Because of the multiplier premise of the skill, Jealousy. The less magic power in the user's body, the more powerful the magic released. When the magic power in a magician's body is small enough to increase the power of magic to 100 times, what kind of high-level magic can be released by the remaining magic power? Obviously, high-level magic cannot be released at all. This is also the reason why Jealousy, the attached skill of the Staff of Jealousy, appears on a rare weapon but does not affect the balance. Even if a small fireball is 100 times more powerful, it cannot be compared to a high-level fire magic. But the hurricane longbow is different. There is no limit to the number of hurricane effect layers stacked on the hurricane eye. Probably the only limitation is the durability of the hurricane longbow and whether the user can successfully pull the bowstring. The corresponding realm of rare weapons is the master level. The power limit of rare level weapons is the primary level of hero level. In other words, if you work hard to damage the hurricane longbow and superimpose the hurricane effect to a high enough level, even the grandmaster level can still pose a threat to the hero level. The weapons expanded this time are already considered top-notch among rare weapons. Qi Lu sighed while moving the weapons from the warehouse to the shop hall. After all, the warehouse space is really not enough. While Qi Lu was extracting weapons, Ying Kuang also pulled the spiritual crystal and magic core into the shop. There are several large boxes. Most of them contain magic cores. Because there are 5 million spiritual crystals, a few boxes can't be filled. Lao Ying, I'm already moving the weapons you want. Just ask your people to move them out of the store. Qi Lu expressed that he was very satisfied with Ying Kuang's attitude of paying first and getting the goods later. As for the issue of counting the number of spiritual crystals, leave it to the system. Qi Lu is only responsible for pouring these large boxes of spiritual crystals and magic cores into the cash box. Store manager, Qi, don't you count the quantity? Ying Kuang saw Qi Li's behavior and couldn't help but asked. These are 5 million spiritual crystals. Even Ying Kuang counted them several times when he took them out from the Ministry of Household Affairs. No need, I believe Mr. Ying will not lie to me about this kind of thing. Qi Lu pretended to be open-minded and said. Then he immediately shouted in his mind, System, have you finished counting? System, the counting of spiritual crystals has been completed. The number of 5 million spiritual crystals is correct. Confirm receipt. I'm just telling you, the Huangyuan Empire has a huge business, how could they deceive a small store manager like me? Qi Lu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the expression on his face remained unchanged from beginning to end. After listening to Qi Li's words, Ying Kuang couldn't help but said, Manager Qi's character is so high that I can't match it. Needless to say, the armor will be brought out later. Qi Lu waved his hand, turned around, and got into the warehouse. It's a fair deal. If there wasn't a system that could help count the spiritual crystals, wouldn't Qi Lu spend half a day counting them more than 3 times? This can be 5 million spiritual crystals, but not 5 spiritual crystals. The payment has been received, so let's continue working hard. Open the armor egg pool and let me see what new armor I can draw out. Helmet Spring Run, rare level, moderately improves the user's physical defense and magic resistance, and comes with the skill, Spring Return. Spring Return, passive skill. After receiving damage, it will resist part of the damage and form a protective barrier. While the protective barrier lasts, the user's injuries will continue to be healed. Usage restrictions, all warriors and knight classes. Armor Xiao Jiu, rare level, improves the user's physical defense and magic resistance to a moderate amount, and slightly increases the user's strength attribute. It also has the skill, Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu, passive skill, causing fire magic damage to all surrounding enemies. After being attacked, the fire magic damage will be doubled in a short time. Usage restrictions, all warriors and knight classes. Leg armor Autumn Feng, rare level, improves the user's physical defense by a small amount, increases the user's magic resistance and agility attributes by a medium amount, and comes with the skill, Harvest. Harvest, passive skill, after entering the battle, fighting spirit will continue to be stored. Leg armor Autumn Feng, rare level, improves the user's physical defense by a small amount, increases the user's magic resistance and agility attributes by a medium amount, and comes with the skill, Harvest. Harvest, passive skill, after entering the battle, fighting energy will continue to be stored. The user can replenish fighting energy from the leg armor Autumn Feng at any time. Usage restrictions, all warrior classes. Boots Winter's Cold, rare level, improve the user's physical defense by a small amount, and increase the user's magic resistance and agility attributes by a medium amount. Comes with the skill, Winter. Winter, passive skill, forming a winter field around the user. All enemies entering the winter field will have a small amount of agility attributes weakened. Usage restrictions, all warrior classes. There are 4 new armors, all of which are rare. Qi Lu had never thought about this. However, this is probably because there were too few rare level armor types among the previous armors. It seems that there are only 2 shields in total that are rare level armors. One is the Xuanwu Heavy Shield, and the other is the Arrogant Light Shield. Let's not talk about the Xuanwu Heavy Shield for now. The Pride Light Shield, one of the 7 Deadly Sins series, is also an expanded armor. Its properties and accompanying effects can be said to be completely superior to these 4 rare level armors. Arrogance Light Shield, rare level, a small amount of improvement in the user's physical defense and magic resistance, and comes with a passive skill, Arrogance. Arrogance, passive skill. Every time you receive an attack, your physical defense or magic resistance will be doubled according to the type of attack. The maximum superposition rate is 128 times. Usage restrictions, Heavy Warrior, Shield Warrior, Heavy Knight, Shield Knight. Unlimitedly improve the user's physical defense and magic resistance. It can be stacked up to 128 times. This terrifying multiplier, as long as it can be stacked to the highest level, can completely allow the Grandmaster level to withstand the attacks of the lower hero level. It seems that the Arrogant Light Shield is the pinnacle of rare armor. Qi Lu thought, while tidying up the warehouse. However, the only restriction on the Arrogant Light Shield is that it can only be used by the 4 classes, Heavy Warrior, Shield Warrior, Heavy Knight, and Shield Knight. Because the four classes of heavy warrior, shield warrior, heavy knight, and shield knight basically have no offensive capabilities. It is a pure human shield class. In fact, unless they are in the mercenary team, they are willing to dedicate themselves to the team. Or someone who is in the military, prepared early in the morning, and decidesto transfer to this pure human shield class. Otherwise, among ordinary practitioners, this pure human shield class, no matter how high the defense power is, can only be passively beaten. As far as Qi Lu knew, the strongest heavy-armed warrior was probably Lanzier. After all, he has dragon blood. In terms of physical fitness, he has a natural advantage. But this is also because the relationship between several people in Lan Yi's team is so good that they are almost inseparable. This time, the 4 new rare-level armors have much wider restrictions on their use. All warrior classes. All knightly classes. This basically covers most of the Doqi classes. And the accompanying skills, Spring Return, Summer's War, Harvest, and Cold Winter, are basically very good skills. Especially Xiao Jilia and Handong, when used in large-scale battles, are simply magical skills. They are all good things, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Qi Lu is now even more interested in treasure-level equipment. Just rare-level equipment is already so powerful, let alone treasure-level equipment. You know, the realm corresponding to treasure level is hero level. Weapons, armor, and elixirs were continuously brought out from the warehouse by Qi Lu. Then it was moved out by a convoy of equipment transporters guarding outside the store and loaded onto the carriage. Tens of thousands of weapons, hundreds of thousands of pieces of armor, and hundreds of thousands of bottles of pills. Even if Qi Lu has been promoted to the Grandmaster level and is fast enough, it will already be evening when all the moves are completed. The person almost collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. System, next time we come to such a big business, can you help me a little? Don't let me move alone. After Qi Lu sending Kuang away, he collapsed on the sofa and complained in his mind. System, host, this is just a little test for you. Qi Lu stuck out his tongue and hummed, test? It's not enough for you to play with me in the trial room. You also need to test me outside? System, it is not impossible to let this system help, but you need to cut 10% of the income share to this system. 10%? Bah, your greed for money has once again refreshed my understanding of you. Qi Lu spat hard. As of today, Qi Li's total share is only 30%, and the system takes 1/3 in one go. He really knows how to do business. System, in that case, why do you complain, host? I'm not complaining, I just want to scold you. If you appear in front of me, I will definitely beat you up. Qi Lu lay on the sofa and laughed coldly. System, so this system will not appear in front of you, give up, stupid and lazy host. Qi Lu hammered the armrest of the sofa and said angrily, did you add a prefix to me again? He was a stupid host before. Mr. Qi Lu has a lot, and he doesn't care about the second stroke system that has not yet reached half a level after picking out his IQ. But Qi Lu really couldn't tolerate laziness. If Qi Lu is really lazy, then for today's business, he really has to let the system move those goods out by itself. Not to mention that Qi Lu diligently replenishes supplies every day. Yu Shi'er would never be asked to help. How can this system, which doesn't even dare to show its body, say such a thing? Qi Lu thought angrily. System, host, you don't have to think about these things. It is absolutely impossible for this system to appear in front of you. TSK, you actually discovered me. Qi Lu pretended to have an expression of disbelief. Unexpectedly, this Irby system could gain insight into my own deep thoughts. Qi Lu knew that the system could detect his thoughts, so he deliberately thought about these things to stimulate the system and wanted the system to reveal its true identity. However, this two-stroke system. It really seems to have no entity. System, Humph, it's just a host, but you still want to plot against this system. The villain succeeds. Qi Lu returned to the system what he said a few minutes ago. Then after a short pause, Qi Lu thought of another thing. By the way, with 5 million spiritual crystals in hand, my mission should be completed. System, you don't want to swallow my reward again, do you? Qi Lu hammered his palm and asked loudly in his mind. It is not necessary to equip the synthesizer. However, you can't do without cold beer and crayfish. What's summer without cold beer and crawfish? System, host, what are you talking about? How can this great system do such a thing? System, host, what are you talking about? How can this great system do such a thing? Although the system replies quickly. But the voice sounded obviously guilty. Sure enough, your Irby system has had such thoughts. Qi Lu crossed his fingers and gave a middle finger in his mind. Anyway, you can't see the middle finger system outside. It would be bad if you teach you sheer bad things. System, the temporary task is completed and the rewards will be distributed soon. Now please confirm the host. Do you want to consume a set of suit templates? Yes. Qi Lu had already thought about it, so there was nothing to hesitate about. And Qi Lu can guarantee that if he didn't answer yes here, there would definitely be no more cold beer and crayfish. System, confirm receipt of the package template, the rewards have been distributed, please pay attention to the host to check. The first thing that appeared was the equipment synthesizer. The appearance of the equipment synthesizer is similar to a rectangular iron box as high as one person, standing next to the pet card switch machine. There are many complicated patterns engraved on the outside of the equipment synthesizer, which looks very high-end and classy. There is an opening above and below the equipment synthesizer. The upper opening is used to add equipment, and the lower opening is used to take out synthesized equipment. In the middle is a screen for selecting compositions. Information about equipment synthesizers also reached Qi Li's mind. This method of operation is quite advanced. Qi Li came to the equipment synthesizer and opened the middle screen. Equipment synthesizer activated. Please select a synthesis plan. Then an option appeared on the screen. There is currently no synthesis plan, please contact the store manager to load it in time. Seeing this option, Qi Li showed a genuine expression and snorted coldly, "Inu, how could your damn stingy system be so kind?" Originally, Qi Li still held on to the slightest illusion, thinking that the system might correct its evil ways, or that it might be due to conscience. But it turns out that this Irby system has no conscience at all. Give me the blueprint for the 7 deadly sins. However, the matter has come to this, and Qi Lu has nothing to say. It's better to take a look at how powerful this currently only synthetic equipment is. The 7 deadly sins synthesis blueprint is said to be a blueprint, but its appearance looks more like a spiritual crystal. The loading method is also very simple. Just shoot directly into the screen of the equipped synthesizer. The appearance of this equipment synthesizer looks very scientific, but I don't know why, but the way of loading blueprints is so magical. The 7 deadly sins synthesis blueprint has been detected. Do you want to load it? Yes. After Qi Lu confirmed. A new synthesis option immediately appeared on the screen, 7 deadly sins. Under this option, there is another line of text. For more synthesis plans, please contact the store manager to load them. I'm convinced. I shouldn't believe it. No, it's just a fantasy. Even if it's just a little bit, your Irby system can detect it with conscience. Qi Lu was 10,000% convinced. It is impossible for such a beautiful thing as conscience to appear in this damn system. View the synthesis plan, the 7 deadly sins. Thinking of this, Qi Lu had no choice but to take a look at the properties of this synthetic equipment. Synthesis plan, the 7 deadly sins. Equipment required to synthesize, great sword of wrath, blade of greed, great sword of gluttony, staff of envy, heavy armor of sloth, light shield of arrogance, charm collar. Synthesis cost, 7,000 spiritual crystals. Synthesis plan, the 7 deadly sins. The equipment required to synthesize, great sword of wrath, blade of greed, great sword of gluttony, staff of envy, heavy armor of sloth, light shield of arrogance, charm collar. Synthesis cost, 7,000 spiritual crystals. 7 deadly sins, treasure level, a large amount of increase in the user's physical attack power, magic concentration speed, a moderate increase in the user's strength attributes, physical attributes, agility attributes, and mental strength. Additional skills, 7 sins body, sin barrier. Body of 7 sins. After entering the battle, the user of the 7 deadly sins will automatically obtain the effect of the body of 7 sins, which will last until the end of the battle. Effects of the body of 7 sins: reduce the magic damage received by 20%, reduce the physical damage received by 40%, all attacks will have a continuous bleeding effect, and steal the target's health and mana. Sin barrier: all damage caused by the user of the 7 deadly sins will be bested in the 7 deadly sins, and the full effect of the 7 sins body will be converted into a protective barrier. Storage limit: half-step strong level all-out blow. Wrath, greed, gluttony, envy, laziness, arrogance, and temptation are known as the 7 deadly sins. The body of 7 sins: the 7 sins add to the body. Restrictions on use: peak master level, all ranks. Treasure level. Qila looked over and was stunned by these 3 words. This synthesized equipment turned out to be a treasure-level weapon, and it was a universal weapon for all classes. This is the first treasure-level weapon that appears in Qili's shop. I didn't expect it to be synthetic. No wonder the system says that these egg pool purchasing channels can only draw rare-level products at best. It turns out that higher-grade products are waiting here. Great sword of wrath, blade of greed, great sword of gluttony, staff of envy, heavy armor of sloth, light shield of arrogance, and charm collar. Among the 7 pieces of equipment, 4 are excellent and 3 are rare. Just purchasing the equipment for synthesis would require 12,800 spiritual crystals. Plus the synthesis cost, 7,000 spiritual crystals. The cost of making 7 deadly sins is as high as 19,800 spiritual crystals. Nearly 20,000 spiritual crystals. And this is only treasure-level equipment that is common to all classes. It's hard to imagine how high the cost of new synthetic equipment will be in the future. Awesome, these methods of trapping spiritual crystals are really worth learning from us. Qi could only silently applaud this equipment synthesizer. To show respect. However, to be honest, 7 deadly sins is not a purely output weapon, but a weapon that can greatly improve survivability. It can be said that in battles of the same level, as long as the user's damage of the 7 deadly sins is equal to that of the other party will never be able to break the sin barrier transformed by the effect of the 7 sins body. This is true invincibility. I am becoming more and more interested in future treasure-level equipment. Qi conveniently stopped the operation of the equipment synthesizer. However, the usage restrictions of the 7 deadly sins are as low as the peak of the Grandmaster level. At this stage, there are really not many people who can use the 7 deadly sins. Therefore, although Qi is very interested in treasure-level products, in terms of sales, high quality and rare-level products are the most widely sold. As for how many 7 deadly sins can be sold, just leave it to fate. No matter what, let's take a look at my cold beer and crayfish. Qi shook his head and no longer thought about this problem. Because, to be fair, if you take a suit template and replace it with an equipment synthesizer and a 7 deadly sin synthesis blueprint, in the short term, you will definitely lose money. If you think about it any further, you are just causing trouble for yourself. However, from a long-term perspective, this can be regarded as an additional treasure-level purchase channel. That's why Chila didn't bother fussing with the system. Crayfish are systematically classified as snacks. And just like the vanilla ice cream cones, they are marked available in summer only. As usual, look at the description of the snack first. Crayfish, a must-have meal in summer. This is an indispensable delicacy in the hot summer. There is nothing that cannot be solved by one meal of crayfish. If there is, then eat 2 meals. This product is recommended to be shared with friends. Long-term consumption of crayfish will slightly increase all basic attributes of the eater. Note, the crayfish set meal includes 5 kilograms of garlic crayfish, 5 kilograms of salt and pepper crayfish, 5 kilograms of spicy crayfish, and 5 kilograms of 13-spice crayfish. Price, 200 spiritual crystals. 20 pounds of crayfish? Chilu was shocked when he saw crayfish's note. This time, the system may be a bit too generous. I had a set meal of 20 kilograms of crayfish at once. This portion of crayfish was enough to satisfy my cravings. And there are 4 flavors. No wonder there are prompts and suggestions to share with friends. But the only downside is the price. 200 spirit crystals, although compared to the weight of the crayfish set meal, are not very expensive. But looking at it alone, one snack costs 200 spiritual crystals. This price is really not very affordable. But why do I want so much? I took the crayfish out of the system just to eat it for myself. Chilu suddenly thought of this point again. It doesn't matter whether it sells or not. The important thing is to make sure you enjoy it yourself. Moreover, the special effects attached to crayfish can slightly improve all basic attributes. This alone is enough to attract young men with a lot of spiritual crystals in their pockets to taste it. I believe that after these gentlemen have tasted the deliciousness of crayfish, there is absolutely no such thing as not buying it. Chila thought so and took out a portion of crayfish from the outlet of the snack vending machine. This time the packaging is in a square iron basin. The 4 flavors of crayfish are divided into 4 areas and neatly packed iron basins. There is also a piece of plastic wrap wrapped on top to ensure that the crayfish will not cool too quickly. Would it be okay to put a vanilla ice cream cone and crawfish together? Sheila suddenly became interested in the temperature control system of the snack vending machine. System, host, please don't think about these useless things. There is absolutely no chance of any problems with the machines produced by the system. Don't get excited, I didn't doubt you. Chilu immediately changed the topic. Now that we have the crayfish, I'll have some cold beer. Cold beer is naturally classified as a drink. Although Chilu doesn't know whether beer should be considered wine or a drink. However, Chilu had heard in his previous life that beer in a certain region was classified as an alcoholic beverage. The reference person of the system is probably that region. The cold beer is also marked with the words available in summer only, and behind this word, there is also a line of very small writing. Chilu didn't pay attention at first and almost missed it. The cold beer is also marked with the words available in summer only, and behind this word, there is also a line of very small writing. Chilu didn't pay attention at first and almost missed it. But then a sudden glance allowed Chilu to capture this line of words that were so small that they were almost invisible. Children are not allowed to drink alcohol. TSK, you also know that cold beer is wine. Chilu almost jumped up in shock at the system's actions. If you want to mark it, just use normal fonts. Why did you start playing tricks here secretly? Never mind. Calculating his age, Chilu has long been an adult, so he is too lazy to care about this matter. Ice beer cools you down all summer long. Drinking it for a long time will slightly increase the physical attack power of the drinker. Friendly reminder, although the alcohol content is not high, please be careful not to get drunk. Friendly tip 2, cold beer tastes better with crayfish. Price, 20 spiritual crystals per bottle. Compared with the high price of crayfish, the price of cold beer is very conscientious. And the accompanying properties and effects are also very suitable for cold beer. After all, in the legend of Qi Li's previous life, drunkenness would lead to violent mode. During the violent mode, the person's sanity decreases, his speech is slurred or chattered, he walks unsteadily, or he is extremely excited and his tones were questions. Most importantly, aggression and attack power have increased significantly. The only drawback is that it can't hit anyone. Finally, a more normal product is here. Qi Lu let out a breath, then glanced at the iron basin and glass bottle in his hand. Eating crayfish in a store is too boring. Why don't we make an exception today and go out for a late-night snack? Sheer, are you asleep? Qi Lu thought of this and shouted to the second floor. Not yet, store manager, what can I do? Yu Sheer poked her head out from the corridor entrance on the second floor, looked at Qi Lu and asked. You haven't slept yet, so come down and have some midnight snack with me. Qi Lu laughed. Yu Sheer works diligently every day, and it's time to reward her for her hard work. Really, thank you manager. As soon as she heard that there was food, Yu Sheer immediately walked down from the second floor. I have to say that the snacks and drinks in Qi Lu's shop are indeed the best things Yu Sheer has ever tasted. Even if you eat these things every day, you will never get tired of them. Don't stare at the snack vending machine. You already had a vanilla ice cream cone today. You can't have any more. Qi Lu smiled, and then continued, go and move the table outside the store. Okay, store manager. Qi Lu saw through Yu Sheer's purpose and stuck out her tongue playfully. Then he moved the round table in the store lobby outside the store. Qi Lu, you just said you wanted to have midnight snack, right? I want to eat too. At this time, Yu Shuangxiwei appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Qi Lu's shoulders, and spoke seriously. Kittens can't eat salt. Shut up, I can even eat refined iron, but you told me not to eat salt. Before Qi Lu could finish his words, Yu Shuangxiwei blocked her with a grin. But whatever. Tonight is an exception, let this little kitten have a meal too. A round table was set up just outside the store. In the sky, a full moon is like a silver plate, shedding endless moonlight, decorating the cloud and mist city with silver light. Although it's not the Mid-Autumn Festival yet, admiring the moon tonight should be regarded as a commemoration. Although it's not the Mid-Autumn Festival yet, admiring the moon tonight should be regarded as a commemoration. Qi Lu looked at the bright moon in the sky and murmured to himself. Although this world is divided into spring, summer, autumn and winter, there are not so many festivals. Although the system may remember it. But it made Qi Lu feel like he was forgotten by the world. Store manager, what's wrong with you? Yu Sheer moved a chair to the round table, but saw Qi Lu looking up at the sky, with a hint of sadness on his face, and couldn't help but ask aloud. Nothing, I just remembered some things from the past. Qi Lu quickly suppressed the sadness on his face and smiled at Yu Sheer. What happened in the past has passed. People should walk towards the light. Qi Lu, what should I eat tonight? Yu Shuangxiwei squatted on the round table and asked, curiously and expectantly. Although civet cats eat treasures mainly for the energy contained in them. But this does not mean that civet cats have no sense of taste. It's just that most of the time, the civet cat doesn't care about the taste. After all, most treasures don't taste very good. New item in the store, crayfish. Qi Lu brought the two large iron basins to the round table, and then tore off the plastic wrap on them. Suddenly, a thin mist rose up from the iron basin, mixed with a little water vapor and a strong fragrance. The garlicky flavor of garlic crawfish. The savory flavor of salt and pepper crayfish. Spicy crayfish is spicy and delicious. The rich spice aroma of 13 spice crayfish. In an instant, this rich fragrance spread out, making people's index finger slick. It smells so good. I've obviously had dinner, but now I feel so hungry. Yu Shi'er twitched her pretty little nose, following the scent, and looked at 2 iron basins on the round table. There are red crayfish inside, neatly stacked. This alluring color and fragrance make people want to reach out and grab Oneto enjoy themselves. But Yu Shi'er still held back. He also took a photo of Yu Shuangshua's little paws that couldn't help but move. Sister Shi'er, if you don't want to eat, don't stop me from eating. Yu Shuangshua looked at Yu Shi'er aggrievedly, and her big cat eyes immediately became watery. I want you to eat first. Do you know how to eat it? Qila sat next to Yu Shi'er and said with a smile. While talking, he opened the cap of the cold beer on hand. 2 bottle caps fell to the table. While other customers limit each snack and drink to 1 per day. But Qi Lu is not subject to this restriction. Do you have any other tips for eating this kind of thing? Yu Shuangshua hummed, picked up a garlic crayfish from the iron basin and stuffed it into her mouth. The aroma of minced garlic instantly filled Yu Shuangshua's mouth. The light spicy flavor and strong garlic flavor will whet your kitty's appetite. It tastes spicy and delicious. This is so delicious. However, it is delicious. The only drawback is that it is a bit hard. After Yu Shuangshua chewed up the garlic crayfish shell and swallowed it, she began to comment. Judging from the movements of the little paw, it seems that he is planning to do it again. I said you didn't know how to eat, and you still argued with me. Qila shrugged, then picked up a garlic crayfish from the iron basin, skillfully peeled off the shell of the shrimp, and put the meat and the tail into his mouth. Then, he threw the shrimp shells on the table. Crayfish eat meat, not shells. Crayfish eat meat, not shells. Qila narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yu Shuangshua with a smile. What? Yu Shuangshua's eyes moved back and forth between the shrimp shells on the table and the smile on Qili's face. As if he couldn't believe it. But it doesn't matter. You can even eat refined iron anyway, so eating some shrimp shells doesn't matter. Qila said with a smile. He didn't mind at all, stabbing Yu Shuangshua's fragile soul 1 more time. You. Yu Shuangshua stared closely at Qi Li's smiling face, feeling that this smiling face was getting more and more irritating. No, it was an angry cat. Tons. Qila saw that Yu Shuangshua was choked and could not speak, so he stopped teasing her. Instead, he picked up the cold beer and took a big sip. A strong aroma of wheat and alcohol spread in Qi Li's mouth. At this moment, Qila seemed to be in the wheat field, smelling the wind blowing the wheat waves. Sure enough, cold beer is better with crayfish. Qila took a long breath and felt relaxed all over his body. Manager, what are you drinking? Yu Shi'er looked at the glass bottle in Qi Li's hand and showed a little interest in the light yellow liquid inside. It's also a new item in the store, a new drink, cold beer only available in the summer. Qila gave a brief introduction. This is something the store clerk must know. Well, store manager, can I give it a try? Yu Shi'er asked next. Try it, Shi'er, are you an adult? Qila looked at Yu Shi'er's face that could still be seen as somewhat childish, narrowed his eyes, and asked slowly. Because Qilu also thinks that children should not drink. Even though the alcohol content of cold beer is not high. I came of age, not long ago. Although Yu Shi'er looks a little immature in appearance, she is still adequate in terms of age. However, when talking about this matter, a trace of hatred seemed to flash in Yu Shi'er's eyes, which was keenly caught by Qi Lu. Qi Li's eyebrows moved slightly, but he didn't ask any questions. Sometimes, asking proactively is not a good option. It is important to be an empathetic person. In that case, let's drink it and see. Maybe it will help you sleep better tonight. Qila put another bottle of cold beer in Yu Shi'er's hand. Thank you, store manager. After Yu Shi'er thanked her, she picked up the cold beer and took a big sip, imitating Qi Lu. The aroma of wheat and alcohol rushed into Yu Shi'er's throat instantly. The bitter taste mixed with the aroma of wheat immediately made Yu Shi'er go. Ahem. I've already said it, why should a child learn to drink? Qi Lu smiled helplessly and patted Yu Shi'er's back gently to help her calm down. The rum in this world belongs to the sweet wine type. When you really drink it, the taste and texture are more like sweet juice with a bit of alcohol. But cold beer is different. It's slightly bitter in the mouth and then sweet, which is the flavor of cold beer. The first time you drink this taste, you will definitely feel a little uncomfortable. Ahem, it has such a strange taste, but it's not unpleasant to drink, and the aftertaste makes you want to keep drinking it. After Yu Shi'er finished coughing, she took another small sip of cold beer. After you get used to it, the slightly bitter but sweet taste of cold beer, full of wheat aroma, will make you want to stop. Drink less, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Qi Lu reminded. Then he started to drink cold beer, skillfully peeled the crayfish, and put the white and tender shrimp meat into his mouth. During this period, Qi Lu also brought out 12 more bottles of cold beer and 2 portions of crayfish from the store. It is completely normal to have late-night snacks and snacks. But after eating, Yu Shi'er quickly became drunk, probably because she drank for the first time. Yu Shi'er didn't behave strangely when she was drunk. Just lying on the table very quietly. Sure enough, I'm still drunk. Qi Lu quietly ate the last crayfish, drank the last sip of cold beer, then used magic to condense water and washed his hands. To be honest, a little bit of magic is quite convenient. Shao Shu, it's not good to eat and drink for free. It's time for you to do some effing. Remember to pack up the rest of the things and move the table back into the store. Qi Lu wiped his mouth and spoke slowly. What? Do you really have the heart to let a weak little kitten carry such a big table? Yu Shuangxue was short-tongued and said it with some lack of confidence. Be patient, especially be patient. Qi Lu waved his hand, signaling Yu Shuangxue not to say such useless things. An ancient beast at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level can't even move eatable, so what else can it do? Cruel. Yu Shuangxue said angrily. That's all for you. You can go to the New World mode only after you've packed up. I'll take Shi'er back to her room. Qi Lu ignored Yu Shuangxue, but reached out and gently turned Yu Shi'er, who was sleeping on the table, around. The arms trapped Yu Shi'er's back and legs. Hold him in his arms. So light. Qi Lu hugged Yu Shi'er and couldn't help but think about it. Probably because Yu Shi'er belongs to the Weling cat clan and has the unique lightness of cats. Being held in Qi Li's arms, Yu Shi'er naturally leaned her head against Qi Li's heart, as if chasing that touch of warmth. A little girl is a little girl. A trace of tenderness appeared in Qi Li's eyes. After coming to this world, Qi Lu was alone for a long time. Yu Shi'er was probably the first person to really break into his side. Go to the second floor and walk into the second bedroom. This is the room that belongs to Yu Shi'er. The decoration is simple, but cozy. Qi Lu carefully placed Yu Shi'er on the bed. Yu Shi'er immediately curled up and held Qi Li's hand tightly. No, don't, help me. Father, mother, sister. Do not leave me. Yu Shi'er muttered vague words in a low voice. There were also tears in the corners of his eyes. Although I know I shouldn't ask, I must be under a lot of pressure, because I have something hidden in my heart. Qi Lu lowered his eyes and whispered to himself. Then, he held Yu Shi'er's hand with his backhand and sat beside the bed. Early the next morning, Yu Shi'er slowly opened her eyes, remembering the rare peaceful sleep she had last night. Drinking to drown your sorrows is really not advisable. But for some reason, after falling asleep last night, I always felt particularly at ease. Yu Shi'er thought so, and suddenly felt that her hand seemed to be held by Somyeon. Turn around and look. Then he saw Chila sitting on the edge of the bed, his eyes slightly closed. It looked like he had stayed up all night. Store manager, Yu Shier was slightly startled, then seemed to recall something, and her heart suddenly felt full of emotion. Ah, it's great that you're awake. Chila was awakened by Yu Shier's voice and couldn't help but yawn. Then he quietly pulled his hand back. It's just time. I'm going to wash my face. You can go down first. Chila stretched, stood up and walked out of Yu Shier's room. Yes, store manager. Yu Shier responded loudly. A sweet smile appeared on his face. It was not difficult for Chi Lu to stay up all night. At most, he was just a little depressed. Yu Shuangxue didn't go back to her room last night, probably because she stayed up all night again. Restock, then open the door. Yu Shier probably hadn't digested the cold beer last night, so she only drank a bottle of pure milk to relieve her hangover in the morning. Store manager Chi, you opened the store a little later than I thought. Chi Lutsai opened the store door, and Fire Emperor Ling Ao appeared outside the store door. You came a little earlier than I thought. Chi Lu shrugged and let Ling Ao in. Who makes the products in the store good? Store manager Chi, you have so many rules. It's definitely impossible for you to keep the goods, so I can only rush here early. Ling Ao complained as he walked into the store. After a slight pause, he asked again. I heard that there are elixirs in the store that can permanently increase attributes. I wonder if store manager Chi has any in stock today? The elixirs suitable for you, Fire Emperor, are currently only Yan Padan in the store. Chila thought about it for a few seconds, and then answered aloud. Flame Soul Pill, rare level, permanently increases the user's condensation speed of a small amount of fire magic and the power of fire magic. Each person is limited to one pill in his lifetime. Usage restrictions, fire elemental magicians. This kind of elixir with extremely limited use has a high chance of being left. After all, there are many types of magicians. It is unlikely that elixirs such as the demonic spirit pill, which can be used by all magician classes, will be left. Only for the time being? Are there many types of elixirs that permanently increase attributes in Manager Chi's store? Ling Ao heard the implication of Chi Li's words and asked in surprise. You can use the word only for now. That means there must be other types of elixirs. There are indeed many types of elixirs that permanently increase attributes, but most of them have usage restrictions. Chila said this and introduced Ling Ao. Another elixir in the store that is suitable for Ling Ao is the magic elixir. Magic pill, rare level, permanently increases the user's condensation speed and power of a very small amount of magic. Each person is limited to one pill in a lifetime. Usage restrictions, all magician classes. And others, such as the body strengthening pill, the blood bathing pill, and the wind spirit pill. Because the added attributes are not consistent with Ling Ao's fire element magician class, even if he uses them, it will just add some basic attributes that are better than nothing. Not very useful. Usage restrictions, it's a pity. Ling Ao could understand this. Usage restrictions are not unique to elixirs. Just like the Duki class cannot use the staff to release magic, this is also a kind of restriction. It's just that it's not clearly marked like elixirs. However, store manager Chi, after I went back yesterday, I got a staff from Uncle Ing. I didn't expect that there is a staff in the store that is suitable for the class of fire element magician. When it came to usage restrictions, Ling Ao remembered this. Originally, Ling Ao came here to protect the puppet skill book and snap up some pills. However, Manager Chi, after returning home yesterday, Uncle Ing specially gave me a staff. I didn't expect that there is a staff in the store that is so suitable for the class of fire element magician. When it came to usage restrictions, Ling Ao remembered this. Originally, Ling Ao came here to protect the puppet skill book and snap up some pills. But I didn't expect it at all. In Qi Li's shop, there is such a powerful staff. This was also a surprise that Ying Kuang gave Ling Ao last night after taking all the goods from Qi Lu. Fire Element Staff, rare level, increases the user's magic concentration speed and magic power by a moderate amount. If the user's class is a Fire Element Magician, the magic power increase will become a large amount. It also has the skill, Fire Element Gathering. Gathering of Fire Elements, passive skill to strengthen the released fire magic. Moreover, every time the user releases fire magic, a small amount of pure fire element will be gathered into the Fire Element Staff. When the pure fire element is condensed, it will strengthen the user's next fire magic. Strengthening method: offensive fire magic will cause 10 times the damage, auxiliary fire magic will gain an additional double increase and heal the target's injuries. Usage restrictions: all magician classes. It can be said that it is a weapon specially tailored for fire element magicians. Although the usage limit is for all magician classes. But in the hands of other types of magicians, the Fire Element Staff is no more than an excellent weapon, or even worse. Because the Fire Element Gathering skill that comes with the Fire Element Staff will only take effect on fire magic. 4,000 spiritual crystals and a Fire Element Staff. Ling Ao could only sigh. Value, really value. Moreover, Ling Ao also specially tried the effect of the Fire Element Staff last night. The blessing of fire magic directly made Ling Ao begin to doubt whether this was really the magic he had released. How could it be so powerful? It has to be said that with more spiritual crystals, the damage is really high. As long as you are satisfied. Of course Qi Li knew what Ling Ao was talking about. But it's not Qi Li's style to be self-proclaimed. The most he can say is that it's worth the money and he's just a child. Satisfied, of course satisfied. Ling Ao nodded. Suddenly the conversation changed and he said solemnly. However, having said that, store manager Qi, I actually have another request. Oh? Please tell me what's wrong with the Fire Emperor. Qi Lu responded lightly. I would like to invite store manager Qi to open a branch in the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire. I wonder what store manager Qi wants. Ling Ao said bluntly. This was also the thought that came to Ling Ao's mind after he got the Fire Element Staff last night. If such a magical shop cannot be opened in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city, it will definitely be a loss for the imperial city. This has nothing to do with Qi Li's overwhelming strength. It's just a simple desire for the products in Qi Li's store. After getting to know Qi Li's store, you will find that no matter what the products in this store are, they are quite magical. If we could open a branch in the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire, that would definitely significantly increase the overall strength of the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. If store manager Qi agrees, you can choose the location of the store in the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire, no matter where it is. I can solve all the problems for you. Of course, you don't have to worry about the spiritual crystals. Ling Ao then added. I can solve all your problems for you. Of course, you don't have to worry about the spiritual crystals at all. Ling Ao then added. This condition is not unreasonable. Everyone else, no matter which firm, no matter how powerful this business bank is and how strong its financial resources are, if he could get such a solemn promise from Ling Ao, he would have already nodded in agreement and then went to the Huangyuan Empire Imperial City to select a location. You know, the Imperial City is the most important city-state in an empire. In many places, even money can't buy it. What's more, Ling Ao didn't even want the spirit crystal, and by the way, he took over all the problems. As long as Qi Lu goes to the Huangyuan Empire Imperial City to open a branch. Fire Emperor, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no plans to open a branch yet. Qi Lu rejected Ling Ao's proposal without even thinking. There are many reasons. The biggest one is whether to open a branch or not. The decision lies with the system. If the system doesn't agree, Qi Lu can't open a branch. Moreover, there are not enough store staff. If that's the case, let's forget it. Ling Ao originally wanted to try to persuade him again, but when he saw Qi Lu's unquestionable expression, he opened his mouth and finally gave up. In fact, in Qi Lu's thoughts, even if a branch were to be opened, it would not be in the Huangyuan Empire. What's the point of opening a branch so close? According to Qi Lu's idea, this first branch should at least be placed next to Pinnacle College. Otherwise, go further. In this case, we can accept more customers. But now it seems that the system obviously has no plans to open a branch. Because Ling Ao's words were all about this, the system did not pop up and issue any temporary tasks. This is totally inconsistent with the system's tendency to take advantage of advantages. Unless the system really has no plans for this. Good morning, store manager. Hey, I didn't expect that I wasn't the first person to come to the store. Hu Shou opened the door and entered the store at this time. After saying hello, when he saw Ling Ao standing in the hall, he couldn't help but say aloud. You're not too late. Qi Lu said seriously. The Lone Ranger is still good, you can come whenever you want. I'm just saying that. Hikari walked to the snack vending machine and bought a double cheese beef burger as usual. Since the release of this large-sized snack, Hu Shou's first choice will definitely be this. By the way, the wine you've always wanted is here. It's over there with the drinks. Qi Lu said suddenly when he saw the double cheese beef burger in Hu Shou's hand. Really? That's really great. Come and give me a drink. When Hu Shou heard this, his face suddenly lit up with joy. Just eat a big mouthful of meat, not a big bowl of wine. It felt like something was missing, something was really wrong. The portion size of cold beer, like other drinks, is 500 milliliters. This incident, starting from last night, made Qi Lu think that the system might only make glass bottles of this size. After all, ice beer is not liquor. What kind of taste can you get from drinking 500 milliliters of it? Qi Lu is a little better. As a store manager, I can take as many bottles as I want. But other customers can only drink one bottle a day. Store manager, is this the amount of wine you have in your store for one bottle? Hu Shou took out a glass bottle of cold beer from the outlet of the beverage vending machine and couldn't help but ask. Usually when mercenaries like them drink rum in a tavern, they drink from large wine glasses. If this 500 milliliters cold beer were poured into a large rum glass, it would probably not be enough for half a glass. That's all. Take a sip first and see. Qi Lu naturally knew this problem. Rum is a sweet wine with a low alcohol content and tastes similar to a fruit drink. If you don't drink from a large wine glass, you won't feel anything at all. If you want high alcohol liquor, drink it from a large wine glass. The tavern was probably filled with drunken mercenaries. But unfortunately, ice beer is not a high-altitude wine. The only problem is that the system is really stingy. Hu Shou was not pretentious, he opened the bottle cap and drank half of the bottle in one gulp. The aroma of wheat and wine mixed together and spread in Hu Shou's mouth. Catalyzed by the cold temperature, it soon turned into a strong stimulation, impacting Hu Shou's throat. The slight bitterness and sweetness appear at the same time, which makes the taste of cold beer extremely rich. Call. After swallowing a sip of cold beer, Hu Shou exhaled a long breath, and then shouted, "It's great. This wine tastes much better than the ones in those pubs. Thick, strong, and exciting. Compared to rum, a drink with strong sweetness, ice beer is obviously more suitable to Hu Shou's taste. Or maybe it's more in line with the taste of these mercenaries. It has more strength and richer texture. Is this wine really as delicious as you say? Ling Ao on the side was a little curious. As for wine, any heroic or military man should have a few glasses of it. Ling Ao is naturally also a fan. There are also some famous brewing masters in the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire. But in this world, most of them are sweet wines like fruit wine or rum. There are not many methods for brewing grain wine. Sweet wines all have one characteristic, that is, although they taste sweet and mellow, they lack the mellowness and spiciness that spirits should have. Even less exciting. Sweet wine is more suitable for wine tasting. Instead of drinking water like a whale. Ling Ao has been drinking for many years and understands this problem. But unfortunately, this problem has never been resolved. So although Ling Ao was a little curious about the cold beer, he didn't have much expectations. Hey, I don't care about the taste of this wine. You have to drink it yourself. After taking a long breath, Tokari took another big bite of the double cheese beef burger before speaking out. 2. Ling Ao nodded, imitating Hu Shou, and bought a bottle of cold beer from the beverage vending machine. The cold feeling after taking it made Ling Ao nodded slightly. Some wines need to be served cold. Some wines need to be served hot. Obviously, if the wine is meant for gulping down, it must be a cold drink. Ling Ao opened the bottle cap with a flick of his finger. The aroma of wheat with a hint of alcohol wafted out of the glass bottle. Just smelling the smell, Ling Ao nodded again. This slightly stimulating and spicy smell alone is better than those fruit wines and rums. He took a small sip. The rich wine swirled in Ling Ao's mouth, and then he swallowed it. Good wine. After a long time, Ling Ao uttered 2 words. Although this kind of wine may not be very good when used purely for wine tasting, but when used with other dishes, it is several levels better than those so-called fine wines. Ling Ao commented slowly. Although if it is purely used for wine tasting, this wine may not be very good. However, if you drink it with other dishes, it is several levels better than those so-called fine wines. If we talk about the only shortcoming, it's probably that the quantity of one bottle is a little less. Ling Ao commented slowly. As expected of the Fire Emperor of the Huangyuan Empire, the number of fine wines he has tasted far exceeds that of ordinary people. The distinction between alcoholic beverages is also much stronger than that of the average person. But even so, Ling Ao's evaluation of cold beer is quite high. Having said this, Ling Ao took another look at the double cheese beef burger in Hu Shou's hand. It seems that in Manager Chi's shop, it's not just the elixirs and weapons that surprise me. Even the food and wine are enough to surprise me. If store manager Chi doesn't go to the Huangyuan Empire's Imperial City 2 Penna branch, it's really a big loss to the Imperial City. Ling Ao couldn't help but sigh. But Chi Lu just listened to these words. After all, just because Chi Lu said it, it really doesn't count. So Chi Lu didn't say anything more, but just sat on the sofa minding his own business. When he is depressed, Chi Lu will not go to the combat power improvement training room area and enter the New World mode. Lack of energy and lack of concentration make it easy to make operational errors. And going through the dungeon, despite the fatigue, is a kind of torture in itself. Let them see it by themselves. I'd better take a nap now, to refresh myself. Chi Lu half squinted his eyes, and his thoughts entered the black market for special items. After sitting next to Yu Shier's bed all night last night, Chi Lu felt that his body was stiff and he naturally didn't get a good rest. Just taking a nap from time to time. Naturally, I didn't have time to see the black market for special items that was refreshed every early morning. In fact, the black market for special items has been a purchasing channel for so long. Apart from a frozen fruit, Qilu really hasn't produced many good things from it. So this time, Qilu didn't have high expectations. That's just a daily routine to check it out. What if I can get something good out of it? Let me see how lucky I am today. Qilu regards visiting the black market for special items every day as a way to test his luck today. It's like asking for a signature. If the products sold in the special items black market are not good, it means that today's luck has not been exhausted. If the products sold in the special items black market are not bad, it means that today's luck is also very good. The so-called comfort psychology. In short, it just hints to myself that today's luck is good. Talisman paper, daily necessities. Useless thermal weapons. To be honest, in the special items black market, some hot technological weapons are often refreshed. But Qilu really doesn't feel anything about these things. Just imagine. In a world of fighting spirit and magic, suddenly taking out a certain gun-type hot weapon that even the system rating would only give it an excellent grade. What use can it be? I'm afraid it won't be able to break the protective fighting spirit or magic barrier of those cultivators with higher levels. Skip a few bad products. Qilu's eyes continued to glance back, then suddenly stopped. Two-way teleportation magic array disc, system enhanced version, a treasure level special item. Opening the disc can directly form a two-way teleportation magic array. In the teleportation magic array, it can withstand up to hero-level attacks without any damage. Two-way teleportation magic array disc, system enhanced version, a treasure-level special item. Opening the disc can directly form a two-way teleportation magic array. In the teleportation magic array, it can withstand up to hero-level attacks without any damage. Two-way transmission of magic circle, simple operation, no need for extra energy. The array plate comes with a teleportation magic array control token. Only by holding the control token can you control the teleportation magic array. Purchase price, 20,000 spiritual crystals. This is a good thing. Qilu was pleasantly surprised after seeing this two-way transmission magic array. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the no extra energy required feature of this two-way transmission magic array is enough to prove the power of this two-way transmission magic array. What's more, it also has a powerful defense that can be attacked by a hero in the teleportation magic circle without losing any damage. It is indeed a system-enhanced version of the two-way transmission magic circle. As I said before, the general teleportation magic array is very expensive to build. And after the construction is completed, a huge amount of energy is required to activate the teleportation array every time it is used. As a result, many city-states have no plans to build teleportation magic circles at all. After all, the teleportation magic array involves the category of space magic. But powerful space magicians are extremely rare. Especially a space magician who can skillfully use such complex space magic. But now, after owning this two-way transmission magic array disc, you no longer have to worry about this problem. And the purchase price is only 20,000 spiritual crystals. These mere 20,000 spiritual crystals are not worth mentioning in the face of the resources required to build a teleportation magic circle. Especially after the teleportation magic circle is built, no additional energy is required to activate the magic circle. This will definitely be up for grabs. It's such a pity that only one was refreshed. Qilu gritted his teeth in regret. Without saying a word, he bought the two-way transmission magic array disc. However, as for when to put this two-way transmission magic array disc on the shelves, let's wait until we wake up. Yujian sect, inside the mountain gate. Shuaziki used his sword to easily extinguish the flames on the candle. But the velvet core burning with fire was not damaged at all. Good swordsmanship. A cry of admiration sounded. Just as the fire went out and the light in the room dimmed, a black figure rushed into the room. Under the dim light, you can see the thin figure of this figure and the night clothes he wears. Do you guys really like to wear night clothes in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the patrolling disciples when you enter the sword control sect? The long sword in Zhuziki's hand vibrated slightly, and the sparks on the sword tip fell back onto the wick of the candle. The small flame lit up again. Zhuziki's control over his own strength is at its peak. The shots are neat and as fast as lightning. However, it can ensure that the weak flames and sparks can switch freely while drawing the sword, but not completely extinguished. Young Master Zhua is joking. The night uniform is to hide the traces naturally, it is impossible for those patrolling guys to see it. Shadows don't only exist at night. The black figure lowered his head slightly and said respectfully. As long as you have discretion in your mind, I believe you should know what to do. Zhuoziki glanced at the figure and said lightly. Death warriors are a kind of power that may exist in every force. If this guy in night clothes is caught, his first choice will definitely be to commit suicide by taking poison to prevent himself from leaking the information. Although there are not many ways to extract confessions in this world. However, there are many magics that can directly explore the news. Don't worry, young master. According to our investigation, Bailey Fenghua, the leader of the sword-controlling sect, seems to have left the sword-controlling sect after receiving a letter. The only heroes currently in the sword control sect are Yu Qifeng and Morongsong. The black figure answered respectfully, without much emotion in his tone. Master actually stayed in the sect, so that's good. A flash of light flashed in Zhuoziki's eyes, as if he recalled something. The general outline of the beast control technique, after Zhuoziki was sent out of the ruins, he did not put the storage ring in it, but put it on his body. It was precisely because of this that he was not discovered by the strong man waiting outside the ruins. Zhuoziki didn't think of this either. There is actually a strong person who can disregard the dignity of 8 heroes to check their harvest. Don't be careless. Are the alchemists I asked you to prepare ready? Zhuoziki nodded and continued to ask. It's ready, just a lot more. The black figure answered immediately. That's good. Send this recipe for the puppet potion out and let the alchemists refine it in large quantities. Zhuoziki took out a prescription from his arms. This prescription was copied directly from the rotten parchment scroll. Yes. The black figure took the prescription and put it away, close to his body. Then after Zhuoziki waved his hand, he slowly backed away and blended into the shadows. Next, everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. Just waiting for the right opportunity. Zhuoziki slowly put the long sword in his hand into the scabbard and looked into the distance. Looking towards some distant place. Nowadays, in Cloud Mist City, a powerful aura will appear from time to time, making people breathless. Then he was quickly restrained. It seems to have disappeared. Therefore, the current Cloud Mist City appears to be particularly peaceful and safe. Because no one knows who released these powerful auras. Which strong man came to Yunwu City? So just don't mess with anyone, so as not to mess with people you shouldn't mess with and get into trouble. After a little sleep, I will feel much better. Qi Lu, who was leaning on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes and stretched. I just feel that all the muscles and bones in my body are relaxed. It's so comfortable. Qi Lu slowly moved his hand and foot joints, then stood up, preparing to go to the combat power improvement training ground to play for a while. But before Qi Lu could move his legs, a middle-aged man walked over. You must be the rumored store manager, Qi. The middle-aged man came forward and said with his hands in hand. My name is Qi Lu, and I am a store manager. If the store you are looking for is right, then you should be right to call me store manager Qi. Qi Lu looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. Although a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, it was well concealed. As expected, it's you. I've admired you for a long time. The middle-aged man smiled heartily and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Bailey Fenghua. I am currently the temporary master of the sword control sect. It turns out you are the Bailey sect master, and your name is Astonishing Tomy Ears. It turns out you are the Bailey sect master, and your name is Astonishing Tomy Ears. It's better to be famous than to meet him. When I saw him today, he was truly magnificent." Qi Lu can still say polite words. Since Bailey Fenghua, as the leader of the sword control sect, was so polite, Qi Lu would naturally follow suit. "Where is it?" "Store manager Qi is the one who has fascinated me for a long time." Bailey Fenghua continued to be polite. But in my heart, I was secretly complaining. Although everyone knew that this was just a courtesy, but when this store manager Qi said the polite words, his expression didn't even change. He is really alone. Then I wonder if Master Bailey came to our store and needs something? Qi Lu is not very interested in things like hypocrisy and subterfuge. Being able to say something polite is already a sign of respect. Sure enough, Qi Li's frankness made Bailey Fenghua freeze up immediately when spoke. "I originally wanted to say a few more polite words, but I didn't expect that this guy actually acted out of common sense." However, Bailey Fenghua was also the master of a sect, and his expressions changed flawlessly, and he immediately spoke. "The reason I came here this time was actually a letter from Elder Lejing, telling me that store manager Qi has a powerful martial art in his store that can be taught to customers, so I came here because of its reputation." Even Lu Jingya praised his martial arts skills. Naturally, Bailey Fenghua doesn't want to miss it. So that's it. As soon as Qi Lu heard Bailey Fenghua's words, he knew why he came. But this kind of thing is unthinkable. A dignified hero would naturally not come here for the weapons and armors in Qila's store. After all, there aren't many treasure-level products yet. As for accessories, I doubt this middle-aged man would be very interested. Therefore, in the New World mode, the skill books created by the system are the most attractive items for these heroes. No matter the Evil Spirit Body skill book or the Guardian Doll skill book, the attraction to heroes is equally strong. And most importantly, the Evil Spirit Body skill book can attract heroes of the Fighting Spirit class. The Guardian Doll skill book can attract heroes of the Magician class. I just don't know what kind of skill book the system will create on the next big map. But Qi Lu really has no interest in a newbie who has just entered the New World mode. Therefore, Qi Lu naturally started to take the blame. However, Lu Jingya hasn't come to the store today. "Why don't I introduce you to a professional? Ah, she's here." Qi Lu originally wanted to get a deal for Yu Xuanxue. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, he saw Lu Jingya walking to the door of the store. It seems that he must have sensed the aura of Bailey Fenghua appearing in Yunwu City, so he rushed over. "Manager Qi, good afternoon." "Sect Master, why are you here so late?" As soon as Lu Jingya entered the door, she greeted Qi Lu first, and then started to complain about Bailey Fenghua. "I still need to handle all the big and small affairs within the sect. Do you really think that I am the same as you? Can you be so relaxed?" Bailey Fenghua was dumbfounded by Lu Jingya's complaints. "I really don't know how to be a family member. I don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. If you are not the sect leader, you don't know that there are many things going on in the sect." In order to come out, Bailey Fenghua specially handed over the affairs within the sect to Yu Chifeng. As a result, he was criticized all the time. "Is that so?" Lu Jingya looked at Bailey Fenghua suspiciously. In her opinion, being a sect leader doesn't mean playing chess every day, drinking tea, and having a lot of free time. Otherwise, Lu Jingya would not have written back to the sword control sect. "Isn't it tiring to play chess and drink tea? The look in your eyes doesn't mean that I just play chess and drink tea every day, and I still have a lot of free time to use as I please, right?" Bailey Fenghua is truly a human being. As for the upright Lu Jingya's thoughts, he guessed right and there was none to guess a second time. Is not it? Lu Jingya asked confidently. That's just that every time you come to see me, you catch up with me to finish the matter. Besides, you have only come to see me a few times? Bailey Fenghua said dumbfounded. After finally having some rest, I invited you Qifeng to play chess and relax. As a result, he was interrupted by Lu Jingya every time. Now she is justified. Where can Bailey Fenghua go to reason with me? That's really disturbing. That's it. Since that's the case, it's time to enter the New World mode and clear the dungeon without further delay. If you finish it one day earlier, you will be able to join the sect one day earlier. After Lu Jingya finished speaking plausibly, she took Bailey Fenghua to the counter to ask Yu Shi'er to apply for a membership card. Qi Lu was left standing there, looking at the two people's backs as they walked into the combat power improvement training room area, and couldn't help but point at the back of his head. What is this? Qi Lu can't quite understand Bailey Fenghua. Lu Jingya's character is both upright and out of the box, and she always comes up with ideas. From this point of view, Lu Jingya's performance in the previous discussion meeting was all fake. No wonder she hasn't spoken much. Thinking about it now, I simply don't know what to say. I don't want to. Qi Lu shook his head, then walked into the shelf area alone, and placed that Huawei transmission magic array plate he had bought from the special items black market on the shelf. The price is marked, by the way. 200,000 spiritual crystals. When it comes to the degree of black-heartedness, Qi Lu is confident and not inferior to the system at all. The purchase price of 20,000 spirit crystals is the selling price of 200,000 spirit crystals. This is a net profit of 180,000 spiritual crystals. Just when Qi Lu marked the price, the store door was pushed open again. This time, 3 people came in. Gu Pingchuan was appointed as a public cultivator and Ban Zheng. Lao Gu, what's the matter with you calling us here in such a hurry? Ren Gongxiu followed Gu Pingchuan and asked aloud. Yes, Lao Gu, you were so secretive and refused to say anything before, but now that you are here, you can finally tell me. Ban Zheng also echoed from the side. These two deans were called over by Gu Pingchuan overnight after spending 4 hours in the New World mode yesterday. It was a long journey all the way. So Ren Gongxiu and Ban Zheng still don't know why Gu Pingchuan called them here. The last discussion meeting was held here. Aren't you curious why a strong person like store manager Qi would open a store here? Gu Pingchuan still didn't say it clearly, but gave a hint. The little one is hiding in the wild, and the big one is hiding from the world. Manager Qi opened a shop here. He is probably tired of the disputes. Ren Gongxiu thought about it and guessed. That's right, if such a powerful person were born, he would definitely be able to dominate the world. However, store manager Qi did not do this. I can only say that store manager Qi's character is indeed far higher than mine. Ban Zheng also nodded in agreement. That's right, if such a powerful person were born, he would definitely be able to dominate the world. However, store manager Qi did not do this. I can only say that store manager Qi's character is indeed much higher than mine. Ban Zheng also nodded in agreement. The two people's evaluation of Qi Lu can be regarded as highly consistent. I don't deny that this may be the reason, but I didn't bring you here just for you to evaluate store manager Qi's character. Gu Pingchuan was dumbfounded by the two people's words. What's that for? The two asked in unison. I can't believe that with store manager Qi's strength, will the products Hazels in the store be ordinary products? Gu Pingchuan had to reveal the answer himself. That's right, Gu Pingchuan called Ren Gongxiu and Ban Zheng here just because he off this summer carnival in the puppet maze. Although the 3 major colleges are in a competitive relationship, But the relationship between the three deans is very good. Heroes are also divided into camps. For example, the three major colleges and the Huangyuan Empire actually belong to the same camp. The Goryeo Empire and the Xingyao Empire were also considered to be in the same camp. Although these camps are complex. But the heroes in the same camp have a good relationship. So after discovering that the Guardian Doll skill book could also be used by Gongxiu Ren, Gu Pingchuan immediately called Gongxiu Ren. I know you don't believe it, so go get a membership card first. Gu Pingchuan led the two of them towards the counter. Not to mention other functions of the membership card, just because it can communicate with each other, it is worth getting one. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing each applied for a membership card hesitantly. And directly poured 100,000 spiritual crystals into it. Heroes are all rich and powerful. The weapons and armors here, Manager Qi, are actually very good, but they are not suitable for us. However, in order to let you understand more directly how magical the products here are, I think it is better for you to experience it yourself. Gu Pingchuan said seriously. This approach is actually quite evil. Because the products in Qi Li's store can bring a different shock to Gu Pingchuan every time. Therefore, Gu Pingchuan felt that he had to analyze this shock to others. Especially my old friends. Then we'll see. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing just smiled indifferently. They don't feel that the products in this store can shock them at all. Qi Li's strength was truly something Ren Gongxiu and Banjing had never seen before. Even as soon as they entered the store, the space-folding magic blessed by the combat power improvement training room area made the two of them feel extremely shocked. However, the same cannot be said for the products in the store. Strong strength means strong fighting ability. Weapons and armor, what is needed is the art of forging. As for those crystal balls, they are probably some alchemical products. Although I still don't know what the specific functions of those crystal balls are, they are not so magical as to be particularly outrageous. Manager Qi, do you still have the magic elixir? Gu Pingchuan saw Qi Lu in the shelf area, so he asked directly. No. Qi Lu answered without even thinking about it. The magic pill is a pill that can be used by all magician classes. How could it be saved until the afternoon? Although it was expected, I still feel a little regretful after hearing what store manager Qi said. Gu Pingchuan spread his hands. In addition to the demon spirit pill, there are also flame soul pills and ice and snow pills. But one of the latter two restricts the use of fire element magicians, and the other restricts the use of ice element magicians. It does not correspond to the wind element magician class of Ren Gongxiu. Fortunately, there are other options. Do you still have the battle soul pill and the body tempering pill? Gu Pingchuan asked next. War soul pill, rare level, permanently increases the user's strength and attack power by a small amount, and has a small probability of strengthening the user's understanding of their own martial arts. Each person is limited to one pill in his or her lifetime. Usage restrictions, all warrior classes. Body tempering pill, rare level, permanently improves the user's physical condition by a small amount, and has a small probability of strengthening the user's physical condition twice. Each person is limited to one pill in his or her lifetime. Usage restrictions, all warrior classes. Banjing's rank is a warrior rank. Since there are no more elixirs that Ren Gongxiu can use, let's ask if there are any elixirs that Banjing can use. After all, compared to weapons or armor, accessories, and other foreign objects, this kind of elixir that can permanently increase attributes will bring much greater impact and shock. No more. Qi Lu still answered without thinking. These two elixirs are restricted to all warrior classes, and their sales are no less than those of the magic elixir. These are all pills that will be sold out as soon as the store opens. Then it will be difficult to handle now. Gu Pingchuan said with some distress. As for those high-quality elixirs that can permanently increase attributes, they are not within the scope of Gu Pingchuan's consideration. Because even rare-level elixirs with usage restrictions are so easily snatched up. Not to mention high-quality elixirs that have no restrictions on use. However, in addition to pills, there are also products with immediate effects in Qi Li's store. For example, potato chips that can purify fighting spirit. Or fruit-flavored jelly that purifies magic. Since the suitable elixir is gone, we have no choice but to make this last resort. Without waiting for the two to ask questions, Gu Pingchuan bought a bag of potato chips and a fruit-flavored jelly from the snack vending machine. Then they were given to Banjing and Ren Gongxiu, respectively. What's this? The two of them looked at the strangely packaged things in their hands and asked with some confusion. To be exact, they are two delicious foods. Gu Pingchuan did not say anything clearly, but urged the two of them to eat the snacks in their hands. Some things must be experienced in person before they can be believed. Mysterious. Ren Gongxiu glanced at Gu Pingchuan twice before tearing open the wrapping film of the fruit-flavored jelly and pouring the jelly in the small box into his mouth. In an instant, the sweet and sour taste filled Mr. Ren's entire mouth. It stimulated his taste buds like crazy. The flavors of various fruits come one after another and blend with each other, but they are clearly layered and do not affect each other. The layers of fruit are sweet, like a feast. Even Mr. Ren, who didn't care much about his appetite, couldn't help but indulge in this delicious taste. This is the first time in so many years that I am so moved by delicious food. Mr. Ren savored the sweetness of fruit-flavored jelly and spoke slowly. Does your jelly taste good? My potato chips also taste very good. They have a strong fried flavor, but they are not greasy at all, which is especially suitable for my taste. Banjing was also munching on potato chips, handful after handful. Before I could taste much of it, the potato chips in the packaging bag had already bottomed out. Does your fruit-flavored jelly taste good? My potato chips taste really good too. It has a strong fried flavor and a fragrant aroma. It doesn't feel greasy at all when you eat it. It also leaves a lingering aroma in your mouth, which is especially suitable for my taste. Ben commented as he munched on potato chips. One after another. Before I could taste much of it, the potato chips in the packaging bag had already bottomed out. Why is it gone so quickly? I haven't even had a few bites. Once again I reached into the bag of potato chips, but couldn't catch any chips. Banjing glanced into the packaging bag in disbelief, and then turned the packaging bag upside down. Only then did I make sure there were no potato chips in it. It tastes good. Gu Pingchuan asked with a smile. It tastes really good. I haven't had such delicious food in many years. Ren Gongxiu nodded and continued, but you don't want to tell us that store manager Qi is actually a cook in private. It doesn't matter that he is a chef. He can reach such an extreme level and make such delicious food. Store manager Qi's talent is also worthy of being called a monster. Banjing retorted. A person's energy is always limited. To be able to possess such great strength at such an age, his talent is already worthy of being called a monster. And while being powerful, he can also open a store to sell such delicious food. Isn't Qi Li's talent more terrifying than monsters? I'm not letting you taste it. Of course, the food in manager Qi's store is indeed very delicious. Gu Pingchuan interrupted the discussion between the two and reminded them. Please carefully feel your own fighting spirit and magic power. After being reminded by Gu Pingchuan, Ren Gongxiu and Banjing sank their mental power into their bodies and carefully felt the magic power and fighting spirit in their bodies. How could this happen? How could it be possible? My fighting spirit has become even purer. This feeling immediately shocked Ren Gongxiu and Banjing. There were incredible expressions on their faces, and their eyes were full of shock. It has been a long time since Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing were promoted to the hero level. Naturally, his own magic power and fighting spirit have been tempered to an extremely pure level. At this level, it is no longer possible to rely on one's own strength to refine the magic power or fighting spirit into something more pure and powerful. Unless Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing can improve their realm again. But this is unlikely. Because even Gu Pingchuan's half-step powerhouse level is not considered Tohavi improved to a large level. What's more, Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing are far behind Gu Pingchuan. But at this moment, the fighting spirit and magic power of the two people became even more refined. It's just that the degree of purity is really not much. That's why Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing noticed this change after being reminded by Gu Pingchuan. And that change, if not surprisingly, was the effect of that bag of potato chips and a fruit-flavored jelly. Just taking a bite of such delicious food and enjoying it will make you stronger and make further progress. It is absolutely impossible to say that you are not shocked. Could it be said that the products sold by store manager Qi have such miraculous effects? Ren Gongxiu looked at Gu Pingchuan in disbelief. He was eager to see the answer from Gu Pingchuan's face. Could it be said that the products sold by store manager Qi have such miraculous effects? Ren Gongxiu looked at Gu Pingchuan with an expression of disbelief on his face. Desperately wanting to find out the answer from Gu Pingchuan's face. Although the effects are different, one thing that is certain is that most of the products in Manager Qi's store are magical. Gu Pingchuan nodded, confirming Ren Gongxiu's guess. Oh my god, this is unimaginable. When Ban Jing heard this, he was even more shocked and speechless. Can't believe what Gu Pingchuan said. How good does a person have to be so powerful and at the same time open a store and sell such rare and precious items? By the way, when I entered the store, I saw many students from Brilliant Academy in the store. Could it be that, Lao Gu, you already knew that there are such magical items in Manager Qi's store? Ren Gongxiu suddenly remembered this matter. The stronger the student, the stronger the college he is in will naturally be. It's something that goes hand in hand. By the way, no wonder Brilliant College came out on top in this college competition. So that's how it is. Ban Jing also slapped his palm with a look of realization on his face. The Brilliant Academy has always been ranked at the bottom of the college competition. This time, the college competition was a complete victory, without any small defeat. This is a very incredible thing. It turns out that the reason why this happened is here. Since you have guessed it, I will not hide it from you. The students from Brilliant Academy were indeed here for the training before the game. Gu Pingchuan had nothing to hide and admitted it very straightforwardly. Now that they have called Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing to Qi Li's shop. Based on the knowledge of these two people, they can naturally think of this. But, so what if you know? Gu Pingchuan changed the subject, shrugged, and said with a bit of teasing. Peak College and Earth College are further away from Cloud Mist City than the other, and Brilliant College is nearby. Even if I tell you, there's probably nothing you can do. This is a joke between old friends for many years. Since he had such a big advantage, he naturally couldn't help but complain. And this is where Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing are troubled. Even if you and others know that the products in Qi Li's store are very good, what's the use? Do you want all the students to come to Yunwu City? Not to mention whether this store can accommodate so many students. It's just that the mountains are high and the roads are far away, so many students don't have time to come here. What's more, if you call all the students to Yunwu City, will your own academy still be open? Are they all given to Brilliant Academy? So, you can't envy this. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile on his face. The feeling of being proud is really comfortable. I'm actually not that envious. After all, although Pinnacle Academy is a little far away from Cloud Mist City, there are quite a few students in the store now. With a smile on his face, Mr. Rin said in a leisurely manner. When he entered the store before, he noticed this when he saw the students from Brilliant Academy. In fact, even Brilliant Academy is not far from Yunwu City. But the students who come here must also complete the additional study tasks off Brilliant Academy before they have time to come to Yunwu City. As for Pinnacle Academy, it is just a matter of having time and a little spare money. Peak Academy is just a matter of having time and a little spare money. It's much better than Dottie Academy, where almost no students come. As for why it is said that there are almost no students coming to Dottie College, rather than no students coming at all. Mainly because Yu Yufeng was sitting in the store. This kind of talented student is very impressive as the dean. So, the person being teased now. Only Banjing was left. The distance between Dottie College and Cloud Mist City is completely not enough just to have some spare money and some leisure time. You must have a lot of free time and a lot of spiritual crystals. Just these 2 points can eliminate many students. What's more, few people in Dottie College know that there is such a magical shop in Yunwu City. Damn it, why does Manager Chi's store open in Yunwu City? It would be great if it opened next to Dottie College. Banjing sighed with great regret. The envy for Gu Pingchuan and Ren Gongxiu was beyond words. Chila's shop is now a hot spot. Everyone wants to get it. But in the end, who can get more benefits, and benefits depends on where Chila's store is. Therefore, the Brilliant Academy, which is close to Cloud Mist City, takes advantage of it. This is the first come first serve advantage of being near the water. Hey, what are you talking about? After Chila sorted out the goods on the shelves, he walked out of the shelf area and asked, casually. I'm telling store manager, Chi, if there are any new products in the store. Gu Pingchuan said quickly. It's still embarrassing to talk about this kind of teasing between old friends. Yeah? Chila glanced at Ren Gongxiu and Banjing suspiciously. If I remember correctly, this must be the first time for these 2 people to come to the store as customers. Can Gu Pingchuan and these 2 talk about any new products? However, Chi Lu would not say such words. So after a short pause, Chi Lu said, there is a new product. It is a special item. It is a 2-way transmission magic array disc. I wonder if you are interested. Routinely introducing products is Chi Li's professional habit. Although he won't take the initiative to sell, Chi Li will still make suggestions when asked. I wonder what the 2-way transmission magic array disc does? As soon as Banjing heard the name of this product, he immediately got involved. By opening the array disc, you can directly construct a 2-way teleportation magic array, which can withstand up to hero-level attacks. Moreover, after the teleportation magic array is completed, it does not require additional Energito be activated again. Chilu introduced with a calm expression. But when these words were heard in the ears of these 3 heroes, they were like thunder. Manager Chi, are you sure you didn't make a mistake or exaggerate? Gu Pingchuan swallowed. Activating the teleportation magic circle again does not require consuming additional energy. Manager Chi, are you kidding me? Ren Gongxiu questioned aloud. Is there such a teleportation magic circle that can withstand up to hero-level attacks? Banjing was even more shocked. They know much better than the average person about what a teleportation magic circle is. It is expensive to build and requires a lot of energy to start again. This is all common sense. In addition to these common senses, fragility is also one of the flaws of the teleportation magic circle. Space magic is inherently an unstable magic. Compared with elemental magic, although space magic is powerful, it is very easy to cause space collapse. Therefore, space magic is often synonymous with destruction. The teleportation magic circle also inherits the shortcomings of space magic. A normal teleportation magic circle is very good if it can withstand a full blow from a grandmaster. But according to what Qi Lu just said, this two-way teleportation magic array disk can directly construct the teleportation magic array, and it does not require additional energy to be activated again. Let's not talk about it for now. Just the fact that it can withstand hero-level attacks is truly unparalleled. This kind of strong stability and strong defense simply goes against the instability principle of space magic. A child never deceives an old man, and he never lies. Qi Lu said very seriously. This? Ren Gongxiu and Banjing looked at each other in disbelief. After all, the effect of this kind of thing is too shocking. But in Qi Li's shop, Gu Pingchuan, who had experienced so many shocks, nodded and said, "You two don't have to doubt it. As long as the store manager can say it, it will have the effect. Moreover, the effect will only be stronger, not weaker." You sure? Ren Gongxiu glanced at Gu Pingchuan suspiciously. Of course, I guarantee it on my honor. Gu Pingchuan nodded and said solemnly. The Dean of Brilliant Academy has a reputation as a half-powerful person, which is not unimportant. You're serious, Lao Gu? Of course we believe what you say. Ren Gongxiu said quickly. If what Manager Qi said is true, then I will order this two-way transmission magic array. Banjing also said. Are you going to make a decision? It seems like you don't take me seriously. Ren Gongxiu smiled and glanced at Banjing provocatively. Compared with financial resources, I am not afraid of being a public cultivator. Then let's fight. Banjing said disapprovingly, then looked at Qi Lu and asked, Manager Qi, I wonder what the base price of this two-way transmission magic array is? 200,000 spiritual crystals. Qi Lu told the price. For such a precious teleportation magic array, it only costs 200,000 spiritual crystals. It is indeed a fair price. Ren Gongxiu nodded and said with great approval. If 200,000 spiritual crystals were used to build an ordinary teleportation magic circle, it might not be enough. This is enough to prove the high cost of constructing the teleportation magic array. What's more, there are subsequent expenses. Moreover, it is necessary to prevent the teleportation magic circle from being destroyed by the enemy. But these situations are things that do not need to be considered when it comes to two-way transmission of magic arrays. Therefore, 200,000 spiritual crystals is definitely a very fair price. 250,000. Banjing immediately started to increase the price. For such a precious item, you only pay 250,000. Are you too stingy? I will pay 350,000. Ren Gongxiu raised the price without taking it seriously. 100,000 spiritual crystals were added in a single sentence. Then I'll give you a price, maybe 400,000. Gu Pingchuan couldn't help himself and joined in the fun. Then I'll give you 500,000, so don't fight. I said, I'm going to decide on this two-way transmission magic array. Not to be outdone, Banjing immediately asked to increase the price. He looked like he was destined to win. However, when this scene fell into Qi Li's eyes, Qi Lu immediately understood. These three people may have misunderstood something. You guys wait a minute. Thinking of this, Qi Lu quickly interrupted the three people's quotations. Store manager Qi, what's the matter? The three of them turned their heads and looked at Qi Lu. I don't understand why he would interrupt their bidding at this time. This doubtful look made Qi Lu a little bit dumbfounded, so he had no choice but to say out loud, I think you may have misunderstood me. I quoted 200,000 spiritual crystals. What I'm saying is that the price off this two-way transmission magic array disc is 200,000 spiritual crystals. You just have to discuss who will buy it, rather than bidding. Qi Lu emphasized one last sentence. As soon as these words came out, Gu Pingchuan and the other three people were immediately in awe. The precious items that can obviously be auctioned have to be sold at a fixed price, and no bidding is accepted. What an honorable act this is. If it were placed in another store, let alone not accepting bids. It would be nice if the boss wasn't around to fan the flames and make the bidding more intense. But store manager Chi didn't care about this at all. It's how much it is. A mere 200,000 spiritual crystals, compared to the effect of the two-way transmission magic array disc, is more than a fair price. It is simply a price that is extremely conscientious. No, that's not right. It should be said that it was basically a fire sale. From this point of view, Manager Chi is not only a role model among the strong, a role model among the powerful, an excellent example among practitioners, and a selfless spokesperson. He is also a benchmark among businessmen and the embodiment of high integrity. This kind of behavior that prevents them from bidding not only makes them awe-inspiring, but also makes them feel ashamed. Manager Chi is right, we just need to discuss who will buy this two-way transmission magic array. The three of them seemed to have a profound enlightenment. A heated argument began. They all explained the reason why this two-way transmission magic array disc should belong to him. Is it so popular? Chi Lu stood aside, looking puzzled. It has always been the store's rule not to bid. As the saying goes, there is no rule. Chi Lu has built up his image as a store manager for so long, but he doesn't want it to be destroyed by the words "money is too easy to see" just because of this incident. Anyway, this is the only two-way transmission magic array disc. You don't need this to get rich. Chi Lu can't do things where petty impatience leads to big plans, where petty gains lead to big losses. Besides, Chi Lu himself was the one who took advantage in the end. Thinking of this, Chi Lu reluctantly left the place of debate. Let them fight here. In the end, the ownership of the two-way transmission magic array fell into Ban Jing's hands. The reason is simple. Because Earth Academy is the farthest away from Cloud and Mist City, Ban Jing needs this two-way teleportation magic array to build a teleportation magic array to send the students here. If there is a two-way transmission magic array disc in the store in the future, Ban Jing promised that he would never fight again. Moreover, if they are discovered by others, they will help the two of them fight together. And this incident was completely within Chi Li's expectation. Anyway, no matter which one of Gu Pingchuan, Ren Gongxiu, and Ban Jing gets this two-way transmission magic array, it will eventually be used to attract more customers to Chi Li's shop. Being taken away by Ban Jing is the best result. Because, at Chi Li's shop, currently, there is only Yu Yufeng, a student from Dadi College. And the two-way transmission magic array disc fell into Ban Jing's hands, which represented an entire academy of customers. Okay, now that the two-way transmission magic array is in order after discussion, let's talk about the business of why I came to you this time. Gu Pingchuan coughed twice to attract their attention before speaking. Aren't these business matters? After Ban Jing gave the magic core to Yu Shi'er, he took the two-way transmission magic array disc and asked with some confusion. Of course not. Gu Pingchuan answered clearly. The previous inquiry about the elixir was just to let the two of them experience the shocking feeling in person. So that Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing can believe that the products in Chi Lu store are all genuine. Of course, there is also a bit of Gu Pingchuan's bad taste in it. But the elixir was gone, so I replaced it with potato chips and fruit-flavored jelly. Fortunately, the shocking effect is still the same. The subsequent two-way transmission of the magic array was a complete surprise. Not to mention Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing. Even Gu Pingchuan, who knew that such good things often appeared in Chi Lu shop, was severely shocked by this two-way transmission magic array disc. However, these are not serious matters yet. Gu Pingchuan's purpose this time was to protect the puppet skill book. Of course, I also called Ban Jing, a warrior class hero, to recommend the evil spirit body skill book. Therefore, after Gu Pingchuan introduced the guardian doll skill book and the evil spirit body skill book, The shock on the faces of Ren Gongxiu and Banjing was even worse than before. What did you say just now? Say it again, I think I may have heard it wrong. Staff Manager Qi is actually willing to teach this level of magic and martial arts so generously? After the shock, there is disbelief. Needless to say, the Guardian Doll skill book is a magic that can be called a divine skill in the magician class. It can double the combat power out of thin air. Even several times the combat effectiveness. This kind of powerful magic, no matter which magician is, no matter what level, what realm, will definitely flock to it. And the Evil Spirit Body skill book. Burn Fighting Spirit, greatly strengthen one's own attributes, and greatly strengthen other martial arts. These powerful effects can also be regarded as extremely powerful martial arts for the Doqi class. Compared with most martial arts, it is more than one level better. However, they are two such powerful martial arts and magic. Qi didn't even have the slightest idea of hiding anything. Instead, he openly placed it in the store for anyone who wanted to learn from it. How great is this approach? He is worthy of being a powerful man whose realm is far above ours. His character is so high that I cannot match him. Mr. Ren sighed and said with admiration. What store manager Qi is doing must be to benefit all compatriots in the human race. This move is worthy of a sentence of great benevolence and righteousness. Banjing also echoed with great admiration. In their view, Qi Li's approach is undoubtedly consistent with the purposes of the three major colleges. Even greater. After all, although the three major academies also teach the method of cultivation and the way of fighting, peaches and plums are blooming everywhere. However, magic at the level of Guardian Doll and martial arts at the level of Evil Spirit Body are placed in the three major academies. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing cannot guarantee that they will be willing to teach it. Magic at the level of the Guardian Doll, and martial arts at the level of the Evil Spirit Body. If placed among the three major colleges, Ren Gongxiu and Banjing cannot guarantee that they will be willing to teach it. At least, it won't be taught casually like this. Because within the academy, cultivation qualifications are highly valued. The better the students, the more resources they will receive. Moreover, many powerful martial arts and magic cannot be learned by students without a certain level of strength. Therefore, Qi Lu does not value cultivation qualifications at all. It is undoubtedly very admirable. However, don't get too happy too early. I only got the news about this summer carnival in the past 2 days. There is not much time left for the event. Don't worry, Banjing. You can brush the Evil Spirit Body skill book at any time. After the two of them were shocked, Gu Pingchuan was overjoyed and spoke slowly. What's the meaning? Ren Gongxiu looked at Gu Pingchuan with some confusion. Comparing the Guardian Doll skill book and the Evil Spirit Body skill book, for the strong, the Guardian Doll skill book is naturally more preferred. After all, the combat effectiveness of one hero is definitely different from the combat effectiveness of two heroes. But as soon as Gu Pingchuan said these words, Ren Gongxiu felt something was wrong. I won't be able to explain these things clearly for a while. It's probably this summer carnival. But for now, let's go to the New World mode first, and then I will explain in detail. Gu Pingchuan knew this, and it was indeed a bit hard to explain. Because the Guardian Doll skill book is absolutely impossible to appear in the trading system. Whether you can get it or not depends entirely on your ability. After getting a membership card, it becomes very convenient to enter the New World mode. The three of them found 3 adjacent booths and sat in them. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing Xian created the characters. Then he appeared on the big map of the Goblin Mountains, in the novice village at the foot of the mountain. At this time, there has not been a large influx of new customers. So there are really a few players in the novice village. Here, a new world? No, it should be some kind of alchemy product passed down from ancient times. Suddenly appear in a world you have never seen before. And all his own power has disappeared. Even though Ren Gongxiu and Banjing were well informed, they were also shocked and speechless. You should first familiarize yourself with the operation and the rules of the New World mode. It should be clear when you enter the New World mode. Gu Pingchuan shouted from the booth. Every new player who enters New World mode will receive a piece of information about the rules of New World mode. It's almost clear. What do we do next? Knowing the rules is one thing. But after entering the New World mode, I still don't know what to do as the first step. First, grind monsters and dungeons to upgrade. See if there is a chance to reach level 25 and enter the doll maze during the summer carnival event. Gu Pingchuan explained the early stage process of the New World mode in detail. For example, where there are more wild monsters, how to block monsters and spawn monsters faster. At the end, the summer carnival activities were explained. What did you say? After hearing this, Ren Gongxiu understood what Gu Pingchuan meant. You mean that the Guardian Doll skill book can only be obtained through this event? You mean that the Guardian Doll skill book can only be obtained through this event? Ren Gongxiu asked in disbelief. That's right. Gu Pingchuan nodded. Fuck. This nod was like a bolt from the blue for Mr. Ren. Ren Gongxiu, who had always been elegant, couldn't help but curse. It's like holding a table of delicious food in front of a starving person, and then waiting for the starving person to come to the table and prepare to eat. Then I told this person that the dishes on this table were all models. It is a scented wax figure. This kind of feeling, if others don't fight for you, it will be regarded as a strong relationship. Then why are you telling me now? Ren Gongxiu asked, with wide eyes. I only found out about it the day before yesterday. Mainly because store manager Qi's announcement was made too late. Gu Pingchuan passed the blame to Qi Lu without hesitation. Because no one expected that such a powerful magic would be produced in this event. In comparison, the stand-in dolls released in previous limited-time events are slightly inferior. Fortunately, I can't use the Guardian Doll skill book. Ben was unabashedly gloating on the sidelines. It is impossible not to covet the magic of Guardian Dolls. But it is magic after all. Banjing, as a standard Douqi class, naturally didn't even have to think about it. You know, because of this incident, there were a lot of complaints from customers in Qi Li's shop who were in the fighting class. The only thing that is worth celebrating, or that is worthy of the vindictive class is Schadenfreude. The Guardian Doll skill book is an event output. If you miss it, it's gone. Unlike the Evil Dead skill book, you can brush it whenever you want. If you really don't want to farm it yourself, you can also buy it on the trading system in New World mode. After all, there will always be more of this kind of skill book with a fixed output channel that will be put into the trading system. And it's quite valuable. The only thing that needs attention is that the level limit of the New World mode will be higher in the future. After more large maps appear, will other more powerful skill books appear, resulting in the devaluation of the Evil Body skill book? But for now, it seems that there is no need to worry about this in the short term. Under Gu Pingchuan's explanation, Ren Gongxiu naturally understood this. Therefore, Ren Gongxiu really couldn't refute Banjing's gloating. Who makes him have bad luck? One day, you will also let me find a chance. But even so, Ren Gongxiu still said something unwilling to be outdone. Let's wait until then. Banjing raised his eyebrows and said proudly. Well, since I've said everything that needs to be said, I won't waste time and continue to clean the doll maze. There are still a few quest items missing. When Gu Pingchuan saw that the two old friends were starting to bicker, he decided to run away based on the opportunity. The summer carnival only lasts for 15 days. Every extra minute of delay will reduce the chance of shipment. I can't afford the delay. The time spent brushing up on pictures and books always flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Chila to close its doors. After learning that there was no rush for the Evil Spirit Body Skill book, Banjing decided to go back to Earth Academy first and set up the two-way teleportation magic circle. It will be much more convenient to come here then. And building a teleportation magic circle is indeed of great importance. However, building a teleportation magic circle is of great importance. So Banjing decided to take advantage of the fact that he was coming to Yunwu City tonight, so he might as well pay a visit to the city lord of Yunwu City overnight. As a large-scale application of space magic, the teleportation magic circle isn't only used to teleport some people who have too many spiritual crystals, but also serves as a strategic resource. Because if one end of the teleportation magic circle is occupied by the enemy, then the opposite side can use the teleportation magic circle to continuously transport troops here. Therefore, before every city-state builds a teleportation magic circle, it will ask questions and sign a magic contract. But this is also a coincidence. It happened that Fire Emperor Ling Ao was also in Yunwu City. As a result, when the four heroes found Qin Ming together at night, they almost scared Qin Ming out. These are four heroes. Qin Ming is very self-aware, and he doesn't think there is anything about him that can be noticed by the four heroes. What's more, one of them is the current Fire Emperor of the Huangyuan Empire. I don't know, I'm here, sir. What's the matter with me coming here at this time? Although Qin Ming is the lord of Yunwu City. But in the face of such a battle, he didn't dare to show any temper at all, and had to make excuses throughout the whole process. The deans of the three major colleges, plus the Fire Emperor Ling Ao. If these four people want to deal with Qin Ming will not get any good results if they just talk casually. We are just here to accompany him, he is the one who talks about the specific matter. Gu Pingchuan pointed at Banjing. Ren Gongxiu and Ling Ao also nodded. Don't be so nervous, I'm just here to talk about a little matter. Banjing waved his hand and said carelessly. Hearing this, Qin Ming suddenly showed a wry smile. This is said lightly. Four heroes are arriving at the same time. Who cannot be nervous? If you have any questions, Class Dean, please tell me directly. If it's not a problem, I'll definitely help you. Qin Ming could only say in agreement. In fact, Qin Ming didn't think he could be of much help. If even four heroes cannot do something, what's the use of coming to him for Asmal City Lord who has just been promoted to the Grandmaster level? It's really not a big deal. I want to build a two-way teleportation magic array in Yunwu City, and I would like to ask City Lord Qin to facilitate it. Banjing said. Being coy is not his style. What? Two-way transmission magic circle? When Qin Ming heard this word, he was stunned for a moment. Everyone knows how expensive the teleportation magic array is. How could Cloud Mist City be so virtuous as to allow this powerful hero to come forward to build a two-way teleportation magic circle? Can't you? Seeing that Qin Ming didn't reply for a long time, Banjing thought he didn't agree. Yes, of course, as long as the class dean doesn't mind the remote location of Yunwu City. After Qin Ming reacted, he immediately responded. But in the end, Qin Ming still didn't forget to ask, I just don't know where the other end of the two-way transmission magic circle is? Earth Academy. Banjing answered. After getting the answer, Qin Ming felt that he had taken a huge advantage. Banjing, the dean of Dadi College, personally came to Cloud and Mist City to discuss building a two-way transmission magic circle, just to connect Dadi College and Cloud and Mist City. What a great honor this is. And in this way, knowing the big and small forces involved in this matter, they would not dare to invade Yunwu City easily. In this way, knowing the big and small forces involved in this matter would make it even more difficult to invade Yunwu City. Why? Even the Dean of Earth Academy has to set up a two-way teleportation magic circle here, to send the students here. If you attack Yunwu City, wouldn't you be denying Ban Jingxing? Offend a hero at will. No matter how powerful they are, they will never be so stupid. When will the Dean plan to start construction? When will the magic contract be signed? Qin Ming didn't need to doubt Ban Jing's words at all. It was late at night, and Qin Ming thought that his reputation was not big enough to require 4 heroes to come together to entertain him. In fact, the main function of this magic contract is to position the 2 ends off the teleportation magic circle. This is to prevent space turbulence from teleporting people in the teleportation magic circle to other places. Start construction immediately. City Lord Qin only needs to choose a location and come out. Banjing didn't want to waste any more time. Why put off until tomorrow morning what can be solved tonight? There are quite a few open spaces in Yunwu City that have not yet been planned, so it is not difficult to find a place right away. There were also meetings and discussions held overnight in the city lord's palace. All the officials responsible for managing land, finance, and city-state planning in Yunwu City were woken up from their sleep. Facing the 4 heroes, Qin Ming did not dare to neglect them at all. Since it says to start work immediately, it means to start work immediately. The location was chosen quickly. In a slightly remote place in Yunwu City. This is also what Banjing and the others asked for. Everyone also came to this open space and examined the location. The location is quite good. I'll just send some guides over when the time comes. Okay, this is it. Just in time for us to see if the two-way transmission magic array mentioned by store manager Qi is really so magical. After a few people discussed it for a while, they began to urge Banjing to take out the two-way transmission magic array disc. Okay, but this is my first time using it, so I don't know what will happen. So everyone should step back a little bit. Banjing took out the two-way transmission magic array disc. This is a regular octagonal array disc, with extremely complex magic array patterns engraved on both sides. Banjing twisted the octagonal array based on the information from the two-way transmission magic array. The front and back sides of the two-way transmission magic array were immediately separated by Banjing, turning into 2 arrays with only one side engraved with magic array patterns. One of them is used in Yunwu City. The other piece was brought back to Dadi Academy. Banjing placed a two-way transmission magic array disc in the center of the clearing, and then received the prompt. Please place enough magic cores next to the two-way transmission magic array's energy. It turns out we still need a magic core. Banjing was stunned for a moment, and then he was relieved. It does not require additional energy to be activated again, and it can resist heroic attacks. No matter what it is, for the magic core consumed, it is a value for money effect. What else is there to say? Magic core is actually not lacking for every hero level. After all, who can be promoted to a powerful hero who has never hunted World of Warcraft? So Banjing took a lot and piled all the magic cores next to the two-way transmission magic array disc. In an instant, there was a burst of light. The magic cores piled next to the two-way transmission magic array began to quickly turn into powder. The magic array pattern on the two-way transmission magic array also began to emit dazzling white light, making it impossible to look directly at it. As the energy in the magic core was absorbed by the two-way transmission magic array disc, the magic array patterns on it also began to increase rapidly, covering the ground. This scene is absolutely magical. There has never been a magic circle arranged in this way. The energy of the magic core was exhausted, and powder flew into the sky. The magic array covering the ground also began to solidify. Soon, the two-way transmission magic array disc placed on the ground shattered and turned into a puddle of powder. The two-way transmission magic circle has also been officially constructed. The speed at which the teleportation magic circle is built is simply a miracle. Qin Ming stood outside the open space and looked at this scene, truly dumbfounded. At this moment, I saw a huge fire in the dark night. Torrent of flames. Ling Ao waved his staff and released a fire magic that hit the two-way transmission magic circle. However, the two-way transmission magic array suddenly flashed a ray of light. The flames in the sky were blocked by this ray of light and disappeared in an instant. Hiss. This scene directly made everyone present take a breath. Ling Ao's movements were too fast, and they had no time to stop him. But the performance of this two-way transmission magic circle is even more shocking. Although Ling Ao certainly didn't use all his strength, this was a hero-level attack after all. But this time, the teleportation magic circle, which has always been known for its fragility, actually resisted this fire magic. Moreover, it was not damaged at all. This is incredible. Sure enough, there is nothing fake about store manager Qi's products. Ling Ao couldn't help but sigh aloud. Naturally, he suddenly attacked because he knew the effect of the two-way teleportation magic array and told the other three people about it. Fire magic is relatively more violent and more powerful. There is nothing wrong with using fire magic to test the two-way transmission magic circle. However, although the result was known before. But when this scene appears in front of your eyes, you will still be amazed. Awesome, I'm convinced. Banjing immediately stuffed another two-way transmission magic array disc back into his arms. The remaining two-way transmission magic array disc is the key. After all, among the three deans present, no matter who gets the two-way transmission magic array, one of them will be used in Cloud Mist City. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him out. Ren Gongxiu said in annoyance. Old Ren, just accept it. Store manager Qi may have something better in the future. Gu Pingchuan smiled and comforted. After all, Qi Lu always has surprises waiting for them. Stop looking at me. I won't rob you. Don't think of me like you. Ren Gongxiu glared at Banjing. I didn't doubt you. Are you just asking for it? Banjing looked at Mr. Ren playfully. You. Okay, don't take advantage of me and act like a good boy. Go back to Dadi College and finish the rest of the things. Gu Pingchuan quickly came out to smooth things over. Qila didn't know anything about what happened in Yunwu City. All he knew was that the system had just made a sound again. System, host, there is good news. Qila lay lazily on the bed and replied in his mind, if it is a temporary task, let's talk about it tomorrow. I am already very tired today. System, it's a new pet card, it's been updated. What? When Qila heard this, he immediately sat up from the bed. It's a good thing the system didn't mention it, but when it was mentioned, Qilu remembered it. In the reward for the last mission to explore the ruins, it seems that the system did owe me a pet card and didn't give it to me. Unexpectedly, Qila didn't remember this time. On the contrary, the system brought it up first. I feel like you have a conspiracy. It's not like you are a person, or a system to be so generous. Qila rubbed his chin, pretending to be a great detective, and analyzed it in a decent manner. System, host, please don't slander this system at will. This system is very generous, but you just can't understand it. Qila nodded in agreement and said, yes, I really can't understand it. Because you've never been generous. Qila shrugged. However, if you really want to talk about it, the generosity of the system is probably reflected in the value for money and excellent value for money of the products. In terms of the effects of the products produced by the system, quite a few of them fall into the category of excellent value for money. For example, those elixirs that can permanently increase attributes, or those self-created skill books. Even if the price of the system increases significantly, demand still exceeds supply. It's just that the generous system didn't do this. From this point of view, there is nothing wrong with praising the system generously. However, this has nothing to do with Qi Lu. If the system does not increase the price, Qi will still lose money. However, even though he said that, Qi was just joking. If the price really goes up, Qi, the store manager, will be the one to take the blame. After all, others don't know the system exists. So after Qi finished speaking, he quickly changed the topic. Okay, the issue of generosity, and generosity is obvious to all, and we all know it. It's better not to bring it up. Let's take a look first and see what the new pet card is this time. The pet card that has been released for so long has been updated. To be honest, Qi was really looking forward to it. System, new pet card, Red Flame Spirit Bird, it has been updated, please pay attention to the host to check it. System, new pet card, Bronze Giant Soldier, has been updated. Please check it carefully, host. System, new pet card, Flame Spirit, has been updated. Please check it carefully, host. 3 prompts sounded in a row, making Qi almost unable to react. Is this a direct update of 3 pet cards at once? Qi almost couldn't believe his ears. If the system prompts hadn't appeared directly in his mind, Qi would have thought he heard it wrong. Could it be that the system had previously mocked the system for being stingy, so in order to prove that it was generous, the system gave him 2 more pet cards? Or should I say there were 3 of them originally? Qi didn't know why. However, the 3 updated pet cards are real. There are really a lot of surprises recently. Suddenly there were 3 more pet cards, and Qi suddenly felt rich and wealthy. Hurry to the store manager's back end to check the properties of the new pet card. Red Flame Spirit Bird, Quality A, Fire Pet, Main Attribute, Agility. Bronze Giant Soldier, Quality R, Gold Pet, Abnormal Life Form, Main Attributes, Constitution, Strength. Flame Spirit, Quality SR, Fire Pet, Elemental Condensed Life Form, Main Attributes, Agility, Spirit, Magic Power. SR. The updated pet cards this time actually include SR level pet cards. Qi glanced down and was immediately attracted by the golden SR on the Flame Spirit pet card. Surprise, huge surprise. Originally, Qi just thought that although there were 3 pet cards this time, they shouldn't be much stronger. However, I never expected that this time the system would be truly generous. He directly gave Qi an SR level pet card. System, have you suddenly discovered your conscience? Why are you so generous this time? Qi couldn't help but ask in his mind. System, as I said before, this system is very generous, but you just can't understand it. Qi suddenly understood and even scorned the system's words. It turns out that these 2 systems really gave out such good rewards to prove their generosity. It seems that inviting generals is not as good as exciting generals. If you stimulate these 2 systems, they will always give you something good. You are indeed generous. You are definitely the most generous system I have ever seen. Although Qi despised the system's approach, he still had to compliment where he should be complimented. The picker has short hands. What's more, Qi has only seen this system before. Whether he is generous or stingy, this guy is always the first. It's not a bad thing to say. System, it's good that you know. Please don't slander this system in the future. Yes, whatever you say is what it is. Qi nodded in agreement very perfunctorily, while checking the 3 pet cards in order in the store manager's backstage. The pattern on the Red Flame Spirit Bird pet card is a soaring bird. This flying bird is covered in crimson feathers that flutter in the wind like blazing flames. The relatively petite body looks extremely light and agile, and one can see its fast speed and agile movements at a glance. There is a ball of orange-red flames on the forehead, wingtips, and tail of the Red Flame Spirit Bird. When the Red Flame Spirit Bird soared, not only was it not extinguished by the strong wind, but the fire took advantage of the wind and burned even more vigorously. Pet card, a Red Flame Bird. Main attribute, agility. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, flying, fire magic, fragile. Looking at the positioning label, it should be pure magic output. Learning fire magic should be a bonus. Sheila lit up the label on the red flame spirit bird and analyzed it. In the positioning tag, once the word magic appears, there is a high probability that it is a magic pet. This type of pet cannot learn martial arts under normal circumstances. Of course, no one should be so bored that they would let magic pets learn martial arts. Doing so would just be a pure waste of spiritual crystals. Pets like the Gale Flying Dragon are the type that can learn magic and martial arts. However, this pet can learn magic and martial arts. In a sense, it is because magic and martial arts cannot be fully mastered, or a type that will not receive effect bonuses. Pets of this type include Death Knights. And the 3 B-level pet cards, Golden Doll, Puppet Doll, and Clay Doll. However, there is another tag in the Red Flame Bird's positioning tag that Chilu has seen for the first time. Fragile. This label, if Chilu guessed it correctly, it should be said that the defense of the Red Flame Spirit Bird is extremely low. Fragile. This positioning label, if Chilu guessed it correctly, what it should be referring to is that the Red Flame Spirit Bird's defense is extremely low. This also cuts off some customers who like to go off the beaten path and want to use the Red Flame Spirit Bird as a human shield. For output, you should learn magic to output with peace of mind. This is also one of the shortcomings of A-level pet cards. If there is a strength, there must be a flaw, otherwise it will be all mediocre, with no strengths and no shortcomings. After all, the A-level pet card is really not a good pet card. However, as long as it is cultivated well, A-level pet cards can also be used to their advantage. I won't make too much publicity about the Red Flame Spirit Bird. I'll mention it a little bit and then add it directly to the card pool of the pet card machine. Chilu made a decision silently in his heart. Chilu originally thought that if the attributes of the 3 pet cards were good, then he would promote them in 3 times. In this way, not only can the cycle of releasing new pet cards be lengthened, at the same time it can also strengthen customers' motivation to spend money and encourage them to spend money crazily. Because for now, the most powerful gold point in the store is undoubtedly the pet card exchange machine. This is a customer who doesn't want a pet card, so he doesn't need to spend a single spiritual crystal. Customers who want a pet card can put tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals into it at any time. But the premise is that the pet card is strong enough. Moreover, it must be able to attract the hearts of customers. For example, the original R-level pet card, the Death Knight, is powerful and domineering. It is a huge attraction for all young people who long for power and expect to be strong. The second R-rated pet card is the Gale Flying Dragon. Not to mention it. With dragon blood as a selling point, it is impossible not to be popular. Even now, the popularity of the Gale Wyvern pet card has almost subsided, but there are still many people who put a lot of spiritual crystals into the pet card machine, just to cultivate a Gale Flying Dragon. Therefore, Chila now puts his hope on the third R-rated pet card. The pattern on the Bronze Giant Soldier pet card is a huge bronze statue. This bronze statue does not have any unnecessary postures. It just stands quietly on the ground, just like a mountain, towering and full of momentum. The entire body of the bronze statue is covered in armor. The armor is engraved with complex and mysterious patterns, making the bronze statue look very mysterious. How big is this thing? You can't tell just by looking at the picture. Sheila stared at the pattern on the bronze giant pet card for a long time. I just feel that the giant bronze soldier is definitely not small, but I have no idea how big it is. It seems that this is another pet card that cannot be summoned in the store. System, help me project the giant bronze soldier in my mind. Sheila shouted in his mind. Ever since the last time he received the Gale Flying Dragon pet card, Chi Lek knew that he could preview in his mind what the pet card would look like after it was summoned. System understood. Chi Lu closed his eyes after hearing this. A giant bronze soldier immediately appeared in Chi Li's mind. Wow! This giant bronze soldier is so big. It was still very shocking to see a huge bronze statue hundreds of meters high suddenly appearing in front of me. At least Chi Lu was so shocked that he was almost speechless. The words that came to my mouth turned into exclamations. The size of this giant bronze soldier is actually bigger than the Gale Flying Dragon. Hundreds of meters high, what is the concept? That's more than 30 stories high. When you stand there, it's like a mountain. Ordinary people stand in front of the giant bronze soldiers, just like a little person. Even if you stand still, it can shock people. If one of the two armies takes out this thing when the two armies are fighting, the other side will basically flee directly. The huge size allows the bronze giant soldier to have extremely high basic attributes even if it does not require a high level. In front of the giant bronze soldiers, the Gale Flying Dragon was no longer a behemoth. It looks more like a larger flying bird. From the current point of view, the only ones that can surpass the bronze giant soldiers in terms of size are probably the giant dragons in the dragon tribe. And it must be a dragon at the peak of heroic level. Because the size of the dragon is linked to its level and realm. The more powerful the dragon, the larger it becomes. Lower-level dragons really don't have the huge size of bronze giant soldiers. After the shock, Chi Lu still did not forget to click on the detailed information of the bronze giant soldier. Pet card, our bronze giant soldier. Main attributes, constitution, strength. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, human shield, strong armor, huge strength, abnormal life form, special skill mechanism. This time, there are two unseen positioning tags. One is an abnormal life form, and the other is a special skill mechanism. Chi Lu looked confused. System, can you explain what an abnormal life form is and what a special skill mechanism is? Adhering to the spirit of asking if you don't understand and not being Ashimedto ask. Chi Lu asked the system without hesitation. System, abnormal life form means that the pet is not a normal life form, Buta life form created by certain special conditions. System, the giant bronze soldier is a mechanical creation. System, the special skill mechanism means that this pet cannot directly learn martial arts and magic like other pets. System, since the bronze giant soldier is a mechanical creation, the pet will not be able to learn martial arts and magic, but as compensation, the pet's basic attribute growth will be greatly increased. Regarding Chi Lu's problem, the system explained it in quite detail. And after the explanation, additional explanations were given. However, such a detailed explanation did not make Chi Lu happy. Instead, he became a little depressed. I feel like there's no way to promote this pet card. Chi Lu scratched his head and said with some distress. The inability to learn martial arts and magic will undoubtedly make the bronze giant soldiers very lacking and single in terms of offensive methods. Although there is a substantial compensation for the basic attribute growth value. But it is of little real use. But there's nothing we can do about it. Who makes the giant bronze soldier a mechanical creation? It is normal to be unable to use fighting spirit and magic power to release martial arts and magic. It would be terrible if the giant bronze soldier could use martial arts and magic, coupled with such a huge size. And, look at the other targeting tags. Human shield, strong armor, huge strength. Each label is talking about the extremely high basic attributes of the bronze giant soldiers and explaining the role of the bronze giant soldiers. Extremely high defense and huge strength. To put it simply, the bronze giant soldier is a war machine. After all, with such a huge body, although it has many advantages, it also has many shortcomings. With such a huge body, although it has many advantages, it also has many shortcomings. It goes without saying that it is bulky. No matter how sensitive a mechanical creation is, it can't move much faster when it's so huge. Therefore, it is impossible to fight against the strong. No strong person would stand there stupidly and let the giant bronze soldiers attack. However, if you throw the giant bronze soldier onto the battlefield and face those soldiers who are not very strong, it will undoubtedly be a very qualified, even a perfect meat grinder. Its huge size and defenses are basically impossible to break through by ordinary soldiers. It can make the bronze giant soldiers feel like they are in a deserted land on the battlefield. However, this is also where Qi Lu is troubled. Because of the customers who come to Qila's store, how many of them can use this giant bronze soldier? Either mercenaries or students. Otherwise, there are city guards and bodyguards or some idle people. How many of these people can go to the battlefield for sightseeing? Not to mention summoning the giant bronze soldiers to participate in the battle. Damn, I've been tricked by the second stroke system again. Qila thought in annoyance. Of the 3 pet cards, 2 can already be announced directly, and there is no way to promote them. The red flame spirit bird pet card can be regarded as an A-level pet card with obvious flaws. The bronze giant soldiers cannot be summoned at will to participate in the battle. No wonder the system was so generous and gave 3 kinds of pet cards a taunts. It turned out that they were all worthless things. These 2 new pet cards are completely card pool destroyers. Qi Lu is sure that the bronze giant pet card is basically an experience card. It is purely used to feed other pet cards as upgrade experience. I just hope that the last pet card will not disappoint me. Qila took a deep breath and thought with anticipation. This is the first SR level pet card. It may also be the only SR level pet card for a long time. The pattern of the flame spirit pet card is a very agile flame. Above this ball of flame, 2 sharp eyes can be vaguely seen, seemingly observing this situation outside the pet card. Pet card, SR, Spirit of Fire. Main attributes, agility, spirit, magical power. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, elemental spirit, abnormal life form, special skill mechanism, incorporeal, destruction, favor of fire. In the positioning label of flame spirit, there are still these 2 peculiar labels. This made Qi Li's heart suddenly tighten. No, it's a special skill mechanism. Could it be that flame spirit can't learn martial arts and magic normally? Then what is the use of this SR level pet card? At this moment, Qila really wanted to curse loudly. However, it may be that the system sensed Qi Li's mood swings. So before Qi Lu asked, he introduced him out loud. System, the flame spirit is an abnormal life form. It is a life form condensed from the fire element. It is the spirit of the element. System, as an elemental spirit, the flame spirit is born with perfect affinity to the fire element. System, the flame spirit is favored by fire and is immune to all fire damage, and when releasing fire magic, its power will be greatly increased. System, the elemental spirit has no entity and will be immune to physical attacks. System, the flame spirit has a special skill mechanism. There is no need to learn any magic or martial arts. As the elemental spirit, the flame spirit will automatically learn all fire magic that it has seen. A series of prompts almost caused Qi Li's brain to shut down. But he finally came to his senses. Then the first sentence is strong. It's really too strong. The power of the flame spirit is truly worthy of its SR level pet card rating. It is immune to physical attacks and fire damage, automatically learns all fire magic it sees, has a perfect level of fire element affinity, and when releasing fire magic, its power will be greatly increased. It can be said that under the same level of circumstances, the destructive power of one flame spirit is equivalent to 10 fire element magicians. And as long as the gap in strength is not particularly huge, the flame spirit has almost no natural enemies. Also easy to carry. And the flame spirit not only shows its power in the positioning tag. Among the main attributes, there is also one. Magical power. This is a brand new main attribute growth, which also illustrates the power of fire spirit to release fire magic, which is absolutely powerful without a doubt. This time, you won't hand over your spiritual crystal to me. Qi Li's eyes lit up, and the propaganda routine in his mind slowly emerged. System, come out here. I have something to discuss with you. That night, Qi Lu was in a state of excitement and almost stayed up all night. The SR level pet card is indeed an SR level pet card. Its strength is completely incomparable to those of previous pet cards. Therefore, the publicity method will naturally not be the same as before, which is simply to put up a sign and be done. Early in the morning, Qi Lu came to the first floor. First, remove the standing card of the Gale Flying Dragon next to the pet card changer and replace it with a new standing card. On the standing sign, a sea of fire is depicted. In the sea of fire, a huge bronze soldier loomed, and a bronze palm protruded from the flames, as if trying to climb away from the sea of fire. And above the sea of fire, a red flame bird soared on the flames. Raging flames surged up from the sea of fire and crashed down like huge waves. However, the red flame spirit bird shuttled through the huge waves of flames with an agile posture. But among the huge waves of flames, there was a gaze that was watching everything in the sea of fire. The overall picture combines all the new pet cards that appeared this time. It appears mysterious and majestic. It also reveals the unruliness of the red flame spirit bird, the coldness of the bronze giant soldier, and the scornful attitude of the flame spirit. Qi Lu thought about the composition of this standing sign for 2 hours. I believe it will definitely attract a lot of attention. Store manager, good morning. Is this a new promotional sign? Is it a new pet card? It's so handsome. Yu Shi'er came down from the second floor and saw Qi Lu and the sign in front of him at first sight. The sea of fire deeply attracted Yu Shi'er's gaze. Yes, it's a new pet card. Qi Lu nodded, obviously very helpful to Yu Shi'er's growth. Handsome for sure, it doesn't matter who composed the picture. Although it is the system that realizes this picture. However, what is the most important thing about a painting or a promotional sign? It's an idea. It's a design plan. These high-end things are not something that a system that doesn't even have an IQ in its head can think of. You watch here first, I'll open the store door. After Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er briefly introduced the new pet card this time, they strolled over to open the store door. It would be nice for Yu Shi'er to appreciate such a handsome work. The first customer to come to the store was Fire Emperor Ling Ao. Following closely behind were Gu Pingchuan and Ren Gongxiu. And because Banjing rushed back to Dadi College overnight, he hasn't arrived in Yunwu City yet. Among the 3 people who came to the store early in the morning, 2 were people who were leveling up crazily in the New World mode in order to protect the doll skill book. Every day when I come to the store, I don't want to waste a minute. But today, after entering the store, Ling Ao's eyes were attracted by this new promotional sign. As a member of the Fire Element Magic Circle, Ling Ao is always more sensitive to things like flames than ordinary people. Manager Qi, what is this? Ling Ao pointed to the pet card changer and asked aloud. This is called a pet card extractor. It is a machine used to extract pet cards. Qi Lu gave a brief introduction. Gu Pingchuan also added some more. Although Gu Pingchuan has no interest in pet cards. But Gu Pingchuan is still very interested in learning about these novel things with magical properties. As a magician, curiosity is very important. Only in this way can we go further on the path of being a magician. Pet card, it sounds interesting. After listening to the introductions of the 2 people, Ling Ao became really interested. In the past, when there were not many types of pet cards, they were not very useful, and it was also difficult to cultivate a complete pet. There are relatively few places where pet cards can be used. But with the emergence of Windwalker White Horse and Gale Flying Dragon, the number of ways pet cards can be used has begun to increase. Because these two pet cards are not very dependent on level. Windwalker White Horse also needs some powerful skills. As for the Gale Flying Dragon, it relies solely on the high basic attributes obtained from the dragon bloodline to display its outstanding combat effectiveness. After all, it is unrealistic to really rely on pet cards to fight heroes. At least there is no need to think about B-level pet cards and A-level pet cards. Even if the awakening is successful 5 times, the basic attributes are still far behind those of the hero level. Even an R-level pet card that has been awakened 5 times can only barely match the hero level in terms of basic attributes. But in terms of combat awareness and combat skills, as well as the martial arts and magic that you know, and the skills that are activated when awakening, compared with the orthodox hero-level powerhouses, he is still much weaker. Therefore, the initial positioning of pet cards is not to fight against peak powerhouses such as heroes, but to enhance combat effectiveness. And those that fit perfectly into the rhythm of combat. Or a pet card that can greatly improve a certain aspect of combat advantage is a good pet card. For example, as a mount, Windwalker White Horse can increase its marching speed. As the saying goes, soldiers are more valuable than speed. That's why the Windwalker White Horse pet card in Ling Zhao's hand, which has awakened the Windwalker domain skill, can be called a quasi-god card with powerful weapons and quick speed. The only pity is that the number of targets that can be boosted by the Windwalker domain skill is only a little over 10,000. And the most important thing, the skills activated when the pet card awakens cannot be upgraded. The skill effect will only be slightly improved as the level of the pet card increases. Therefore, Windwalker White Horse can only be regarded as an A-level pet card. Even if this quasi-magical skill is awakened, the limitations are not small. This is also a hidden setting for the quality of pet cards. The higher the quality of the pet card, the higher the upper limit of the strength of the randomly activated skills when awakening. For example, the skill Windwalking Domain. When the A-level pet card is activated, it can only increase the speed of 10,000 targets. When the R-level pet card activates this skill, it may increase the speed for 50,000 targets, or even 100,000 targets. This is the importance of pet card quality. As for the Gale Wyvern pet card, it goes without saying. A flying pet, plus dragon bloodline, and a huge size. These 3 attributes alone can provide a huge combat advantage. Not to mention, Gale Flying Dragon is an R-level pet card, and its growth limit is very impressive. And, more importantly, this time, there is also an SR-level pet card in the new pet card. This is terrible. As long as the level of the 5 awakened SR-level pet card keeps up, its basic attributes will have completely surpassed the hero level. What's more, the fighting skills of the flame spirit are innate and gifted. As an elemental spirit, there is no need to say much about the control of elements. Just provide opportunities for the fire spirit to grow. The combat power of a complete flame spirit will never be weaker than that of a hero. The only question is how many spiritual crystals are needed to cultivate it. After all, the shipping probability of SR-level pet cards cannot be calculated using normal probabilities. It's completely a metaphysical event. This can be understood by looking at the shipping probability of R-rated pet cards. If the R-level pet card is a ruthless spiritual crystal devouring machine, that SR-level pet card is an emotionless spiritual crystal black hole. For customers who want the Flame Spirit pet card, all you have to do is throw a spirit crystal into the pet card machine. If you invest another 8 million spiritual crystals, you won't be able to cultivate them? There are many spiritual crystals, and the damage is really high. Ling Ao, the pet card is not as strong as you think. Gu Pingchuan sees these things clearly. So I kindly tried to dissuade him. If you don't have enough financial resources, you have to cultivate pet cards. It's really uncomfortable if you can't achieve a high level or a low level. Ding Gu, I also want to know what you said. If it were us cultivating a pet card, it would really be of little use. Ling Ao also thought clearly, so he agreed with Gu Pingchuan's point of view. But at this point, Ling Ao changed the topic and said solemnly, however, these pet cards, which are very easy to cultivate at low levels, are a relatively cheap combat power. You mean, you want to send these pet cards to the border guards on the front line? Gu Pingchuan immediately understood what Ling Ao meant. As mentioned before, it is indeed very difficult to cultivate a complete pet card. And the development cycle is not too short. However, if you only train to level 20 or 30, the skill requirements are not high, and it is just used as a basic combat capability. Pet cards are indeed very useful things. The Huangyuan Empire's cultivation of basic troops also depends on their training qualifications. Because the fighting power of ordinary people is too weak in front of cultivators. Even if it's just a 5th level or 10th level qualification, you can't even touch the low-level qualifications of the brave level. As long as you can control fighting spirit or magic power, your physical fitness will be much better than that of ordinary people. If he could learn a few of the most basic martial arts or magic, his combat effectiveness would directly overwhelm those ordinary people who couldn't practice. However, pet cards do not depend on training qualifications. As long as there are enough spiritual crystals, the level can be improved. However, the pet card does not depend on training qualifications. There is no such thing as cultivation qualifications. Simply look at the quality of the pet card. Moreover, as long as there are enough spiritual crystals, the level can be improved. What's more, even a first-level B-level pet card has basic attributes that are much better than ordinary people. Not to mention those pet cards with very high basic attributes. For example, the Gale Flying Dragon. Another example is the Bronze Giant Soldier. This kind of pet card, when faced with ordinary people who have no cultivation qualifications, even if they are only level 1, they can fight as many as they come, and there is no possibility of losing. Moreover, there is no situation where pet cards cannot learn martial arts and magic. As long as the martial arts and magic are highly compatible, just purchase the corresponding skill book and load it directly on the pet card machine. There is no threshold at all. This kind of good thing is used to fill the vacancies in basic troops. That couldn't be a better choice. Although it cannot fight against the strong, it can run rampant among low-level practitioners. If a powerful skill is activated, it can be used as a key training target. All benefit and no harm. One of the rare disadvantages is that it consumes a lot of spiritual crystals. However, Ling Ao figured it out. He could just use part of the money spent on cultivating new troops every year to draw pet cards. After all, although the pet card is strong, it has no judgment ability. The one who can make the decision is the summoner of the pet. So Ling Ao decided to first equip those corps commanders, Baihu, Qianhu, etc., with pet cards. Then there are those elite teams. As for the others, we can only discuss it further. After all, the number of spiritual crystals that can be allocated from the treasury is really limited. It is very unreliable to want everyone to be equipped with pet cards, just like everyone is equipped with the equipment in the Chila store. I see, this is indeed a good idea. After Gu Pingchuan understood Ling Ao's thoughts, he was also surprised by this idea. There is an agreement between heroes, and they cannot act easily. Then among the major forces, isn't the competition between the basic combat power and the mainstays in the middle level? If you can really train the pet camo to a level comparable to that of a hero, that would be difficult to use. Does Ding Gu think so too? Ling Ao looked at Gu Pingchuan with a smile. Yes, this is indeed a good idea. It was my idea that hit a dead end before. Gu Pingchuan smiled and admitted his shortcomings generously. However, having said that, this matter still needs to be considered in the long term. How to get those soldiers and pet cards to work together is also a big problem. Ling Ao waved his hand. Although my idea is very good, it still needs many discussions before I can agree to implement it. What are the specific regulations, advantages and disadvantages? After all, this matter involves too much and involves many places. If it is really implemented, it will be a major event that will affect the entire Huanyuan Empire. There is no room for carelessness. However, these matters are not Ling Ao's responsibility. Ling Ao was only responsible for proposing this idea. The remaining matters, how to operate and the process are still matters for the ministers. Ling Ao only wants results. That's it for now. Ding Gu, let's go to the New World mode first. Ling Ao took a deep look at the standing sign next to the pet card machine, then turned and walked into the combat power improvement training room area. The problem of basic combat effectiveness is solved. The matter of peak combat power has not been resolved yet. The new sign next to the pet card machine really attracted a lot of people's attention. Especially those customers who often stay next to the pet card machine and study how to cultivate pet cards. That would be even more exciting. These guys, who have always been called pet card collectors, have long been thinking about when new pet cards will be released. Regardless of the intensity. Smoking first and then talking. As for how much combat power can be increased and whether it is easy to cooperate with the battle, that is something to consider later. The store manager has released a new pet card. The spiritual crystals I gave you are a bit insufficient. Luo Yuanqing touched his money bag, glanced at the team in front of him, and said with some distress. Stop talking, I'll test the water 10 times this time. Qin Shi returned helplessly. No way, you two actually don't have any spiritual crystals. Han Ming shook his money bag and confirmed that he had brought enough spiritual crystals before he spoke. Ever since Han Ming was able to practice, his father, Han Jiuzhong, was extremely happy. Especially after the pet card changer appeared, Han Ming spent a lot of spiritual crystals to cultivate 2 pet cards with good combat effectiveness for his father. An earth demon bear and a flame-toothed dog. This greatly increased Han Jiuzhong's status in the main building of Zuiyun Tower, and he also took over the management rights of Zuiyun Tower in several city states. Therefore, the speed of earning spiritual crystals has also increased a lot. Even Han Ming's pocket money increased several times. Don't talk about it, not only the large amount of spiritual crystals have been used to buy weapons and armors, but you should know the prices of weapons and armors in the store manager's store. Luo Yuanqing shrugged and spread his hands. These 3 people are considered typical among pet card collectors. The basic characteristics are, the cultivation qualifications are not strong, and the strength is not strong, but there is a lot of spare money in hand, and there is still enough time to study pet cards. For example, what martial arts or magic should these pets learn, and how compatible they are. The combat cooperation between those pets is tacit, but the combat cooperation between those pets is very uncoordinated. They can all research it. So much so that in the New World mode, these people all quit their original guilds and recreated a pet card research guild. Every time I study pet cards, I discover something new. The Pet Card Research Association started to make a fuss. The appearance of the new pet card this time naturally caused them to start a heated discussion. Brothers, have you seen the promotional video for the new pet card? After taking a look, the new pet card this time is really powerful. SR level pet card. I recommend that brothers who haven't watched it yet go watch it. I've sent the promotional video to the guild communication system. New pet card promotional video. This is the prompt that will appear as soon as you enter the New World mode. You can choose to watch it or not. But if you don't look at it, this prompt will always appear in front of the player's eyes. Not only does it block the line of sight, but there will also be a red reminder. It can be called a model of obsessive-compulsive disorder. This idea was naturally provided by Qi Lu. Although Qi Lu doesn't know whether there is obsessive-compulsive disorder in his world. However, it turns out that there is still a lot of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Almost every player who enters the New World mode will click on the promotional video for the new pet card. I don't know if I'm really interested or if I'm just trying to eliminate their dots. The scene at the beginning of the promotional video is a battlefield filled with chilling atmosphere. Amid the wind and sand, the two parties collided. The roars and roars of hundreds of thousands of people soared into the sky and were breathtaking. Between the light and shadow of swords, magic is flying everywhere. In a scene like this, anyone with a weak will would probably be frightened to the point of weakness under the chilling atmosphere. At this moment, the leader of one of the troops threw out a large number of pit cards. Hundreds of giant bronze soldiers landed with a crash, causing the ground to tremble. The body, which is hundreds of meters tall, covers the sky and the sun. The huge size is intimidating. The power of the giant bronze soldier was fully demonstrated at this moment. Facing the magic and attacks directed at him, the giant bronze soldier had no intention of dodging. Because these weak attacks could not leave any traces on the body of the giant bronze soldier. But when the giant bronze soldiers began to attack, no one was their enemy. The outcome of the battle on the battlefield was decided at this moment. As soon as the giant bronze soldiers appeared, they swept across them. It can destroy everything, no one can defeat it. This unparalleled combat power made the customers who watched the promotional video tremble. How terrible this is. The terrifying defense and unparalleled power are like the arrival of a demon, unstoppable. However, just as the giant bronze soldiers were launching a devastating attack, the commander of the other side's troops also threw out pet cards all over the sky. In an instant, red flame birds flew out of the sky, flying and hovering in the air. The color of the red flame is like the red cloud on the horizon, almost dyeing the sky red. Following the chirping of the red flame spirit bird, fire magic filled the sky, hitting the earth like a downpour. In an instant, the enemy's attack was stopped. Even under the leadership of the giant bronze soldiers, these people could not withstand the attack of the red flame spirit bird. Moreover, the relatively clumsy bronze giant soldiers were unable to attack the red flame spirit bird. The battle situation was at a stalemate again at this moment. However, this stalemate did not last long. Just as the battle between the two parties intensified, a ball of flame suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was an extremely agile flame. It seemed that he was attracted by the fire magic that filled the sky. The ferocity of the battle did not affect the flame, but all the surrounding fire magic was absorbed by the flame. As the fire magic increased, a looming gaze appeared in the flames. The flame spirit woke up at this moment. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying power of the flame spirit burst out. In an instant, it turned into a sea of fire and swept into the battlefield. The majestic power of the flame spirit was fully revealed at this moment. The endless sea of fire came down overwhelmingly, swallowing up both men and horses in the blink of an eye. Huge waves surged up into the sky, catching the red flame bird in the sky. The flame spirit showed its overwhelming power in this area. The giant bronze soldier was trapped in the sea of fire. Even though it had terrible defense, it was still unable to defend itself against the extremely violent fire damage from the flame spirit. The last moment of the promotional video is frozen in a sea of fire. Hundreds of huge bronze giants loomed in the sea of fire. Countless bronze palms poked out from the flames with difficulty, as if trying to climb away from the sea of fire. And above the sea of fire, the sky is full of red flame spiritual birds riding on the flames, spreading their wings and soaring. Raging flames surged up from the sea of fire and crashed down like huge waves, showing the overwhelming power of the sea of fire. However, the red flame spirit bird shuttled through the huge waves of flames with an agile posture. And in that huge wave of flames, a cold gaze was watching everything in the sea of fire. This is the complete picture of the new promotional stand. The promotional sign now placed next to the pet card machine is actually a part of this picture. After watching the promotional video for the new pet card, everyone was shocked by the power of the flame spirit. That seemingly powerful bronze giant. The red flame bird that soars in the sky and releases magic wantonly. Those hundreds of thousands of horses. In front of the flame spirit, he was so vulnerable. SR-level pet cards are so terrifying. And in the promotional video, the strength shown by the flame spirit is indeed the strength of the flame spirit after 5 awakenings. Not a hint of exaggeration. The sea of fire that shocked all the customers was the power of the flame spirit. This is so cool. Oh my god, there are such tyrannical pet cards among the new pet cards? This is that SR level pet card, called Flame Spirit. It has to be drawn. This kind of terrifying strength is simply chilling. More than just feeling chilled, when I saw the sea of fire, my hands and feet were already cold. This time, it's finally our turn for pet card collectors to rise. 3 million spiritual crystals are ready, can we fight? As the promotional video for the new pet card appeared, everyone who watched the promotional video began to get excited. Especially for those in the Pet Card Research Guild, the news refresh rate is so fast that it almost explodes. Everyone is discussing this new SR level pet card. The power of the flame spirit has exceeded their imagination. This is also currently the only pet card that has been cultivated and can compete with the hero level. For these pet card collectors, this is absolutely great news. Sheila was also happy to see this scene. This is worthy of the promotional video that I spent all night making. Looking at the more and more customers gathering next to the pet card machine, Sheila thought happily. System, host, please note that the promotional video was produced by this system. How would you be able to do this without my guidance? Hearing this, Sheila said contemptuously in his mind. If Sheila hadn't been exposed to all kinds of advertising and publicity methods in his previous life, what good publicity methods could he have thought of with this Irby system? What is the most important thing about publicity? It's to attract customers. You have to make them willingly take out their wallets and send over the spiritual crystals inside, and in the end they feel like they've made a lot of money. It's a win-win. This is propaganda. Sheila knew that the market for red flame spirit birds and bronze giant soldiers would never be big no matter how much they were promoted. So last night, Sheila racked his brains and worked hard to fully exaggerate and highlight the power of the flame spirit in the promotional video. And it did just that. And, the most important point is that Sheila did not exaggerate the fighting power of the flame spirit. Because the complete flame spirit is so powerful. The premise is that you have to cultivate the flame spirit. If your fire spirit is not as strong as the fire spirit in the promotional video, it means you spent less spirit crystals. If I spent another 8 million spiritual crystals, will it not be that strong? Dingu, is this also a pet card? Although Ling Ao was anxious to level up, in order to better implement his idea, he naturally clicked on the promotional video of the new pet card and watched it. As a result, by the end, I was so attracted by the flame spirit that I couldn't take my eyes back. It seems like it's a new pet card this time. After watching the promotional video, Gu Pingchuan was left stunned. New pet card? This level of combat power is too exaggerated. Ren Gongxiu also took a look out of curiosity. As a result, I was so shocked that I was almost speechless. This is not a pet card. This is clearly the combat power of a peak hero. It is even several blocks more powerful than the destructive power of an ordinary peak hero. Is just a pet card so powerful? This made Ren Gongxiu a little suspicious. After so many years of cultivation, where had he gone? This is really a question worth thinking about. Then let's try drawing pet cards later? Ling Ao asked tentatively. After all, they were saying before that pet cards were of little help to heroes. Cultivating pet cards is just a waste of spiritual crystals, and the gain outweighs the loss. Might as well use it as basic combat power. But immediately, the promotional video for this new pet card slapped them in the face. And showed everyone the powerful side of pet cards. The power of the flame spirit is obvious to all. You might as well give it a try. Gu Pingchuan agreed. Then let me join in the fun. Ren Gongxiu also immediately followed suit. If the complete form of the pet card is still slightly insufficient compared to the hero level, then there is really nothing to cultivate for the hero level. After all, no matter how strong the power of external objects is, it is still not as good as one's own power. In terms of closeness to possession, pet cards may not be as good as weapons and armor. So in the Chila store, the popularity of the products. Generally speaking, elixirs are greater than weapons and armor, and then pet cards. Snacks and drinks are off the list. Accessories are especially welcomed by female customers, while male customers have a general or unfavorable attitude. Of course, if the combat power enhancement arena is also included in the product list. There is no doubt that the combat power enhancement arena is the most popular. After all, there are no customers who come to Chila's store now who do not adopt the New World model. But when the complete pet card is completely comparable to the hero level, it can even surpass the hero level in some aspects. Then this pet card has surpassed the current combat power enhancement arena and has become the most popular product now. So much so that after the routine leveling and swiping the map, Gu Pingchuan and the other three also carried their money bags and started queuing outside the pet card machine. For the Flame Spirit pet card. No matter how long the queue is, I still have to wait here. This led to the fact that 5 or 6 hours had passed outside the pet card exchange machine, and the number of people surrounding here was not small at all, but more and more. Every customer who has seen the promotional video will wait in line here as long as they have some spare money. What if I can pull it out? There are too many people here. Chila leaned outside the counter, looking at the crowds of people surrounding the pet card exchange machine. He took a big bite of the double cheese beef burger in his hand, and then washed it down with orange juice. To be honest, it was such a crowded scene. Chila didn't expect it either. Although Qilu is very confident, the new pet card promotional video he spent one night producing in cooperation with the system will definitely have outstanding results. But the effect is a little too outstanding. No, if you were crowded here like this, how many spiritual crystals will I lose? Chila thought about it while eating lunch. There is only one pet card drawing machine, and the speed of drawing pet cards is too slow. Even if the customer does not do anything extra, the waiting time for those waiting in line is too long. System, come out, I have something to discuss with you. System, if something happens to the host, please tell me. This system is very busy. Chila carefully considered his words and said, System, look at the huge crowds of people outside the pet card changing machine. System, I saw it. System, you don't want to show off your achievements to this system and then take the opportunity to ask for rewards, do you? Speaking of the second half of the sentence, the system suddenly became alert. The tone of being wary of thieves almost made Qilu so angry that he vomited blood. Am I that kind of person? Stop slandering good people, you Urbi system. Qilu couldn't help but spit, and then took a hard bite of the double cheese beef burger, as if he was biting the double cheese beef burger as a system. It can be regarded as venting one's anger. System, it's okay if it's not. This system is just a friendly reminder in advance. System, mainly to prevent the host from having strange thoughts. Bah, shut up you Irby system, I'm going to talk to you about business. Sheila now felt more and more that the thinking circuit of this Irby system was beginning to develop in a magical direction. And it is still developing at a pace that cannot be reversed. System, what can you do? Sheila took a deep breath and decided to selectively ignore the system, otherwise he would be really pissed off. Then, Sheila pointed at the crowd of people outside the pet card machine and said, "Look, there are so many customers queuing up at the back. While they were waiting, we lost a lot of spiritual crystals. So is there any way you can get a few more pet card changing machines?" Sheila said the next thing and suggested. In the past, pet cards were not as popular as they are now, so there was always a queue outside the pet card exchange machine. But there are not many people either. Most of them were members of the Pet Card Research Guild. They gathered there, drawing pet cards, and studying how to metaphysically awaken pet cards and activate powerful skills. But with the emergence of the Flame Spirit pet card and the dual effects of the new pet card promotional video, pet cards suddenly became popular. Nowadays, one pet card changing machine is completely insufficient. System, host, you are overthinking. There is only one pet card changer. Why? Sheila was a little confused. With the capabilities of the system, if it is just a pet card changing machine, then it can be made as many as needed. System, host, I know what you are thinking, but this system tells you that generating a pet card requires not only energy, but also an artifact token dense the pet card, which is a pet card exchanger. System, energy is provided by this system, but synthesizing pet cards is the function of the pet card switcher. System, so, it's not that this system doesn't want to create more pet card changers, but that there is only one pet card changer. After this explanation, Sheila finally understood. It turns out that the system is just a guy that provides raw materials. What actually processes and produces products is the pet card changer itself. Then is there any other way? By the way, system, since the pet cards were not created by you, what happened to the pet cards you gave me? Sheila thought of this problem. If there is no systematic thing here, then these pet cards must have been deducted by the second stroke system. Then you must make some compensation at that time. System, host, you may be really stupid. System, the pet card changer is just a device that collects pet cards. It is the great system that controls the pet card changer. Do you understand? So that's it. Sheila laughed twice, no longer dwelled on this issue, but continued to make suggestions. Then I have an idea. System, since the pet card changing machine is controlled by you, is there any way for you to add the lottery function to the membership card? System, what do you mean? It's very simple. You just need to add a pet card switching function and asterisk memory function to the membership card. Sheila suddenly became proud when he heard the ignorant voice of the service system. In fact, Sheila's idea is very simple. Since there is only one pet card changer, let's not think of a solution from the pet card changer. From the explanation of the system, the core function of the pet card exchanger should be to condense pet cards. This is also something that the system cannot do at present, even if it is said personally. But that's not right either. Because the pet card changer was also given to Qi Lu by the system. Moreover, so far, the pet card changer is also under the control of the system. Therefore, to be more precise, it should be that the system only has one core that condenses the pet card, and there is no way to run it in multiple threads. However, there is no conflict between gathering pet cards and exchanging pet cards. I believe that this can also be achieved with the system's capabilities. Therefore, you only need to add a pet card swap function to the membership card, so that waiting customers can directly swap pet cards on the membership card and remember it in the form of an image. Then just go to the pet card changer and take it out. Moreover, it is not only more convenient to draw the pet card. You can also feed pet cards that do not need to be taken out directly in the membership card to those that need to be cultivated, without taking them out from the pet card exchange machine. To put it simply, Chila transfers the entire process of extracting pet cards and cultivating pet cards to the membership card, including pet card awakening, activation of skills, upgrades, and even loading off martial arts and magic. All can be done on the membership card. The pet card exchange machine is simply used to remove the pet card stored in the membership card. This is more convenient and faster. Moreover, the membership card in Chila's store itself is used to store spiritual crystals. There is no need to go to the pet card machine to deposit spiritual crystals, just go to the counter and deposit the spiritual crystals into the membership card. Then the function will be updated so that the pet card can directly load martial arts and magic on the membership card, but the premise is that the corresponding skill book must be purchased in the trading system first. However, in this case, the membership card needs to be bound to the transaction system in the New World mode. That's roughly it. Do you think the system can do it? Qi Lu explained it in detail and finally asked. The system was silent for a while, before making a sound. System, host, this system has accepted your suggestion. I have to say that your suggestion is very valuable. That's for sure. Compared to your Irby system, if I can't convince you, then what kind of host should I be? Chila smiled triumphantly and said disdainfully. In fact, Chila just copied some card drawing games and combined them with the rules of the pet card drawing machine, without changing the medicine. In this card drawing game, there are only the functions of drawing pet cards and cultivating pet cards. As for other functions, we will talk about it later. There is an important announcement: the membership card will undergo a major update from now on. Customers in the store can directly draw a pet card through their membership card, and the fees will be deducted from the balance of the spiritual crystals in the membership card. The drawn pet card will be temporarily stored in the membership card in the form of a picture. In the pet card interface of the membership card, you can awaken the pet card, upgrade the pet card, and load the pet card with martial arts and magic. From now on, the membership card will be connected to the transaction system in the New World mode. Customers can directly purchase various skill books in the membership card and load them for pet cards. Additional attachment: the pet card can only be withdrawn through the pet card exchange machine. Above. The announcement in the store rang 3 times. This is what Chila requires the system to do. This kind of thing must be known to customers in the store as early as possible. Otherwise, every extra minute of delay will mean you will earn less spiritual crystals. After the sound of the radio disappeared, the store fell into a very brief silence. The customers queuing up outside the pet card machine seemed to be consuming the content on the radio. Until one of the customers in line took out his membership card. Hey, there is really an option for a pet card on the membership card. This customer discovered a new icon next to the guild communication system. So I clicked in. A smaller version of the pet card machine screen appeared on the membership card. In the lower right corner, the spiritual crystal balance of the membership card was also displayed. 2,235 spiritual crystals. With this balance, he can be considered a young man with a little spare money. Oh, there really is. Gu Pingchuan also took out his membership card and entered the pet card icon. Look at the balance display in the lower right corner. 158,922 spiritual crystals. Hero-level strong men are just different. Store manager Chi's ideas are always so unexpected, yet extremely practical. Ling Ao also entered the pet card interface of the membership card. In the pet card interface, the lower right corner is the spiritual crystal balance, the middle is the extraction button, and the lower left corner is the pet card package. Very concise style, very easy to use. That's good, it saves you the trouble of queuing. Gu Pingchuan is a powerful hero. If it wasn't for the Flame Spirit pet card, how could he waste time queuing up here? Now that he could use his membership card to draw pet cards, Gu Pingquan naturally said nothing. Just click the extract button. Then 3 options immediately appeared. Draw once, draw 10 times, draw 100 times. This is an thoughtful design made by Chila, considering that some lottery fanatics are afraid that they will be too tired to click the draw button when drawing pet cards. For example, Ling Xiao spent a lot of money and drew the pet card thousands of times in one breath. As a result, the Lancer was not lucky enough to draw an R-level pet card. Fortunately, this kind of thing is a thing of the past. Now Ling Xiao is no longer a spearman, but a peerless spear soul. Then do it 100 times. Gu Pingquan clicked on the option to draw 100 times. A burst of white light immediately appeared in the small window of the membership card, and then the screen kept jumping. 100 pet cards soon appeared in the small window, with only 8 pet cards on each page, a full 12.5 pages. Gu Pingquan scrolled down the screen, and pet cards appeared in Gu Pingquan's eyes one after another. The golden doll, the earth demon bear, and the white horse riding on the wind. Water spirit white fox, clay doll, flame fong dog. Thunder tiger, earth demon bear, puppet doll. All along the way, they are all A-level pet cards and B-level pet cards. There is not even an R-rated pet card. Not to mention that the probability of an R-level pet card is countless times higher than that of an SR-level pet card. No way, am I so unlucky? Gu Pingquan couldn't believe it, and reluctantly clicked on the income package in the lower right corner of the screen. Then the option to draw 100 times was chosen again. Puppet dolls, golden dolls, red flame birds. White horse riding on the wind, earth demon bear, golden doll. Flame tooth hound, thunder tiger, thunder tiger. There are 12.5 pages of pet cards, the quality of which is the same as the previous 100 times drawn. All are A-level pet cards and B-level pet cards. Gu Pingquan stared, flipping through the pictures in the small window of the membership card several times, and then angrily clicked on the receipt package. I don't believe it. Come again. Another 100 draws. If 1,000 spiritual crystals are thrown into the water, then throw them into the water. Not even a sound. Fortunately, this time an R-rated pet card finally came out. Bronze giant soldier. Gu Pingquan and the pet card with the blue-gray statue of the bronze giant stared at each other for a long time before choosing to include it in the package. I still don't believe in evil. Ling Ao, who was next to Gu Pingquan, did not draw the flame spirit after drawing enough pet cards. But this is not Ling Ao's entire purpose. The probability of shipment of SR-level pet cards is indeed terrifyingly low. Ling Ao has not heard a single cheer in the store in the past 5 or 6 hours since he watched the promotional video for the new pet card. Just so you know, no one has ever drawn the Flame Spirit pet card. This makes people have to wonder, is there really a Flame Spirit pet card in his card pool? Forget it, let's take a look at the package first. Thinking of this, Ling Ao opened the pet card package. All the pet cards drawn before are here. Puppet dolls, 127. Dolls, 96. Golden doll, 119 pictures. Earth demon bear, 135. Bronze giant soldier, 27. In addition to the Flame Spirit pet card, Ling Ao has many other pet cards. Pet cards of the same type will be stacked together and counted as one grid. The quantity is displayed in the lower right corner of the pet card grid. Click on the pet card, and 3 options will appear: split quantity, upgrade, and awakening. To load martial arts and magic, you need to split the number first and split the number of pet cards into 1 before proceeding. As for loading martial arts and magic into pet cards, you need to split the quantity first and split the number of pet cards into 1 before proceeding. And there also needs to be a skill book in the package. As for upgrading and awakening, the quantity must also be divided first. But it is not limited to one pet card, but how many pet cards there are in his grid will default to one-time upgrade or awakening. These operating rules will remind you when entering the pet card package. If you make a mistake in operation, please bear the consequences yourself. With the pet card extraction function on the membership card, it is indeed a lot more convenient. Ling Ao studied the function of the pet card package before nodding. This is also the voice of many customers waiting in line. If this function had appeared earlier, why would they have waited so long outside the pet card changing machine? See, this is creativity, this is wisdom. Sheila leaned on the counter and said in his mind. As soon as the new function of membership card came out, not only was the area around the pet card exchange machine much cleaner, but the revenue in the store also increased significantly in a short period of time. And, most importantly, using a membership card to get Krypton spirit crystals and throwing spirit crystals into the pet card changing machine are two completely different feelings. In the pet card extraction function of the membership card, the spiritual crystal that is released is just a number. It doesn't feel bad at all if it doesn't actually pass through my own hands. I didn't see Gu Pingchuan. Dean Gu's head was already getting hot because of a flame spirit. So far, 100,000 spiritual crystals have been spent. However, it's been a long time, and not even a flame spirit pet card has appeared. System, have you really put a flame spirit pet card in the card pool? Chi Lu, who had been standing in front of the counter for what seemed like a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. From the new pet card into the card pool, until now. The customers in the store have at least put millions of spirit crystals into the pet card changing machine. However, despite such a huge investment, not a single flame spirit pet card appeared. It's no wonder that Chi Lidu became suspicious. System, host, please rest assured that the contents of the card pool are absolutely true. Hearing the system's guarantee, Chi Li's heart skipped a beat. In this case, it is simply a matter of probability of SR-level pet cards. Chi Li knows that the system cannot lie. But this makes it worse. The probability is so low that it's better not to put it into the card pool. Otherwise, you will get the reputation of a profiteer. However, just as Chi Lu was considering whether he could ask the system to temporarily increase the shipment probability of the Flame Spirit Pet card, the atmosphere in the store suddenly boiled. Fire Spirit Pet card. I finally got it. This loud roar instantly ignited the atmosphere in the store. Everyone went crazy. Who drew it? What kind of luck is this? I actually got it. Let me take a sip. Let me take a look. I'll just take a look. I haven't seen what an SR-level pet card looks like. Don't squeeze. You haven't seen it before. Have I seen it? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Let me take a look and get some luck. Even Chi Lu is particularly curious. What kind of luck is this, to be able to draw the Flame Spirit Pet card when the probability of shipment is so low? Don't crowd, don't crowd. My little sister drew this Flame Spirit Pet card. I won't be polite if you squeeze her again. At the source of the surging crowd, Ling Xiao desperately protected Ling Daiwand, blocked the surging crowd. Chi Lu could see clearly at the counter. He was even more stunned. Did Xiao Daiwu get it again? What is going on with the probabilities of these two systems? Is it true that cuteness is justice? Or is it that the cute god is invincible? At the back of the crowd, Gu Pingchuan and others who were too embarrassed to push forward looked at each other. Ling Ao, this first Flame Spirit Pet card looks like it was drawn by that girl Diawu. Gu Pingchuan looked at Ling Ao and couldn't help but said enviously. This voice is indeed Xiao's. It seems to be correct. Ling Ao was also a little bit dumbfounded. As an old man, I drew hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals, but I didn't draw the flame spirit pet card. Unexpectedly, his fifth daughter, Ling Diawu, would be drawn. What can Ling Ao say? Jealousy? There is no need to be jealous of your daughter. Envy? That's true envy. If you don't even envy this kind of luck, then what else is there to envy? Moreover, as Ling Diawu successfully drew the flame spirit pet card, the customers in the store also knew that there were indeed SR-level pet cards in the card pool of the pet card machine. They couldn't draw it, it was just bad luck. Instead of the store manager operating in the dark, all of a sudden, everyone in the store was excited. As a result, the speed of Krypton Gold, which had slowed down somewhat, increased rapidly again. This is the power of hope. Previously, the Flame Spirit Pet card had not been shipped, which slowly dissipated the expectations of these customers, so much so that they began to wonder if there was something wrong with the card pool. But as long as there is hope, the previous despair will be swept away. Shao Diawu is really my little lucky star. Qila just thought about this problem and decided to discuss with the system whether to operate in secret and deliberately let people draw a Flame Spirit Pet card. However, Qilu estimates that this idea will not succeed under normal circumstances. According to the rigid personality of the system, it would only think that the card pool of the pet card changing machine was not fraudulent, so why should it give out an SR-level pet card? Fortunately, Ling Diawu, this little cutie, is as lucky as ever. Qilu doesn't need to worry about the next thing. After the Flame Spirit Pet card was actually drawn, it greatly stimulated the customer spending. Especially those pet card collectors. Some people even got the detailed positioning tag of the Flame Spirit Pet card, and the introduction of the tag, and then sent it to the communication system of the Pet Card Research Guild. Main attributes: agility, spirit, magical power. Pet positioning: elemental spirit, abnormal life form, special skill mechanism, incorporeal, destruction, favor of fire. Just these 2 lines of detailed information immediately made the members of the Pet Card Research Guild go crazy. How to match pet cards. What martial arts and magic should be loaded into the pet card? How does the pet fight and how can it cooperate with other pets? This series of questions. Under normal circumstances, it is determined by the main attributes of the pet card and the positioning of the pet. Even if the guys from the Pet Card Research Guild develop new routines and develop another way of fighting for pets, it would still be inseparable from the support of the main attributes of the pet cards. The location tags of pets also provide a lot of ideas for these pet card collectors who are researching the routine as a whole. After all, add martial arts to the red flame spirit bird, allowing this pet with a vulnerable positioning tag to fight hand-to-hand. How stupid a guy would be to think of that. Unless this guy suffered a cerebral congestion on the spot, it would be fine. After the excitement, the crowd gradually dispersed. Instead of envying others for drawing the Flame Spirit Pet card, wouldn't it be nice to take advantage of this luck and draw one yourself? Although unlikely. Seeing that the crowd dispersed, Ling Ao and others also came to Ling Diawu's side. Ling Xiao was sitting on the sofa with Ling Diawu, admiring the Flame Spirit Pet card. Xiao Diawu, you are indeed the best. Ling Xiao said seriously. Although Ling Xiao has now gotten rid of the extremely bad luck of Thesperman, but compared with Ling Diawu's unlucky luck, it is really not good enough. Ling Xiao had experience and learned lessons. This time, he found Ling Diawu in advance and asked this little loli to help him draw a pet card. Then, it turned out. In Qila's shop, Ling Diawu's luck is really good. Third brother, this little flame is so cute. Ling Diawu's fingers traced back and forth on the window of the membership card, and the flame spirit on the screen also swayed slightly. Indeed, when the flame spirit is not showing its power, it is like an elf made of condensed fire elements. He looks harmless to humans and animals. But no one who has seen the promotional video for the new pet card will think of the flame spirit as a small fire that is harmless to humans and animals. That is to say, Ling Diawu, who doesn't care about this matter, thinks that the flame spirit is cute. Of course it's cute. This is the only SR level pet card currently. Ling Xiao echoed. The eyes looking at the flame spirit pet card were also full of love. However, the meaning of cuteness in Ling Xiao's words and the cuteness in Ling Diawu's words may be slightly different. It's really the spirit of flame. What are its detailed attributes? Ling Ao walked over and saw the membership card in Ling Diawu's hand at a glance. Although this membership card belongs to Ling Xiao, the main growth attributes are agility, mental power, and magical power. The growth rate of magic power is stronger than that of agility and mental power. Ling Xiao answered subconsciously, as if bragging. Then I felt that the voice sounded familiar, so I slowly raised my head. Father? Why are you here? Ling Xiao asked, with a surprised look on his face. Don't we need to deal with the affairs of the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city? Wherever there are so many memorials piled up every day, there is still Tomato come to Yunwu City. From your tone, it sounds like you don't welcome me here? Ling Ao's eyes lowered slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. How could it be possible? Father, you can come over here. It's too late for me to be happy. I was just too surprised just now, so my father misunderstood. When Ling Xiao heard this, he immediately said with a flattering smile. Since the last trip to the ruins, the relationship between Ling Ao and Ling Xiao and his son has improved a lot. Naturally, I didn't have too many worries when meeting in Yunwu City this time. It's not as awkward and respectful as ordinary monarchs and ministers, but there's a bit of a joke in it. Okay, don't be a good boy. Nothing major has happened in recent days. Those memorials will be handled by your elder brother. Ling Ao waved his hand and said lightly. In fact, Ling Ao's coming to Yunwu City has something to do with Ling Xiao. Because there are thousands of years of black turtles guarding the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city, even if Ling Ao is not in the imperial city for a short time, nothing will happen. What's more, in terms of strength alone, the 10,000 years black turtle lies much stronger than Ling Ao. As long as the 10,000 years black turtle is determined to protect the imperial city of the Huanyuan Empire, almost no one in the entire eastern wasteland can pose a threat to the imperial city of the Huanyuan Empire. Unless several powerful heroes join forces. But this is impossible. Not to mention that there are not many big forces with several hero levels, even these big forces are willing to spend such a huge amount of money. Then is there no one in the Huanyuan Empire? Whether it is the 10,000 years black turtle or Gu Pingchuan, they are both half-step strong. Before causing trouble, these big forces had to weigh whether it was really worth messing with these two guys. That's why Ling Ao came to Yunwu City with peace of mind. Again. Ling Ao came to Yunwu City to improve his strength. As long as you learn the magic of guarding the doll, it is basically equivalent to adding a hero-level combat power to the Huanyuan Empire. Even if the imperial city of the Huanyuan Empire was not protected by the 10,000 years black turtle, Ling Ao would not give up this opportunity. Moreover, if something big happens to the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city. In other words, something happened that Ling Chongkong couldn't handle. Ling Ao will also receive the news immediately. Never doubt the royal family's methods, Ling Ao's power left in the dark isn't rare. You can leave these things to Ling Chongkong. Then Ling Ao wasn't afraid that Ling Chongkong was up to something secretly. It turns out that Big Brother is here, so that's good. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said nothing more. Ling Xiao really had no experience in handling memorials and court affairs. After all, Ling Ao had always been idle in the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city, and had little opportunity to be exposed to these matters. This is also the reason why Ling Ao did not consider Ling Xiao at the first time. Handling court affairs is not like leading troops in war. The first requirement for a general who takes the lead is tyrannical force, and then the ability to lead troops. In a battle between two armies, the general is where the morale of the army lies. In a war involving hundreds of thousands of troops, or even millions of troops, it would be difficult to have an overview of the overall situation except for those generals with outstanding talents and talents. But as long as the generals are brave, morale will be there. When morale is high, combat effectiveness will not be reduced. If you can do this, you are already a qualified general. What's more, Ling Shao can do better. Ling Shao also understood this, so he didn't care that Ling Chongkong had such a good opportunity. Because Ling Shao had already taken the position of commander-in-chief of the Western garrison during the previous battle at Yashuiguan, and even surpassed Xiao Feng with the title of Tiger General. It is impossible to go up any higher in a short period of time. Ling Chongkong, as for Ling Chongkong, has been sitting in the position of chief minister of the 6 departments for some time. But it was because the overall position of the 6 ministers was so high that Fire Emperor Ling Ao put Ling Chongkong in the vacant position for a long time. During this period of time, although Ling Chongkong was the chief minister of the 6 departments. But in fact, it is similar to Ling Shao. They are all idle at home with nothing to do. The only difference is probably that Ling Chongkong's mansion is much larger than Ling Zhao's. But now, Ling Chongkong has finally survived. During this period of time, he took over the affairs of the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire. During this period, Ling Chongkong took over the affairs of the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. If nothing else happens, after Left Chancellor Ke Jin slowly releases his powers and responsibilities, Ling Chongkong should gradually take over. But, that's all. If you want to be a true successor, your own strength is always a hard condition. That's why Ling Shao was not in a hurry. The hero level is the foundation of a huge force. Without force, it is difficult to truly prosper. Cloud Mist City is a good example. Since Chila's shop became famous in a certain circle, a large number of powerful people began to gather in Yunwu City. The prosperity of Yunwu City can be said to have increased rapidly compared to before. No way. If the level of prosperity does not increase accordingly, it would be a shame for the group of strong men gathered in Chila's store. According to the consumption level of Chila's store, it is considered the best in the eastern wasteland. Okay, let's not talk about this. I didn't even ask why you appeared here. Ling Ao took the initiative to end the topic. Because Ling Ao is the Fire Emperor of the Huangyuan Empire, it is indeed strange to come to Yunwu City. But as the commander-in-chief of the Western garrison, Ling Shao stayed in Yunwu City for a long time. Wasn't it dereliction of duty? It's embarrassing to say this. I don't know why my father came here. Is it the Guardian Doll skill book? Ling Zhao's guesses about this kind of thing were quite accurate. In the entire Chila store, for the time being, there are not many products that can make a hero put down his hands. In addition to these powerful skill books. In fact, there is one more thing, and that is the scroll of class inheritance. It's a pity that since the last inheritance scroll of the Peerless Spear Soul class, it has never appeared again. You guessed it right, but now there's one more thing. Ling Ao nodded, there was nothing to hide. The appeal of the Guardian Doll skill book is the same for all magician classes. Unless you are a fool, as long as you are a magician, you will not want to learn the magic of protecting dolls. One more thing? Ling Shao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Are you talking about the Flame Spirit pet card? That's right. Ling Ao admitted it without hesitation. If it weren't for the Flame Spirit pet card, why would he come here specifically? Dean Gu, Dean Ren, are you here together because of this matter? Ling Shao had already noticed Gu Pingchuan and Ren Gongxiu. But it was also at this time that I figured out the purpose of the two of them. I just came here to take a look. After all, it is the first SR level pet card. Gu Pingchuan is a regular customer of Qi Li's shop. He is also very familiar with Ling Xiao. Naturally, there are not so many worries when talking. I just came with them and took a look at the Flame Spirit pet card. Ren Gongxiu said calmly. Ling Xiao is naturally not stingy. There is not only one Flame Spirit pet card. No matter how unlucky others are, no matter how low the probability of the Flame Spirit pet card being shipped is, there will always be a time when a second one is drawn. There is no need to hide it. So Ling Xiao generously sent the message attribute of the Flame Spirit pet card to Ling Ao and the others. It has to be said that the power of SR level pet cards is far beyond that of R level pet cards. The main growth attribute of the Flame Spirit pet card is very high. However, due to the incorporeal nature of the Flame Spirit, the growth values of strength attributes, physical defense, etc. have all become extremely low. Although, due to the incorporeal nature of the Flame Spirit, as a result, the growth value of its strength, physique, physical defense and other attributes have become extremely low. However, the growth value of these attributes, which are almost useless to the Flame Spirit, has become extremely low, but at the same time, it has made the growth value of the Flame Spirit's main attribute become higher. In particular, the magical power and mental power far exceed those of R-rated pet cards. Even the Zero-awakened Flame Spirit is no less than a hero in terms of magical power and spiritual power. After many awakenings, the main attribute growth value of the Flame Spirit can be imagined to be terrifying. This is also the strength of the Flame Spirit's survival. After it is fully cultivated, the destructive power of a Flame Spirit is comparable to that of a hero. And more importantly, because of the special skill mechanism of Flame Spirit. Let those pet card collectors out there. There is no need to worry about what magic should be loaded into the Flame Spirit. As long as it's fire magic, just load it on the Flame Spirit. Even if you don't want to spend these spiritual crystals. Just take the Flame Spirit to watch a few more battles between powerful fire element magicians. It is guaranteed that the Flame Spirit knows more fire magic than those fire element magicians. It can be said that the Flame Spirit pet card, as an SR level pet card, is extremely cost-effective. Even zero awakenings are completely enough for ordinary practitioners. As long as the level is raised, there are almost no other training doorframes. Although the upgrade experience of SR level pet cards is much more than that of R level pet cards. But there are so many spiritual crystals that I can't stand. Therefore, the only difficulty is probably that you can't draw it. These attributes of the Flame Spirit make it a natural enemy for me. After reading it, Ling Ao couldn't help but sigh. Immune to fire damage and physical damage. This made Ling Ao, a fire element magician, extremely troubled. If the enemy has several Flame Spirit pet cards in his hand, Ling Ao can only say that he is powerless. Therefore, Ling Ao was also very happy. Fortunately, Manager Qi is not an enemy. Fortunately, Manager Qi's shop is located in the Huangyuan Empire. As expected of store manager Qi, the first SR level pet card that appeared in the store is so powerful. Gu Pingchuan also sighed with emotion. But compared to Ling Ao's headache, Gu Pingchuan was just sighing. Although it is because of the positioning tag of the Flame Spirit and its special attributes. This makes the Flame Spirit the natural enemy of most fighting classes and fire element magicians. Even if the level of the Flame Spirit is insufficient, it will not be possible to win. However, it is impossible for most of the fighting spirit classes and fire element magicians to capture the Flame Spirit. From the beginning, it was invincible. That's the case. However, for Gu Pingchuan, the Flame Spirit that has not awakened 5 times is a bit troublesome. However, really speaking, it is nothing to worry about. Because the Flame Spirit is immune to only physical attacks and fire damage. Gu Pingchuan, on the other hand, is a great magician, and he knows mostly general magic and various elemental small magics. Under the blessing of the heroic realm, Gu Pingchuan's magic can cause damage to the flame spirit. Moreover, it is precisely because the flame spirit possesses unparalleled destructive power that the damage that the flame spirit can withstand has become very small. Just like this, for Gu Pingchuan, although the flame spirit is powerful, it isn't invincible. This can be regarded as one of the rare shortcomings of the flame spirit. As an elemental spirit, the flame spirit is immune to fire damage, but it isn't immune to other elemental damage. Otherwise, it would be truly invincible. Lao Gu is right. It is undeniable that the flame spirit is indeed powerful, but before it awakens 3 times, it will not be a big threat to the non-elemental heroic magician class. Ren Gongxiu also nodded and spoke. Although after watching the new pet card promotional video and the detailed attributes of the flame spirit pet card, Ren Gongxiu highly praised the flame spirit. But praise is praise. Regarding the shortcomings of flame spirit, Ren Gongxiu will not make excuse to cover up. Without the 5 awakened flame spirit, there is no particular threat to the heroic magician class as long as they are not fire element magicians. Because destructive power is not equal to comprehensive strength. The flame spirit is an elemental spirit condensed from the fire element. Its tyrannical destructive power is innate. Even if the flame spirit has awakened 0 times, as long as its level is high enough, in terms of pure destructive power, it will not be weaker than the hero level. But in terms of overall strength, unless it is the 5 awakened flame spirit. Otherwise, compared with the hero level, it will still be a step behind. But even so, the combat effectiveness of SR level pet cards is also very terrifying. You said that, have you considered my feelings? Ling Ao said helplessly. There was no way. Ling Ao happened to be a fire element magician. We can't help with this. Gu Pingchuan spread his hands and expressed that he was helpless. The issue of this rank is decided when you are promoted to a rank. It was Ling Ao's luck that he arrived at such a coincidence. Stop talking. Fortunately, my daughter lives up to her expectations. Ling Ao waved his hand. Although the flame spirit has its shortcomings, they do not outweigh the flaws and still cannot stop Ling Ao and others from yearning for the flame spirit pet card. Again. Even if the flame spirit has this shortcoming, there are only a few people who can grasp this shortcoming. If you don't want such a powerful battle, what else do you want? Want a dragon? Father, that is my membership card. Ling Xiao said weakly. Does it matter whose membership card it is? What matters is who drew it out. Ling Ao glanced at Ling Xiao and decided on the ownership of this flame spirit pet card. This? Ling Xiao opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Third brother, isn't this cute little flame mine? Ling Diawu suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. The big watery eyes were full of longing. It's yours, of course it's yours. I will fight with anyone who dares to steal it. Ling Xiao was instantly enchanted by the little Lolita. He changed his tone and said loudly. The day passed quickly. Although Chila's store is closed. But it cannot be explained by the enthusiasm of many customers for the Flame Spirit pet card. And after the function of the membership card has been updated, pet cards can still be drawn even when not in the Chila store. It's just that it can't be extracted. I can't believe that just an SR level pet card can trigger such a huge gold frenzy. Chila calculated today's turnover and found that it was almost 3 times the previous daily turnover. Such an incredible thing. All are driven by a new pet card. The shipment probability set by the system did not disappoint Chila. In a whole day, only 5 Flame Spirit pet cards were produced. But this kind of powerful pet card is enough to be used without awakening, even if only 5 of them are produced. There is also great hope for these customers. What if the next person drawn is myself? System, do you see it? This is the power of propaganda, have you learned it? Qi Lu asked 2 questions in a row, immediately rendering the system speechless. This kind of thing that requires creativity is indeed the shortcoming of the system. It took a long time before the system's voice appeared in Qi Li's mind. System, host, I will be responsible for cooperating with you on this matter. If you need anything for publicity in the future, just ask. This is considered a sign of submission. However, Qi Lu knew that this money-loving Erbi system was not soft on him. But they have softened to this explosive growth and turnover. But what does it matter? As long as he can grasp the system's weaknesses, Qi Lu is sure to get more things out of the system. The premise is that Qi Lu can find an opportunity. It's easy to talk. You are still very smart in this regard. Qi Lu rarely took advantage of the situation. This is mainly because Qi Lu doesn't have anything he needs for the time being. Might as well save this opportunity for later. System, host, thank you. Although you always think this system is stupid, in fact, most of the time, this system is very smart. Yeah. Why does this sentence have a strange sense of déjà vu? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Qi Lu always felt that something was wrong when he listened to the system's words, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. The system, if I remember correctly, the purchase channel for the class inheritance scrolls should have been cooled down. Qi Lu calculated the time in his mind and then asked aloud. Drawn once a month. Qi Lu didn't want to waste such precious purchase quota. System, host, actually, there is still 1 day left. Qi Lu thought for a moment, slapped the table, and snorted coldly, impossible, I've done the math, it's definitely been 30 days. System, host, last month, there were 31 days. Qi Lu was confused. With your damn 2-stroke system, do you still divide the number of months into big months and small months? So is February counted as 28 days or 29 days? Wait a minute, the months in this world are not divided into big and small months at all. Qi Lu suddenly woke up after being stunned. I was almost fooled by this 2-stroke system. System, if the host is willing to follow the time calculation of this plane, then the originally scheduled holiday benefits will also be cancelled. Will the host continue? What? Are there any holiday benefits? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have forgotten my roots. It's indeed 1 day away. My calculation was wrong. Qi Lu bowed to the system directly. For the sake of holiday welfare, it's just a matter of lowering your head, it's not as simple as eating and drinking. Besides, it's just 1 more day to wait, so Qi Lu is not in a hurry at all. Moreover, when the system said this, it also provided Qi Lu with a new idea. That is to calculate how long it is until the next holiday. But, it still doesn't feel right to think this way. However, Qi Lu thought about it again and began to feel that something was wrong again. If there are really holiday benefits, why hasn't the system mentioned this for so long? But if there are really holiday benefits, then why, for so long, the system has never mentioned this matter? Could it be that the system swallowed it privately again? When Qi Lu thought of this, he suddenly felt that he had thought of the key point. He wanted to argue with the system on the spot and get back the benefits that had been swallowed up by the system privately. System, since you said there are holiday benefits, why haven't I seen anything until now? Is there not even a holiday for such a long time? Qi Lu asked plausibly in his mind. I thought to myself that now, I would definitely be able to catch the system's little braid. Next, I just wanted to see what I could get out of the system shans. However, the idea didn't last long. A leisurely voice rang in Qi Li's mind. System, host, the festivals this system refers to are only those traditional festivals, and they are recorded according to this system. System, I wonder if the host is thinking about the Cold Food Festival or the Qingming Festival? Cold Food Festival and Qingming Festival are both famous festivals. During the Cold Food Festival, fireworks are prohibited and only cold food can be eaten. On the Qingming festival, people go out to visit tombs and pay homage to their ancestors. Qi Lu was obviously stunned when he heard the system mention these two festivals. Then he came to his senses and hurriedly said, forget it, these two holidays will be temporarily waived. These two traditional festivals have nothing to do with Qi Lu. First, Qi Lu doesn't want to just eat cold food. Second, Qi Lu has no ancestors who need to be worshipped in this world. And third, and most important, it was this kind of festival. Qi Lu felt that the system would not give out any good things. If you really want to give Qi Lu a bundle of good incense in the future, Qi Lu can really take a bath before burning incense, before the lottery. The incense produced by the system must be very effective. But, besides these two festivals, there is also, there is. Qi Lu originally wanted to argue, but as soon as he said the second half of the sentence, he suddenly got stuck. Because Qi Lu discovered very sadly that the Spring Festival had already passed when the system appeared, not even the Lantern Festival. And now, it's still a short time before the Dragon Boat Festival. Therefore, according to the system's records and Qi Li's own memories, if Qi Lu refuses the Cold Food Festival and Qingming Festival, there will indeed be no other festival benefits. System, host, is there anything else you can do? No, you are awesome. Qi Lu tried his best to pretend to be indifferent and answered the system's questions calmly. In fact, my heart hurts like hell. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. But if I eat something that I personally refused, wouldn't it be very shameful? Anyway, in that case, just wait for the Dragon Boat Festival with peace of mind. Qi Lu comforted himself in his heart, and then ate 2 pots of crayfish and drank 6 bottles of cold beer to relieve his depression. Anyway, as the store manager, Qi Lu eats snacks and drinks for free. If you eat more, you can take advantage of the system. The sword control sect in the dark night is like a star in the sky. Magic lamps illuminated each practice hall. A diligent disciple is not willing to waste any time even at night. Shuoziki stood on the top of the mountain, hidden in the darkness. Shuoziki looked down at the mountain gate of the sword control sect, to Kinjin all the many halls that were either hidden in darkness or illuminated by magic lamps. The sword-controlling sect is the strongest sect in the eastern wasteland. Shuoziki murmured to himself. Under the cover of the night, a dark shadow quietly appeared behind Shuoziki, kneeling on the ground and speaking respectfully. Young master, you summoned me to come over. What are your orders? Shuoziki did not look back, but quietly looked at the many halls. After a long time, he slowly spoke out and said, this is the sword control sect, with strong strength, profound foundation, and diligent disciples. How many sects want to replace him, but no sect can do it. When Shuoziki said this, he paused slightly. But he changed the subject and continued. Are you ready for the puppet potion I asked you to prepare? To inform you, young master, all the puppet potions have been prepared and are just waiting for young master's order. The shadow lowered his head and answered respectfully. There was no extra emotion in his tone, as if other things had nothing to do with it. Very good. Shuoziki's eyes suddenly became sharp, scanning the entire gate of the sword control sect, and sneered. The master of the sword control sect has disappeared without a trace, and Elder Yu Jing has gone down the mountain to practice. This is truly a God-given opportunity. You can take the potion chapter of the General Guide to Controlling Beasts down the mountain and wait until the time comes. The strongest sect in the eastern wasteland is about to change hands. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Shuoziki's mouth. Yes. The black shadow didn't say a word of doubt, he just responded and then carried out his mission. Yunwu City, Chila shop. The excitement in the store was not less than yesterday. In just one day, it was impossible to kill the enthusiasm for the Flame Spirit pet card. Plus, the summer fun isn't over yet. It can be said that this period of time at Chila's shop is really a summer carnival. Shui Lang and other mercenaries, each holding a bottle of cold beer, were sitting in the hall waiting for a vacant booth to draw a few pet cards. Cold beer can be said to be very suitable for these mercenaries. The second-ranked one is Sprite. This resulted in other drinks being almost unsaleable in front of these mercenaries. It's not that it doesn't taste good, it just feels like the taste is too bland. But this is normal. Turnip greens, all have love. When the taste levels of two delicacies are at the same level, you must choose the taste you like. However, after last night, I don't know who came from it. It is said that the probability of drawing an SR-level pet card is higher, which makes many people rather choose to smash the pet card than insist on choosing the draw once option. As a result, many people smoked for a whole night. So much so that on the second day, I felt quite exhausted. Who said this? Do you really think everyone has the luck of Xiaodu? When Chila saw this kind of remarks in the guild communication system, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Single draw wonders. That's based on top luck. How come these guys with faces as black as charcoal dare to use such metaphysical techniques to draw pet cards? I haven't been here all day, what are you doing? In the store lobby, Banjing looked at the three people on the sofa with a confused expression. Everyone held a membership card in their hands, then clicked continuously, and then looked at the window on the membership card expectantly. Banjing looked at the three Gu Pingchuan people in confusion. Watch them click the draw button on their membership card. Then I looked expectantly at the window on the membership card. A disappointed sigh followed. Then repeat the above steps. But they have no idea what they are doing. Huh? Headmaster, you are here. Has the two-way transmission magic circle of Earth College been set up? Ling Ao's eyes were slightly bloodshot and he was the first to raise his head. The construction has been completed. The products in Manager Chi's store are indeed genuine. When asked about this matter, a look of admiration immediately appeared in Banjing's eyes. The two-way transmission magic array disc is really a good thing. After returning to Dadi College, Banjing discussed with the senior management of the college and quickly set aside a place to build a two-way transmission magic circle. Then after connecting the two-way transmission magic circle, Banjing immediately used the teleportation magic circle to arrive at Cloud Mist City. There was no trouble at all. It's easy to set up, doesn't require extra energy when it's started again, and can withstand hero-level attacks. Compared with the two-way teleportation magic array in Chila's shop, other teleportation magic arrays are like a pile of junk. No, probably not even junk. At least the junk won't waste energy. But what are you doing? After Banjing admired him, he asked again. Draw the pet card. Gu Pingchuan probably took another twitch, and after sighing in disappointment, he took the time to answer. After a short pause, he suddenly said again. By the way, you weren't here yesterday, so you probably didn't know. Then you missed out on a lot of good things, but fortunately, the pet card isn't limited to a limited time. Ren Gongxiu also raised his head and explained to Banjing about the pet card. I also recommend Banjing to watch the promotional video for the new pet card. After all, it is really difficult to understand the power of the flame spirit just by talking about it. Only those who have seen the monstrous flames with their own eyes and experienced the power of burning the sky and burning the sea can know what a terrifying destructive force it is. What is this? What kind of pet card is this? This is too strong. After watching the promotional video for the new pet card, Banjing was so shocked that he almost cursed. Fortunately, in the end, I took care of my own image and held back. Then, the number of people on Gu Pingchuan's sofa became 4. This scene made the eyes of the students from Dadi Academy who came to the store for the first time jump. As a student of the 3 major colleges, it is impossible not to know these three heroic deans. But now, the three deans are sitting on the sofa, drawing pet cards, and there is no heroic majesty at all. Rather, they looked like three old men sitting on the street corner. What happened? The students at Dottie Academy began to feel confused. What is going on in this store? Are there so many heroes now? However, even if Gu Pingchuan and others are not majestic at all at this moment, it does not change the fact that they are hero-level powerhouses. This alone was enough to scare the students from Dottie Academy, who rushed Toth's store and made it difficult to move. He didn't even dare to take a breath. Hey, why are you here too? Yu Yufeng held orange juice in his hand and looked at the door of the store in surprise. The Earth Academy is so far away from Cloud and Mist City, so why are these guys, who usually don't even have enough study time and want to break their training time in half in 1 minute? Come to Yunwu City when you have time. Senior Yu, great, you are here too. Senior Yu, why are the dean and the others here too? Senior Yu, what should we choose? As soon as the students from Dottie Academy saw Yu Yufeng, they immediately surrounded him as if they had seen his backbone. The sentence on the left is Yu Shui Zhang, the sentence on the right is Yu Shui Zhang. Yu Yufeng almost fainted. Stop, take your time one by one. Yu Yufeng covered his head and pressed his hands to stop the students from shouting. Then I casually clicked on a schoolgirl who looked innocent and cute. Tell me first, why are you here? I remember that Yunwu City is not close to Dottie College at all. Yu Yufeng asked as he opened the cap of the orange juice bottle. The rich fruity aroma overflowed immediately. Smell good. The schoolgirl twitched her little nose and said uncontrollably. Answer my question first. Yu Yufeng reached out and gave the schoolgirl a chestnut, and said helplessly. Ah, it hurts. Oh, Senior Yu, in fact, yesterday, after the dean returned to the academy, he built a teleportation magic circle, and when it was activated again, there was no need to consume spiritual crystals. So we came here today. The schoolgirl pursed her lips, rubbed her forehead with her little hands, and said with an aggrieved look. A pair of big watery eyes would glance at the orange juice in Yu Yufeng's hand from time to time, and then secretly observe Yu Yufeng, fearing that he would reach out and knock her again. Teleportation magic circle? Oh, it's something from Manager Chi's store, right? Yu Yufeng nodded as if suddenly enlightened. Then he said, you don't have to worry about the class dean and the others, just do whatever you have to do. If you don't understand anything, just ask Shier, the one behind the counter. Manager Chi's store has products you can't imagine and items that will amaze you. So, no matter what you encounter, don't be surprised. Finally, do you want a drink, elementary school girl? At the end of Yu Yufeng's words, he couldn't help but look at the cute schoolgirl in front of him. I want, it's better not to. The junior schoolgirl blurted out her words, then her face turned red and she immediately changed her words. Why are you so polite to Senior? Yu Yufeng smiled gently and put the orange juice that he had just opened and not yet drank into the hands of the schoolgirl. Just as he was about to say a few words, his expression suddenly changed. What's wrong with you, Senior Yu? The schoolgirl looked at Yu Yufeng curiously and grabbed the orange juicy in her hand. She thought about it and didn't return it. No, it's nothing. Sister, I really didn't do anything. Yu Yufeng smiled sarcastically and subconsciously took a few steps back to keep a distance from the schoolgirl. Then he raised his hands to show his innocence. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Are you just asking for it? Lan Jili came to the schoolgirl, looked at Yu Yufeng thoughtfully, then looked at the schoolgirl, and asked in a soft tone, Hello, I am Yu Yufeng's sister, Lan Jili. Hello, Sister Lan, my name is Mo Yufei, and I am a second-year student at Dottie College. The schoolgirl immediately returned the greeting with a rather awkward tone. don't be so nervous. It's not surprising that you can see the class dean and the others in the store. In fact, the manager of this store may be better than the dean and the others. Lan Jili said calmly. Yun Danfeng's gentle tone revealed a shocking news. Is the manager of this store better than the dean and the others? Dean and the others are hero-level powerhouses. What kind of power would someone stronger than them be? As soon as this sentence was said, the students staying at the door of the store became more nervous and cramped than before. Okay, sister, you'd better let them in quickly, otherwise store manager Ki will blame us again. After Yu Yufeng said this, he ran away without looking back. A group of anxious students were left, looking at each other in front of the store, but not knowing what to do. Come in, everyone. Manager Qi is very nice. Lan Jili did not continue to block the door of the store. Instead, he led everyone into the store. At this point, the number of customers in Qila's shop has once again increased a lot. These first batch of students who came to Yunwu City took on the important task of guiding the next batch of students. By the way, this can also be used as a source of conversation. It is actually a very simple thing to integrate into the Qila store. As long as you can withstand these shocking things. The rest is a matter of course. Eat snacks, drink drinks, draw pet cards, and enter the New World mode. This is already a standard 4-step process for new customers. As for elixirs, weapons, and armor, these products are mostly purchased by the War Department of the Huangyuan Empire in order to strengthen the basic military strength. Most of the other customers are just making small fuss. Today's turnover has increased again. It seems that selling the two-way transmission magic array to the class Diani is indeed a wise choice. After Qi Lu closed the store door, he began to summarize again. If you want to increase sales, publicity is only one aspect. Expanding your customer base is also very important. However, most of the students from the 3 major colleges are here now. If you want to expand your customer base, you have to look elsewhere. Let it go. However, Qi Lu doesn't have any good ideas on how to expand his customer base. At present, the 3 major colleges are basically complete. The city guards and mercenaries of Cloud Mist City. Then there are the elite squads from the major border garrison armies of the Huangyuan Empire that Ing Kuang had planned to train before. They are already being selected. Then there are these scattered customers. For example, Lu Jingya. If you want to expand your customer base, you may have to look for ways from the ancient Luo Empire and the Star Empire. But a store located in the Huangyuan Empire. It might be a bit unrealistic to ask people from the Goluo Empire and the Starry Empire to come over. After all, this is the territory of the hostile forces. So, we can only let nature take its course. Let's see what good things will appear in the purchase channel of Class Inheritance Scrolls in the new January. Qi Lu excitedly opened the purchase channel for Class Inheritance Scrolls. Today, it has finally cooled down. Come on, the legendary class. Let me see how powerful you are, show up. The legendary class. Qi Leiji shouted in a middle-class tone, making strange gestures with his hands. A rather ritualistic extraction process is going on. In order to improve even a little bit of luck, Qi Lu did everything possible and tried various methods. Doesn't the lottery have to have a sense of ceremony? System, host, actually you can be a little more normal. System, the probability of purchasing channels will not change in any way because of your actions. It seems that even the system can't stand this scene. Bah, what do you know? Qi Lu snorted coldly and continued with his sense of ritual without paying any attention to the system's words. Then Jiang used his consciousness to turn the knob of this purchasing channel that was like a gasapon machine. The gasapon machine immediately made a dinging, banging, banging collision sound. Soon, a white gasapon fell out of the exit. Qi Lu grabbed the white gasapon. Take a deep breath. Come out. Then he opened the gasapon with ease. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed from the gasapon, and then, a ball of white light jumped out from it. It turned into a parchment scroll with a rather simple appearance. The delicate ribbon tied on it still cannot be opened. However, it was the second time to draw a class inheritance scroll. Sheila didn't care about it, but directly checked the information of this class inheritance scroll. Ice Queen Class Inheritance Scroll. The Ice Queen, a queen born in ice and snow, has the innate power to control the ice element. Ice and Snow Spear, the only weapon of the Ice Queen, along with the power of class inheritance, will be inherited by those who are qualified. This class inheritance scroll also comes with weapons? Sheila was really shocked. This is a bit too generous. Is it possible that as long as it is a class inheritance scroll, it will give you the only weapon owned by this legendary class? The previous unparalleled spear soul gave me the unparalleled spirit spear. Now this Ice Queen will give you an ice and snow war spear. Etc. Ice and snow spear? While Qilu was envious and jealous, he suddenly thought of this problem. As soon as you hear the name, you can tell that the rank of Ice Queen will definitely not be passed down to men. After all, what man wants to be called a queen? No, which queen is a man? Then, take a look at the description of this class. The queen was born in ice and snow, and she also has the innate power to control the ice element. If you control the ice element, wouldn't you be an ice element magician? But why is the only weapon of this class an ice and snow spear? Isn't this a weapon only used by the fighting class? An ice elemental magician comes forward with a spear to fight. This scene feels very beautiful when I think about it. It seems that the sense of ritual has no effect on luck. Qilu rubbed his chin, took out a small notebook from the table, and marked the sense of ritual with a cross. Let's try another method next time. Qilu smacked his lips and slowly closed the notebook. Fortunately, Qilu put down his dignity and used this ritualistic way to draw the lottery even when he couldn't even stand the system. As a result, this thing was pulled out. Is it another melee mage? Qilu didn't know about this, and could only wait until a qualified person was found for the class inheritance scroll. System, how much do you plan to price this job inheritance scroll? Qilu put away the notebook and asked in his mind. This kind of thing has always been done by the system. Currently, the pricing of special items sold on the black market is set by Qilu. System, after identification, 8 master-level magic cores are required to purchase the Ice Queen class inheritance scroll. For things like pricing, the system responds very quickly. But the price mentioned made Qilu stunned. 8 Grandmaster-level magic cores? The last inheritance scroll for the Peerless Spear Soul class only had 5 Grandmaster-level magic cores. Just this, 8 Grandmaster-level magic cores? The last inheritance scroll for the Peerless Spear Soul class only had 5 Grandmaster-level magic cores. Is this Ice Queen class inheritance scroll stronger than the Peerless Spear Soul class inheritance scroll? But no matter how strong a melee mage is, how strong can he be? The rank of Unparalleled Spear Soul was proved by Ling Xiao. This ancient class is basically invincible within the same level. White Horse and Silver Spear, unparalleled in the world. Within the gun circle, I am invincible. It's about the power of the unparalleled gun soul. As for the Ice Queen class, I can only say that just looking at the price, it might be really strong. I just hope I'm not trying to trick anyone. Qilu lay on the bed with this expectation in mind. Although the products produced by the system are definitely worth the money. But there is actually a difference in how much it is worth. In the end, I can only say that benevolence sees benevolence and wisdom sees wisdom. The next day, Qilu replenished the supplies as usual, and then placed the Ice Queen class inheritance scroll on the shelf. After thinking about it for a while, I put the price below. 8 master-level magic cores. This time, Qi Lu didn't dare to say, how could a qualified person who is qualified to be favored by the Ice Queen's inheritance scroll not have 8 Grandmaster-level magic cores? Because last time, Ling Xiao asked Gu Pingchuan to borrow a spiritual crystal temporarily. It really made Qi Lu remember it deeply. Good morning, Manager Qi. Only a few minutes after the store door opened, the voice of greeting came in. Dean Gu, Fire Emperor, Dean Ren, and Class Dean, you guys have come very early these days. Qi Lu had just finished replenishing the goods when he saw these 4 heroes walking into the store. There is no way, Manager Qi, the elixirs here are always scarce. If we don't come earlier, we may not have a chance to buy them. Ling Ao said aloud, with a hint of complaint in his tone. They had been rushing for several mornings for a magic elixir, but they failed to catch up every time. And Ling Ao not only wanted the demon spirit pill, he also wanted the flame soul pill. There happened to be a pill that the fire element magician could use, so Ling Ao was lucky. But Banjing is a little better. After all, Banjing belongs to the warrior class and can use the body strengthening pill, wind spirit pill, and blood bathing pill. Plus the small battle soul pill, and body tempering pill. It can be said that in Qi Li's shop, among these elixirs that permanently increase attributes, the warrior class is loved very much. This is what makes many customers of the magician class complain. But there's nothing we can do about it. As far as basic attributes are concerned, strength, constitution, agility, attack power, and recovery speed are all useful for the fighting spirit class. The magician class requires attributes such as mental strength and magical power. In terms of the number of required attributes, it does not have an advantage. Then I'm sorry, the elixir you need is still not available today. Qi Lu put the things in his hands on the shelves and said lightly. During this time, the demand for elixirs is not great. Therefore, Qi Lu doesn't draw many pills every day. Because there is still some inventory in the warehouse. For those elixirs that permanently increase attributes with a low probability of being shipped, if 2 or 3 pills can be produced every day, Qi Lu is considered lucky. Actually, I didn't have much expectations. Gu Pingchuan said without surprise, holding a fruit-flavored jelly in one hand and a bottle of orange juice in the other. Thinking back to the beginning, Gu Pingchuan had to wake up many early mornings for a magic pill. Fortunately, there is another option now. That is fruit-flavored jelly that can purify magic power, and orange juice that can slightly enhance the speed of magic power condensation. Actually, there is no elixir. You can also try other products. Qi Lu also caught a glimpse of what Gu Pingchuan was holding. Fruity jelly with orange juice. What kind of weird taste is this? Even for the special effects of these snacks and drinks, you can't mix them randomly. It can only be the... Ling Ao nodded and went to the beverage vending machine to buy a bottle of black coffee. Speaking of which, Ling Ao is a good drinker. But I don't know why, but my first choice of drink is black coffee. This taste is bitter yet sweet, and sweet yet bitter. It's probably the taste of growing up. Actually, the food in Manager Qi's restaurant is really delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time. Banjing also walked over with a double cheese beef burger in one hand and pure milk in the other while eating. Another strange combination. Hey, Manager Qi, I feel like I've seen that scroll before. Gu Pingchuan took a sip of orange juice and suddenly caught a glimpse of the parchment roll tied with a delicate ribbon on the shelf from the corner of his eye. Then after thinking for a moment, he suddenly spoke. Class inheritance scroll. What class inheritance scroll? Hearing Gu Pingchuan's sudden words, Ling Ao and others looked confused. The class inheritance scroll has only appeared once in Qi Li's shop, so not many people know about it. Qi Lu originally placed the inheritance scroll of the unparalleled spear soul class in the store, and was prepared to wait for a long time without finding a qualified candidate. But who knew that Ling Xiao was the qualified person to inherit the scroll of the unparalleled spear soul class? I bought it on the spot. He borrowed Gu Pingchuan's master-level magic core. I don't know if I have paid it back now. Therefore, it is normal for Ling Ao and others not to know about the class inheritance scroll. The so-called class inheritance scroll is a scroll that contains legendary classes and has the power of inheritance. They are waiting for the arrival of qualified people, and only qualified people can open the scroll of class inheritance. When the qualified person opens this class inheritance scroll, the class inheritance scroll will bestow this legendary inheritance power on the qualified person. Qilu briefly introduced the class inheritance scroll. Ling Ao and others' eyes suddenly widened. Shop manager, Qi, there is such a good thing here? Hearing this, Ling Ao even forgot to drink the black coffee. If the black coffee he had previously drank had not been swallowed, it might have flowed out of Ling Ao's mouth. There is no way, the matter of the class inheritance scroll is really too shocking. It's a legendary class. I didn't expect to encounter such a divine object now. Mr. Ren also exclaimed in amazement, his eyes fixed on the sheepskin roll tied with a delicate ribbon on the shelf. Except for the flame spirit pet card whose destructive power is comparable to the hat of a hero. As well as products that can directly enhance one's own strength. This class inheritance scroll is equally attractive to heroes. It even surpasses those elixirs that can permanently increase attributes and the skill books in the New World mode. Rank is directly related to the strength of one's own strength. And the upper limit of growth. Rank is something directly related to strength. It even determines the upper limit of growth. Ling Xiao was able to transform himself into a new person with the inheritance scroll of the Peerless Spear Soul class. The inheritance power of the Peerless Spear Soul was indispensable. I wonder what the price of this class inheritance scroll is, store manager Qi? After Banjing was shocked, he immediately asked questions. Nothing else, but wanting to buy it directly. This kind of good thing is right in front of you, how can you miss it? However, Gu Pingchuan, who had already seen the class inheritance scroll once, seemed much calmer. After all, Gu Pingchuan was shocked the last time he saw the scroll of class inheritance. Now that he sees it again, it is considered commonplace. You don't need to know the selling price for the time being. Because those who are not qualified cannot open the class inheritance scroll and receive the power of inheritance. Qi Liyun emphasized it lightly. Besides, the price and other information were already marked on the shelves, but these heroes were too excited, so they didn't notice it for the time being. Manager Qi, I wonder which ancient class this class inheritance scroll is? Compared with the excitement of the other three, Gu Pingchuan seemed much more experienced. First ask clearly about this class inheritance scroll and which class it is inherited, and then decide whether to buy this class inheritance scroll. In fact, the class inheritance scroll selects those who are qualified. It's more like selecting the inheritor's talent, potential, and compatibility with the inherited class. Therefore, although qualified people are rare, there is definitely more than one. Dingu actually asked for an idea, the rank passed down by this rank inheritance scroll. Named the Ice Queen. Everyone, what do you think? Sheila spoke slowly, and finally showed a faint smile. As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the four people's faces suddenly froze. Ice Queen. As soon as you hear this name, you know that it is absolutely impossible to choose them when choosing the right person. The four elders looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed quite awkward for a moment. This? Store manager Qi, I don't know if you have any other class inheritance scrolls here? Ling Xiao asked reluctantly after being embarrassed. When you hear the Ice Queen class, you will immediately know that it is a magician class. Although the ice element is not suitable for Ling Ao, what if there is an ancient class of fire element? If you want other class inheritance scrolls, you probably have to wait until next month. Sheila said slowly. This kind of thing cannot be hidden anyway. As soon as the class inheritance scroll is pulled out, Qi Lu will definitely put it on the shelves immediately. By saying this, you can also attract a stable customer for the class inheritance scroll. Although whether he can be selected as a qualified person is still a big question. But there is always some hope. Next month, okay, let's see it again next month. Ling Ao glanced at the Ice Queen's class inheritance scroll reluctantly, and finally sighed. It's a pity that it's not the ancient class that suits me. It seems that this time I have no luck again. Gu Pingchuan was open-minded. After all, what Gu Pingchuan lacks now is not a class inheritance scroll, but strong level trial crystal. That's all, let's see it again next month. Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing were also a little disappointed. Such a good thing is in front of me, but I can't use it. Anyone would be depressed. However, fortunately, there are not many products that can attract them into the store. So disappointed, Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing recovered quickly. I'm lucky to have it. Some things cannot be forced. Brother, good morning, Zier has brought you barbecue again. When the two deans were disappointed, Lon Zier happily ran into the store carrying a shiny wild boar leg. The long-lost aroma of barbecue filled the store once again. Thank you, Zier. Did you go to the cloud forest again yesterday? Sheila happily accepted Lon Zier's kindness. Although in terms of taste, the barbecue brought by Lon Zier is completely inferior to the snacks in the snack vending machine. But inside this barbecue, Lon Zier's thoughts are contained. So it cannot be measured by ordinary taste. Qi Lu, good morning. Following closely behind was the little Lolita Nayland Qinchi. Holding the staff in his hand, he ran to Qi Lu with excitement on his face and pointed at the roasted wild boar leg that Lon Zier was carrying. I defeated this flaming wild boar. That little chess is very powerful. Qi Lu knelt down and rubbed Nayland Qinchi's little head. I hate it, Qi Lu. I told you not to rub my hair. You mess up my hair every time. Nayland Qinchi stretched out her small hand and slapped Qi Li's hand away. Said with a pout. By the way, Shaoqi, you are an ice elemental magician. Qi Li suddenly asked as if on a whim. To be able to be successfully promoted to the professional level at Nayland Qinchi's age means that his talent is not weak. You know, Lon Zier's talent is so strong because Lon Zier has dragon blood. Although I don't know why, when the dragon bloodline was not activated, Lon Zier's talent was not weak at all, as if it had never been suppressed. But after successfully activating the dragon bloodline, Lon Zier's strength is growing at a rate that is increasing day by day. Coupled with the two-soul contract signed with Xing Lian, Lon Zier's strength has long been out of reach. As for Nayland Qinchi, it seems that it relies entirely on its own super talent. This made Qi Lu very curious. At the same time, I also wanted to test and see if there were any standards for selecting qualified candidates for the class inheritance scroll. Is it based on talent or original rank? Or maybe it's the so-called illusory degree of compatibility. To be honest, if it is talent and potential, then there is still some way to test it. But if the choice is based on compatibility, Qi Lu has no choice but to let the class inheritance scroll choose by himself. Yes, I am an ice elemental magician. Nayland Qinchi waved the staff in his hand. Judging from the appearance of this staff, it is the frost staff from Qi Lu's shop. This is also a staff in Qi Li's shop that is very suitable for ice element magicians. Then try to see if you can open this class inheritance scroll. Qi Lu took down the Ice Queen's class inheritance scroll from the shelf and handed it to Nayland Qinchi. No way, Manager Qi, didn't you say that you would let the class inheritance scroll choose the qualified ones? When Gongxiu Ren saw Qi Li's behavior, he couldn't help but be a little confused. Didn't you say that you should choose the scroll of class inheritance by yourself? Why is it that you, the store manager, are still the one doing the selection now? But this little girl's talent is indeed very good. Banjing looked Nalan Qingqi up and down, then nodded. Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao were also curious. Because they also want to know whether this little girl can open this Ice Queen class inheritance scroll. Especially Gu Pingchuan. Because last time, Ling Xiao opened the inheritance scroll of the Peerless Gunsoul class in the store. Gu Pingchuan still remembers the scornful shadow of the unparalleled spear soul that emerged from the scroll of class inheritance. The owners of these ancient classes are all monsters. But Wushuang Spear Soul is always a fighting spirit class. So Gu Pingchuan wanted to see how powerful the ancient magician class was. Manager Qi, what is this? Lan Yi and others, who followed the two little Lolita, also walked into the store. As soon as he entered, he saw the rank inheritance scroll in Qi Li's hand. The simple appearance of the parchment scroll and the delicate ribbon-tied toit immediately caught their attention. This is called the class inheritance scroll. Qi Lu introduced it seriously. There is no impatience whatsoever. It is the store manager's responsibility to introduce products, and Qi Lu I just returning to his old business. There is such a good thing. After listening to Qi Li's introduction, the reaction of Lan Yi and others was the same as that of Ling Ao and others. Being able to obtain the inheritance of a legendary class, no matter which cultivator you are, knows how great the benefits are. This is simply a benefit that cannot be refused. Otherwise, it would be impossible for these four heroes to flock to each other. Even Gu Pingchuan, a half-step master, felt regretful because he could not inherit it. The name of this class inheritance scroll is called Ice Queen. So, I think we can let Shao Qi give it a try. After Qi Lu finished the introduction, he continued to speak slowly. To be honest, it's because Team Lanya is considered the first batch of customers in Qi Li's shop, and the relationship with Qi Lu is relatively familiar. That's why Qi Lu thought of Nalan Qingqi. If it were anyone else, forget it. Then give it a try, Xiaoqi. Lan Yi also expressed support for this. In fact, as long as the friends in Lan Yi's team can become stronger, Lan Yi will support them. Others also spoke one after another, asking Nalan Qingqi to try it quickly. Because Nalan Qingqi is the youngest in Lan Yi's team. So everyone has a fondness for this little sister. Then I'll open it, Qi Lu, thank you. Although Nalan Qingqi is young, he is not ignorant. She is still very clear about the preciousness of the class inheritance scroll. Even though Nalan Qingqi knew that Qi Lu would definitely charge a fee, shouldn't he be the first to think of himself for such a unique good thing? Shouldn't he express his gratitude? After thanking Nalan Qingqi, he stretched out his hand and pinched a section of the ribbon. Then pulled gently. The ribbon was immediately pulled open by Nalan Qingqi, and the tied parchment was also unfolded. It actually opened. Did store manager Qi lie to us before? In fact, anyone can open it? Ling Ao's eyes widened. Ren Gongxiu looked at the rank inheritance scroll unfolded in Qi Li's hand with some surprise. You are overthinking. Those who are not qualified cannot open the inheritance scroll of the profession. We can only say that this little girl is the qualified person for the inheritance scroll of the Ice Queen's profession. Because Gu Pingchuan had this kind of experience, he explained aloud. While explaining, Gu Pingchuan could only sigh. The little girl Nalan Qingqi's luck is really good. Yes, Gu Pingchuan, a regular customer of Qila's shop, must know people like Lanya team. Buzz. Everyone was in a state of surprise, doubt, joy or sigh. A wave of ice blue magic power spread out from the Ice Queen's class inheritance scroll. This magical power is piercingly cold. The temperature in the store instantly dropped a lot. But soon, it was adjusted back by the store's own temperature control system. But even so, in that short period of time, everyone in the store felt the power of this magic wave. Immediately afterwards, an ice blue figure emerged from the Ice Queen's class inheritance scroll. Then stood in the shop. This figure is a woman with an extremely stunning appearance. This woman has red phoenix eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, a high nose bridge, slightly pursed red lips, and a chiseled face that looks very heroic. She wore a phoenix crown and royal robe, and held an ice blue spear tightly in her hand. Apparently, that should be the Ice Queen's only weapon, the ice and snow war spear. And this woman has a noble, elegant, graceful, and luxurious temperament. On top of this temperament, there is a sharp and biting pressure. Like the sky filled with ice and snow. Just one glance at it makes people feel chilled in their hearts. This is the aura possessed by the Ice Queen class. Even if it is just a shadow in the inheritance scroll of the Ice Queen's class, the power displayed is astonishing. What a powerful pressure. It's just a shadow, but its aura has already reached the level of a hero. Gu Pingchuan's eyes widened and he looked at the shadow in the shop in shock. The momentum of this Ice Queen's phantom was much stronger than the last time's Wushuang Spear Soul phantom. Is this really just the inheritance of ancient classes? The power of just a phantom is already so powerful. If it were the former Ice Queen, it would be hard to imagine how tyrannical her true strength was. Others also looked at the shadow of the Ice Queen with shock on their faces. It was completely unexpected that after the Ice Queen's class inheritance scroll was opened, a shadow with such powerful oppression would appear. One can imagine the true strength of the Ice Queen. Mainland Qingqi also had a look of astonishment on his face, and said in a daze, did I succeed? Just the power displayed by the Ice Queen's shadow is already so powerful. The power in this class inheritance scroll is really enviable. I'm afraid not. Qi Lu frowned slightly. Others didn't know what was going on, but Qi Lu knew it very well. When Ling Xiao held the inheritance scroll of the Wushuang Spear Soul class in his hand, because Ling Xiao was recognized as a qualified person, the power of the inheritance would seep into Ling Xiao's body. But here in Mainland Qingqi, this did not happen. Qi Lu didn't know why this happened. The system did not give any prompts. However, what is certain is that Mainland Qingqi can open the inheritance scroll off the Ice Queen's class, so there is no doubt that she is qualified. I just don't know why the Ice Queen Phantom didn't acknowledge Mainland Qingqi's identity. Did you wake me up? A majestic voice sounded. The Ice Queen's shadow turned and finally fell on Mainland Qingqi. The majestic momentum slowly circulated in the store, but it did not oppress Mainland Qingqi. However, even so, its power still makes people feel chilly all over. It's me. Mainland Qingqi felt this majestic momentum. Although he was a little nervous, he still answered the question of the Ice Queen's shadow. I sense your qualifications, and they are indeed outstanding. It's just that the Master of Ice and Snow needs more than just strong qualifications. To obtain this power, you need to have a strong will and a strong heart. Now, I can't see your strong heart, so I can't recognize your identity as the inheritor. The Ice Queen Phantom said slowly. Following this, there was also a system prompt. System, the first qualified candidate for the Ice Queen's class inheritance scroll has appeared. The fit is 15%, but has not been recognized by the Ice Queen. System, it is temporarily impossible to inherit the power of the Ice Queen's class, and it is temporarily unable to activate the only weapon, the Ice and Snow Spear. As expected. When Qi Lu heard this prompt, he confirmed his guess. Qualified candidates can indeed be selected based on talent, qualifications, potential, etc. But, there's this thing about fit. It can only be decided by the inheritance shadow of the class inheritance scroll itself. If you can get the recognition of the inheritance shadow of the class inheritance scroll, you can get the power of the class inheritance scroll. The last inheritance scroll for the Peerless Spear Soul class was directly recognized by Ling Xiao. Now it seems that luck is really good. No, I can do it. I will have the heart of a strong man. Mainland Chinchi suddenly became anxious when he heard the words of the Ice Queen shadow. He spoke quickly. I also have willpower. Give me a chance and I will prove myself. The phantom of the Ice Queen looked at Mainland Chinchi quietly. After waiting for a long time, he showed an aristocratic smile. There is inherent arrogance, communicative perfunctoriness, and a hint of contempt and impatience. Strong willpower and a strong heart cannot be acquired by just talking. If you insist on walking on this path, you may be very hard, so hard that you may die at any time on this path of pursuing strength. Even so, do you still insist? The Ice Queen's phantom voice, although still majestic, gradually became emotionless. I am sure. Mainland Chinchi nodded stubbornly and said seriously. She wants this incomparable power, and she also needs this power as majestic as the sea. How powerful is the Ice Queen? Although with Mainland Chinchi's current strength, he still can't really feel it. However, just by looking at the expressions on the faces of Gu Pingchuan and others, you can roughly guess it. It's just a shadow, the momentum released. It's enough to make the hero level stunned. The complete strength of the Ice Queen is naturally self-evident. At least, it cannot be lower than the hero level. Okay, now that you have decided, let me see your determination. As long as you can pass the next test, I will recognize your status as a successor candidate and give you the power of inheritance. The Ice Queen's shadow said calmly. I'm ready. Mainland Chinchi held the staff tightly in his hand and spoke firmly. Then let's get started. The phantom of the Ice Queen raised the ice and snow spear and chopped it down gently. A majestic magical power surged out and swept towards Mainland Chinchi. In an instant, Mainland Chinchi was drawn into a space made of magical power. This move shocked everyone present. Impossible. It's actually terrifying to be able to use magic power to directly construct space. Such strength. Isn't it possible that the Ice Queen is not a pure ice magician, but also masters some space magic? The four heroes were stunned, their mouths opened wide, but they still didn't close. For no other reason than because the Ice Queen's phantom was able to use magic power to construct an independent space. This is not something that can be accomplished simply by possessing magic power. If you want to construct an independent space, your attainments in space magic must reach an extremely advanced level. That's all. The terrifying nature of the Ice Queen's rank was fully revealed. Not only does he have complete control over the ice element, but he can also do so well with space magic. If it is not a class inheritance scroll, it must be opened by a qualified person. It must be recognized by the class shadow before it can be passed on. Gu Pingchuan and others began to think about fighting for it. If one could obtain the inherited power of a class of this level, not to mention more, even if it were a hero, it would be easy to increase its overall strength by 50%. After all, there is no comparison between ordinary classes and ancient classes. Not to mention, the class inheritance scroll contains information about the class. For example, those lost martial arts, magic, and powerful fighting skills, etc. Where did Shao Qi go? Store manager, will Shao Qi be okay? Compared to the consternation of Gu Pingchuan and others, Team Lanya was more worried about Mainland Chinchi. Shao Qi is fine, don't worry. Qi comforted him. At the same time, ask the system in your mind. System, what's going on? Are there any other tests before inheriting the rank? System, host, the class inheritance scroll is different from other products. IT is a product that automatically selects qualified candidates. System, the more powerful the class inheritance scroll, the higher the requirements for qualified candidates. System, similarly, the more powerful the inheritance scroll of a class is, the more powerful the shadow of its previous class owner is, and the more stringent its requirements are. System, so, the host doesn't need to worry, these are normal conditions. After listening to the system's explanation, Qi Lu finally understood. It turned out that the last inheritance scroll for the Peerless Spear Soul class would directly recognize Ling Zhao's status as a qualified candidate. Simply because the Wushuang Gun Soul is not a very strong class among these legendary classes. In comparison, the Ice Queen is much stronger. However, although Qi Lu comforted him, but Lan Yi and others' worries have not diminished much. The Ice Queen's phantom seemed to be aware of the emotions of the people around her. She swept her indifferent eyes around her and then spoke calmly. You seem to be worried about that little girl who overestimates her abilities. Then let me show you. The Ice Queen's voice fell, and she waved the ice and snow spear in her hand. A light blue light curtain appeared in the shop. This is a type of image magic that has been lost. In the light curtain, Mainland Qinqi's figure appeared on it. It was an independent space constructed by the Ice Queen's majestic sea-like magic power, and inside was a land of ice and snow. Mainland Qinqi is walking at the foot of a mountain range. In this mountain range, the cold wind is biting and the howling wind and snow are like knives. Okay, it's so cold. Mainland Qin couldn't help but rub her hands, her body was already shivering from the cold. I want to circulate magic, cast magic, and protect myself from the cold. But Mainland Qinqi was surprised to find that his magic power seemed to have disappeared. Needless to say, it must have been sealed when entering this independent space. And right now, the Ice Queen's voice appeared in Mainland Qinqi's mind. Get the ice and snow spear on the top of the mountain and let me see your willpower. The majestic voice overwhelmed the roar of the wind and snow at this moment. Let Mainland Qinqi hear it clearly. Mountain, top of mountain. Mainland Qinqi was so cold that his teeth were chattering. He raised his head with difficulty and looked toward the top of the mountain. All I saw was a vast expanse of white snow, and the all-encompassing wind and snow obscured the way forward. At the far end of the mountain, it was probably the top of the mountain range. You must get it. Mainland Qinqi gritted his teeth and took steps firmly. 1 step, 2 steps. Every step Mainland Qinqi takes will leave a deep footprint in the thick snow. With magic power sealed, Mainland Qinqi is just an ordinary little girl. Magicians are not warriors or knights. Most of the Douqi classes, even if they don't use Douqi, are still much stronger than ordinary people in terms of physical strength. But magicians rely more on the magic power in their bodies to use magic. If they don't use magic power, the combat effectiveness of most magicians isn't far different from that of an ordinary person. The same is true for Mainland Qinqi. Walking in this ice and snow, stepping on the thick snow, every step takes a lot of energy. And it won't take long for those deep footprints to be buried by the wind and snow. How far is it? I'm so tired. I'm really tired. Mainland Qinqi didn't know how long he had been gone. I don't know how far I have gone. In the wind and snow, the concept of time has long been blurred. The footprints behind him were also buried by the wind and snow. Mainland Qinqi only knew that he was getting tired. In this harsh environment, every step was a huge test, and Mainland Qinqi's physical strength had long been drained. If it weren't for the belief that supported Mainland Qinqi, she might have collapsed long ago. Can't give up yet. The extreme cold made Mainland Qinqi's lips turn purple. There was no trace of blood on his face. But in front of Mainland Qinqi, a cliff suddenly appeared. On the cliff are ice picks that are frozen hard. Mainland Qinqi looked up and saw a war spear stuck in the top of the cliff. That's it, the ice and snow spear. Mainland Qinqi took a few deep breaths and stretched out his hands that had been frozen to the point of being numb. He moved his frozen fingers a little. After confirming that he could still control his fingers, Mainland Qinqi resolutely grabbed the ice pick on the cliff. A biting cold pain spread from the ice pick to Nailan Qingqi's hands, and then into Nailan Qingqi's mind. It hurts. The frozen ice pick looks like a blade. Nailan Qingqi's palm was easily scratched. The bright red blood flowed onto the ice cone, and the icy blue ice cone was stained red. This scene made everyone in the store worried. Qilu also sighed secretly in his heart. How can you get powerful power without paying a price? Even those with extraordinary talents and qualifications only achieved their great strength through their own continuous efforts and even countless desperate efforts. Not to mention wanting to obtain such a powerful and unparalleled power. Can't give up. Nailan Qingqi gritted his teeth. Even in such a freezing temperature, his forehead was still covered with sweat from the pain. However, Nailan Qingqi did not let go, but climbed up unswervingly. The biting pain not only did not relax the strength in Nailan Qingqi's hand, but made her hold on tighter. The cliffs are steep. The position of the ice and snow spear is even more towering. If you relax once, you may lose all your previous efforts. Nailan Qingqi knew this clearly, and even became more focused amidst this bone-piercing pain. I need this power. Even if you are broken into pieces, you can't give up. Nailan Qingqi's eyes became more focused than ever. Every step he took was extremely cautious, but he also tried his best. The invasion of the severe cold made Nailan Qingqi's whole body begin to become numb. But even so, Nailan Qingqi had no intention of giving up. Even if the vision in front of him began to become blurred and his consciousness began to fade, Nailan Qingqi only had one thought. That is to climb up and get the ice and snow spear. The blood on the palms has long been drained. The wound was extremely pale, due to the coldness of the ice pick. The bright red left on the ice pick is like the azalea blooming on the cliff, looking so tough and beautiful. Finally, I got it. I don't know how long it took. Nailan Qingqi came to the top of the cliff, stretched out his hand, and firmly grasped the ice and snow spear that pierced into the cliff. Consciousness also disappeared at the same moment. Nailan Qingqi's eyes suddenly turned into darkness. The palm that was holding the ice and snow spear softened, and his body fell from the cliff. Enough. Qilu uttered a word in a cold voice. Then with a wave of his right hand, he used the store manager's authority to pull Nailan Qingqi out of the Ice Queen's magical space. Although Nailan Qingqi had no wounds on his body, his pale face still made people feel sorry for him. He is in a coma, but his vital signs are normal. It seems he is too tired. Qilu knew what Nailan Qingqi was doing just by looking at it. It seems that in the Ice Queen's magic space, it is really just a test of willpower. Shao Qi, are you okay? How's it going? What's going on? It's not hurt, store manager, Shao Qi should be fine. Everyone from Lan Ye's team immediately gathered around. Don't worry, Shao Qi is just too tired, it's okay. Qi Lu carefully placed the unconscious Nailan Qingqi on the sofa, and then looked at the shadow of the Ice Queen. What's the situation now? Qilu looked at the Ice Queen and asked calmly. Very amazing willpower. In fact, I can't think of anything that could make her fight so hard. The tone of the Ice Queen's shadow was still extremely majestic, but this time, it contained a feeling of appreciation. Then, the Ice Queen looked at Nailan Qingqi on the sofa. Inheritor, your will surprises me. I, the 27th Ice Queen, hereby acknowledge your candidacy. Please make good use of the power this inheritance has given you. The words fell to the ground. The phantom of the Ice Queen instantly dispersed into a sky full of brilliance, and then quickly integrated into Nailan Qingqi's body. System: the first person qualified for the Ice Queen's class inheritance scroll is recognized by the Ice Queen and accepts the power of inheritance. System: the Ice Queen's test continues. The only weapon, the ice and snow spear, cannot be passed down for the time being. Two reminder sounds also appeared in Qi Li's mind. At this moment, Mainland Qinqi's aura also underwent earth-shaking changes. Become noble, elegant, graceful, and luxurious. But soon, the momentum subsided. Mainland Qinqi also opened his closed eyes at this moment. What's wrong with me? I feel like I've had a long dream. Mainland Qinqi shook his head. Then he looked at the people around him in confusion. Sister Lanya, why are you all hanging around me? By the way, where is the phantom of the Ice Queen? Did I fail? Mainland Qinqi's eyes drifted to the store hall again, and then he asked in a panic as if he thought of something. Of course not, you succeeded. Qi Li came over and answered Mainland Qinqi's question. Succeeded. Mainland Qinqi was a little confused. But soon, Mainland Qinqi covered his head with a slightly painful look on his face. This is the information from the Ice Queen's class inheritance scroll that is being poured into Mainland Qinqi's mind. Obtaining the inheritance of the Ice Queen is equivalent to accepting everything about this class. Previously, what the Ice Queen's shadow said during the inheritance also revealed some information. The previous Ice Queen was the 27th Ice Queen. In other words, the rank of Ice Queen has always been passed down from a single lineage. But it's no wonder, Mainland Qinqi still has to undergo a test before accepting the power of inheritance. No way. The Ice Queen has always been a single descendant, so there is nothing wrong with being cautious when choosing a successor. At this moment, Mainland Qinqi's Ice Element Magician class also officially became the Queen of Ice. Along with the rank of Ice Queen, what was passed down to Mainland Qinqi was the magic and combat skills possessed by the previous Ice Queens, as well as their knowledge and insights about magic. These are all very precious knowledge. The knowledge possessed by the 27 Ice Queens, and the magic they possessed. It can be said that it is a bloody profit. This also explains why the previous shadow of the Ice Queen was able to possess such majestic magic power. That is the magic power passed down from generation to generation by successive Ice Queens. No wonder that the Ice Queen class inheritance scroll has so many things passed down, but it is only 3 Grandmaster level magic cores more expensive than the Peerless Spear Soul class inheritance scroll. Although the Ice Queen class may indeed be a little stronger than the unparalleled Spear Soul. But it's not as strong as imagined. But it doesn't matter, Qi Li doesn't care about these things. How about it, you should know everything by now. Qi Li saw that Mainland Qinqi's expression improved, and then asked aloud. Well, I know everything. I have also received the power of inheritance. Mainland Qinqi nodded and showed a sweet smile. It was a joy that came from the heart. Thank you, Qi Li. You are welcome. Qi Li smiled, and then said seriously, however, although this matter is a bit embarrassing now, but... Qing Hui, 8 master-level magic cores. After seeing the power of the Ice Queen's shadow. The Ice Queen class inheritance scroll is priced at 8 Grandmaster-level magic cores, which is really an unconscionable price. Store manager, although I know the price is very fair. However, 8 master-level magic cores are indeed too many. I wonder if they can be replaced with spiritual crystals. Lan Yi said hesitantly. It's not that Lan Yi is unwilling to pay for these 8 master-level magic cores. The main reason is that in a place like Cloud Mist City, it is easy to gather 80,000 spiritual crystals. However, it is indeed a big problem to gather 8 master-level magic cores. Although there are now Grandmaster-level monsters in the Cloud Forest, in the final analysis, the foundation of the Cloud Forest is still very insufficient. In a short period of time, it will still belong to the low-level monster forest. Unlike some large-scale magic forests, there are dozens or even hundreds of master-level monsters at every turn. No, the price cannot change. If it is said to be a magic core, it must be a magic core. Qi Li shook his head slightly and said warmly. This matter is not something Qi can decide. The system said it wanted a master-level magic core. What could Qi do? He still had to purchase it from the system. However, we cannot gather 8 master-level magic cores in a short period of time. Lan Yi said with some distress. Yes, Qi, otherwise I'll pay for the spirit crystal. Mainland Qingqi also spoke. Looking at Qi with watery eyes, there was quite a bit of coquettishness in him. This? Qi also began to feel distressed. I don't know if the system will accept this Grandmaster-level magic core instead of spiritual crystal. System, host, if it is a master-level magic core, then it is a master-level magic core. Spiritual crystals and magic cores are different. Qi didn't wait to ask. The system spoke first. In fact, this is understandable. Because compared to the spiritual crystal, the magic core contains more pure energy. So here in this system, it is easy to exchange magic core for spiritual crystal. But exchanging spiritual crystals for magic cores is basically impossible given the stinginess of the system. Yes, I understand. I'll think of a way. Qi quickly replied in his mind. No matter what, let's calm down the system first, lest it cause any trouble again. Sister Lanyi, Shao Jiu has a magic core here. Brother, it's 8 master-level magic cores, right? Just when everyone was distressed, Lan Zier appeared out of nowhere and said with a smile on her face. Then he took out 8 master-level magic cores from his arms. Zier, thank you. Mainland Qingqi thanked him seriously. It's okay, Shaoqi, you have to work hard in the future. Lan Zier followed Qi Li's example and rubbed Mainland Qingqi's head like a little adult. Lan Zier talked and imitated Qi Li's behavior. Like a little adult, he rubbed Mainland Qingqi's head. Then he put the Grandmaster-level magic core on the counter. These 8 master-level magic cores, you can tell at a glance that they are Lan Zier's private money. However, Lan Zier has always been generous and does not value these external things very much. In comparison, in Lan Ye's team, the friendship between sisters is more important. But in Qi Li's opinion, this is a bit strange. Qi Li glanced at Lan Qing'er subconsciously. But I found that Lan Qing'er's face was also a little confused, as if she didn't know that Lan Zier still had so much private money on her. Aren't these 2 biological sisters? Qi Li was even more surprised. Could it be that Lan Zier is really a pure rich woman? No, she is a Rikloli. Shaoqi, I feel a particularly kind atmosphere from you. Xinglian also flew over from the store, squatted on Lan Zier's shoulder, and twitched his nose at Mainland Qingqi. Is it the power of the ice element? Mainland Qingqi raised his staff and released his magic power. The magic power of the Ice Queen class is different from the magic power of the General Magician class. The magic power possessed by the General Magician class is called non-attribute magic power. Although this kind of magic power can drive various magic elements, but it is the most mediocre kind of magic. It is also the type of magic possessed by most magicians. The Ice Queen's magic power is the magic power of the ice element. Using this magic power to release ice magic will greatly enhance its power. When using general magic and other non-elemental magic, there will also be ascertain amount of increase. However, this ice element magic cannot be used to release fire magic. Moreover, when other non-ice elemental magic is released, it will also be greatly weakened. This can be considered to have pros and cons. However, the pros definitely outweigh the cons. Yes, that's the smell. Xing Lian said excitedly as he felt the ice elemental magic released by Mainland Qingqi. After Xing Lian took the frozen fruit, basically his entire soul was transformed into ice element. It was not strange that he felt the ice element magic of Mainland Qingqi was friendly. What a pity, Zier is not qualified. Nailan Qingqi suddenly said with some regret. The Ice Queen class and Xing Lian, the Ice Elemental Dragon Soul, are definitely a match made in heaven. It doesn't matter, Xing Lian also likes Shao Qi anyway. Lan Zier said with a smile. There was no trace of frustration at all, because he had missed an ancient class. After all, Lan Zier has always had such an optimistic personality. Well, then I'll give you today's fried chicken wings. Nailan Qingqi nodded and said. Okay. Lan Zier happily responded. As a standard carnivore loli, being able to eat 2 pairs of fried chicken wings a day is a hard-won happiness. After all, generally speaking, you can only eat 1 pair a day. Time flies. Several days have passed since Nailan Qingqi inherited the rank of Ice Queen. The students at Dadi College have gradually become accustomed to life in Chila's shop. Although I often see powerful heroes in the store, it is frightening. But as long as it's peaceful. Hero-level strong men are not so violent and bloodthirsty, so after getting along with them for a long time, it actually doesn't matter. After the Earth Academy has a 2-way transmission magic circle. The students of Dadi College have also set up a special inspection and guarding team to monitor the 2-way transmission magic circle located in Dadi College. The main responsibility is to check the students in Dadi College heading to Cloud and Mist City. See if their recent studies have been completed. After all, students in the academy still have to focus on their studies, and are only allowed to go to Cloud Mist City in their spare time. So much so that for a time, the atmosphere of self-study in Dadi College was high. Just to get to Yunwu City earlier. Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu, after working hard for nearly half a month, finally reached level 25 and entered the doll maze map 2 days before the end of the event. In fact, it is used to exchange quest items for the Guardian Doll skill book. There are also people selling them in the trading system. However, as soon as it appears, speculators who are online in real-time toss squat on these mission items will be stopped in seconds. After all, this Guardian Doll skill book is limited to the Magician class and can only be used. Therefore, those players in the fighting class can only take advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money. This makes the prices of those mission items very inflated. But this situation is also a scene that those players who come to buy and sell on a temporary basis are happy to see. You have a lot of goods. Qila sat next to Yu Xuanxue and accidentally glanced at Yu Xuanxue's backpack. I was surprised to find that Yu Xuanxue's backpack was full of mission items for this summer carnival. It's quite a small amount for me. If you want to say it's a lot, you have to go to the Merchant Guild to see it. Yu Xuanxue took a sip of black coffee and said calmly. I don't know since when Yu Xuanxue fell in love with the taste of black coffee. This surprised Qi Lu for a while. Do kittens have such weird tastes? Merchant Guild? Have people from those chambers of commerce come to the store? Qi Lu asked in surprise. The Chamber of Commerce is similar in nature to the Mercenary Guild. It's just that the Chamber of Commerce is a force composed of many large merchants, and its internal structure is closer than that of the Mercenary Guild. For example, Zuiyin Tower is a member of the Chamber of Commerce. The purpose of establishing the Chamber of Commerce is probably similar to that of the Mercenary Guild. In order to unite the strength of major merchants. At the same time, it is also to fight against other major forces. After all, in this world, power is the most important thing. A single big businessman, even if he has a huge fortune and is as rich as a country, may still be far less powerful than a powerful man with heavenly strength. However, it is different when a large number of merchants gather together. The so-called money and silk move people's hearts. There are many strong people who will sacrifice their lives for money. Therefore, in the Chamber of Commerce, they can also be regarded as strong as clouds. However, Qila really didn't care much about the things that happened when people from the Chamber of Commerce came to the store. So Qila may not necessarily know as much as Yu Xuanxue. Chamber of Commerce? No, how could those people have time to come here? Yu Xuanxue waved her little paws. Then he found a little black coffee on the fluff of his little paws, so he stretched out his little tongue and licked it carefully before continuing. That merchant guild was founded by those students. That's true. Qile nodded, feeling clear in his heart. In this world, the status of a merchant can be said to be high or low. But if you really have the qualifications to practice, who would want to be a businessman instead of a practitioner? The status of a powerful man with extraordinary strength is far higher than that of a businessman who is as wealthy as an enemy. However, since I have given up this path, because I have no qualifications for cultivation, then we can only go further and further down the road of merchants. Therefore, even if they knew that there was a magical store like Qile's store, most of these big merchants would not come here. However, these wealthy guys will definitely let their sons or daughters come over. Because I am old, I place my hopes on the next generation. Take Han Ming, for example. His father, Han Jiuzhong, is the boss of Zuiyun Tower and has a huge fortune. Han Ming was indeed soaking in the New World mode every day, but Han Jiuzhang had never been here once. The so-called poor culture and rich martial arts is also one of the reasons. Compared to coming here by himself, Han Jiuzhong would rather earn more spiritual crystals and let Han Ming get more resources. This means that everyone has his or her own ambitions. So when Yu Xuanxue said that the Merchants Guild was founded by those students, Qile knew it in his heart. The three major academies are holy places for cultivation. As long as they have a little bit of qualifications, those big businessmen will definitely send their sons or daughters to the three major colleges regardless of the cost. When these students were young, they were influenced by their parents. It is normal for a merchant guild to be created. Even Qile felt that the merchant guild appeared a little late. In the New World mode, it would be too boring if you kept grinding monsters, grinding dungeons, and upgrading. If things go on like this, it will inevitably become a pool of stagnant water. That's why Qile asked the system to join the guild communication system and the trading system, just to prevent this situation from happening. With the communication system, there is no need to feel bored. With the trading system, items in the New World mode can be circulated. The circulation of goods can bring about the flow of benefits. Only when benefits flow can more players be attracted to the New World mode. The most important part of this is the role of game merchant. Yu Xuanxue has always played this role before. And now, the Merchant Guild has finally appeared. You look happy. Yu Xuanxue said suddenly after licking her little paws and wiping her face. I can't say I'm happy, I'm just a little happy to see that the New World model is gradually getting on track. Qile shrugged and answered calmly. No matter how these businessmen buy and sell, they can make big money in the New World model. The trading system charges a 2% handling fee for every transaction. This 2% handling fee seems like a small amount, but with the huge number of transactions, it is not a small amount. Therefore, the emergence of the Merchant Guild not only promotes the progress of the New World model, but also increases the attractiveness of the New World model. It also increased Qile's income. It's weird if you're not happy. Aren't happy and happy the same emotion? Yu Xuanxue murmured in a low voice, and then opened the guild communication system. Your friend Ling Ao is online. Your friend Ren Gongxiu is online. In the New World mode, the only people who can change their names freely are Qile and Yu Xuanxue. In the New World mode, people with names can be changed freely. For now, there are only Qile and Yu Xuanxue. For example, Qile's name in the New World mode is Store Manager Qi. And Yu Xuanxue's name is a little kitten. In addition, only in the trading system, when choosing to hide the name of the shipper, can other names be temporarily filled in. Just in time, they're here. Yu Xuanxue's eyes lit up. These two people were introduced to Yu Xuanxue by Qile in the New World mode. Previously, Yu Xuanxue had arranged for her younger brother to work on the frontline map of the evil spirit warriors and lead the two of them to level up. Also knew the purpose of the two of them. Now that Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu have come to the doll maze map, they are naturally Yu Xuanxue's potential big customers. What? You can't find customers? Qi Lu could tell what was going on in Yu Xuanxue's mind as soon as he looked into Yu Xuanxue's eyes. What do you know? You can make more money by doing business with such ignorant customers. Yu Xuanxue glanced at Qi Lu with contempt. Now all the mission items in the trading system have been taken down by the people from the Merchant Guild. Otherwise, the prices of these mission items are exaggerated. It's not just the work of the Merchants Guild. Just wait for the last 2 days of the summer carnival to be released, make a lot of money, and then hold these spiritual crystals and wait for the next event. Or stock up on other items. Don't be too cruel. I introduced them to them after all. Qi Lu couldn't help but give a warning. If he is really beaten by Yu Xuanxue, who knows whether Qi Lu will become Ashadi agent. At that time it will really bring bad luck to one's own reputation. I know, when the time comes to use the trading system, you can just watch. Yu Xuanxue waved her hand impatiently, indicating that she knew what to do. Yu Xuanxue saw this matter thoroughly. Knowing that Qi Lu relies on the trading system to earn spiritual crystals, he uses the trading system for all such transactions. Including the Merchant Guild, Yu Xuanxue also warned them. If you want to make money through the New World model, you have to pay some interest to Qi Lu. Yu Xuanxue's name of a little kitten has become very famous in the New World mode. Although he has not joined the Merchant Guild, he still has a strong voice. After all, he is an old-timer. And the sources are wide-ranging. A little leakage of information would be enough for the Merchant Guild to mock a lot of money. But let's be honest. Before this, Qi Lu never thought that Yu Xuanxue could become so famous in the New World mode. Ling Ao, Master Ren, I have a way to get the mission items here, do you want them? Yu Xuanxue's message was very direct. Being imaginary and conciliatory is not Yu Xuanxue's style. What? Quest item? News about Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu came back one after another. Yu Xuanxue was indispensable for being able to reach the doll maze map so quickly. Look at what's missing, I still have some here. Yu Xier picked through the items in her backpack and then sent a picture. The sword that protects the doll, the spear that protects the doll, the knight's word that protects the doll, the giant hammer that protects the doll, the tower shield that protects the doll, and the bow and arrow that protects the doll. There are only 2 or 3 of each. Quantity is limited, first come first served. You still sell mission items? At what price? I want them all. Soon, the news about Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu came back. Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu both had the same idea. Don't worry about the price, just get it first. Time is running out for the summer carnival events, and you don't have much time to do it on your own. No matter how lucky you are, you won't be able to get many quest items. And I don't know if I can get all 6 kinds together. It's better to buy it directly. What's more, Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu, a fire emperor of the Huangyuan Empire, and the dean of the Peak Academy, are all not short of money. A piece of 1,000 spiritual crystals will cost you the same price. I can bring a few more if you want. Yu Xuanxue sent the price. 1,000 spiritual crystals are not the market price. In fact, even the inflated price is still around 1,000 spiritual crystals. But since most players are missing 1 or 2 of them, there is no need to buy them all. Based on the full purchase price, it is equivalent to 6,000 spiritual crystals for a Guardian Doll skill book. How about the price? I can only say that benevolence sees benevolence and wisdom sees wisdom. But for Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu, it is definitely not expensive. It is definitely a good deal to exchange 6,000 spiritual crystals for a magic of this level. Okay, 1000 is 1000, how to trade? Ling Ao's message was returned almost instantly, without hesitation at all. However, Mr. Ren hesitated for a while, before replying. After all, Ren Gongxiu still had to check whether he had brought enough spiritual crystals. Unlike Ling Ao, he could call upon the treasury of Yunwu City at any time. If you follow the trading system, please pay attention. Yu Xuanxue quickly responded to the message. After several updates to the trading system, there is an option for private trading. However, the handling fee is still the same. Therefore, this option is generally used by people in merchant guilds. After all, if you put these things on the public channel of the trading system, others will rob you if you are not careful. Unless the merchant guild is shipping in large quantities. This way you don't have to worry about who robs it. A business deal was concluded quickly. During the transaction, Yu Xuanxue also took the time to contact people from the merchant guild. I have 2 big customers here. You can come over and trade some orders. The message was sent directly to the Merchant Guild's public screen. Although the Kitty Guild and the Merchant Guild are friendly guilds, direct distribution of public screens still requires the guild leader to set them up. Wow, it's Mr. Cat. The order is so big that the cat boss can't eat it. We still have the goods here. If we have mission items, we can bring at least 20 pieces of each. Someone from the Merchant Guild quickly responded. And there were quite a few people who responded. Bah, why can't I eat it? I can eat any order no matter how big it is. I'm forced not to trick people, otherwise I wouldn't give you such a big deal. Yu Xuanxue said this with gritted teeth and did not hold back. Just scolding Qilu openly. What you said is really weird. Qilu watched beside him dumbfounded. However, Yu Xuanxue ignored Qilu and continued talking in the Merchant Guild. I'll give you the name, and you can send someone to contact him yourself. I'll give you a list of the mission items, and I'll give them at the price of 980 spiritual crystals each. This is because Yu Xuanxue was kind and took the initiative to lower the price. In fact, 980 spiritual crystals can be earned, and the earnings are quite a lot. Senior Cat, if I am an acquaintance of yours, 980 spiritual crystals is an exaggerated price. If Mr. Cat is really out of stock, we can sell out 900 spiritual crystals each. Someone in the Merchants Guild told the truth. If you really do business, even if you are acquainted, you will pay a fair price. At least it can't be cheated. Of course I know. I sold 1000 spiritual crystals each and said I was out of stock. Of course you have enough supply to lower the price. If the price drops too much, I won't be able to do business in the future. Yu Xuanxue spat, with an expression of hatred for steel. I gave you the opportunity to earn spiritual crystals, and even took the initiative to lower the price. Are you really businessmen? There was silence in the Merchants Guild. In fact, as soon as Yu Xuanxue said these words, it could be regarded as setting the minimum price for the items in this speculation mission. 1000 spiritual crystals fluctuate up and down. If you give people the market price, Yu Xuanxue is naturally not a scam. Their merchant guild is willing to give a lower price, so naturally it is not a scam. As for the price given when shipping goods in the public channel of the trading system, that has nothing to do with the Merchants Guild. Shipping with hidden name. Fishing in troubled waters. Moreover, if Yu Xuanxue does this, there is a high probability that she will follow the Merchant Guild to fish in troubled waters. However, introducing Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu to the Merchant Guild was a real big win. Of course, this does not mean this business. Rather, they are talking about the 2 heroic names, Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu. It's enough to raise the overall price of this round of stocking up. Even hero-level experts only receive 1000 spiritual crystals when collecting mission items. Do other people have the nerve to say that this price is unfair? Do you have more dignity than the hero-level experts? In the end, it was not the merchant guild that made a lot of money. If Yu Xuanxue does this, the merchant guild will definitely accept Yu Xuanxue's love and will definitely pay it back in the future. In the long run, Yu Xuanxue will still make a lot of money. I have to say, as a greedy civet cat, Yu Xuanxue's talent in business is really unexpected, and she can still have such an overall view. Sharp. After Qi Lu figured it out, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You flatter me. Yu Xuanxue glanced at Qi Lu, the beard on her lips trembled, and then continued chatting in the merchant guild, discussing the next round of plans. But what Yu Xuanxue was thinking was, if Qi Lu hadn't stopped him from cheating people, could he have given this list to someone else? But Qi Lu didn't know what Yu Xuanxue was thinking. In other words, if you know it, you won't care. Because Qi Lu is thinking about another issue now. As a successful game merchant, the items you buy and resell will definitely not be just these quest items. In fact, more versions are gradually updated with the New World mode. The number of items that game merchants can get involved in will only increase, including equipment, potions, and popular skill books in the New World mode, as well as various mission items that need to be collected after the event starts, etc. As a result, the later the version is updated, the more the capacity of Theckeractor's backpack becomes insufficient. After all, Qi Lu never considered this matter at all in the beginning. In Qi Li's view, the New World mode created by the Combat Power Enhancement Arena is probably an online version of the arena, with just some wild monsters added. So the character backpack was originally just an accessory item. In terms of capacity, it can only be said to be SOSO. Just enough. But who knew that under Qi Li's suggestion, the system would gradually transform the New World model into an online game. So far, even game merchants have appeared. Perhaps in the eyes of most players, the current capacity of the character's backpack is completely sufficient. After all, ordinary players store items in their character's backpack, which are just some spare equipment, commonly used potions, and a few skill books. The most that can be done is to install some mission items when the New World mode starts the event. 8 rows, 8 columns, and 64 grids are completely enough. But in the eyes of those game merchants, it is completely insufficient. Because the items in the game merchant's backpack are not for his own use, but for sale. In the character's backpack, the maximum number of items stacked in a grid is 99. Isn't it normal for a qualified game merchant to earn hundreds or thousands off bottles of potions in his backpack? Moreover, there is more than one kind of medicine. Potions that restore health and mana, potions that increase status, and antidote. Just carrying these items on my back almost fills up my entire backpack. Not to mention, game equipment cannot be stacked and stored, and each piece of equipment occupies one grid. System, I have something good for you. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and called out the system in his mind. System, host, what good thing happened this time? Please tell me directly. Qi Lu ran through the thoughts in his mind again before slowly speaking out. Originally, I planned to talk about it after a while. But now that we see game merchants appearing so quickly, the guild warehouse can be built in advance. Add a paid warehouse template to the New World mode. After creating a guild, you can apply to open the guild warehouse. For every 100 grids, a management fee of 100 spiritual crystals will be charged a month. Then the character backpack expansion is enabled, and 100 spiritual crystals can be used to permanently expand the space by 1 grid. The character backpack can only be expanded to a total of 200 grids in 20 rows and 10 columns for the time being. That's all. Qi Lu explained his suggestions carefully, trying to make the system understand them. In fact, this suggestion is just to provide convenience to those game merchants and make a little money on the way. After all, game merchants are a positive role that can drive the economy of the entire New World model to start flowing and make it enter a virtuous cycle. Among them, the grid of the guild warehouse can be expanded infinitely. However, the minimum expansion unit is 100 grids. The maximum capacity of the character's backpack is temporarily set at 200 grids. Because the expansion of the character backpack is a permanent expansion, it may be a bit of a loss if you sell too many at once. As for the guild warehouse, you need to pay management fees every month. On average, one grid only costs the management fee of one spiritual crystal per month, which is actually very cost-effective. Qi Le cannot guarantee that other players, besides those game merchants, will buy the expanded character backpack. But Qi Le can guarantee the guild warehouse. Except for a few guilds with too few members, other guilds will definitely be banned. Used to store the guild's public supplies. This can not only demonstrate the strength of the guild, but also enhance the cohesion and sense of belonging of the guild members. Why not? But even so, the guild warehouse is just making a little money, and it is a steady flow of money. System, host, I didn't expect that your brain is quite easy to use. You don't have to say it. Qi Le snorted triumphantly. This time, it was Qi Li's turn to despise the two-bill system. If you don't have a good brain, how can you fool this two-stroke system and give up the rewards willingly? No matter what I do, when can you update these contents? Qi Le glanced at Yu Shuangxue again and asked in his mind. System, host, please wait a moment. There is not much content that needs to be updated this time. It will be updated soon. After a short wait. In the New World mode, the world announcement sounded. World announcement, this temporary update has enabled the guild warehouse and personal backpack expansion functions. The guild warehouse permissions will be fully allocated by the guild president. Please check the president's manual for details. World announcement, this temporary update has enabled the guild warehouse and personal backpack expansion functions. The guild warehouse permissions will be fully allocated by the guild president. Please check the president's manual for details. World announcement, this temporary update has enabled the guild warehouse and personal backpack expansion functions. The usual 3 times in a row. Make sure every player in the New World mode can hear the content of the world announcement. However, the added content of this small update is not a universal function, so the response is not very big. But it made the members of the Merchant Guild excited for a long time. The reason is that the store manager finally began to pay attention to game merchants like them. The expansion of the guild warehouse and backpack will help them the most. The members of the Merchant Guild are basically the sons and daughters of major merchants. Since their parents have limited qualifications, their own cultivation qualifications, even if they have them, are not very high. Even if his parents tried their best to send him to one of the 3 major colleges for further study, his results were still unsatisfactory. Even if you come to Qi Li's store. In the New World mode, leveling up is also slow due to lack of proficiency in combat skills. There's nothing we can do about it. Qualifications are indeed very important. However, when the New World mode was updated to the Dalmaze version, as the guild system and trading system became familiar to players, the Merchant Guild was established. As a result, the sons and daughters of these merchants began to huddle together to keep warm. However, for a long time before, game merchants were not taken seriously. It wasn't until Yu Shuangshua's Kitty Guild and the Merchant Guild established a friendly relationship with each other that the Merchant Guild's life became a little easier. But now, they have finally cleared the clouds and seen the dawn of the future. With the expansion of the guild warehouse and character backpack, the business of game merchants can grow bigger and bigger. Rather than being limited by item capacity, you cannot stock up in large quantities. If they are unable to stock up in large quantities, the profits they can earn will be much less. A very simple truth. If you cannot control the channels for most goods on the market, then you will certainly not be able to control the prices of the goods. Monopoly is always the most profitable thing. Hey, Qi Lu, are you showing kindness? Yu Xuanxue saw that everyone in the merchant guild was discussing the guild warehouse and glanced at Qi Lu subconsciously. The only person who can directly update the New World mode is Qi Lu. It will only be Qi Lu. But only Yu Xuanxue, a little cat who spends time in the New World mode, knows about this. But it's just to temporarily add functions to the New World mode. That is to say, Yu Xuanxue, a kitten who soaks in the New World mode every day, knows this. After all, Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue stayed up all night together, not just once or twice. When other people look at these crystal balls, they feel more like they are just magical alchemical products. It's not considered an act of kindness, it's just a steady flow of water. Every player in the New World mode is an important part. Qi Lu smiled and said seriously. As long as he abides by the rules and doesn't cause trouble, Qi Lu will not give up any customer easily. I can't see how you can still have such thoughts. Yu Xuanxue took a sip of black coffee and said in an old-fashioned way. Can you please stop speaking in such a bad old man tone? It makes people feel really weird. Qi Lu stretched out his fist and knocked Yu Xuanxue on the head. A snow-white kitten, with a soft voice, said old-fashioned words. No matter how you listen to it, it feels very inconsistent. It was so heavy that Qi Lu couldn't bear it anymore. Ah. Qi Lu, you are bullying a cute kitten again. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yu Xuanxue covered her head with her little paws and let out a cute roar. I remember I should have said before that not only does my conscience not hurt, I even can't help but want to laugh out loud. Qi Lu curled his lips. Now it looks like a normal little kitten after being beaten until it meows. After Yu Xuanxue threw the names of Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu to the Merchant Guild. The Merchants Guild will naturally send people to contact the two. These are two heroes. Let's not talk about whether this order is big or not. Just talking about this status, it is also a big business. It is a big business used by the Merchant Guild to build a reputation. Although there are actually many heroes in Qi Li's store. Another evil body skill book. After Bailey Fenghua came out of the evil spirit warrior instance, she counted the loot and said happily. Compared with the Guardian Doll skill book, the difficulty of obtaining the evil spirit body skill book is much lower. At least it's not available for a limited time. Lu Jingya didn't know about this at all when he was on the evil warrior frontline map. Otherwise, she might be wandering around on which map right now. There are really few evil spirit body skill books in the trading system. Lu Jingya took advantage of the break after coming out of the puppet maze to browse the public channel of the trading system. Not many people sell a popular item like the evil spirit body skill book. Moreover, this kind of hot-selling goods must be among the merchants' guild's lists, and they are the type to be grabbed as soon as they appear. Ordinary players cannot grab it. When it comes to cultivation, those guys from the merchant guild may not back loose. But when it comes to doing business, the guys in the merchant guild are far superior to the customers in the store. Master, are you still reading the evil spirit body skill book? Fei Shue saw Lu Jingya in a daze again and immediately understood. Yeah, it's just that I upgraded too quickly and came here before I even had time to discover this. Lu Jingya said distressedly. In order to hone his fighting skills on the frontline map of the evil warriors, Lu Jingya usually fought 1 against 100 in the battlefield dungeon. There are very few copies of Evil Spirit Warrior. It is normal to not know about the Evil Spirit Body skill book. Master, how about I introduce the little cat to you? Master, if you really want the Evil Spirit Body skill book, then I will introduce the little cat to you. Fei Shue thought for a while and then spoke. Who is Kitten? Although Lu Jingya is the eldest sister in the New World mode, that is a reputation she earned. It is different from Yu Xuanxue's way of becoming famous by soaking in the New World mode over time. There is no intersection between the two. A big businessman has a lot of skill books in his hands. Fei Shue didn't know how to describe it. A little kitten in the New World mode has a wide range of interests, is strong, has a lot of time, and is good at speculation. The key is, this guy seems to be online all the time. Really? Then help me ask. Lu Jingya has an out-of-the-box personality. Although she is a bit of a martial artist, she is not rigid at all. With such a good thing, why hesitate? Little kitten, do you have the evil body skill book? When the private message is complete, click send. There is news, I want the evil spirit body skill book. Yu Xuanxue opened the private message and glanced at the sender. Lu Jingya. It's this guy. I don't seem to have the evil spirit body skill book here, but those guys from the merchant guild must have it. Yu Xuanxue thought for a while and then forwarded the order to the merchant guild. Then a sentence was marked below. This order belongs to me. After you take over it, go over and negotiate in my name. No matter what, you still have to get your reputation out there. The people in the merchant guild are very fast, and they have stocked up on the evil spirit body skill books. And there is no need to worry about sales. As long as a new fighting spirit class enters the New World mode, the evil spirit body skill book will definitely be sold. It's just a matter of selling more and selling less. However, just as the people from the Merchants Guild were happily discussing the transaction with Lu Jingya, Bailey Fenghua, who was sitting aside, frowned slightly. Lu Jingya also withdrew from the New World mode. It's the aura of Elder Yuqi. That's right. Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya looked at each other, then stood up together and walked out of the store, quickly. What's going on? Did I offend my eldest sister? The person who was sent to negotiate with Lu Jingya asked on the Merchants Guild's public screen with a pale face. He felt that he shouldn't have said anything wrong. If this inexplicably offends a powerful hero, he will probably cry to death. It's not your problem, don't worry, it's something else. Yu Xuanxue comforted her in the public screen. With her keen perception, Yu Xuanxue quickly noticed something strange. In Cloud Mist City, another hero has arrived who has never appeared before. Cloud and Mist City, outside the alley. Yu Chifeng's body was covered with bone-deep scars and blood. He was breathing slightly and leaned against the alley. Elder Yuqi, what's wrong with you? Bailey Fenghua strode out of the alley. Seeing this scene, he immediately stepped forward and asked, with a hint of worry and doubt in his tone. Yu Chifeng is an out-and-out heroic-level strongman. And he is also a hero-level strongman who has been promoted to the hero level for more than 10 years. Not to mention the peak of hero level, his strength is not far away. To be able to injure such a hero like this, the opponent's strength must not be underestimated. These wounds are not attacks by the same person. Lu Jingya also came over, took a look at the wounds on Yu Chifeng's body, and immediately made an assertion. Yes, indeed, it was indeed not an attack by one person. Yu Chifeng's breath was a little weak. After hearing what Lu Jingya said, he just spoke slowly. Halfway through, he took a few hard breaths to regain his breath. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Logically speaking, Yu Chifeng wants to guard the sect and should not appear here. However, at this time, Yu Chifeng appeared in Yunwu City, and his aura was still so weak. Something must have happened. Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya immediately rushed over from Qi Li's shop, because they sensed that Yu Chifeng's aura was abnormal. Don't be anxious. Since we have arrived at Cloud Mist City, nothing will happen again. Lu Jingya said quickly. Yes, take this healing pill first. Although Bailey Fenghua was anxious, she also knew that it was important to heal her wounds first. Yu Chifeng did not hesitate, took the small porcelain bottle from Bailey Fenghua's hand, and drank the healing pill inside. For a hero-level powerhouse, the power of the healing pill is somewhat limited. But it can still treat some injuries to some extent. The power of the healing pill was released, and Yu Chifeng's face looked better. It's really a magical elixir. It's much stronger than those alchemy potions that boast about how powerful their medicine is. Yu Qifeng exhaled a breath of thick air, and his voice became much smoother. Elder Yuqi, what happened? When Bailey Fenghua saw that Yu Qifeng's injury had recovered slightly, he said with some urgency. If even Yu Qifeng came to Yunwu City with wounds all over his body, then something must have happened to the sword control sect. The sect leader is Morong Song. Morong Song has betrayed the sect. Yu Qifeng hesitated for a few seconds before speaking in a solemn tone. What did you say? Say it again. When Bailey Fenghua heard this, his eyes suddenly widened and he asked in disbelief. Morong Song, one of the 3 elders of the sword control sect. In terms of qualifications, Hele Jingya and Bailey Fenghua are considered Tobe of the same generation, only lower than Yu Qifeng. In terms of cultivation, he can also be ranked among the top 3 in the sword control sect. But just such a person, a hero-level strongman, actually betrayed the sword control sect at such a time. Sect Master, you haven't heard that Morong Song has indeed betrayed the sword control sect? Yu Qifeng said through gritted teeth. The tone was also extremely angry and confused. I believe you, Elder Yuqi, because I am very familiar with the 3 sword wounds on your body. If my prediction is correct, it should be Morong Song's handiwork. Lu Jingya seemed extremely calm at the moment. When faced with this kind of thing, Lu Jingya, who has an out-of-the-box personality, will become calm instead. But what happened? Yes, why did Elder Morong betray the sword control sect? Bailey Fenghua also asked. Why, then you can only ask him himself. Yu Qifeng sighed, shook his head, and explained the matter slowly. Originally, after Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya both went down the mountain to practice, the sword control sect was relatively calm. But what people never expected was that beneath the calmness shone, there was an undercurrent surging. And just last night, the sword control sect was suddenly attacked by the enemy. The sect protecting magic array of the mountain gate was also destroyed in advance, leaving the sect without any ability to resist when encountering this sudden enemy attack. This kind of thing definitely means that there is a traitor in the sect. Only by cooperating with the enemy's attackers from the inside and outside can the situation be possible. However, it stands to reason that even if someone in the sword-controlling sect cooperates with the enemy inside and outside, it opens the door to the sword-controlling sect. With the 2 powerful heroes who stayed in the sword control sect standing guard, they would not be afraid of enemy attacks. Even if the enemy cannot be repelled, the sect will not be able to defend it. However, what Yu Qifeng didn't expect was. While the 2 sides were fighting, Morong Song, who was beside him, suddenly rebelled and launched an uprising. Even if the unprepared Yu Qifeng reacted at the last moment, he could not stop Morong Song's betrayal. What happened next was a complete defeat. Yu Qifeng fought 1 against 3, and was seriously injured, but was finally defeated. In the end, he had no choice but to escape from the sword control sect's mountain gate in the chaos and come to tell Bailey Fenghua about this. When you reach the level of hero, you can't do it unless you are overwhelmed by strength or you are well prepared. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to keep a powerful hero. Yu Qifeng has been promoted to the hero level for so many years, and naturally he has some means to save his life. Even if his opponent has 3 hero levels, it is not an easy task to keep him. Morong Song. Bailey Fenghua read out the name word by word. His tone was filled with almost uncontrollable anger. The 3 elders of the sword-controlling sect, from front to back according to seniority and order of admission into the sword-controlling sect, are Yu Qifeng, Lu Jingya, and Morong Song. Among them, Morong Song is not a direct descendant of the sword-controlling sect. But 13 years ago, when he first entered the realm of Grandmaster, he challenged the inner disciples of the sword-controlling sect and won the battle, so he was included in the sword-controlling sect's gate wall. After joining the sword-controlling sect, Morong Song also showed his extraordinary talent. In just a few years, he was successfully promoted to the pinnacle of Grandmaster level. And during a mission to hunt World of Warcraft, by chance, I encountered two heroic-level alien beasts fighting each other. The fisherman benefited and obtained a hero-level trial crystal. I have to say that luck is also a type of strength. After successfully being promoted to the hero level, Morong Song became the third elder of the Sword Control sect. After so many years, Morong Song's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. In the Sword Control sect, he is second only to Lu Jingya and Bailey Fenghua, and between Yu Qifeng and Yu Qifeng. Bailey Fenghua originally gave the position of the third elder to this non-direct disciple because of Morong Song's strong talent and high qualifications. Unexpectedly, I was mistaken. This was one of the reasons why Bailey Fenghua was angry. Sect Master, calm down, now is not the time to be angry. Lu Jingya shouted, waking up Bailey Fenghua, who was gritting his teeth and wishing he could choose someone to devour. Excessive anger will reduce people's reason and weaken their judgment. As the leader of a sect, you can be angry. But you must not be carried away by anger. I know, it's just Morong Song. He has betrayed my trust in him. Bailey Fenghua let out a long breath. Try to calm down. When Morong Song joined the sword-controlling sect, Bailey Fenghua was not yet the leader of the sword-controlling sect. If you really want to count, Bailey Fenghua can be regarded as Morong Song's senior brother. This was one of the reasons why Bailey Fenghua was willing to hand over the position of elder to Morong Song after succeeding as the leader of the sword control sect. But now it seems that it really shouldn't be. Bailey Fenghua's anger at this moment was mostly filled with heartache. But being able to succeed as the master of the sword control sect, with Bailey Fenghua's courage and palace, there is no problem. Elder Yuchi, what was the situation in the sword control sect before you left? What was the situation of the disciples in the sect? In a short period of time, Bailey Fenghua calmed down and asked aloud. During the battle, hundreds of disciples within the sect were killed and thousands were seriously injured. Before I left Yeshenmen, most of the disciples were imprisoned. Now, I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. Yu Qifeng's tone was a little heavy. Although clan killings are rare, they are not unheard of. It's just that this kind of anger and resentment usually happens between sects that have been feuding for generations and are incompatible with each other. Or only those extremely evil sects could do it. That's why Yu Qifeng only used the words "not optimistic" to describe it, rather than everything being over. Then can you identify the force that dares to attack our sword control sect? Bailey Fenghua continued to ask. This is also the most important question. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. The forces that dare to attack the sword control sect have no advantages. Even if they seize the opportunity, it will be useless. What's more, a small force is not worth Morong Song's betrayal of the sword control sect. Their aura is very special, that dark and evil aura, I can't mistake it. The ones who came to attack the sword control sect are the people from the Shadow Palace. Yu Qifeng said very firmly. What? It turned out to be the Shadow Palace. Bailey Fenghua's brows were deeply knitted, and she looked at Yu Qifeng in astonishment. Not out of anger, but out of surprise. The name Shadow Palace is no stranger to Bailey Fenghua. But that's what makes it even more surprising. Because the Shadow Palace was destroyed by the joint efforts of all the major sects 14 years ago. According to records, the Shadow Palace is one of those extremely evil sects. The Shadow Palace uses blood sacrifice as a means to obtain powerful power. Killing innocent people indiscriminately and extremely cruel. This kind of thing is not tolerated by the major sects, so the major sects will join forces to attack the Shadow Palace. It is strange that such a self-destructive sect can survive for a long time. But now, Yu Qifeng actually said that the force attacking the sword control sect was the Shadow Palace. How can this not be surprising? Are you sure you didn't admit your mistake? Bailey Fenghua frowned and asked with a solemn expression. Absolutely not. There is no way I can mistake that dark and evil aura mixed with the smell of blood. Yu Qifeng shook his head slightly, and then said with great certainty. During the battle against the Shadow Palace, Yu Qifeng was already an elder of the sword control sect. In that battle, Yu Qifeng was still one of the main combat forces. Naturally, he is no stranger to the aura of the Shadow Palace. Something happened now. After 14 years, the people from the Shadow Palace dare to show up again. If the remnants of the past hadn't kept a low profile until they were strong enough, then their brains were broken. However, I think it won't be the latter. Bailey Fenghua's expression changed. After being jointly attacked by many sects, the people in the Shadow Palace were, indeed, extinct for a time. But the remnants left behind may not be cleaned up. Now that they dare to show up again, I am afraid that their strength has reached a point where it is difficult to suppress them. How many men did the Shadow Palace use to attack the sword control sect this time? Lu Jingyao suddenly asked from the side. In my perception, there are at least 2 hero-level strongmen among the enemy attackers. Yu Qifeng thought about it for a moment before answering aloud. With the internal and external cooperation, coupled with Morong Song's rebellion, 2 heroes will be needed. I have to say that the Shadow Palace really looks up to the sword-controlling sect. Don't act rashly on this matter. Elder Yuchi's injury has not healed, and the strength of the Shadow Palace is unknown. Even if we return to the sword control sect, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with the Shadow Palace. Although Bailey Fenghua was anxious. But I also know that I can't mess up my position at this time. Even if Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao return to the mountain gate of the sword control sect at this time, they would be helpless when facing the Shadow Palace with at least 3 hero-level experts. Sect Master, I'm just worried about the disciples who are imprisoned in the sect. Yu Qifeng sighed. How the Shadow Palace behaves, Yu Qifeng, a strong man of the older generation who came from the original battle against the Shadow Palace, knows very well. If it weren't for the Shadow Palace's evil behavior, how could it be punished? I'm more worried than you are. Bailey Fenghua frowned and said in a deep voice. 14 years ago, Bailey Fenghua did not participate in the battle against the Shadow Palace because he was not strong enough. But this does not mean that Bailey Fenghua is unaware of the evil deeds of the Shadow Palace. But the more so, the more calm you should be. Moreover, when it comes to hero-level battles, it is not a battle that ordinary sect disciples can participate in. As long as the heroes of the Shadow Palace fall, the remaining disciples of the Shadow Palace will be nothing more than chickens and dogs. But on the contrary, if Bailey Fenghua is unfortunately defeated, the sword control sect will also be expelled. But now is not the time to be impulsive. Let's go back to the store manager store first. The mountain gate of Yujian sect. The once majestic gate of the sword control sect was now shattered into rubble. Most of the many halls in the sect were also smashed to pieces. Traces of the battle are everywhere. The traces of various martial arts and magic bombardments are still clearly visible. Fragments of various weapons and fragments of armor. There are also the remains of monsters that can be seen everywhere. The blood splattered on the ground had turned into a dry dark red. Although it was briefly covered up, there were traces left outside after all. And all the former disciples of the sword-controlling sect are now being imprisoned in the largest martial arts training hall of the sword-controlling sect. Outside the main hall, a magic circle was set up to prevent escape. The disciples of the Shadow Palace were guarding outside the martial arts training hall. They looked at the sword-controlling sect disciples in the hall as if they were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Many sword-controlling sect disciples crowded into the martial arts training hall. Because his fighting spirit and magic power were blocked, he could only stare angrily at the guards outside. After so many years of hiding my name, I finally got the chance. That's right, the opportunity for the Shadow Palace to rise from the ashes, the opportunity to rule the eastern wasteland, and the opportunity to sit on the throne of the strongest sect again. Thanks to the young master's opportunity, he brought the general outline of the beast control technique. The Shadow Palace is already the strongest sect. When those sects joined forces, they were just out of fear. The Shadow Hall disciples guarding the martial arts training hall were talking wordlessly. His tone was full of enthusiasm for the Shadow Palace. At this time, a person who looked like a team leader came over. Hearing the conversation of the disciple responsible for guarding, he snorted and said, "Watch carefully, don't make mistakes at this time." Yes. Several Shadow Hall disciples guarding the martial arts hall immediately stood up straight and answered loudly. The team leader nodded slightly and then left here. For a group of people whose fighting spirit and magic power have been blocked, there is nothing wrong with a little negligence. They just guard a group of people whose fighting spirit and magic power have been blocked. There is nothing wrong with a little negligence. So the team leader just gave a symbolic scolding and left. At this moment, in the main hall of the Sword Control sect, Morong Song and Shuaziki were both in the main hall, standing opposite the two middle-aged men. One of them was a middle-aged man with a fleshy face and a tall body with bulging muscles. He was as strong as a bear. At a glance, he was probably nearly 2.5 meters tall. It is like a pillar in the main hall, more than a head taller than the other three. The other middle-aged man looked very thin, with a gloomy smile on his face. Between the four people, there was a round table with a map on it, which marked the locations of many sects. The location of the Sword Control sect was marked with a cross. The leader of the sword-controlling sect, Bailey Fenghua, and the strongest elder Lu Jingyao are still under the mountain gate. Isn't it inappropriate to harshly cross out the sword-controlling sect? Shuaziki focused his eyes on the red cross and spoke slowly. Yu Qifeng has been seriously injured and his strength is at a loss. It will be impossible to recover within a few months. And the disciples of the Sword Control sect are all in our hands. Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao alone cannot make any trouble. The one who spoke was the tall, bear-like man. This person, named He Ming, is one of the heroes in the Shadow Palace. Its strength has already reached the peak of the hero level, especially its physical strength. Under the blood sacrifice method, it can be said that it is a rare opponent among the heroes. Yes, Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao are indeed very strong. But in front of the Shadow Palace, it's nothing more than that. Another skinny middle-aged man also spoke. This person, named Njioyo, is also one of the heroes in the Shadow Palace. His class is a great magician, but the magic he practices has already become extremely weird under the blood sacrifice method. Not only is it powerful, but it can also damage the soul. It can be said that it is impossible to guard against. That's why Njioyo dared to say this, saying that Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao were only as strong as this. When a lion fights a rabbit, he needs to use all his strength. Never underestimate the enemy in anything. I'm afraid it's too early for you to draw this conclusion at this time. Shuaziki said calmly. In this main hall, the fact that Shuaziki can stand shoulder to shoulder with three heroes with only the strength of a mere grandmaster is enough to prove his importance. The Shadow Palace has been hiding for 14 years and dares to appear at this moment. Shuaziki can be said to have made an indispensable contribution. The general outline of the beast control technique brings a lot of combat power to the Shadow Palace. It also allowed the Shadow Palace's ambition to be revealed in advance. All the sects that participated in the crusade against the Shadow Palace back then were wanted to be taken back one by the Shadow Palace. Within the Eastern Wasteland, the only one who can command all the sects is the Shadow Palace. Bailey Fenghua's strength is only half as strong as mine. The only one who needs to worry is Lu Jingya. Just when the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat silent, Morong Song spoke. As one of the 3 elders of the sword-controlling sect, Morong Song was well aware of the heroic strength of the other 3 members of the sword-controlling sect. Just as Morong Song said, Bailey Fenghua's strength, although among outsiders, he is known as the number 1 among the heroes. But more than that, it was just to give the leader of the sword control sect face. In fact, Bailey Fenghua's true strength was only about half as strong as Morong Song. They are both at the peak of hero level. After all, half-step strong level, under normal circumstances, is not included in the heroic level. But Lu Jingya's strength cannot be underestimated. A few years ago, he was able to kill 3 heroic monsters with 1 person and 1 sword. Until now, even though Morong Song had competed with Lu Jingya several times, he was still unable to measure Lu Jingya's full strength. If it's just Lu Jingya, then there's no need to worry. I just want to meet this martial arts idiot who is feared by many heroes. He Ming clenched his fist and made a crisp crackling sound. The method of blood sacrifice is called an evil method and is not tolerated by many sects. It is because the method of blood sacrifice requires a large amount of biological power. Every blood sacrifice requires the sacrifice of countless innocent lives. But the power gained is also unparalleled. He Ming's confidence also comes from this. The physique tempered by the method of blood sacrifice is far superior to that of ordinary heroic level warriors. No, if it were just Elder Lu Jingya, I wouldn't be very worried. What I'm afraid of is the mysterious strong man who appeared outside the ruins. Shuaziki glanced at He Ming, shook his head, and then spoke out. Outside the ruins, there is the mysterious strong man who single-handedly forced 8 heroes to compromise. Even if it was just a glimpse, Shuaziki still vividly remembered this moment. Such a powerful person does not exist in the Shadow Palace. Mysterious strong man? And Jiuyo raised his eyes slightly and asked aloud. Yes, there is indeed such a mysterious and powerful man. But logically speaking, it is impossible for him to participate in the disputes between sections. Morong Song also remembered. Outside the ruins, it was Morong Song who represented the sword-controlling sect and brought the disciples of the sword-controlling sect back to the sect. Although Morong Song had never experienced Qi Li's power personally. However, Morong Song was extremely impressed by the reactions of the other 7 powerful heroes present. Mentioned this matter. He Ming and Jiuyo also frowned, but they soon relaxed. Actually, there is no need to worry about this mysterious strong man. Judging from his behavior and acting style, it is just like the sect back then. He will not do anything without profit. And Jiuyo pointed it out with one word. It's just a joke to do such a chivalrous thing as destroying the Shadow Palace. Even 14 years ago, when many sects joined forces to attack the Shadow Palace, it was only driven by profit. It's just that they are doing it in the name of righteousness. After the Shadow Palace was destroyed, how many resources were left? This is the benefit. However, Jiuyo was only half right in saying this. Because Jiuyo would never have thought that Qi Li did not do things for profit at all, but the system did things for profit. More specifically, it should be that Qi Li does things for rewards. The system does things for the sake of spiritual crystals and magic cores. In terms of purpose, these 2 guys are surprisingly pure. But it's always good to plan ahead. It just so happens that there are a lot of disciples of the sword control sect. Tomorrow, we are going to set up the blood sacrifice formation. Let us entertain the incoming guests. As Jiuyo spoke, the smile on his face became more and more gloomy. Yes, once the sword control sect is completely destroyed, the remaining sects will no longer be able to stop the rise of our Shadow Palace. That's right, as long as the sword control sect is completely destroyed. The remaining sects are nothing more than chickens and dogs. They cannot stop the rise of our shadow palace. Haiming also laughed wildly. The strength of the sword control sect is the first among all sects in the eastern wasteland. If Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya hadn't happened to go down the mountain to practice, among the remaining Yu Qifeng and Murong Song was also from the Shadow Palace. The Shadow Palace wants to take down the sword control sect. Even if it is possible to cooperate inside and outside, it is absolutely impossible. It can only be said that the right time, place and people are favorable, and the Shadow Palace is occupied, so that we can take down the sword controlling sect in one fell swoop. And after the sword control sect was destroyed, just as Haiming said, the other sects are nothing more than chickens and dogs. It is impossible for a mere hero to stop the rise of the Shadow Palace. Yunwu City, Chila Shop. Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya found Yu Qifeng. Came back here right away. Although the potency of the healing pill is a bit inferior to that of a hero. But eating is better than not eating at all. It's better to eat more than less. One healing pill is not enough. Take a few more pills, maybe a dozen pills, and the potency will always be enough. Just like in the game, after the character level goes up and the blood volume limit is high, drinking low-level blood medicine always feels the same as not drinking it at all. But if you drink dozens of bottles at a time, you can still see the effects. However, if you can see the effect, you can see the effect. It is still impossible to completely heal Yu Qifeng's injury with the healing pill. But even so, the healing power of the healing pill was enough to shock Yu Qifeng. After all, there are not many alchemical potions that can heal hero-level injuries. And one is more expensive than the other. The improvement of realm is also the improvement of power level and life level. The difficulty of healing the injuries of ordinary people is completely different from that of healing the injuries of practitioners. The difficulty of healing the injuries of the weak is completely different from that of healing the injuries of the strong. Pills like the healing pill are unique in that they can be effective regardless of the strength of the user. However, if we talk about other items that have a healing effect regardless of the user's strength, there really is. That is the water of life of the elves. However, the price of that thing is not something that ordinary people can afford. In fact, most people have never even seen it. Even Yu Qifeng has only seen him 3 times. So when Yu Qifeng saw how many healing pills were available in Qi Li's shop, he had a look of astonishment on his face. His eyes almost popped out of his head. Such a good place, no wonder Bailey Fenghua takes advantage of the experience off going down the mountain to stay here every day. That's what it is, so we need a helping hand. While Yu Qifeng took the healing pill and was preparing to rest and heal, Bailey Fenghua also contacted several other heroes in the store through the guild communication system. At this time, look for other sects. During the wasted time, the disciples of the sword control sect were probably very cold. The Shadow Palace is doing evil things. Although he will not kill the clan, the number of creatures that need to be sacrificed during the blood sacrifice is not large at all. Moreover, the stronger the creature being sacrificed, the better the effect of the blood sacrifice. Those sect disciples are very good choices. Bailey Fenghua was not sure whether the Shadow Palace would sacrifice the disciples of the sword control sect, but the possibility was really high. This is why Yu Qifeng used the adjective not optimistic before. Normal battles between sects would not involve killing everyone. After all, it's not a blood feud. But if it falls into the hands of the Shadow Palace, even if it doesn't kill the clan, the last sacrifice is definitely not what Bailey Fenghua wants to see. Shadow Palace? I have indeed heard of this name. The first person to reply was Gu Pingchuan. Gu Pingchuan was well informed when he traveled around. Naturally, one would not be unaware of such an evil force as the Shadow Palace. However, the Shadow Palace was jointly attacked by many sects 14 years ago, and has disappeared since then. So now that Bailey Fenghua was mentioned, Gu Pingchuan was a little surprised. This matter should be considered a matter for your sect. Ren Gongxiu also responded. This sentence expresses his biggest concern. That is, it is difficult for heroes between different forces to provide help. In the battles between sects, under normal circumstances, heroes who are not within the sects will not be allowed to participate. Just like the battle between the three empires, they would not ask for help from the sect. As for the hero level of the academy forces, under normal circumstances, they will not participate in the competition for the hero level. This is an unspoken rule among heroes. Otherwise, all forces will participate in the struggle, and the entire eastern wasteland will be in chaos. This is definitely not what these hero-level powerhouses want to see. This was also the behavior of the Shadow Palace back then. Even if it was angry and unscrupulous, it would not provoke the forces of the Academy or the Empire easily. In the end, the forces of the Shadow Palace were surrounded and suppressed. They are all sect forces. Even if other forces are jealous and want to get a share of the pie, they will not interfere in such matters easily. Otherwise, the rules will be violated. Unless the Shadow Palace actively provokes the forces of the Academy or the forces of the Empire. That's another story. But in this case, the Shadow Palace will have to face the wrath of the three major forces alone. As long as the people in the Shadow Palace are not mentally retarded, they probably won't do such a thing. Yes, this is indeed a struggle between sections. Bailey Fenghua cannot deny this. It is a taboo to rashly involve non-sect forces in the struggle between sects. It's not that Bailey Fenghua is unwilling to break up, but that other forces are not willing to wade into this muddy water. Especially the Academy forces. After all, the Academy is different from the sect. After a sect is listed on the gate wall, they are the people of the sect. He was not allowed to leave the sect easily. Otherwise it is treason. But students in the Academy will eventually leave the Academy. Even if you stay in the college to teach, when you want to leave, the college will not force you to stay. Therefore, it would be an unwise choice if the Academy provoked a powerful enemy. Sorry, I was negligent in this matter. Bailey Fenghua sighed. It doesn't matter. If I didn't have the identity of the Dean of the Earth Academy, I would like to accompany you to the Shadow Palace for a while. Ban Zhang's reply also appeared in the guild communication system. Heroes belonging to the major forces cannot be easily attacked. Because heroic heroes are the foundation of every force, they must be cautious in every word and deed. Otherwise, it represents the meaning of the entire force. Unless it's an idle hero level. No one can control such a powerful hero, and no force is willing to provoke him. This kind of idle hero level strongman speaks and does whatever he wants, and he only represents himself. No matter which force, if it is provoked, it will be a disaster. I appreciate these words and this feeling. I did not think carefully before. Bailey Fenghua stopped the discussion among several people. There was quite a bit of apology in his words. It is really inappropriate to rashly try to draw powerful heroes from other forces into the battle. Actually, it's not impossible. Ling Ao, who had been silent before, suddenly spoke up at this moment. If there is any solution, please ask the Fire Emperor to tell me. Bailey Fenghua had some hope in her heart and asked quickly. Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao alone would definitely be defeated by the Shadow Palace. So now we are grasping at straws. If you can catch one more, that's it. It's very simple to say. Although we can't directly intervene in the struggle between sects, wouldn't it be enough to let the guardian dolls participate in the battle? Ling Ao said lightly. Unlike the Academy forces, the Empire forces still value war in the final analysis. After all, among the three empires, it all depends on strength. If one party is weak, the other two parties will definitely take the opportunity to take action. even if the Gu Luo Empire and the Star Empire were allies. But in the face of such huge interests, a mere ally means nothing. Therefore, if he could win over the sword-controlling sect at this time to enhance the power of the Huanyuan Empire, Ling Ao would naturally not give up. Moreover, even if the investment fails, it will not have much impact. And the power of the academy is to fight if you can. A standard pacifist would naturally not think about this. As soon as Ling Ao said this, Gu Pingchuan and Ren Gongxiu were both stunned, and then suddenly shocked. Guardian Doll Skill Book. They had forgotten about this incident. The magic of Guardian Doll can use magic power to condense a Guardian Doll to fight for the condenser. If it is not broken, the Guardian Doll can last for 24 hours. And as the skill level of the Guardian Doll increases, the duration of the condensed Guardian Doll can be increased a lot. The Guardian Doll condensed by heroic level experts naturally has heroic level strength. Although the combat experience and combat skills of the Guardian Doll may be lacking compared with the normal hero level, it cannot stand up to the high level of the Guardian Doll. And, most importantly, as long as Gu Pingchuan and others did not appear in the battle, with just a few Guardian Dolls, who would know that Gu Pingchuan and others participated in the battle? Yes, we have all forgotten that there is also the magic of Guardian Dolls. After Gu Pingchuan reacted, he quickly expressed his willingness to help in the guild communication system. Since there is no need to involve yourself. Moreover, it can also make you Jianzong owe him a favor, so why not do it? If you're supporting a Guardian Doll, then count me in. Ren Gongxiu also spoke up. Only Banjing was a little depressed and didn't speak. After all, Ban is a fighting spirit class, so he is really powerless when it comes to using magic. Dean, don't worry. I understand your wishes. After Bailey Fenghua confirmed that she had received help, she felt better and comforted her. The customers who can come to Qi Li's store are actually not very well connected. Especially those who can talk to He Chi in the guild communication system, the relationship is even better. If you are in the guild communication system, you can talk to him peacefully. That relationship is even better. Moreover, they are all hero-level strong men, so maintaining a good relationship will naturally be beneficial and harmless. Now that Bailey Sect Master has decided, let's make plans early so that we can gather the Guardian Dolls early. Gu Pingchuan's message appeared in the guild communication system. Wanting to condense a powerful Guardian Doll has a lot to do with the magic power instilled by the condenser. Even if you are a hero-level expert, if you want to condense a Guardian Doll with heroic-level strength, you will most likely have to spend a lot of magic power. If you want to condense a Guardian Doll that exceeds your own strength, then he would have to instill all the magic power in his body. Therefore, although the magic of Guardian Doll is powerful, generally speaking, it can only be prepared early and used for the first attack, but cannot be used as a backup move. However, it doesn't matter. Given Gu Pingchuan's diligence these days in the puppet maze, he was frantically buying quest items, as well as acquiring some quest items here and there. There are also mission items that Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu purchased from Yueshuangxue and the Merchant Guild regardless of the price. The skill level of their Guardian Dolls must be more than 10 levels at least. Among them, Gu Pingchuan's Guardian Doll level is as high as level 24. Every time the skill level of the Guardian Doll increases, the duration of the Guardian Doll will increase by 3 hours, with no upper limit. Every time the skill level of the Guardian Doll increases by 10 levels, the magic power consumed to condense the Guardian Doll will be reduced by 10%, with the upper limit being 80%. Therefore, if you condense the Guardian Doll early, there will be no problems due to the duration. Okay, I'll spare the trouble for you guys. Let's wait for this matter. In the future, if you are of any use to my Bailey Fenghua, just ask. Bailey Fenghua thanked her and also made a promise. This matter will be discussed again. The main thing now is to solve the problem of the sword control sect. Gu Pingchuan said politely. Regarding the promise of Bailey Fenghua, I just laughed it off and didn't take it to heart. Master Bailey is too polite. Extending a helping hand to a friend is the right thing to do. But Ling Ao's reply was different. What this means is that the Huangyuan Empire and the Sword Control Sect are allies. If something happens to the Huangyuan Empire in the future, how can the Sword Control Sect, as an ally, be embarrassed not to take action? On the other side, Fei Xue found out about the Sword Controlling Sect from somewhere. He was making a lot of noise next to Lu Jingya. Master, although I have been down the mountain for a long time, no matter what, I am still a disciple of the Sword Control Sect. This time, the Sword Control Sect is in trouble, and as a disciple, I should take action. Fei Xue spoke righteously and looked at Lu Jingya with burning eyes. No, you are not allowed to interfere in this battle. You should stay in Cloud Mist City honestly. Lu Jingya glanced at Fei Xue and said lightly. In a battle between heroes, if a professional class passes by, isn't that looking for death? Fei Xue would have been seriously injured if she couldn't even breathe a heroic breath. Not to mention being affected by the aftermath of a heroic-level battle. But Fei Xue was still unwilling. No, but you are not strong enough now. If you really think about the Sword Controller Sect, then stay in Yunwu City honestly. Maybe you will be the last spark of the Sword Controller Sect. Lu Jingya shook her head and stopped Fei Xue's next words. This time going to the Sword Control Sect and fighting against the Shadow Palace, even Lu Jingya was not confident enough to escape unscathed. Bringing Fei Xue with me is nothing more than a burden. After you came back, you felt something was wrong. What happened? Qi Lu was holding a bottle of pure milk at this time and came over while drinking. Store manager Qi, this matter is indeed a bit difficult to talk about. When Lu Jingya saw Qi Lu coming, a look of helplessness and anger appeared on her face. But for Qi Lu, there is no need to hide anything. If this kind of thing is known to the weak, it will cause panic. But if a strong person like Qi Lu knew about it, he could make preparations in advance. What's more, Qi Lu can be regarded as a strong man who understands justice. If can get Qi Li's help, the chance of winning this battle will be at least 30% higher. What? There is such a thing? After listening to Lu Jingya's words, Qi Lu looked a little surprised. There was also a somewhat strange look in his eyes. Because the sword-controlling sect's leader and an elder went down the mountain for training, his hometown was stolen. It's actually a bit funny to say this. But Qi Lu couldn't laugh. Although Qi Lu is not responsible for this matter, he doesn't know why, but he always feels a little guilty in his heart, and an indescribable feeling. Probably because of the disappointment of losing another source of tourists. However, the distance between Sword Controlling Sect and Cloud Mist City isn't much different from that of Earth Academy. What's more, the sect's management method is much stricter than that of the Academy, so it's probably not that easy for disciples to go down the mountain to practice. I wanted to wait for a while and then suggest that the sect leader recruit disciples to come to the store manager for training. Use a rotation system and a ranking system to give every disciple a chance to come. But it seems that there is no chance now. After Lu Jingya finished speaking, he sighed softly. But these words made Qi Li's eyes light up. As the first sect in the Eastern Wasteland and the leader of many sects, there is no doubt that the Sword Control Sect is strong, rich in resources, and financially strong. You know, in terms of resources and financial resources alone, the sect is much richer than the Academy. In the final analysis, the Academy is just a place to learn martial arts and magic. Compared with the student's family background and financial resources, the student's qualifications are more important. In line with the idea of teaching without distinction, spread peaches and plums widely. But the sect is different. The sect's cohesion and protective character are far beyond what the Academy can match. Just like a cultivator, if he says which college he came from, it just means that he is capable. But if a cultivator says that he is a disciple of some sect, then he is talking about his background. If you bully a student, he may recruit a few classmates at most. But if you bully a certain sect disciple, then you have to be careful that his master will come to you. Therefore, those merchants or disciples of wealthy families with average cultivation qualifications, but strong financial resources would definitely choose a certain sect first, and then a certain academy. This also resulted in the financial resources of the sect being much stronger than that of the college. As the leader of many sects, the sword control sect has far greater financial resources than other sects. This can be seen from the fact that Lu Jingya spent hundreds of thousands off spiritual crystals to purchase the Evil Spirit Body skill book in the trading system without blinking an eye. Just a few 100,000 spiritual crystals. After the Shadow Palace General is born, the first place to start the war is the sword control sect. The thoughts in my heart are probably the same. He also took a fancy to Yu Jianzong's rich family background. As long as the sword-controlling sect can be captured, there is no need to worry about subsequent resources. Therefore, if Yujian sect can also be used as a source of customers, the store's turnover will definitely increase a lot. Manager Qi, what's wrong with you? Seeing Qi Li's expression was different, Lu Jingya couldn't help but ask aloud. It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered that there may be some products that are useful to your expedition. Qi Li's expression soon returned to Gu Jingwu's look. What product? Lu Jingya asked, quickly. There is absolutely no room for failure in this battle. So 1 point that increases the odds of winning is 1 point. You come with me. Qi Li said lightly, then turned and walked towards the shelf area. It is impossible for Qi Lu to follow Lu Jingya and others to find trouble in the Shadow Palace. Qi Li's current real level is only the Grandmaster level. It would be really tiring to intervene in a heroic battle. Unless they can bring the enemy into the store. Therefore, Qi Li can only provide some support in terms of equipment and materials. Of course, you have to collect the spiritual crystals. You should be able to use this. Qi Li came to the shelf area and took down a blue crystal ball directly from the shelf. This crystal ball is about the size of a fist, and the azure blue inside is like a rapidly rotating vortex, making those who stare at the crystal ball unable to help but be intoxicated. Demon-breaking crystal ball, a rare special item and a one-time use item. How to use: break the magic-breaking crystal ball and release the magic off-destruction inside, which will completely crush the target's magic circle regardless of the target's level. This is a product that Qi Lu refreshed from the black market of special items. I thought it looked good and bought it. It turned out that it didn't seem to be of much use. The only function of the demon-breaking crystal ball is to destroy the magic circle. And it's a disposable item. In other words, although the magic-breaking crystal ball is a rare special item, it can only destroy one magic circle. This function, to be honest, is pretty useless. Even if it ignores the level of the target magic circle. There are very few places where it can be used. After all, there are so many powerful magic circles to destroy for you. However, this time, Lu Jingya and others return to attack the Sword Control Sect's mountain gate, and the Shadow Palace must be waiting for work. Something like a magic circle might be arranged at a moment's notice. At that time, this magic-breaking crystal ball may work wonders. It's indeed a good thing. What's the price of this magic-breaking crystal ball? Something Qi Li would think of. Lu Jingya, who has more combat experience, can naturally think of it. So after listening to the introduction of the demon-breaking crystal ball, Lu Jingya was ready to buy it without saying a word. 10,000 spiritual crystals. Qi Li said expressionlessly. The purchase price of this magic crystal ball is 8,000 spirit crystals. Selling 10,000 spirit crystals really didn't make much money. Otherwise, how could Qi Lu say that this magic-breaking crystal ball was useless? If you can spend 10,000 spiritual crystals to destroy a magic circle, you are really a loser. The miraculous effect of this thing is worth 10,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Jingya nodded and took out his membership card without hesitation. Swipe your card at the counter. Qi Lu was now more convinced of the wealth of the sword control sect. We must find a way to win over this tourist source. By the way, there's also this mythical vitamin functional drink. Qi Lu and Lu Jingya came to the counter. When they watched Lu Jingya swapping his card, they suddenly thought of this product again. Mythical vitamin functional drink, rare level. After drinking it, the drinker's fighting spirit, magic power, and spiritual power will be completely restored, and the drinker's level will be permanently improved. The level upgrading effect depends on the strength of the drinker and only takes effect once in a person's life. No usage restrictions. This is a veteran-level product. Qi Lu has been with Qi Lu since the beginning of the store, but it has not been sold until now. But it probably has something to do with Qi Lu not being put on the shelves. But its effectiveness is absolutely beyond doubt. Mythical vitamin functional drink? It has such a powerful effect. Why is it not sold in the beverage vending machine? Lu Jingya looked at the blue plastic bottle in Qi Li's hand with a rather hot gaze. After drinking, the drinker's fighting spirit, magic power, and spiritual power are completely restored. In battle, this is an artifact-like item. Instantly restore blue potion. And it's still full of blue. If this thing is used well, it can easily change the situation of the battle. Especially for battles between strong men of the same level. Unless a flaw is caught, or there is a gap in fighting skills between the two, it is common for them to exhaust their fighting energy or magic power before defeat. The limited edition product is just called a drink. In fact, you can use this mythical vitamin functional drink as a medicine. Qi Lu didn't explain much. Qi Lu only drew 10 bottles of this thing in total. Whether he can draw it in the future is still unknown. So Qi Lu never thought of putting out the mythical vitamin functional drink. Anyway, the products produced by the system have no shelf life. Since it is a limited edition product, I won't ask any more questions. What is the price of this mythical vitamin functional drink? Lu Jingya nodded and asked aloud. Let's take down these good things first. It's also 10,000 spiritual crystals. Qi Lu casually quoted a price. Cheap. Lu Jingya is outspoken. But as soon as he said these two words, Lu Jingya realized something was wrong. He immediately swiped his membership card and snatched the mythical vitamin functional drink from Qi Lu. Don't worry, although I never discount, I will never increase the price. Qi Lu looked at Lu Jingya's movements and couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Could it be that I give others the impression that I am so greedy for money? No, that's not right. Not discounting is out of principle and has something to do with greed for money. But other than that, Qi Lu has no supplies to assist Lu Jingya and others. The class inheritance scroll was only used by mainland Qinchi. There are no good products on the black market for special items. Lu Jingya and Bailey Fenghua must have prepared all the elixirs, weapons, and the like. As for the rest, we can only leave it to fate. The preparations have been made. Qi Lu could only wish Lu Jingya and Bailey Fenghua a safe journey. There was no farewell and no blessing. The attack on the swordmaster was not a glorious thing, so except for a few heroes in the store, only a handful of people knew about it. Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya also left Yunwu City while the sky was shining brightly. As for Yu Chifeng, he will stay in Yunwu City to recuperate for the time being. Although he had the help of the healing pill, Yu Chifeng's injury would take at least 3 to 5 days to heal. However, soldiers are valuable and quick. These 3 or 5 days are not long, but if it drags on any longer, I don't know how many disciples of the sword control sect can be left. Although the sword-controlling sect's mountain gate is far away from Yunwu City, at the speed of a hero-level expert, it is only half a day's journey. Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya stood quietly in the air, looking at the broken mountain gate of the sword control sect. As they hurried on, a hint of fatigue appeared in their eyes. But seeing this scene, the trace of fatigue was instantly dissipated by anger. Damn Shadow Palace! The joint crusade back then left behind the remnants of the Shadow Palace. This time, there is absolutely no chance that you will have any chance for kindling. Although Bailey Fenghua was filled with rage, but he still maintained his due sanity. The top priority now is to smash the foundation of the Shadow Palace. When the time comes, the trees will fall and the Hozens will scatter. After that, all the sects in the eastern wasteland can be summoned to clean up the remnants of the Shadow Palace together. Sect Master, let's start the war. Lu Jingya looked at the broken sword-controlling sect at the mountain gate, almost breaking it with his silver teeth. That's natural. After this battle, they will be the traitors who clean up the sect. Bailey Fenghua's aura was also rising steadily. There is no need to do anything else to lure the hero-level powerhouse out of the Shadow Palace. As long as they release their momentum, they will naturally know that someone is coming to collect debts. Sneak attacks are almost non-existent for hero-level experts. Unless the sneak attacker has a breath-condensing method that even the heroic level cannot see through. Otherwise, it would be like Yu Qifeng, who was extremely relieved about Morongsong. When Morongsong turned against him and launched an attack, he was able to act at such a critical moment. Not to mention the hero-level powerhouse who is already on alert. The guests have arrived. Sword-controlling sect, in the main hall of the sect leader. And Joyo, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, turned his head slightly and looked somewhere in the sky. That place was exuding two powerful and unparalleled auras. It's Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao's momentum. Morongsong also slowly raised his head and confirmed. Others were not familiar with Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao's momentum, but Morongsong was very familiar with them. In order to understand the two people's fighting skills and fighting habits, Morongsong often consulted with the two. There seemed to be only two of them. After Njoyo felt it carefully for a while, he said with some suspicion. Logically speaking, Yu Qifeng contacted these two people after escaping from the Sword Control Sect's mountain gate. Then they should know that in the Sword Control Sect, there are at least 3 heroes waiting for them to fall into the trap. But why do they dare to be so pretentious? Only 2 people dared to come to the mountain gate of Yujin Sect. Is there some backup plan? There are indeed only 2 of them. Yu Qifeng's aura is not there. Morongsong nodded and confirmed again. There are only 2 people who dare to come here and throw themselves into the trap. I don't know if they are too conceited or because they want to die for the Sword Control Sect. He Ming's wall-like body walked over and cast a shadow in the sect leader shell. His tone was also extremely disdainful. He Ming, don't underestimate your enemy. And Joyo warned aloud. In any case, Bailey Fenghua also has the title of the #1 hero. Even if outsiders give face to the leader of the Sword Control Sect, it still requires Bailey Fenghua to have enough strength to earn this face. What's more, someone who can sit as the leader of the Sword Control Sect. How weak will its strength be? What's more, there is also Lu Jingya, who was able to kill 3 heroic monsters with 1 person and 1 sword a few years ago. Even if there are only 2 people coming from the other side, you must not be careless. You know, when a lion fights a rabbit, he still has to use all his strength. In a battle between heroes, once the enemy is underestimated, the consequences will be disastrous. And Joyo, although you should not underestimate your opponent, you should not overestimate your opponent. But there are just 2 bereaved dogs, so there is nothing to be afraid of. He Ming said with disdain. He also had a look of contempt for the tyrannical aura emanating from the sky outside the palace. If the sword-controlling sect is still intact, Yu Qifeng has not been injured yet, and Morong Song has not betrayed the sword-controlling sect yet. Then He Ming would indeed be afraid of the power of the sword control sect. But now, Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya alone couldn't make He Ming take him seriously. Moreover, the disciples of the sword control sect who fall into the hands of the Shadow Palace can also make them throw route weapons. Forget it, let's go meet the leader and elders of this so-called strongest sect for a while. And Joyo also stood up and dusted himself off. Then, together with He Ming and Morong Song, they went to the place where the war broke out. In the sky, the clouds and fog cleared. But they saw 5 people standing quietly in the void, silently confronting each other. It took a long time before anyone spoke. I have been waiting for you for a long time, and you are finally here. And Joyo's tall and thin body was shrouded in a black robe, and the voice coming out of his mouth was a bit sinister. He looked at the 2 people in front of him with cold and teasing eyes. And He Ming, who was standing aside, looked even more disdainful. Different from the cold aura of Joyo, He Ming's aura was ferocious and violent, mixed with a vague and murderous aura. If you are a person with a lower level, you will be touched by the aura released by He Ming. I'm afraid I'll faint on the spot. Wait for us? Wait for us to come back and take your life. Seeing the culprit who destroyed the sword control sect, Lu Jingya said in an unceremonious cold voice. Bailey Fenghua also stood aside with cold eyes, looking at the 2 heroes of the Shadow Palace. Although Joyo and others had an advantage in terms of numbers, Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya were not inferior in terms of momentum when they faced them. What did you say? 2 homeless dogs dared to speak arrogantly here. He Ming's expression changed when he heard this, and he immediately shouted angrily. He Ming, don't be so cruel. This is not our way of hospitality. And Joyo waved his hand, with a false smile on his face, and said sadly. After confirming that the only visitors were Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya, Joyo relaxed a little. Although Joyo has a cautious personality, he will pay enough attention to his enemies. But when the enemy's strength is indeed inferior to our own, a contemptuous attitude can also damage the enemy's morale. Hosting guests? Don't you know how to name yourself when you are hosting guests? The remnants of the Shadow Palace. Bailey Fenghua said coldly. He didn't care about the contempt of the 2 people in front of him. But I was negligent. I am the law enforcement elder of the Shadow Palace, Joyo. Joyo narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. I am the fighting elder of the Shadow Palace, He Ming. I heard that you are the leader of the sword control sect, Bailey Fenghua, who is known as the #1 hero. I wonder if you dare to fight. He Ming's voice was as powerful as thunder. Under the loud explosion, people's ears were buzzing. We must fight, but this sect leader has another matter to deal with. Faced with He Ming's provocation, Bailey Fenghua's face showed no emotion at all. Instead, he looked at Morong Song, who was standing aside, and asked angrily. Morong Song, I think I treat you well, and I will leave the position of elder to you regardless of your status as a direct descendant. But why did you betray the sword control sect? Is this how you repay me? There is anger and regret in this question. But more than anything, I still hate myself for not knowing people well. Master Bailey, I will call you sect leader one last time. When Morong Song faced Bailey Fenghua's questioning, there was no joy or sadness on his face, and he just spoke lightly. After taking a deep look at Bailey Fenghua, Morong Song continued, I am very grateful for your care of me over the years, and I am also very grateful for your regard for me. It's a pity that I, Morong Song, am originally a member of the Shadow Palace, so how can I say betrayal? Morong Song's words were like a bolt from the blue. It hit Bailey Fenghua's mind. What did you say? You are originally from the Shadow Palace? How is this possible? It can't be. Bailey Fenghua pointed at Morong Song, her fingers trembling slightly, and she was so shocked that she couldn't even speak completely. But soon, the origin of Morong Song emerged in Bailey Fenghua's mind. The Shadow Palace was defeated by all the sects 14 years ago. Morong Song came to the Sword Control sect 13 years ago. The displayed aptitude and talent almost made the old sect master who had already accepted Bailey Fenghua as a disciple think of accepting a disciple again. However, I didn't expect it. This disciple who came to the door was actually the secret that the Shadow Palace had planted 13 years ago. Now, this dark seed has grown into a towering tree. But, if you don't have the slightest breath of blood on your body, how can you be from the Shadow Palace? Bailey Fenghua still doesn't understand. The aura of the Shadow Palace is evil and violent. This special aura is almost impossible to conceal. Surprising, right? That's because the aura of the Shadow Palace is not caused by a unique cultivation method. As long as you don't use the blood sacrifice method totem for yourself, the aura will naturally not change. Morong Song's face remained calm. Even when asked this question, he still showed no expression. He just answered Bailey Fenghua's question in a calm tone. Now that they have reached the point of confrontation, only one of the Shadow Palace and the Sword Control sect can survive. It is not difficult to let a dying person know a secret that is not a secret. So that's it. You were able to plan the plan for 13 years and hide in the dark for 10 years. What you've planned is really not small. When Bailey Fenghua heard this, he already understood the purpose of the Shadow Palace. The sword-controlling sect is only the first step in the Shadow Palace. When the sword-controlling sect falls, all other sects will be in the possession of the Shadow Palace. After unifying the sect forces and integrating all the forces, the Shadow Palace is qualified to aspire for the position of Lord of the Eastern Wasteland. What a big ambition. It seems that you already understand. And Jiuyo let out a contemptuous chuckle, but the look in his eyes showed that they paid more attention to Bailey Fenghua. From this few words, one can deduce the purpose of the Shadow Palace. This kind of person is by no means an idle person. It's a pity that I underestimated the Shadow Palace back then, and that's why I let your plan succeed. It's just a pity that we and other sects all despised you back then, and that's why your plan succeeded. Bailey Fenghua sighed secretly. By this moment, it was impossible to recover. The Shadow Palace was jointly attacked by many sects back then, and it was basically part of the Shadow Palace's plan. The purpose is to make the Shadow Palace disappear in the eyes of all sects. Only then can the secrets of the Shadow Palace be buried in each sect one by one, and explode at the critical moment. The blood sacrifice method that belongs exclusively to the Shadow Palace is only a powerful method of sacrifice. It is not a cultivation method. Everyone was deceived by the Shadow Palace. After 14 years of dormancy and keeping a low profile, the power of the Shadow Palace can no longer be suppressed. Now, there is no need to think about it. Among the major sects, the shadows of the Shadow Palace have also grown up. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Shadow Palace to show up at this time. Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingyao left the mountain gate of the Sword Control sect and went down the mountain to experience, which was just the trigger for the birth of the Shadow Palace. Even if we don't start with the Sword Control sect, there will still be other sects that will be captured by the Shadow Palace. Arrogance, complacency, and self-righteousness have always been your biggest drawbacks. It's ridiculous to think that you can sit back and relax after annihilating heresy. There was disdain in Jiuyo's tone that was so strong that it couldn't be undone. Even this recognized first sect, the Sword Control sect, is like this. A glimpse of one spot reveals the whole leopard. You can imagine what other sects are like. It's useless to say more. Now that we know your plan, we will do our best to stop it. Bailey Fenghua slowly drew out his weapon. A sharp rapier. After guessing the plan of the Shadow Palace, although she was shocked, Bailey Fenghua also understood what she wanted to do. That is to regain the Sword Control sect and do everything possible to weaken the power of the Shadow Palace. He must have lost 3 powerful heroes at once. The Shadow Palace, which is deliberately trying to become the Lord of the East Wasteland, probably can't afford it. I just finished saying that you are arrogant, and you started. It seems that it is time to cleanse the sects in the Eastern Wasteland. And Joyo waved his sleeves, and a dark staff appeared in his hand. A snow-white skull is inlaid on this staff. And in the mouth of the skull, there is still a magic core that has been polished extremely smooth. Next to the magic core, there are dozens of crimson crystals inlaid. As soon as this staff was taken out, it exuded boundless evil aura. At a glance, you can tell that it is a weapon that has experienced countless killings. Come on, let me see what qualifications you have to be called the #1 hero. And Joyo raised his staff and stared at Bailey Fenghua. If you want to fight, then fight. The Bailey Fenghua rapier was unsheathed, lightly swiped at the fingertips, and blood beads rolled across the blade. The rapier suddenly buzzed slightly. Then I'll come and meet you for a while. He Ming pinched his fingers, made a crisp sound, and looked at Lu Jingya. Since Joyo chose Bailey Fenghua as his opponent, He Ming would naturally be responsible for solving the other one. As for Morong Song, he was naturally on the sidelines. Then be prepared to die. Lu Jingya's reply was unceremonious. It was precisely this kind of character that made Lu Jingya do the feat of breaking into the World of Warcraft forest alone and killing 3 heroic-class Warcraft in a row in order to avenge her disciples. It's interesting, but I don't know if you have the ability. Before He Ming finished speaking, he took the lead in attacking. Although He Ming is as strong as a bear, his speed is not slow either. When the fighting spirit broke out, He Ming's figure seemed to turn into a phantom, heading straight towards Lu Jingya. Straight punch, landslide. The moment he got close to Lu Jingya, He Ming raised his hand and punched. The sonic booms roared like thunder. The terrifying power made the space become somewhat distorted, and even the slightest crack appeared. More than enough strength, but not enough speed. Facing the attack that was about to come in an instant, Lu Jingya still had time to comment, and then she got lucky and turned slightly sideways. He Ming's attack missed Lu Jingya. But Lu Jingya would not give up such a good opportunity. When attacking, it means giving up defense. If you can use offense instead of defense, you can overwhelm your opponent. But if it cannot be done, it will expose the biggest flaw to the opponent. Zheng. Lu Jingya's hand was placed on the hilt of the sword. The thin sword is unsheathed like a dragon swimming out of the sea. The light of the sword was like electricity, dazzling and dazzling. A conspicuous sword mark suddenly appeared between He Ming's chest and abdomen, and gurgling blood continued to flow from the wound. Damn it, how is this possible? How could you break my protective fighting spirit? He Ming covered the wounds on his chest and abdomen and shouted in shock. The body that has been refined through the blood sacrifice method, coupled with the fighting spirit that has been refined through the sacrifice, should be indestructible in the hero level. But in Lu Jingya's hands, it was as fragile as tissue paper. How could He Ming accept this? Your body-protecting fighting spirit is not enough. Lu Jingya didn't say anything more, just shook his head slightly, raised his thin sword across his hand, and answered lightly. Dung gold stabbing sword, with armor-piercing effect. Although it is only an excellent weapon, it is Lu Jingya's favorite weapon. It is precisely because of the armor-breaking effect that it can perform extraordinary feats repeatedly when facing such self-righteous defensive classes. Lu Jingya's class is a light swordsman who is good at perception and agility. In terms of offensive speed and shot speed, Lu Jingya is not lacking. The Gungold Thorn sword can provide the most lacking armor-breaking ability off the light swordsman class. Although breaking through the armor of a hero-level strongman will greatly reduce the durability of the gungold stabbing sword. After all, this is just an excellent weapon. But Lu Xingya doesn't care. Anyway, a high-quality weapon only has 200 spiritual crystals each. If the durability is not enough, then treat it as a one-time armor-breaking weapon, and just replace it with dozens of them in a battle. Having too many spiritual crystals means being willful. The spiritual crystal is enough to cause harm. No, it's impossible. He Ming used fighting energy to stop the bleeding from the wound, and raised his fists with an angry look on his face, with violent fighting energy condensed on them. Main fist, Iwapo. As He Ming roared and punched out, violent fighting spirit suddenly burst out. The terrifying power condensed into a storm and blasted towards Lu Xingya. This type of coverage attack is the most difficult. Lu Xingya also frowned slightly and her eyes flickered. If you dodge hastily, there will definitely be a flaw. What He Ming was waiting for was when Lu Xingya was forced to dodge and pursue him. However, He Ming is destined to be disappointed. Your attack has flaws. Soon enough, at the critical moment when the fighting spirit storm was almost touching his face, Lu Xingya reached out with his sword and pointed it at the fighting spirit storm that was coming towards him. It's too late, it's fast. Just when the storm of fighting spirit was about to hit Lu Xingya's face. At this critical moment, Lu Xingya reached out with his sword and stabbed Itinto the menacing storm of fighting spirit. That is the only weak point in this storm of fighting spirit. The rapier is raised. The storm of fighting spirit was immediately split into two, whizzing past Lu Xingya, causing Lu Xingya's black hair to fly in the wind and her clothes to rustle. Boom! A loud noise was heard, which was the sound of Doqi storm falling to the ground. Even if it was split open by Lu Xingya's sword, the fighting spirit storm split into two and bombarded the mountains on the ground, still raising the prosperous dense forest to the ground in an instant. This is heroic power. With just a few gestures, you can destroy cities and shatter mountains. This is also the reason why Bailey Fenghua and Lu Xingya burst out with momentum, leading to Enjoyo and He Ming. If this battle takes place at the Sword Control Sect's mountain gate, I am afraid that the Sword Control Sect, which has been mostly destroyed, will be razed to the ground. Such strength is extremely terrifying. Morong Song, who was rushing to the side, was even more frightened. He Ming's two powerful attacks were easily resolved by Lu Xingya, which was enough to prove the gap between the two. Especially the defensive power that He Ming was proud of was useless in front of Lu Xingya. This has created an irreparable gap between the two. I gave you two moves, now it's time for me to attack. Then please, be prepared to kill me at the slightest sign of your neck. Lu Xingya put the broken rapier in her hand into the bronze storage ring, and then took out a gungold stabbing sword. Lu Xingya had at least dozens of these high-quality weapons. If you have the ability, just come. I'll be waiting. He Ming was easily defused by Lu Xingya's two attacks, and he felt like he was at his wit's end. Then he saw Lu Xingya coming up with his sword in hand. I was immediately ready. Just waiting for Lu Xingya to get closer, he took action and defeated him in one fell swoop. However, after Lu Xingya took a few steps forward, his figure suddenly disappeared, and even the aura he exuded disappeared with him. This is a case of speed exceeding perception. He Ming naturally knew this, and was even more horrified. Because He Ming had never thought that Lu Xingya, who was also a hero, could be so fast. Dash. There was a soft muffled sound, followed by blood flying. Lu Xingya took a few steps back and appeared behind He Ming. The gungold stabbing sword in his hand was even stained with blood. Ah. No, it's impossible, you can't be that fast. The back of He Ming's heart was pierced, and a sharp pain flooded into his mind. Lu Xingya's attack this time directly injured He Ming's internal organs. Before He Ming could even wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, all the fighting energy in his body started to circulate. I won't let you do whatever you want anymore. He Ming stared at Lu Xingya and roared loudly, which was quite hysterical. The previous contempt and disdain had long disappeared in He Ming's eyes. Instead, there was deep apprehension and a trace of fear. Why is it so strong? He Ming didn't understand why there was such a big gap between them, both at peak of the hero level. However, no matter how hard He meditation broke his head, it was impossible to imagine it. Although he is also at the peak of the hero level, Lu Xingya, who has been in Chila's shop for such a long time, has already surpassed He Ming in terms of basic attributes. Regardless of the improvements brought by those elixirs that permanently improve attributes. Even though snacks and drinks can improve basic attributes if consumed for a long time. This weak advantage is inconspicuous at first glance. But when a large number of these weak advantages accumulate, they become a huge advantage. What's more, Dingjin Thorn Sword also makes up for the shortcomings of Lu Xingya's agility class, insufficient attack power and armor-breaking ability. The roar of a monster before it dies doesn't give it even half a chance of winning. That's just unwillingness to accept one's fate. Lu Xingya once again changed to a gung-gold stabbing sword, stepped on lotus steps, and attacked He Ming. This sword is going to sentence He Ming's life. Clang! A sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. However, Morong Song took action at this moment, parrying Lu Xingya's Jingjin sword with the long sword in his hand. It also bought some time for He Ming to retreat. Morong Song, are you sure you want to stop me? Lu Xingya lowered her eyes and asked in a calm voice. But Morong Song knew that Lu Xingya in this state was the most terrifying. When the anger reaches the depths, the fire calms down. When one is extremely angry and laughs instead, that is when one is sharp-broken. I am a member of the Shadow Palace. Stopping you is what I must do. Morong Song replied without joy or sorrow. By this moment, Morong Song had already put life and death aside. How could one achieve hegemony without being paved with blood and bones? Okay, then I will make it happen for you. Lu Xingya flipped his wrist and raised the Gingjin stabbing sword, leaving the long sword in Morong Song's hand. In an instant, his figure dispersed. So fast. Seeing this scene, Morong Song's pupils shrank suddenly. The figure that gradually dispersed was the afterimage left by Lu Xingya. However, Lu Xingya's true body disappeared again at this moment. Betraying the sect is an unpardonable crime. Lu Xingya's voice appeared behind Morong Song. This sudden sound made Morong Song's heart feel cold, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Without even looking back, he raised his sword to defend himself. Shadow Pa. But all he saw was a flash of sword light, like a bolt piercing the air, before his eyes. Laugh. Morong Song instantly had dozens of wounds on his body, and blood spattered all over the sky. The sword energy that exploded spread out in all directions. In an instant, it dispersed the clouds in the distance and dyed the sky blue. He Ming, join forces! Morong Song didn't care about morality at this moment and shouted loudly. Although the Shadow Palace itself does not talk about morality. Main fist, Iwapo. Naturally, He Ming did not hesitate and seized the opportunity. The fighting spirit, gathered in his fists, directly hit Lu Xingya. Morong Song also took advantage of the moment when Lu Xingya's attention was attracted by the incoming fighting spirit storm, and retreated continuously, withdrawing from Lu Xingya's attack range. However, a move that has been used once will naturally not work on Lu Xingya. The storm of fighting spirit was split open by Lu Xingya again. He Ming and Morong Song also regrouped and attacked again. This time, neither of them dared to make excuses. When facing Lu Xingya, only by joining forces can we have a chance of winning. However, even so, Lu Xingya did not fall behind when faced with two simultaneous attacks. The basic attributes far exceeded the two of them, making the gap between Lu Xingya and the two of them widen to a terrifying level. They are both at the peak of the hero level, but the difference is not small at all. In fact, if you really want to talk about it, only based on strength. Lu Xingya's strength can be said to be half-step strong after having been trained in Qila's shop for so long. Unfortunately, in terms of state of mind, Lu Xingya is still lagging behind Gu Pingchuan, a true half-step expert. Therefore, Lu Xingya's realm is always the peak of hero level, rather than half-step strong level. But despite this, facing the joint attack of He Ming and Murong Song, Lu Xingya did not fall behind and even gradually became more comfortable. The name of martial arts fanatic is definitely not just talk. Lu Xingya is known as the most talented fighting hero in the sword control sect. Although in the eyes of most people, his reputation is not obvious. But when it comes to fighting, there is absolutely no doubt about Lu Xingya's fighting ability. He Ming and Murong Song's joint attacks, no matter how well they cooperated, were easily resolved by Lu Xingya many times. In the sky, majestic fighting spirit erupted one after another. The terrifying momentum and violent aftermath even directly shattered the ground far away from the center of the battle. It looks like the problem can be solved without our intervention. Look again, even if there is a gap in combat effectiveness, they are still at hero level. It is not easy for Elder Lijing to keep them. Just outside the sword control sect, the battle was in full swing. In a secret place far away from the battlefield, Gu Pingchuan and Mr. Ren were discussing something. Ling Ao, on the other hand, was broadcasting the battle live with his membership card. The three of them agreed to use the Guardian Dolls to support Bailey Fenghuan Lu Xingya in defeating the Shadow Palace. Of course I have to come over here. It's just that the three of them, Gu Pingchuan, stayed far away from the range of perception at first. After the battle started, he came closer. Because although the Guardian Doll can be upgraded to the hero level in terms of level and strength. But after all, the Guardian Doll is just a condensed product of magic power. It has no thinking ability of its own, and naturally has no fighting skills at all. If it can be achieved in terms of strength, it will have a crushing advantage. Naturally, the combat skills can be ignored. But when these Guardian Dolls, with heroic level strength, face powerful men who are also heroic level, if there is no condenser to control it, it will just be delivering food. Don't look at the treasure hall of the doll maze, but those Guardian Dolls are incredibly powerful. But that's just because these Guardian Dolls, in terms of basic attributes, crushed the players who entered the doll maze. Just like when a person wants to crush an ant, what tactics are needed? Let's prepare first to prevent them from escaping. Gu Pingchuan looked at it for a while, before speaking slowly. Lu Xingya's fighting power is undoubtedly far superior to that of He Ming and Murong Song. So as long as another Guardian Doll joins the battle, the situation will definitely reverse in an instant. But the tables are turned. Even though He Ming and Murong Song were defeated by Lu Xingya, they were both hero level, so it would not be difficult to escape. However, now that Gu Pingchuan and others are here, they will not allow this to happen. As long as there is an absolute advantage in numbers, we can make arrangements in advance to keep them here. Yunwu City, Qila Shop. Although Ling Ao intended to broadcast the battle this time, Qi Lu, who knew the seriousness of the matter, naturally understood what Ling Ao meant. This live broadcast is only for a few powerful people to watch. For example, Banjing is powerless.